Chapter 221. Demon Extermination. What do you summon this consort for? A delicate laugh echoed within the palace, belonging to Long Ming. Have you perhaps changed your mind and wish to unite with me as one? To her surprise, the woman in the black robe replied affirmatively. Indeed, this holy ancestor desires to merge our souls once more. What nonsense, old witch. Do you take me for a mere child of 3 to believe such words? Long Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon scoffed, clearly unconvinced. This is utterly impossible. However, I must first place some restrictions on you to ensure that my soul reigns supreme after our union. The black-robed woman slightly parted her lips and spoke coolly. As she spoke, she raised the black flag before her and gently swayed it. Instantly, a massive black hole emerged, devouring the golden threads emitted by the 9 golden blades. Do you truly think I would consent to such an absurd proposition? You presume to claim dominance over my soul while already occupying my body. Why then, go through the trouble of merging again? A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Long Ming's eyes as she murmured, if you have any schemes, just confess them openly. Hee. Indeed, I have my designs. You must have sensed it during our previous unions. Regardless of who controls this body, neither of us can unleash its full potential. The holy ancestor's mouth slightly opened as she stated calmly, however, after merging, we could easily cast that intruding transformation stage cultivator into the illusory, celestial phenomenon. If we wish to avoid being sealed by others again, a renewed fusion is indeed preferable. Long Ming fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Who would have thought that the ancient demon lord, who once ruled the human realm, now fears those insignificant transformation stage cultivators? In the past, the holy realm and the human realm were alike. We could replenish our demonic energy at any time, freely unleashing our grand powers. Now, with the drastic changes in the human realm's elemental energy, even with boundless abilities, I cannot exhibit them. Is it so strange to be wary of these transformation stage cultivators? The black-robed woman maintained her indifference and continued, you do have a point. Long Ming's lips parted slightly as she replied, yet, under your soul's dominion. No matter how grand your words may be, this consort shall never acquiesce. At this juncture, Long Ming paused briefly before continuing. And do not think I am unaware that while infusing demonic energy into the black wind flag may allow you to temporarily wield the spiritual treasure, it can only manifest its power for a limited time. Whether you can even enter the palace remains uncertain. Upon hearing Long Ming's words, a sinister expression surfaced on the black-robed woman's face. It seems you still have great confidence in the 9 true demon suppression array and the 8 spirit ruler. Very well. If you refuse to comply, then I shall personally subdue you, extract the essence of your soul, and render you to nothingness. The efficacy may be somewhat diminished, yet it will still greatly enhance my powers. As she spoke, a chilling smile appeared on the black-robed woman's face, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Lin Mo. She then whispered an instruction to the ancient demon. The 2-headed, 4-armed ancient demon's eyes flickered, and with a swift motion, it transformed into a black shadow, vanishing from sight. As it reappeared, it had already descended upon the array. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, having withstood a barrage of golden silk attacks from the golden blades, suddenly unfurled the black wind flag in his hand. He then hurled it into the sky, his hands weaving intricate seals, while uttering a series of extraordinarily strange incantations. With a resounding thunderclap, a tumultuous black wind burst forth from the black wind flag. The tempest swelled from slender wisps to a formidable whirlwind, towering like a giant. At the moment the tornado took shape, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by countless blinding yellow clouds that danced within the mist, as if poised to descend at any moment. Observing this scene, Lin Mo remained remarkably composed. With a gentle wave of his right hand, torrents of frigid mist coiled around him, coalescing into a layer of impenetrable ice that formed a formidable shield, protecting both Lin Mo and the silver moon behind him. The ferocious yellow winds battered against the barrier, producing a cacophony akin to the crashing of waves upon a solitary boat, insignificant amidst the tumult. Strangely, Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. Even in such dire circumstances, he exuded an aura of calm, as if the unfolding drama had no bearing on him whatsoever. Under the infusion of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor's magical power, the black wind flag finally revealed the terrifying might of a celestial treasure. The very skies shifted hue, and the earth trembled. Not far away, Lady Mu appeared as though she had lost her senses, the howling wind drowning out all sound. Her vision was engulfed in a dismal yellow haze, and even her consciousness could not escape, for the moment it ventured beyond the protective barrier. It was immediately scattered by the malevolent winds. Is this the true power of a celestial treasure? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering as he contemplated the black wind flag that stirred the very heavens, murmuring softly. Although he had long been aware of the extraordinary capabilities of celestial treasures, witnessing their formidable manifestation for the first time still left him taken aback. Simultaneously, a black wind column, roughly the size of a bowl, shot up towards the heavens, barreling straight for Lin Mo. He raised an eyebrow at this spectacle, lightly waving his right hand. In an instant, a surge of chilling brilliance materialized, dispersing the black wind column effortlessly. His gaze then drifted lazily towards the distant palace, where a tempest raged and the surging black wind columns converged. Yet within, the faint sound of thunder echoed ominously, occasionally pierced by flashes of blinding golden light ripping through the sky, illuminating the entire space. It must be said, the Nine Truths Demon Suppression Array was indeed formidable, managing to endure even against the full might of the celestial treasure, the black wind flag, for so long. In another corner of the space, above the black teleportation array, the four-armed demon floated amidst a haze of gray light, enveloped by a set of shimmering array flags. One head of the demon fixated intently on the palace, its expression grave, while another pair of eyes scanned the surroundings ceaselessly, vigilant against unseen threats. Four-clawed appendages gripped a pair of azure-long halberds adorned with violet rings, as well as a crimson, brick-like artifact. Though the fierce winds stirred up by the black wind banner were formidable, they seemed to have little effect on the demon's head, which remained steadfast and unwavering in its gaze toward the palace. Suddenly, a flash of peculiar light ignited in the demon's eyes as a resounding explosion echoed from afar. From the epicenter of the chaos, a golden blade of energy shot skyward, cleaving through thick clouds with astonishing force. Its momentum so powerful that even the howling winds momentarily stilled. The demon's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of indecision crossing its countenance. It seemed torn between the desire to assist and the weight of its reservations. However, it soon regained its composure. Following the dazzling flash of the blade, a colossal column of wind surged forth, its diameter exceeding 10 yards, resembling a black wind dragon. As it passed, even the nearby lightning was drawn into its vortex, and the air around it vibrated and distorted as if on the verge of tearing the very fabric of reality. Witnessing this spectacle, the demon relaxed slightly. Yet the other head, devoid of any signs of ease, widened its eyes in alarm. Suddenly, a massive hand swept forward, unleashing a crimson beam that pierced the air, transforming into a gigantic brick mid-flight, descending with immense force. Before it could touch the ground, flames enveloped it, revealing several ferocious fire serpents that writhed menacingly. I didn't expect you to be so astute. A cold snort echoed through the tempest. With a flash of blue light, Lin Mo reappeared on the scene. The ancient demon's expression shifted abruptly. Its mouth fell agape as it roared. It's you. Lin Mo glanced at the ancient demon, replying nonchalantly, What? You actually remember me? As he spoke, a silver arc shimmered across Lin Mo's back, transforming him into a streak of lightning that vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the ancient demon, wielding an enormous icy blue sword that came crashing down upon the demon's back with tremendous force. A piercing sound filled the air as the frigid flames enveloped the ancient demon. It howled, shaking its head in agony. Yet, the cries were short-lived. With a sudden whoosh, a shadow darted forth like an arrow, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, it materialized above Lin Mo. The colossal figure bellowed, a thunderous roar escaping its mouth as a massive, resonating black blade descended upon Lin Mo with blinding speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. To the ancient demon's astonishment, Lin Mo stood motionless, allowing the enormous blade to descend without a flinch. Instead, he raised his crystalline-like right hand, seizing the sharp blade. Boom! With a resounding thud, the immense blade halted mid-air, refusing to descend any further. How is this possible? The ancient demon's eyes widened in disbelief, its gaze filled with incredulity. To his utter astonishment, his full-force strike failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Lin Mo's skin. The air crackled with the sound of thunder as he swiftly wielded his thunderous wings, causing Lin Mo's figure to vanish in an instant amidst the electric arcs. In the next moment, he materialized before the ancient demon. His crystalline right hand relentlessly struck the ancient demon, eliciting piercing cries of agony. The ancient demon appeared utterly disheveled. Its 4 demonic arms reduced to 3 intact ones, while one was severed midway, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist on its shoulder. Deep gashes marred its chest, nearly eviscerating the creature. Damn it! Damn it! With furious roars, the ancient demon's eyes reddened, and it unleashed a torrent of rage. It swiftly formed a series of incantations with its hands, causing its body to emit a cacophony of cracking joints. As its physique swelled, a multitude of ebony-scaled plates appeared, gleaming as if a smooth suit of armor had enveloped it. The wounded areas were shrouded in a swirling black mist, seemingly healing at an astonishing rate. Once the ancient demon had grown significantly larger, a fierce light flickered in its eyes. It began to utter an eerie incantation, and as the scales glimmered ominously, a foot-long black and purple flame erupted, engulfing its form in a bizarre conflagration. It was evident that it had invoked some secret technique to temporarily augment its power. Observing the ancient demon before him, Lin Mo's eyes glinted with a hint of derision. In the next instant, a blinding golden light coiled around his right hand, resembling a golden dragon that danced upon his palm, exorcising divine thunder. The ancient demon, startled, recognized the golden arc that had once brought considerable distress to many ancient fiends. Had it been unscathed, it might have summoned its secret technique to counter the attack, but now it hesitated, unwilling to absorb the blow for fear of further depleting its vitality. With a swift motion, the demon conjured a small obsidian shield before it, bracing for the incoming green radiance, while it itself darted away to a distance of several yards. However, no sooner had it steadied itself than a resounding thunderclap echoed from behind. Not good. A chill ran down the demon's spine, and before it could react, Lin Mo appeared behind it, his wings unfurled. With a flick of his sleeves, countless golden bolts of exorcising divine thunder pierced through the ancient demon's body. Its 2 heads were severed cleanly, rolling to the ground. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy at this sight. However, before a smile could grace his face, the headless ancient demon's dual blades did not dissipate. Instead, they were raised, transforming into 2 streaks of black light that shot toward Lin Mo, accompanied by a fierce gale as the headless demon's body exploded into a dense cloud of demonic energy. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, determined not to let his quarry escape. With a swift motion of his sleeve, several azure ice swords surged into the air like falling rain. With a swift motion, the small sword spun vigorously, instantly obliterating the 2 dark blades, followed by a tumultuous scattering of flying swords. Golden arcs of electricity erupted from the blades, weaving into a colossal golden net. With a resounding crackle, much of the demonic energy was ensnared before it could flee, ensnared by the electric web formed by the divine lightning. After a thunderous roar, it naturally dissipated into nothingness. The dark energy trapped within the ice, along with countless ancient demonic souls concealed therein, was thoroughly eradicated. At that moment, a chilling, scornful voice echoed from the direction of the palace, declaring the annihilation of my holy kin right before my eyes. The voice was icy and piercing, although it seemed faint. It resonated clearly in Lin Mo's ears, unmistakably belonging to the cloaked woman. The incarnation of the Yuansha Holy Ancestor sensed this occurrence the moment the ancient demon perished. Yet only now, having regained composure, did he express his wrath. Meanwhile, the black wind banner in his grasp unleashed nearly half its power, shattering the 9 truths demon suppression array into fragments. Above the palace, the 8-spirit ruler hummed as it summoned 8 spectral beasts to join the fray against this demon. However, the Holy Ancestor's avatar, under the near-legendary offensive and defensive prowess of the Black Wind Banner, was utterly impervious to harm. In the 222nd chapter, titled Traitor, Lin Mo swiftly turned to regard the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, whose exquisite visage belied the unrestrained chill emanating from his eyes. The other cultivators, caught off guard, suddenly found themselves enveloped in the darkness of the space conjured by the Black Wind Banner. The scholar in white soon grasped the situation, but it was too late. By the time they all became aware, they were already sealed within this spatial realm. The white-robed scholar's face turned ashen as he urgently implored them to transmit out. Lin Mo observed the panicked expressions of the cultivators, raising an eyebrow at the scholar. since the appearance of the Yuansha Holy Ancestor. Silver Moon had been unable to resist stealing glances, despite her reluctance to meet his gaze directly. Meanwhile, the shouts of the cultivators echoed, questioning why they could not escape the transmission. Has the transmission failed? It cannot be activated. There were cries of fear, anger, and, mostly, a palpable sense of panic. Lin Mo felt a jolt of surprise within, as he too had not realized where the vanished individuals had gone. Compared to the current predicament, it seemed rather inadequate. Furrowing his brow, Lin Mo gracefully drifted away from the Nine Truths Demon Suppression Array and approached the transmission array. Gui Ling remained within the array. Discovering it had not ceased its operation, his frown deepened. He casually formed a seal and struck the array's edge, yet there was no reaction. Silver Moon glanced at Lin Mo, sensing the growing unease etched on his face. The white-robed scholar approached Lin Mo, observing his expression and inquiring, "Is it severe? Is there a problem with the formation?" Lin Mo shook his head, asserting that the formation was intact but had been rendered inactive by the spatial force of the Black Wind banner. Unless the Yuansha Holy Ancestor willingly lifts the restrictions, we cannot transmit out. Is there no other way? The scholar pressed. There is, Lin Mo replied, not allowing the scholar to ask further. We must break through the spatial power. The white-robed scholar inhaled deeply, break through. The space? Upon hearing Lin Mo's proposed method, the accompanying monks scoffed derisively, mocking. Break the space? Who do you think you are? This was the power of the Black Wind banner summoned by the revered Yuansha Patriarch. If you possessed such magical prowess, why would you be in a hurry? Although the other monks remained silent, they all subtly nodded in agreement with the speaker's words. What significance is there in arguing with me? You inquire, and I respond. Why must you mock me here, my fellow cultivators? It is clear whom I intend to confront, and I have no time to spare on you. We should be contemplating how to extricate ourselves rather than joining forces to deride me. Lin Mo, though not openly irritable, spoke with a tone that mirrored his frosty demeanor. The monk who had been rebuffed turned an even darker shade, as if shrouded in black mist. Just as he prepared to retort, a thought seemed to strike him, and he restrained himself. The scholar in white attire remained taciturn, his gaze revealing a hint of skepticism as he began to ponder. In the midst of their collective helplessness, a sudden cold laugh echoed through the air. Within the confined space of the Black Wind banner, an inexplicable gust arose, and amidst the whirlwind, Lin Mo beheld the sudden emergence of a colossal banner, flapping loudly in the tempest. The surrounding elements appeared to be influenced by the hurricane, gradually dispersing the black mist. While the figure of the woman in black came into clearer view, Lin Mo cast a glance at the silver moon beside the Nine True subduing demon array, which had already been decimated. The woman in black regarded the crowd with an icy gaze, yet Lin Mo noticed her attention also drawn to the 8 spirit beasts outside. The beasts seemed fragmented under the hurricane's influence. As the tempest within the space gradually subsided, the swirling black winds continued to swirl around the Yuansha Patriarch, who dared not step beyond the protective embrace of the black winds. Lin Mo discerned that the disjointed spirit beasts were merely illusions, with the 8 spirit ruler present. The shattered phantoms would soon coalesce once more. The Yuansha Patriarch, her expression inscrutable, cast a fleeting glance at the palace, inadvertently acknowledging the presence of the peculiar large-headed figure beside her. Lin Mo, silently observing the Patriarch's gaze, noted the creature's raised eyebrows, realizing that this large-headed entity was more adept at remaining a bystander than himself. Though the hurricane's spatial power appeared formidable and devastating, the center remained untouched. Akin to the eye of a tornado, serene and unscathed, the Yuansha Patriarch addressed the large-headed figure. Friend ye, shall we engage in a transaction? Startled by the sudden summons, the large-headed figure paused momentarily. Upon hearing the Patriarch's words, a flicker of doubt crossed his otherwise expressionless face. Noticing the figure's lack of response, as though he had not heard, the Yuansha Patriarch pressed on. Do you not wish to break through? The mention of a breakthrough stirred something within the large-headed being. What transaction? Upon hearing the reply, the Yuansha Patriarch recognized her opportunity. Retrieve the 8 spirit ruler for me, and I assure you, Long Meng will not harm you. Her melodious voice reached the large-headed figure's ears. Hesitation washed over him. Observing his silence, the Yuansha Patriarch continued. Do you not trust that the Patriarch can protect you? Without waiting for a response, she pointed at the monk beside her, whose brows were tightly knitted. A significant portion of the assembly comprised disciples of the Yi family. The large-headed figure, unable to discern the actions of the sacred ancestor, merely observed the subtle pinch of 2 fingers, which caused the Yi disciples' expressions to shift dramatically. Yet, they remained oblivious to the sacred ancestor's incantation. As the practitioners were engulfed in confusion, Lin Mo's eyes turned frosty. He raised a finger and began to chant a spell, channeling spiritual energy, his fingertip emanating a faint azure glow, which he directed towards the point indicated by the sacred ancestor. A series of metallic clinks resonated, and an elder among the practitioners suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead from the impact. All present then witnessed an eerie black mist materialize at the elder's brow, followed by an unbearable wave of pain that overtook him. The elder clutched his forehead, gazing at the black mist staining his hand, and with a trembling finger pointed at the sacred ancestor, he could only utter the words you before falling silent. Lin Mo, perceiving that even under his protection the elder had collapsed, felt an even deeper chill wash over him. The sacred ancestor turned, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo, demanding, "Do you dare obstruct me?" Lin Mo feigned deafness, offering no reply as he continued to regard the fallen elder. The sacred ancestor discarded several orbs, dismissing them as mere trifles. However, one orb aimed at the elder went unblocked. The practitioners who had managed to deflect the other orbs heard the earlier clinks and were immediately struck by the sight of the elder's collapse, gasping in shock. All eyes turned to the sacred ancestor, who wore a slight smile that failed to reach his eyes, as if he casually waved his arm. At that moment, the practitioners braced themselves. A middle-aged disciple positioned himself protectively in front of a female practitioner, seemingly propelled by an unseen force as he staggered back, only to be caught by the woman behind him. The large-headed figure, observing the sacred ancestor's actions, felt a growing unease and inquired, "Sacred ancestor, what is your intention?" Yet the sacred ancestor ignored him, fixated instead on a scholar in white robes among the practitioners. Upon being struck by an orb, the scholar's illusion dissipated. "Ingwe transforms?" "A textile." Both the sacred ancestor and Lin Mo exclaimed in unison. As their words hung in the air, the black mist accumulating at the elder's brow suddenly erupted with a resounding bang. The nearby practitioners, sensing impending danger, hastily distanced themselves from the elder, fearing they too might be affected. Among them, a square-faced practitioner, noticing 2 nascent souls hurtling towards him, darkened his expression as he drew forth a bone ring for protection, capturing the souls within while keeping a vigilant gaze upon the sacred ancestor. Seemingly unfazed, the sacred ancestor spoke to the large-headed figure. "Does ye Taoist not wish to claim your own sacred ancestor?" The large-headed figure remained silent, prompting the sacred ancestor to continue. "If you stow away the 8-spirit ruler and allow me to extricate myself, I shall surely enhance your longevity and help you break through your limitations. As for Longmeng, there is no need for ye Taoist to intervene." Lin Mo kept a watchful eye on the sacred ancestor and the large-headed figure, fully aware that the latter would ultimately succumb to madness. He observed the sacred ancestor's complexion darken, his eyes glowing crimson, resembling spilled blood, his visage extraordinarily enchanting. The large-headed figure cast a glance at the sacred ancestor before moving towards the direction where the 8-spirit ruler floated. Upon nearing the 8-spirit ruler, the sacred ancestor suddenly perceived a black hole materializing above his head, and without hesitation, a colossal hand descended upon the large-headed figure's head. The large-headed creature sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy and, unwilling to confront it head-on, prepared to retreat. However, the ancestral sage of Yuansha made a gentle gesture, and a colossal palm seemed to be obstructed by an unseen force. Without hesitation, the large-headed creature flashed a yellow light and dashed towards the 8-spirit. Just as it was about to seize the 8-spirit, a sigh echoed, followed by the sudden appearance of a black and red blade, hurtling directly towards the creature. The large-headed being inhaled sharply, while Lin Mo, upon witnessing the emergence of the black blood blade, silently retracted his Qian blue ice sword, not anticipating that the individual would make a move. The large-headed creature, unwilling to remain passive, summoned its yellow blade upon recognizing the black blood blade. It attempted to fortify its defense, yet the black blood blade offered no chance for obstruction, descending directly upon the creature. The clash between the black blood blade and the yellow blade produced a thunderous sound, as the 2 immense swords trembled in the air, accompanied by faint cracking noises. The large-headed creature observed the yellow blade, now marred by numerous fissures, and its expression shifted dramatically. A searing pain surged within its chest, becoming increasingly pronounced, until it coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The ancestral sage of Yuansha's expression altered, taken aback by the large-headed creature's apparent ineptitude. He nonchalantly lifted his gaze towards the white figure behind the palace's dragon pillar. Without manifesting any spiritual energy, he merely waved his arm, causing the white figure to emit a soft gasp before collapsing. Lin Mo realized that the fallen figure was the white-robed scholar who had been previously shielded by several individuals. Yet, the white-robed scholar, now on the ground, seemed unfazed, save for the gaping wound in his chest. The black bloodblade, having been significantly affected, restored the large-headed creature's yellow blade, which had appeared on the verge of shattering, back to its former state. The large-headed creature distinctly felt a reduction in the spiritual pressure weighing upon it. Seizing the opportunity while the black bloodblade posed no threat, it attempted to evade. But the white-robed scholar, sensing this, summoned his spiritual power, causing the spiritual pressure to surge once more. Do you still wish to flee? This black bloodblade is a treasured heirloom of the Yi family, a tool for dealing with traitors. Since you have colluded with the ancient demon ancestral sage, you must consider the consequences of your actions, the white-robed scholar proclaimed, his agitation palpable. The large-headed creature's countenance shifted slightly upon hearing the term traitor, but it quickly regained composure, seemingly unperturbed. Noticing the large-headed creature's obstinacy, the white-robed scholar emitted a series of hissing sounds from his chest, though faint. They were audible to any cultivator, despite the absence of visible movement. The ancestral sage of Yuansha, surprised that the white-robed scholar could endure after being struck, raised his hand to grasp at the void once more. Without revealing any spiritual energy or fluctuations, a distinct clanging sound resonated before the white-robed scholar. Before him, a massive sword emerged, radiating a brilliant azure spiritual light, successfully countering all of Yuansha's attacks. The white-robed scholar's pupils constricted, yet he did not flinch. A fiery red artifact suddenly emerged from the gaping hole in the chest, spinning rapidly and radiating a blinding crimson light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this vivid glow enveloped the scholar clad in white. Lin Mo, witnessing the scholar's protection by the artifact, felt an uninvited sense of intrusion. The Yuansha holy ancestor's countenance darkened like a stormy sea. Just then, a melodic laughter pierced the air, laced with venom. Holy ancestor, while you can command humanity to retrieve treasures for you, have you not considered that I too can ally with the cultivators? You wish to shatter the 8th spirit ruler. How could I possibly comply with your desires? With each questioning note, it was unmistakably Lin Mo's voice. I am eager to observe how your demonic arts fare beneath the 8th spirit ruler. The holy ancestor's expression grew even more forbidding, yet he retorted, I had nearly forgotten about you, a disembodied remnant. There are ample spiritual herbs here. Do you think I would fear you? Lin Mo's voice faltered in astonishment, abruptly falling silent. The tempest that had previously subsided seemed to stir once more, but this time it was directed toward a specific corner of the palace. The Yuansha holy ancestor pointed toward that direction, and an imposing black wind banner materialized. Though seemingly modest in size, it exuded an ominous aura that enveloped the area. Initially, the black mist was faint, but it gradually thickened, consuming the black wind banner as well. A cacophony of crackling sounds and flickering lights erupted from within the dark mist, which grew heavier, accompanied by wails of despair. Lin Mo gazed toward the black wind banner and noticed the square-faced cultivator caught within its grasp. The tempest carried sharp, ice-like shards that pierced through the eye of the storm. At this point, any attempt at salvation was futile. Fortunately, the square-faced cultivator possessed a protective artifact of his own, casting a bone ring that encircled him entirely. Chapter 223. The reappearance of the demon dragon blade in the midst of the tempest surrounding the square-faced cultivator. A soft golden light enveloped him like a protective dome. The rapid sequence of events left everyone momentarily stunned. The scholar in white, still apprehensive, watched the cultivator amidst the storm, when suddenly the Yuansha holy ancestor sneered. He raised a hand toward the black wind banner, gently slicing his thumb against the tip of his middle finger, causing a droplet of dark crimson blood to materialize. With a delicate flick, he sent the blood droplet spiraling into the heart of the tempest. The droplet seemed almost sentient as it darted forth, and the square-faced cultivator, previously shielded by golden light, paled in horror. Though the nature of the Holy Ancestor's magic was unclear, its impact on the cultivator was profound. Faint cracks began to appear on the golden shield, multiplying from 1 to 2, then 4, until, in the blink of an eye, it shattered entirely. The golden shield did not disperse, but clung stubbornly to the square-faced cultivator. Yet Lin Mo knew that the cultivator's artifact had been destroyed. The dark crimson radiance gradually supplanted the golden glimmer, leaving the square-faced cultivator feeling as though he were being torn apart by 1,000 blades, enduring excruciating pain. The biting hurricane seemed to have found an exit, burrowing through the minute wounds of the square-faced cultivator. It appeared that the cultivator could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a resounding clang, his bone ring fell to the ground, reduced to mere powder. The hurricane within the black wind banner gradually weakened, seemingly by design, as it swept past the bone ring, leaving no trace of the remnants behind. At that moment, the square-faced cultivator, expressionless, gazed at the scattered remnants of the bone ring, exhaling a cerulean flying sword from his mouth. With a low growl, he invoked a spell, merging man and sword in a desperate attempt for one final stand. In times of peril, one's senses sharpen, and the premonitory sixth sense becomes strikingly accurate. The cultivator understood that if he did not make a desperate attempt, death was his only fate. Thus, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. The scholar in white, observing the cultivator's actions, finally revealed emotion on his previously impassive face, shouting a warning to the square-faced cultivator. However, by the time the scholar's words escaped his lips, it was already too late. A beam of azure light had already penetrated the hurricane within the black wind banner. As the blue light entered, the black wind banner seemed to respond, intensifying the hurricane, and those outside could distinctly hear a mournful wailing emanating from within. The Yuansha Holy Ancestor, gazing toward the black wind banner, coldly remarked on the cultivator's overreach. With a mere gesture towards the banner, a horrifying wail erupted from the hurricane. In the blink of an eye, the square-faced cultivator was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Once the anguished cries subsided, for nascent souls suddenly shot forth from the black wind. One belonged to the square-faced cultivator, while 2 were those recently expelled by the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, and the last was from the earlier elder. The 4 nascent souls fled in all directions, yet could not escape the hurricane. Just as they neared the brink of annihilation, the hurricane, as if commanded, abruptly ceased. As they attempted to flee, they were engulfed by a wave of bloodiness, and in a flash of black light, they found themselves directly before the Yuansha Holy Ancestor. The 4 nascent souls were rendered immobile, as if ensnared by a spell. The Yuansha Holy Ancestor smirked, his lips curling in mockery, and blew gently upon the 4 pale orbs of light. Gradually, a layer of black mist enveloped them, transforming them into solid black spheres in an instant. The scholar in white, wielding the black blood knife, aimed to strike at the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, while the ever-observant Longmeng stated, devoid of emotion, that it was already too late. As her words fell, the 4 nascent souls were swallowed whole by the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, all within the span of a single breath. The scholar in white watched as the square-faced cultivator vanished before his eyes. Despite his usual composure, his countenance now betrayed his distress. The clanging of the black blood knife echoed as it clashed with fury. With a gaping wound upon his chest, he refrained from immediate treatment, inhaling deeply before turning to Longmeng. Though his tone was not particularly amiable, he strove to suppress his emotions to avoid offending his superior. Senior Longmeng, since you are aware of the Yuansha Holy Ancestor's intentions, why not extend your aid to my Yi family cultivators? With your abilities, it is entirely within your reach. Was your previous claim of alliance merely a ruse to deceive me? The scholar's voice dripped with resentment by the end of his statement. Why should I save him? Are you mistaken? You must remember that this is merely a collaboration between you and me, not an alliance with the entire Yi family. Moreover, that cultivator we encountered earlier was merely in the mid-stage of the nascent soul. His return serves no purpose. The imitation of the spiritual treasure possesses less than 1/10 of the original's power. Furthermore, my spiritual energy is inherently limited. Why should I concern myself with one who offers me no benefit? Upon hearing Longmeng's words, the scholar in white underwent several changes in complexion and inquired, even so, are you not afraid that the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, after consuming several nascent souls, will experience a significant boost in spiritual energy and regain vitality? She would do well to do so, Longmeng retorted. Indeed, The nascent soul she devours may grant her a fleeting enhancement of power. However, such an increase necessitates the expenditure of her own demonic energy to refine those 4 nascent souls. To simultaneously refine all 4 requires a considerable amount of demonic energy. At present, she is consuming nascent souls, which directly affects my silver wolf's true form. As Longming concluded, she turned to confront the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. Am I not correct, Yuansha? She questioned the woman clad in black, her expression as cold as water. Haha, and so what? The Yuansha Saint Ancestor replied unabashedly. This has always been my design. Have you not known this all along? You are far more aware of the power of your silver wolf's true form than I am. I had initially intended to conserve some strength to break the restrictions of the 8th spirit ruler with the Black Wind banner. But now I find that to be a waste of time. There is a saying, delay breeds change. I shall utilize your late-stage transformation god Silver Wolf to swiftly eliminate you. Without concealing her intentions, the Yuansha Saint Ancestor then performed a hand seal and exhaled toward the sky, unleashing a brilliant silver light that grew increasingly blinding. Accompanying this spectacle was a howling wolf's cry that pierced the heavens, followed by a sudden descent of overwhelming spiritual pressure. Among the accompanying cultivators, those with lower spiritual power found it nearly impossible to remain standing, compelled to kneel in submission. Such is the world of cultivation. To be weak is a grave sin. The space was already imbued with the power of the Black Wind banner, and with the sudden imposition of immense spiritual pressure, the entire realm began to tremble. The palace resonated with a cacophony of sounds, as the flying swords and protective treasures of all cultivators seemed to emit anguished roars. Lin Mo squinted and waved his hand before him, emanating a faint blue protective aura. At that moment, cracks began to appear along the 4 pillars of the palace. In a mere breath, the silver light surged violently, expanding exponentially, and soon a 2-headed silver wolf materialized within the palace. The 2-headed silver wolf loomed like a mountain. One head was pitch black and glaring fiercely, while the other, silver in hue, kept its eyes tightly shut. It appeared as if the silver wolf's true form had been confined for too long. Its claws were significantly sharper than those of a typical silver wolf, each claw tip resembling a deadly blade. Each head was several dozen feet in size, and its spiritual pressure intensified rather than waned. The rogue cultivators who had entered alongside the Yi family were filled with regret, lamenting their fate. They had merely sought to catch a glimpse of the spiritual treasure. Yet here they were, risking their very lives. The scholar in white remained silent, though the stark disbelief and terror were palpable on his face. Meanwhile, the traitorous figure beside him, a grotesque creature, was equally astonished by the sheer size of the silver wolf's true form. With bated breath, they gazed upon the formidable wolf before them. As the giant wolf came to a halt, the revered Yuansha Shengzu materialized beside the silver wolf, while Lin Mo, Su Chang, and the silver-haired Yu gradually encircled a man glowing with a crimson radiance. Lin Mo regarded the figure at the center with a cold demeanor. Yet the remaining cultivators of the Yi family remained oblivious to the situation. The encircled cultivator's eyes darted nervously, a friendly yet perplexed smile adorning his face as he inquired of his companions, "What is the meaning of this? I am unaware of any offense I may have committed." The man, who referred to himself as Zhang, appeared to be in his 50s, exuding an amiable charm, though he was indeed the notorious Si Sinjunren. "Since you have been transported here, why do you hide away, reluctant to reveal yourself?" "Such furtive behavior suggests ulterior motives," the Si Sinjunren retorted, his eyes flitting about. "My dear friends, you have wronged me. I entered this palace only to discover so many esteemed figures present, making it increasingly difficult to discern friend from foe. Naturally, I must exercise caution. Is that so? Then what is the purpose of your lurking by that stone pillar, fixated upon me? Your evasion techniques are extraordinarily impressive. Had it not been for the Lingxi Peacock's 5-colored aura illuminating the area, I would have remained entirely unaware." A female cultivator interjected, her complexion pale as she scrutinized the Si Sinjunren. "Ah, esteemed maiden, you must have misunderstood my intentions," he replied, his smile disingenuous as he sought to appease her. Lin Mo, however, did not grant the Si Sinjunren an opportunity to elaborate, interrupting him with, "Before entering the demon suppression tower, it was you who conspired against me, was it not? Your evasion techniques are astoundingly intricate. When you wounded me, you fled with remarkable speed, yet I still discerned your silhouette. Although you have sealed the blade that harmed me, The ominous bloodlust emanating from you remains palpable. Throughout this journey, your blood blade has devoured numerous nascent soul cultivators, has it not? What has become of the companions who entered alongside you? Have they too fallen victim to your insatiable hunger? Am I not correct? Sue and the female cultivator exchanged startled glances, realizing that among them lurked a cultivator with such nefarious intentions. They had heard tales of practitioners who would stop at nothing in their pursuit of power, but never did they anticipate such truths manifesting before their eyes. The Si Senjin, taken aback by being unmasked so swiftly, concealed his surprise behind a facade of bemusement. Friend Lin, such jesting is ill-advised. Bloodthirsty aura? I am but a wandering cultivator. How could I possess such a transcendent treasure? Please do not unjustly accuse me without evidence. No sooner had the Si Senjin finished speaking than Lin Mo formed a hand seal, unleashing a flurry of blue ice spikes, akin to silver needles, aimed directly at him. Sue and the female cultivator, taken aback by Lin Mo's sudden aggression, exchanged glances but made no move to intervene. The Si Senjin had anticipated this moment since Lin Mo had unveiled his deception, and he had already readied his defenses. As Lin Mo initiated his attack, he had quietly drawn forth a blue flying sword, which expanded to shield him just as the ice spikes approached. While defending himself, he exclaimed, Lin Daoyu, what are you doing? You have truly misunderstood me. I am not what you think. Spare me, please. Lin Mo observed that the ice spike had failed to injure him. He swiftly performed a hand gesture, summoning a golden flying sword, and directed it forcefully towards the blue sword wielded by the scattered practitioner. The two swords clashed with a thunderous sound. In the midst of their aerial duel, Lin Mo scrutinized the opponent's weapon, realizing it was likely a counterfeit of the dragon blade. And he pondered how many nascent souls had perished at the hands of this imitation. As he gazed at the two blades suspended in the air, a cold smile crept across Lin Mo's face. With both hands forming a gesture, the golden light emanating from his sword intensified dramatically. The imitation dragon blade emitted a mournful wail before being cleaved in two by Lin Mo's sword, crashing to the ground, its previously attached spiritual energy dissipating into oblivion, rendering it mere scrap metal. The scattered practitioner had not anticipated that Lin Mo, despite being in the late nascent soul stage, possessed the formidable spiritual power of the god transformation stage. His astonishment grew, and he dared not underestimate Lin Mo any longer. Reluctantly, he summoned a bronze shield for protection. But even that was swiftly shattered by Lin Mo's strike, the remnants falling haphazardly from the sky. Su, the fellow cultivator, had not foreseen Lin Mo's extraordinary prowess. The rare material of the Qingzhou Fengyun sword was incomparable to the counterfeit dragon blade. Witnessing Lin Mo wield such a sword, Su felt an involuntary increase in vigilance. In this place, which cultivator could be trusted? Not to mention that strange, large-headed individual, who was the seventh uncle of the Yi family's patriarch, and had defected without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Mo continued his relentless assault on the scattered practitioner, who struggled to evade Lin Mo's onslaught. Just as Lin Mo aimed to strike at the practitioner's crown, the latter suddenly transformed into a white shadow, darting to the side. A silvery light emerged and stood defiantly in the path. Startled, the scattered practitioner pivoted and fled from another direction. As he attempted to escape, Su moved to obstruct his route. Caught off guard, the practitioner halted momentarily, and in that fleeting instant, Lin Mo's golden sword enveloped him entirely, sealing his escape. The practitioner had not anticipated being cornered to such an extent. The amiable expression on his face was replaced by one of ferocity. With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of golden light, reeking of blood, surged forth towards Lin Mo. Wasn't this blade the true dragon blade? The one that had been severed earlier was merely an imitation, Lin Mo mused, gazing at the suddenly radiant golden sword. Chapter 224. The scattered practitioner. The clash between Lin Mo's Qingzhou Fengyun sword and the practitioner's dragon blade resonated loudly in the air, with the scent of blood growing ever more pungent. The commotion quickly attracted nearby cultivators. It is worth noting that while the cultivators who could enter this place may not possess exceedingly high magical prowess, they were no ordinary practitioners. Soon, those within the palace sensed the overwhelming stench of blood. The scattered practitioner cautiously controlled his dragon blade, desperately defending against Lin Mo's Qingzhou Fengyun sword. With each encounter, his anxiety deepened. Although his imitation dragon blade was not as formidable as the authentic one, its efficacy was not far behind. unlike the earlier dragon blade that had been effortlessly severed. Now, upon observing the Qingzhou Fengyun sword in combat with his own demon dragon blade, Lin Mo noted with astonishment that it bore not a single scratch. What an extraordinary sword this is! Such a marvel should have been known throughout the realm of cultivation. Even during his time in the Great Jin, he should have heard whispers of it. Lin Mo squinted at the two swords clashing in the air, his demeanor languid, as if he were merely a spectator rather than one embroiled in the conflict. Su Daoyu, watching from the sidelines, mirrored Lin Mo's calmness, surprised that Lin Mo exhibited no sign of panic or recognition. The weary Zhisanzhenren, grappling with Lin Mo's Qingzhou Fengyun sword, sensed something amiss. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a spell, and the demon dragon blade, as if aware of its master's intent, swiftly feigned a move and returned to hover above Zhisanzhenren's head. Zhisanzhenren drew a blood symbol in the air with his crimson hand, directing it towards the demon dragon blade. Upon sensing the blood symbol, the blade transformed instantly into a deep crimson hue, enveloped in a mist of blood. Finally, unable to resist, have you admitted it? Still claiming you are not he? Lin Mo gazed intently at the demon dragon blade hovering above Zhisanzhenren, his voice laced with mockery. Upon hearing the words demon dragon blade, the other cultivators experienced a fleeting moment of incredulity, swiftly replaced by an overpowering surge of anger. Zhisanzhenren, rather than displaying embarrassment at being unmasked, remained fixated on the Qingzhou Fengyun sword radiating golden light in midair. He realized, to his disbelief, that Lin Mo's innate sword bore no signs of damage. It was as if the previous assault had been a mere figment of his imagination. My Qingzhou Fengyun sword is incomparable to your imitation. It possesses unique qualities, such that even the true demon dragon blade could not inflict the slightest harm upon it, Lin Mo remarked languidly. He continued, abandon your misguided aspirations. The thought of destroying it is sheer folly. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Qingzhou Fengyun sword back to him. Zhisanzhenren regarded Lin Mo with confusion. Did you not intend to kill me? Why would I wish to slay you? Because of the cultivators you have slain? Their fates are of no concern to me. I do not relish meddling in the affairs of others. They have not compensated me with spirit stones, after all. Fortunately, you are indeed the person I suspected. Had you not been, your demise would have been inconsequential, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. The nearby cultivators gasped in shock, bewildered by Lin Mo's audacity and the audacious nature of his words. Surely, this cannot be entirely your sentiment, Zhisanzhenren mused, not naive enough to believe Lin Mo would truly spare him so easily. Of course not. Since you are that individual and possess such formidable treasures, I could consider an alliance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Zhisanzhenren. Upon hearing Lin Mo's proposition, Zhisanzhenren pondered the veracity of his words, while Su Daoyu, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, are you suggesting? Initially uncertain, he soon grasped Lin Mo's intent. If we kill him, can you guarantee our escape? Lin Mo inquired, fixing his gaze on the other cultivators who glared at him with indignation. One by one, he questioned them, can you? In a change of direction, one person inquired whether it was still possible to pursue another. Those who had been scrutinized were rendered speechless, but continued to express that the only way to escape from this predicament was through sheer force. Although the Black Wind banner is indeed a celestial treasure, the esteemed ancestor Yuansha currently lacked the capacity to attend to all matters simultaneously. Therefore, the power of the Black Wind banner here was undoubtedly limited. Thus, a forceful assault on the fabric of space presented a significant opportunity for a breakthrough. It should be noted that Lin Mo had prior experience in breaching spatial boundaries. While the circumstances in Lingmiao Garden differed from the current situation, there were fundamental similarities. Previously, the instability of the space had been advantageous. This time, however, the advantage lay in the sheer number of participants, each possessing their own innate treasures. If utilized effectively, the collective strength of their resolve could prove formidable. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Su, a fellow cultivator, found further validation for his thoughts. He turned to the female cultivator who had previously stood beside him and inquired, what do you think of Lin Dao's reasoning? The female cultivator, uncertain and hesitant, contemplated the prospect of escape, yet remained skeptical of the intentions of the man known as the Scatterer. Since his arrival, he had consistently drawn near to her, his intentions all too clear. However, if she remained here until the esteemed ancestor Yuansha concluded his matters, she too would not be spared from the fate that awaited the other cultivators. This train of thought led her to consider Lin Dao's proposal as a promising strategy. She turned to Su and remarked, "The bloodblade of the scatterer possesses considerable power. If we can depart from this place, it may be worth a try." As she spoke, her gaze was fixed intently on the scatterer, and a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. "Surely, the scatterer is aware of our intentions. We harbor no desire to bring harm upon you. Our goal is to join forces to break through this spatial barrier, which would also serve your interests. After all, you would not wish to be consumed by Ancestor Yuansha, would you?" Su turned his attention to the scatterer and added, "Now, scatterer, let us not hesitate any longer. We each have our roles to play, and I trust you will not renege on this agreement. We can settle accounts later." Su's sarcasm was evident as he declared, "We are not so dull as to masquerade as righteous individuals while acting as hypocrites. I am not so idle as to engage in such trivialities. Let us work together to escape. As long as you refrain from undermining us, I do not care whether you are the scatterer or the sixfold scatterer." The scatterer, upon hearing Su's words, chuckled and replied, "Indeed, if cultivators from the Tai sect were present, I would not dare to imagine the consequences. Since you have all made such commitments, I, Zheng, shall certainly not refuse any longer." The scatterer's sudden and resolute agreement raised an eyebrow from Lin Mo, who felt both surprised and yet unsurprised by this turn of events. With their intentions solidified, the group convened to strategize their forthcoming actions. Although the Black Wind banner of Ancestor Yuansha had not fully manifested its power here, disrupting the spatial forces would not be as straightforward as anticipated. A misstep could result in backlash, a consequence of cause and effect. As they deliberated, Lin Mo observed Su casting glances in his direction intermittently. Initially, this could be understood, but as time passed, it became apparent that Su's attention was persistently fixated on him. Lin Mo cast a glance at his companion Su. It seemed Su had made up his mind as he inquired earnestly about Lin's elusive ally. "If I recall correctly, you should always have a stealthy companion by your side. Why not summon him to join us? His flying daggers are unmatched among us cultivators." Lin Mo found Su increasingly irksome. The other cultivators, hearing Su's words, turned their gazes toward Lin, their expressions shifting subtly. "Rest assured, my companion will surely lend assistance when the time comes. However, his cultivation method renders him unable to reveal himself. It is indeed inconvenient for him to meet with fellow cultivators." Lin Mo internally wished to summon an ice spike to silence Su, this incessantly chattering individual. Upon hearing Lin's response, Su perceived it as a refusal, his face betraying dissatisfaction. Yet, recalling Lin's earlier display of prowess in vanquishing the dual-headed demon, he dared not press further, though his displeasure was evident as he averted his gaze. The scatterbrained real person had been observing the exchange with a smile, realizing that the dynamics between Lin and Su were not as amicable as he had initially thought. There appeared to be considerable discord between them. A fleeting smirk passed across his face, while everyone else was engrossed in the dialogue between Su and Lin Mo. The scatterbrained real person subtly lowered his head, his lips moving in silent communication with someone present, unnoticed by all. When he raised his head again, he had abandoned his previous actions, yet no one noticed the additional arm, furry and white, that had emerged from his back, vanishing seamlessly into his skin with each breath. Lin Mo, languidly conversing with several cultivators, went unnoticed as he sent a thread of consciousness to probe his spirit beast pouch, gently soothing the agitated soul-crying beast. The previously restless green beast calmed under Lin's tender reassurances, yet a thread of doubt lingered within Lin. The soul-crying beast would not become unsettled without reason. Surely, there was something he had overlooked. After a lengthy discussion lasting nearly the duration of a joss stick, the cultivators finalized their plan. They swayed in unison, selecting a suitable location, and summoned their magical artifacts and formation plates to set up auxiliary arrays, enhancing their offensive capabilities. Lin Mo and Su also collaborated to establish an attack array. While it could not compare to the formidable forbidden arrays of certain sects, it was the most potent temporary formation available. Though Lin had never participated in such an array before, he had discerned its potential during their discussions. This formation was named the Feng Yanlong Array, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator's magical treasure, though not from a specialized artifact. It still held significant utility. In a short while, the formation was complete, and Silver Moon and the female cultivators stepped into the auxiliary formation. Lin Mo and Su jointly presided over the Feng Yanlong array. As Lin guided the array, a wave of irony washed over him. Despite not having reached the point of mutual destruction with the heavenly lawn holy palace, they were undeniably in a state of enmity. Yet now they found themselves compelled to collaborate. The irony was palpable. Su Daoyu appears to harbor few thoughts, murmuring incantations as a milky orb materializes in his grasp. With a decisive thrust of his palm, the orb strikes the barrier, seemingly ensnared and refraining from detonation. Esteemed companions, direct your assaults toward that orb, Su Daoyu commands. And none dare to dissent, for this was their previously devised strategy. Several companions gaze upward at the orb, surrounded by a somber, gray mist that invokes an indescribable sense of oppression. Lin Mo, too, remains taciturn, raising his right hand as he chants incantations, his piercing gaze fixed upon the orb. Suddenly, he extends his arm, summoning countless azure spikes that launch toward the orb. Nearby, the formation flags flutter as if stirred by an unseen tempest, producing a cacophony of rustling sounds. Even the distant flagpoles emit a resonant hum, straining under the pressure. Observing Lin Mo's signal, Su Daoyu inhales deeply, pressing down suddenly upon the ground. A burst of crimson light erupts, enveloping him, while the underground formation responds to the potency of the red glow. The earth trembles, and soon dozens of crimson beams ascend from the depths, each as wide as a bowl, radiating an intense heat that leaves the other cultivators parched. At this moment, Lin Mo activates the pale green formation disc in his hand, slapping it with his other palm as if triggering a mechanism. The green light intensifies, revealing ethereal glimmers accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. A dozen azure wind dragons soar upward, gradually converging at the formation's core. Lin Mo chants incantations, and at once, wind and fire intertwine, transforming into several wind-fire dragons that ascend with the wind. Commence the assault. Su Daoyu barks as the wind-fire dragons take shape. He then summons a translucent orb that spirals above him, while the Lingxi peacock flaps its wings, vibrant spiritual light surging upwards, enveloping the orb as it strikes the orb upon the barrier with formidable might. The cultivators within the auxiliary formation, witnessing the initiation of Su Daoyu and Lin Mo, promptly activate their formations, unleashing their powers and summoning their treasures in the prearranged sequence against the orb. The barrier is relentlessly bombarded, resonating with earth-shattering sounds. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo sends forth a dozen golden flying swords, which, just before colliding with the barrier, transmute into hundreds of sword lights, their blinding gold nearly obscuring the entirety of the space. Su Daoyu and the other cultivators' expressions shift subtly, taken aback by the prowess displayed by Lin Mo and recalling the formidable might of the Qingzhu Bee's cloud sword, deepening their wariness of him. Lin Mo, oblivious to the thoughts of his fellow cultivators, channels his sword technique once more, the hundreds of sword lights converging into a colossal sword, enveloped in a layer of golden radiance, as it assaults the barrier with a thunderous impact. After over 100 strikes, Lin Mo refrains from hastily initiating another attack. Instead, he hurls the azure formation disc toward the giant sword, chanting incantations as the disc suddenly enlarges. A resounding explosion ensues, and the space that was once awash in golden light is swiftly replaced by azure. The azure light rapidly descends, plunging into the formation, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 225. The breach. In an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, as if the previously absorbed spiritual energy converged into a resplendent sword, erupting with a resonant hum. The tumultuous, evil-repelling divine thunder struck the luminous orb at the barrier with a resounding boom. The other cultivators glanced at Lin Mo with a flicker of astonishment in their eyes, yet at this critical moment, none dared to divert their focus to analyze the situation. Even Lin Mo himself was somewhat taken aback, uncertain if it was due to the auxiliary formation or some other factor. Could it be that this black wind banner was, in fact, a demonic spiritual treasure, with the evil-repelling divine thunder being its nemesis? Regardless, he remained vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. With the resounding crash, fissures began to emerge on the barrier, though they had yet to penetrate through. Whether the black wind banner sensed the vulnerability or not, the cracks appeared to be on the verge of sealing. However, Lin Mo would not allow it to succeed. He extended his hand, gathering spiritual energy at its center. chanting an incantation as the luminous energy in his grasp transformed into a deep azure hue. With a forceful push towards the orb, he watched as the nascent fissures were violently torn open, creating a black void extending a foot wide. The other cultivators, witnessing this, displayed increasing elation. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of black-red spiritual light flashed by, and Lin Mo cast a sidelong glance, probing with his consciousness. At that moment, Su, his companion, and the female cultivator would not let this prime opportunity slip away. They unleashed a torrent of attack from their storage bags into the gaping fissure. The 1-foot-long crevice was violently torn apart, expanding further until they could glimpse the outside world, now shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the scene upon their entry. As the other cultivators beheld the gaping chasm, their hearts soared with joy, witnessing the dim barrier struggling to withstand the relentless assault, pieces crumbling away at an accelerating pace. With little regard for anything else, all the cultivators surged forth, eager to escape. At this moment, Lin Mo withdrew the sliver of consciousness he had just extended, revealing a pair of silver wings upon his back. Instead of immediately soaring out, he allowed his lips to move slightly. The originally eager Guiling suddenly halted, and in that fleeting moment, Su and the female cultivator surged forth into the breach. Lin Mo then caught a glimpse of a blood-red flash outside, accompanied by a hissing sound akin to a serpent's tongue, swiftly followed by the furious voices of Su and several other cultivators. It seemed an intense battle was erupting outside the cave, and even Lin Mo could scent the heavy stench of blood wafting in from beyond. Without further hesitation, Lin Mo activated his silver wings, which unfurled with force, propelling him like a shooting star through the barrier. Guiling, uncertain of the situation outside, yet compelled by instinct, followed suit without a moment's thought. Upon emerging, Lin Mo beheld a transformed landscape. An unseen sea of blood surrounded him, with mist hovering ominously above. He flapped his wind and thunder silver wings, halting at a distance of roughly 100 feet from the blood mist. Upon its emergence, I initially overlooked the scene, but now I discern clearly that amidst the crimson sea struggles a corpse bear, its entire body cloaked in white fur, along with a submerged arm and leg, perhaps even a head peeking through. A closer inspection reveals that this is none other than Su Daoyu from the Tianlan grassland, albeit in a state of utter disarray. Entangled in the blood mist is the Lingxi peacock, though it has not been engulfed by the sanguine haze. It remains ensnared within the oppressive purple fog conjured by the lion-like beast. While it has not succumbed to disadvantage, it has certainly not gained any advantage either. The female cultivator fares no better, her limbs in disarray under the assault of the silver-winged night demon's malevolent soul threads. Previously unclear matters now illuminate. This female cultivator accompanied Su Daoyu, indicating she hails from the Tianlan grassland. Another woman. Could it be that she is the next holy maiden of the Tianlan grassland? Observing the silken scarf and silver silkworm summoned by her, it indeed resembles an artifact of a holy maiden. It must be with this spiritual treasure that she has managed to survive thus far. Yet, Lin Mo is taken aback by the unexpected alliance between the silver-winged night demon and the scattered realms man. As Lin Mo gazes at the trembling figures in the blood sea, Gui Ling remains fixated on the scene, eventually affirming, "It is indeed that. Do you recognize that corpse?" Lin Mo raises an eyebrow, not turning around. "Well, sort of." Gui Ling hesitantly replies, unsure of how to elaborate, for her memory eludes her. Lin Mo, surprised by this response, turns to Gui Ling, inquiring further. Gui Ling's gaze flits away, fixated on the corpse bear in the blood sea. Before it became a corpse, it was once a spirit beast. In the past, we shared a bond. Its master was a human cultivator who descended from the spirit realm. However, after I was sealed on Kunwa Mountain, I have not seen it since. I do not know why it transformed into a corpse. If Gui Ling's words hold truth, it indicates that this corpse bear was originally a spirit beast from the spirit realm. Lin Mo, ever inquisitive about the spirit realm, wishes to delve deeper. But Gui Ling continues, in those days, the cultivators descending from the spirit realm were not particularly powerful, and the spirit beasts they took with them were similarly weak. Otherwise, once in the human realm, the cultivators would be unable to restrain them. Thus, only those of lower cultivation could descend. Moreover, all spirit beasts and cultivators that came down had their memories of the spirit realm erased, so I have no recollection whatsoever. With a sigh, Gui Ling expresses her sentiment. Lin Mo, unable to conceal his disappointment, persists in his inquiry. You don't recall anything at all about the spirit realm? Beyond knowing I descended from there. I remember nothing else. Gui Ling glances at Lin Mo, choosing not to press further. Lin Mo instead surveys his surroundings, only to discover the devastation that surrounds him. The ground is marred by gaping holes, seemingly carved by a sharp sword. The palace, once intact, now lies in ruins, half of it reduced to rubble. He releases his spiritual sense to probe the remnants of the palace, but regrettably, he uncovers nothing. A sense of relief washed over him. He realized that he was still vastly outmatched by the revered Yuansha Saint Ancestor, whose spiritual pressure bore down on him with immense weight. At that moment, the female cultivator ensnared by the silver-winged night demon called out to Lin Mo, "Friend Lin, will you truly stand by and watch as we perish?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting a languid glance at the two individuals struggling in the sea of blood, remaining silent. "Lin, if you can lend your assistance to Master Su and me, I, in my future capacity as a saintess, can assure you that all grievances between you and the Tianlan grassland will be resolved henceforth," the female cultivator urged anxiously. Lin Mo nearly chuckled at her words. "Have I not experienced enough sudden pursuits by your people from the Tianlan grassland? I am still quite intact, and consider how long you have been hunting me. What past grudges could possibly be reconciled? Moreover, I have no interest in intervening." The female cultivator, incensed by Lin Mo's dismissal, shouted, "Do not forget the reason we are here. If Master Su and I were to fall today, do you truly believe the remaining 3 masters from Tianlan grassland would let you go unscathed?" At that moment, she activated her brocade handkerchief, emitting a dazzling silver light that momentarily repelled the entangling deathly threads. Yet, her pallid visage revealed that she was exhausting her own vitality to enhance the artifact's power. Akin to quenching thirst with poison, when her energy was depleted, she would inevitably succumb to the silver-winged night demon's malevolent tendrils, merely a question of time. Amidst the blood mist, the Lingxi peacock stood out, a testament to its ancient lineage, although it could not break free from the purple fog's grasp. The lion-like beast's ambition to capture it immediately was nothing short of a fool's errand. The female cultivator grew increasingly anxious, realizing that Lin Mo seemed intent on disregarding their plight. Furthermore, she understood that the 3 masters she had mentioned would not abandon the Tianlan grassland solely to eliminate Lin Mo, and even if they did depart, there was no certainty they could vanquish him. Having faced the ancient demon before, the female cultivator regarded Lin Mo's strength with heightened trepidation. Lin Mo was indeed a clever individual. Otherwise, how could he so effectively conceal his power? Had they not entered this palace, she would never have conceived that he could slay a 2-headed demon. At that moment, Lin Mo recognized his own prowess. Although he was in the late stage of the nascent soul, with his spiritual treasures and secret techniques, coupled with the assistance of his guiling and corpse guardian, he could easily hold his own against 3 or 4 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. The exchange between Lin Mo and the female cultivator was clearly heard by the white-furred corpse bear amidst the sea of blood. Upon hearing her plea for help, the bear trembled, and when Lin Mo declined, a heavy weight lifted from its heart. Meanwhile, Su, submerged in the blood sea, felt increasingly tormented. Had it not been for the surprise attack from the corpse, he believed he could have resisted more effectively. Yet, he cursed himself for falling prey to the schemes of others, fighting back with renewed fervor. Unbeknownst to the white-furred corpse bear, it vaguely grasped the message transmitted within the barrier by the scattered real person and the silver-winged night demon. Upon breaking through the barrier, they would annihilate the first wave of cultivators emerging. Had it not been for one's own deliberate delay, it was conceivable that one might now be struggling amidst the blood sea alongside Gui Ling, observing that Lin Mo had no intention of offering assistance. Su Daoist produced his trump card, proclaiming, "Friend Lin, should you choose to aid me, I shall bestow upon you the secret to transforming the golden devouring worm into its mature form." The golden devouring worm? Lin Mo muttered, yet before he could articulate further, he heard the anxious interjection of the female cultivator. "No, that cannot be." Casting a glance towards her, Lin Mo listened as she continued. "The secret to the mature form of the golden devouring worm is a closely guarded treasure of the Tianlan Sacred Hall. It cannot be disclosed lightly." Su Daoist, resisting the onslaught of the white-haired corpse bear with the spiritual treasure in hand, retorted, "If life is at stake, what value does a secret hold? Is your life less important than a technique? If one were to perish, Do you truly believe the Mulan tribe would miss the opportunity to assault the grasslands? Can a mere technique rival the entirety of Tianlan grassland? Upon hearing Su Daoist's words, the female cultivator's complexion paled further, nearly translucent. Meanwhile, the white-haired corpse bear, having keenly observed the situation, sensed the peril, and, noticing Lin Mo's hesitation, ceased to hold back its strength. While subduing Su Daoist, it formed seals with its hands and fervently infused spiritual power into the demon dragon blade, causing the blood sea to swell at an alarming rate, seemingly expanding several times over. Suddenly, a colossal ghostly visage emerged from the depths of the blood sea, its gaping maw lunging towards Su Daoist. Concurrently, a tempest seemed to arise within the blood sea, ensnaring Su Daoist in a vortex that siphoned him, while the viscous blood surged violently towards his orifices. Though not lethal, this onslaught exacerbated Su Daoist's already weary state. Unprepared for the sudden onslaught from the white-haired corpse bear, Su Daoist swiftly conjured a green orb and a silver hook, launching a fierce counterattack against the ravenous, ghostly face. In response to the assault, the ghostly visage unleashed a torrent of blood, ensnaring the two spiritual treasures and rendering them immobile. Subsequently, the ghostly mouth widened exponentially, consuming the blood mist enveloping the treasures. Su Daoist, alarmed, witnessed the ghostly visage open its maw once more, revealing glimmering silver fangs that appeared as sharp as needles. Displaying a malevolent grin, the ghostly face lunged at Su Daoist, who was on the verge of abandoning his corporeal form to protect his essence. Just as Su Daoist prepared to forsake his body, a radiant beam of golden light descended from the heavens, striking the ghostly face with divine force. With a resounding explosion, the golden light erupted, causing the ghostly visage to roar in agony as it was instantly shattered by half. Enraged, the remaining half of the ghostly face surged with fury, charging towards the now vulnerable Su Daoist, sinking its fangs into his neck. The cold light in its eyes grew increasingly vicious, as if it sought to devour him whole. It is often said, each sect possesses its own unique techniques, whether directed at spiritual beasts or the cultivators themselves. Su Daoyu did not anticipate the sudden frenzy of the ghastly visage. In haste, he silently recited an obscure and peculiar incantation, causing a layer of golden light to envelop his battered form. With each breath, his body erupted in brilliance. Yet, no blood flowed forth. At the moment of his corporeal explosion, his primordial spirit emerged, leaping several yards away, encased in protective spiritual light, and swiftly took flight. The white-haired corpse bear was incensed, letting out a cold snort before leaping into the air, reaching out toward the void. Instantly, a wisp of black mist appeared above the head of Su Daoyu's primordial spirit. He lamented in despair as a gigantic hand descended upon it. Summoning the remnants of his magical energy, Su Daoyu expelled a talisman from his mouth. This was his life-bound treasure. A desperate gamble. At that moment, the colossal hand flashed with silver light, and a figure materialized, raising a hand. A flash of green light accompanied by a dragon's roar struck the outstretched hand, creating a resounding explosion that left a gaping hole in it. Chapter 226. The Method. The giant hand, taken aback by the unexpected attack, had no time to ponder its predicament. As golden light flickered, the previously tangible black mist was suddenly dispersed. As the fog lifted, a figure gradually floated into view, landing gracefully beside the primordial spirit. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint golden aura emanating from the individual. At this moment, Su Daoyu was in close proximity to this figure and keenly sensed the imminent threat, acutely aware of his surroundings. Seeing the person approach filled his heart with joy. Though only a mere inch in stature, having narrowly escaped death, he instinctively channeled his spiritual energy and soared forth like a meteor. The figure appeared indifferent to Su Daoyu, standing aloft like a giant, fixated on the white-haired corpse bear several dozen yards away. Su Daoyu, already in a primordial state, dared not allow himself to be captured in such a vulnerable form. As he propelled himself forward, he concentrated his spiritual power. The Lingxi peacock, trapped by the lion beast, seemed to receive a signal, suddenly radiating vibrant multicolored light. Startled, the lion beast hastily evaded, granting the Lingxi peacock a moment to break free from the purple mist. By the time the lion beast realized its loss, it was too late. The Lingxi peacock had effortlessly escaped its clutches. After conveying instructions to the Lingxi peacock, Su Daoyu attentively monitored its movements. When he saw the peacock soaring toward him, elation surged within him, and he instinctively channeled his energy to meet it. In a twist none could foresee, the lynxy peacock opened its mouth wide and swallowed the primordial spirit whole. Subsequently, the multicolored spiritual energy diffused, and its drooping tail suddenly fanned out, producing a dazzling display of colors that blinded onlookers. The brilliance obscured the location of the lynxy peacock. Meanwhile, the female cultivator and the silver-winged night demon were still locked in a fierce struggle, neither having the opportunity to rest. Above the battlefield, black and white mist coalesced, revealing the figure of Gui Ling. Upon seeing Gui Ling, the silver-winged night demon's eyes flashed with a hint of panic before quickly vanishing. Gui Ling's expression remained unchanged. She merely moved her lips slightly. The silver-winged night demon paused, a flicker of helplessness and lingering reluctance flashing in its eyes. Its expression shifted repeatedly before it ultimately withdrew the malevolent soul threads that had ensnared the female cultivator. After the female cultivator was freed from entanglement, her heart swelled with joy. However, it seems that all cultivators from the Tianlan grassland share a common flaw. They celebrate too soon. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed Gui Ling's chilling snort, followed by a fierce downward strike aimed at her head. The female cultivator, taken aback by Gui Ling's sudden attack and unprepared, raised her silken scarf in an attempt to deflect the silver giant axe. In a flash of silver light, she beheld the phantom of a horned giant tiger upon the axe, as if it were alive, lunging towards her. With a sharp tearing sound, the scarf was brutally shredded in two, and without pausing, the axe struck her crown. An overwhelming surge of yellow spiritual energy enveloped her completely. As her head was engulfed, a foul stench assailed her senses, and she immediately realized her peril. A sharp pain shot through her neck, plunging her into unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment, Gui Ling, moving with remarkable speed, delivered a swift strike to the back of her neck, rendering her utterly incapacitated. Had she not recently exhausted her spiritual energy battling the silver-winged night demon, Gui Ling would not have so easily triumphed. With a decisive gesture, Gui Ling conjured a binding layer of yellow mist that cocooned the female cultivator and then vanished from sight. In an instant, she reappeared beside Lin Mo, having traveled from several zhang away. The white-furred corpse bear observed Gui Ling's actions intently, its expression growing increasingly cold, yet it made no attempt to intervene. Meanwhile, the puppet that had been scouting returned silently to Lin Mo's side upon witnessing Gui Ling and the female cultivator's sudden appearance next to him. The recently launched Spirit Insight Peacock let out a hoarse roar, questioning, "What do you mean by this?" At that moment, the Spirit Insight Peacock appeared more imposing than before. Its voice transformed from a gentle chirp to a raspy tone that exuded an eerie aura. A stark white face now adorned the peacock's head, bearing the countenance of Su Daoyu, who looked decidedly unwell. Seeing Gui Ling carrying the unresponsive female cultivator, Su Daoyu's anxiety was evident. Lin Mo, unfazed by Su Daoyu's anger, merely chuckled coldly and remarked, "Have I not already rescued you as per your request? The female cultivator is indeed no longer in the hands of the silver-winged night demon, is she? I merely have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you, Su Daoyu. I would appreciate your assistance in elucidating them." "You threaten me?" Su Daoyu's spectral white face grew even grimmer upon hearing Lin Mo's words. "Has Su Xianxia forgotten what he just said? Surely, you do not intend to breach our agreement?" Lin Mo inquired, gazing at the Spirit Insight Peacock hovering above. Su Daoyu, contemplating Lin Mo's words, replied, "If you seek understanding, you must first deal with those beasts over there." "That is easily arranged," Lin Mo responded readily. Su Daoyu paused, taken aback by Lin Mo's swift consent. After Lin Mo spoke to Gui Ling, both she and the puppet shot forth. Lin Mo casually addressed the white-furred corpse bear from a distance, saying, "The vice chief of the Many Demons Valley, Zheng Daoyu, must have more than just this matter to attend to here on Kunwa Mountain, no? I will take these two cultivators from the Tianlan grassland with me, as they may prove useful. I trust Zheng Daoyu will have no objections." The silver-winged night demon and the lion beast, upon hearing Lin Mo's intention to take away the two cultivators, exhibited fierce expressions. Just as they were about to intervene, the white-haired corpse bear, who had remained silent until now, spoke, addressing Lin. "You are a cultivator from Tiannan, are you not?" Lin Mo was taken aback by the bear's knowledge of his circumstances, but did not dwell on it. He nodded and inquired, Are you seeking vengeance against me? The white-haired corpse bear did not respond directly to Lin Mo's question, but stated, "You may take these 2 cultivators from Tianlan Prairie today, but consider this a one-time allowance. Should you disrupt the Wan Yao Valley again, our conversation will not be so amicable." Upon finishing his words, his pupils transformed into a dark green, fleeting in an instant. Lin Mo remained silent, observing the white-haired corpse bear as it expressionlessly extended its hand toward the blood sea, casting a spell while muttering incantations. Suddenly, the blood sea surged violently, and a black-red blood blade fell from the sky into the sea. The blood sea churned even more ferociously, akin to a drunken prawn, as if all the blood was alive, surging outward. Lin Mo then beheld the enormous ghostly visage that had previously restrained Su Daoyu within the blood sea. This colossal face was now reflected on the massive blade sinking into the blood sea, adorned with a peculiar smile. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, maintaining his gaze on the opposite side, only to see the giant face suddenly open its enormous maw, and the blood sea was drawn into it like a pillar, swiftly depleting the sea outside the palace. Gradually, the blood mist in the air began to dissipate, yet the stench of blood grew increasingly potent. Upon witnessing the complete retraction of the blood sea, the white-haired corpse bear executed a hand gesture to revert the blade and urged the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast to hasten towards the palace. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Mo turned and coldly regarded Su Daoyu, stating, "Now, can you enlighten me, Su?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, the Lingxi peacock, glaring fiercely, inquired, "What do you wish to know?" Su Daoyu's gaze fell upon the female cultivator held by Gui Ling and the puppet beside Lin Mo, an indescribable bitterness swelling within him. Although his tone was frigid, one could still detect an undertone of helplessness upon closer inspection. From what Su Daoyu mentioned earlier, the devouring golden insect eventually transforms into its mature form, but it cannot be achieved through mere refinement, correct? What secret method is required? Lin Mo asked, scrutinizing the swelling Lingxi peacock. With a hint of pride, the white-faced Lingxi peacock replied, "If it were an ordinary devouring golden insect, nurturing it for 10,000 years could gradually lead to its maturation. However, you must consider the lifespan of cultivators in the human realm. This is not the realm of cultivation. Even with extended lifespans, 10 millennia is unattainable. Moreover, how many sects have been established for 10,000 years?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo nodded. "As far as I know, the devouring golden insect also belongs to the ancient spiritual insects, notorious even in the realm of cultivation due to its ability to devour all and its indestructible nature. Hence, it is spoken of in hushed tones. Yet, the devouring golden insect of Tianlan Prairie can cultivate to maturity. Mine, however, has exhibited no changes in recent days. If it is indeed an ancient spiritual insect, then the Tianlan Prairie must have acquired the insect egg to evolve into its mature form. However, if, as you say, it requires 10,000 years to cultivate to maturity, then the Tianlan Prairie must possess an unparalleled method to nurture such a mature form." Lin Mo questioned Su Daoyu. "I now wish to ascertain how much time can be reduced by utilizing the secret technique for the final evolution of the gold-devouring insect from the Tianlan grassland. Perhaps a third, I presume. Of course, it requires exceedingly rare materials. If a few of them are cultivated with particular focus, the duration could be halved." Su remarked nonchalantly. "If that is the case, my arduous efforts would not be in vain. However, will you truly divulge this esoteric method to me? Are you not concerned that I might master the refinement of the mature gold-devouring insect, rendering your Tianlan grassland incapable of dealing with me?" Lin Mo inquired with a casual demeanor. "Ah, Lin Daoist, you jest. I have indeed heard of your gold-devouring insect. Yet even a third of the time amounts to over 1,000 years. Matters occurring several millennia hence are of no consequence to me. Why should I fret?" Su scoffed. "You speak truthfully. Even if you were to share the knowledge with me, who can predict the events of a millennium? Moreover, even if I were to receive it, the Tianlan grassland would have ample time to devise a strategy against me. By then, they might have already concocted a method to counter me. Would you not agree, Master Su?" Lin Mo inquired with a wry smile. "I have said nothing. How could I possibly relay the secret to Lin?" Lin Mo retorted without further ado. Upon hearing Lin Mo's query, Su's gaze flickered with a glimmer of insight, momentarily perceptible but quickly concealed. Yet, Lin Mo discerned it. Remaining silent as Su stated that he would inscribe the secret within a jade tablet. As Lin Daoist has also cultivated spiritual insects, he would surely discern its authenticity. With that, Su vanished atop the lynxy peacock, leaving no trace of his ethereal visage. Lin Mo cast a glance toward the palace, now half destroyed and eerily silent. The three demon beasts, the white-furred corpse bear, had entered without a sound, which was indeed remarkable. Lowering his head, Lin Mo's lips moved slightly, conveying instructions to the Guiling. Upon receiving the command, Guiling exhibited a rare expression before reverting to inform Lin Mo of something unknown. Following Lin Mo's understanding, his gaze darkened, and his countenance seemed to exude a palpable intensity. After conveying another message to Guiling, it promptly vanished from sight. The lynxy peacock, observing Lin Mo, addressed him, saying, "Lin Daoist, next." Upon uttering this, it astonishingly expelled a palm-sized jade tablet. Lin Mo waved his sleeve, enveloping the jade tablet, and upon receiving it, he probed it with his spiritual sense, his expression shifting dramatically. Flashes of enlightenment mingled with profound joy. Within the span of half a tea's brewing time, Lin Mo comprehended the secret method inscribed within the jade tablet. The lynxy peacock had not anticipated Lin Mo's capacity for understanding to be so formidable. Retracting his spiritual sense, Lin Mo gazed at the lynxy peacock and inquired about Su Daoist. Wondering which celestial master from the Tianlan grassland devised the secret technique for the final evolution of the gold-devouring insect. The notion of infusing the essence of the 5 elements into the spiritual insect, hastening its maturation through the power of heaven and earth, is a concept that would elude most. One can only surmise the number of trials and failures this adept endured before achieving such a method. Lin Mo harbored genuine admiration for the cultivator who conceived such an ingenious approach. Since the acquisition of the spiritual insect eggs, the Tianlan Sacred Hall has been diligently researched by the elders proficient in insect manipulation, culminating in this secret technique after millennia of study. Regrettably, the issue of the scarcity of the spirit insect eggs remains insurmountable despite over a millennium of research. Moreover, Daoist Lin should now be aware that the materials required to hasten the growth of the spirit insects are exceedingly rare, making mass cultivation unfeasible. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the case. Had it not been for his acquisition of the Inyang 2 instruments bottle and the rainbow dress grass, it is likely that he would not have been able to accelerate the maturation of his gold-eating insects in such numbers. Nonetheless, there remains a profound disparity compared to the fully matured gold-eating insects. Having come to this realization, Lin Mo addressed the spirit rhinoceros peacock, stating, "I have fulfilled my part in saving both of you, and Daoist Su, being a trustworthy individual, has shared the secret method. This transaction is now complete. Shall we commence the reckoning regarding the pursuit of Lin Mo across the Tianlan grassland? Would you prefer that I assist Daoist Su in reincarnation? Or shall I directly dissipate the essence of your soul with the spirit rhinoceros peacock?" Without granting time for contemplation, he immediately cast a spell upon the spirit rhinoceros peacock. The spirit rhinoceros peacock, displaying commendable quickness, was already prepared to flee by the time Lin Mo uttered his final words. As Lin Mo's spiritual energy surged towards it, the spirit rhinoceros peacock took to the skies, flapping its wings, and instantly summoned a vibrant aura to shield itself. Lin Mo was not one to be caught unprepared. A puppet silently materialized behind the spirit rhinoceros peacock, brandishing a small bow that gleamed with crimson light, an emerald arrow poised to be released. Aimed directly at the center of the peacock's nape, Daoist Su, taken aback, exclaimed in alarm for him to halt. Chapter 227. The true thunder of command, not merely the imprint of a sacred beast, but rather the true thunder of command, unexpectedly. The previously vanished nascent soul of Daoist Su re-emerged helplessly. With a face reflecting both humor and despair, he looked at Lin Mo and remarked, "Daoist Lin, there is no irreconcilable enmity between you and the Tianlan grassland. Even if you are unafraid of the 3 celestial masters of the Tianlan Sacred Hall, what of your descendants? When will the cycle of vengeance cease?" Upon hearing Daoist Su's words, Lin Mo's expression darkened further, his voice cold as ice, laced with venomous inquiry. "Are you suggesting that I should rectify the grievances of the Tianlan grassland during my lifetime?" Hearing Lin Mo's chilling tone, Daoist Su inwardly lamented, pressing on with his explanation. "Daoist Lin, you must understand that cultivators respect the strong. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, You have slain numerous high-tier celestial masters in our Tianlan grassland. How could we refrain from addressing this? This was the reason behind the pursuit led by the Holy Maiden and myself. However, consider this. During our attempts to hunt you down, have you ever truly suffered? Lin Mo, upon hearing Taoist Su's words, nearly erupted in laughter, retorting, "Are you implying that your attempts to kill me have resulted in no loss on my part, or that I am at fault?" Feeling his face flush with embarrassment, Taoist Su continued, aware that his previous words bore ambiguity. Yet, Taoist Lin, you later seized the avatar of the sacred beast from our Tianlan grassland. How could our Tianlan sacred hall possibly endure this? Do you think our sacred hall is to be trifled with? This is a grave transgression against the Tianlan sacred hall, ultimately compelling us to pursue you. Lin Mo did not perceive his acquisition of the sacred beast's avatar as a wrongdoing. It was merely a matter of skill. Even if he were in the wrong, what of it? Seeing the expression of Lin Mo, Su Daoyu remarked that the situation had changed significantly. Now, with the two cultivators behind him who were entirely under Lin Daoyu's command, their capabilities rivaled that of great masters, making it clear that they were not to be underestimated. If they continued to pursue each other, they would only end up mutually destroying one another, which was entirely unnecessary. Han believed that reconciliation was the best course of action. Lin Mo observed Su Daoyu's incessant attempts to persuade him. Su Daoyu was also feeling anxious, aware that if Lin Mo wished to eliminate them, it would be a trivial task, especially with Gui Ling and the puppets at his disposal. He continued, "Lin Daoyu, the Kunwa mountain is fraught with peril. Have you not noticed that the scattered realms and the silver-winged night demons fell silent upon entering? Do you not find this exceedingly strange?" When Lin Mo saw that Su Daoyu had ceased speaking, he inquired, "Are you finished?" Su Daoyu's heart sank again, and with urgency, he asked, "Do you not agree with my perspective?" It was not that Lin Mo disagreed, but rather how could he trust that the Tianlan Sacred Hall genuinely sought peace with him? What if, after overcoming today's difficulties, they sent another group to hunt him down? At this moment, Lin Mo's mind was racing. He was open to reconciliation, but what benefit would there be without some form of gain? He was Lin Mo, after all, and he never engaged in transactions that left him at a loss. Even the wild geese that passed overhead left behind a feather as a token of respect for the sunlight they occupied. Su Daoyu was taken aback by Lin Mo's audacity. What did it mean to propose peace? Was it not the understanding that neither could eliminate the other, and in the interest of avoiding mutual destruction, they would set aside their grievances? Yet, Lin Mo sought to extract something further from him. Moreover, he had already divulged the secret techniques of the Tianlan grassland. Why was this conversation still ongoing? However, he remained silent, his expression increasingly grim as he addressed Lin Daoyu. To be candid, this female cultivator is our Tianlan Sacred Hall's saintess. With her presence, she can summon the true spirits of the sacred beasts of the Tianlan grassland. Should it come to a reckoning, Lin Daoyu may not emerge victorious. "Oh, are you threatening me?" Lin Mo scoffed at Su Daoyu. "If you were not in the nascent soul stage, I might have been more inclined to believe your words. But in your current state, you tell me what you can do to me? A sound mind is a treasure, yet not everyone possesses it." Su Daoyu recognized that his words could be misconstrued. So he clarified, "Lin Daoyu has misunderstood. What I meant was that the saintess can summon the sacred beast's true spirit and bestow upon you the mark of the sacred beast, inviting you to become a guest elder of our Tianlan grassland. This way, entrusting the sacred beast's avatar to me would allow us to return to the Tianlan Sacred Hall with a resolution, and the hall would naturally refrain from any further actions against you. Besides, you are considered one of your own in the Tianlan grassland. It would not be wise to act against your own." Upon hearing that the one who bore the mark of the sacred beast was a core figure of the Tianlan Sacred Hall, it became evident that mutual trust was imperative, and any thoughts of hostility were strictly forbidden. Otherwise, the mark would react, unleashing a curse that would torment the cultivator's consciousness, rendering them to a state of unbearable suffering. Previously, Lin Mo had heard whispers of legends concerning the seal of the sacred beast while at the Tianlan grassland, but he had not anticipated their veracity. It is fortunate that Taoist Lin is aware of this matter. The relationship between him and the Tianlan grassland has not reached the point of life and death, primarily due to the presence of the sacred beast's incarnation. Observing Lin Mo's growing interest, Taoist Su continued to persuade him. Lin Mo, upon hearing Su's words, remained non-committal, his mind becoming increasingly active, and his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Sensing that he had said enough, Su fell silent, awaiting Lin Mo's decision, while his own heart raced with unease. Though he had reached the late stage of the nascent soul, he was severely injured, which greatly affected him. Should someone wish to kill him, it would be nearly effortless. In a fleeting moment, Lin Mo appeared to come to a decision, directing his gaze towards Taoist Su above the lynxy peacock. While I do not fear the Tianlan grassland, I am indeed weary of the relentless pursuit from the Tianlan sacred hall. I would prefer not to cultivate such a formidable enemy. However, as for the seal of the sacred beast, I have no desire to join the Tianlan sacred hall. After all, my knowledge of the seal is superficial. I am unaware of its intricacies. If it merely serves to restrict me or poses any disadvantage, how can I discern its hidden mysteries? Suddenly, Lin Mo's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity, although his voice remained soft as he added, "But if your Tianlan grassland fails to recognize the gravity of the situation, do not blame Lin for being ruthless." Those who heard Lin Mo's words felt a chill run down their spines. Taoist Su quickly responded, "That is only natural. With Taoist Lin's current powers, the Tianlan Sacred Hall would certainly not breach their promises." Noticing Lin Mo's silence, Su tentatively inquired whether Lin could release the Sacred Maiden of the Tianlan Sacred Hall. "What are you in such a hurry for?" "I haven't finished laying out my conditions," Lin Mo retorted with a displeased expression. Su, upon realizing Lin Mo still had terms to discuss, silently cursed his ancestors, but managed to mask his emotions as he asked what conditions Lin had in mind. "The incarnation of the sacred beast cannot yet be returned to the Tianlan grassland. It will require several more years before that can occur," Lin Mo said, his eyes glinting with mischief and a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Su, feeling anxious, interjected, "But I must take the sacred beast's incarnation back." Immediately noticing Lin Mo's indifferent glance, he dared not continue, his voice faltering. Lin Mo continued, "Why the haste? I have yet to finish. Rest assured, since I have promised to return it to the Tianlan grassland, I shall certainly fulfill that promise. This is merely one of my conditions." Su's heart sank further upon hearing that it was only one condition, and then Lin Mo stated, "Secondly, to ensure that you will not renege on your word, I must impose certain restrictions on both you and the Sacred Maiden. But fret not. It is not the prohibition of divine techniques or the like. Given that we have both attained the late stage of the nascent soul, what effect would such prohibitions have on us? Once your cultivation breaks through, it would be rendered meaningless." Su's eyelids twitched as he gazed at Lin Mo, his voice trembling as he asked, "Then what do you propose?" The conversation remained unfinished as Lin Mo interrupted, stating that he merely intended to let Su Daoyu and the Saintess consume the thunder of true will, imbued with divine consciousness. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Daoyu's pupils, akin to those of a nascent soul, constricted sharply, seemingly murmuring in a daze, "The thunder of true will. How could you possess the method to refine it?" Su Daoyu had not anticipated that Lin Mo had acquired the ancient technique of the thunder of true will. It is well known that this thunder is a more insidious ancient secret than forbidden divine arts, formed from the condensation of a cultivator's spiritual awareness, capable of manifesting invisibly. The more Su Daoyu contemplated, the grimmer his expression became, ultimately leading him to firmly reject the notion, declaring that the thunder of true will was absolutely unacceptable. Lin Mo appeared oblivious to Su Daoyu's countenance and continued, "If you refuse, I shall eliminate both of you without a trace. Whenever I find the time, I could venture to the Tianlan grasslands, and, when the three immortal masters of the Sacred Hall are alone, it would be entirely feasible to strike them down one by one. When I return to Tiannan, I might inadvertently divulge certain information to the Milan people. Do you think they would not be particularly grateful to me?" After speaking, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, mockingly gazing at Su Daoyu. The Mulan would undoubtedly rejoice at the prospect of reclaiming their grasslands. At that juncture, do not even mention the Tianlan grasslands. Whether your two clans still exist in this world would be open to question. Upon hearing Lin Mo's veiled threats, Su Daoyu felt a cold sweat forming on his brow, while a chilling dread enveloped his heart. With his face darkening, he raised his voice to question, "Do you dare to do this?" Lin Mo retorted, "Why would I not dare? Was it not you, Su Daoyu, who wished for me to join your Tianlan Sacred Hall? Did you not also seek to bestow upon me the mark of a sacred beast? Were you not contemplating ways to evade the mark of the sacred beast to deal with me?" As Lin Mo understood it, there were indeed more than one or two methods to circumvent the sacred beast mark against him. Now, it was merely a change of approach. Moreover, I, Lin Mo, have never been one to be subjugated by others. My fate is solely in my own hands. Since you are unwilling to accept the thunder of true will, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. The only resolution lies in eliminating you from this world. This is your final chance. With that, Lin Mo extended his palm, counting down with each finger he lowered. 4. Su Daoyu was taken aback by Lin Mo's sudden shift in demeanor, his tenacity as unyielding as a stubborn stone in a cesspit. 3. As another finger fell, Su Daoyu's anxious expression grew increasingly dire, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in his eyes. 2. What if you sow the thunder of true will in us? Will you not fear retaliation? Su Daoyu inquired, panic evident in his voice. I could easily kill both of you right now. Why would I need to resort to the thunder of true will against Su Daoyu and the Saintess? Would that not be superfluous? Su Daoyu watched as Lin Mo prepared to lower yet another finger, his urgency palpable as he stood atop the Lingxi peacock. Ultimately, his gaze darkened, and his heart seemed to contract in resolution. At that moment, both the Lingxi peacock and the nascent soul atop its head felt Lin Mo's escalating spiritual pressure. Gui Ling and the puppet also emerged behind Lin Mo, the puppet brandishing a thunderfire bow, its jade-green arrows glaringly vibrant. Lin Mo, with a stoic expression, formed a hand seal to summon the three-flame fan obtained from Kunwa Mountain. As the fan unfurled, a dazzling tricolor halo gradually intensified, while golden runes began to emerge on its surface, accompanied by the faint sound of a phoenix's cry. Su Daoyu's face drained of color as he watched Lin Mo slowly lower his final finger, hearing the chilling proclamation. I consent to let Lin Daoren plant the thunder of true remonstrance. Su Daoyu uttered these words in unison with Lin Mo. Lin Mo was already poised for an offensive, and upon receiving Su Daoyu's permission to impose a prohibition, he nodded slightly. Chanting softly, he formed a hand seal, and a white orb of light unexpectedly emerged from Lin Mo's forehead, revealing something wrapped within its core upon closer inspection. The orb soared towards Su Daoyu while Lin Mo did not retract the three-flame fan, having dealt with Su Daoyu on numerous occasions. Although he had never suffered any significant losses at Su Daoyu's hands, he was all too aware of Su Daoyu's true nature. Upon Su Daoyu's agreement to the prohibition, Lin Mo's grip on the three-flame fan tightened, the clear sound growing even louder, while the spiritual pressure from the Gui Ling and the puppets behind him intensified. As Lin Mo remained vigilant against any potential maneuvers from Su Daoyu, the Gui Ling and puppets kept their focus locked on the nascent soul. Su Daoyu, feeling a sense of helplessness, observed as Lin Mo suddenly ignited a kaleidoscopic spiritual light amidst the swirling white mist, revealing the original form of the thunder of true remonstrance. As the spiritual light approached Su Daoyu, it could not penetrate his aura. Lin Mo's icy gaze fell upon Su Daoyu. After a moment's contemplation, Su Daoyu allowed the white orb to enter his spiritual light, subsequently vanishing within his nascent soul. Su Daoyu, alarmed, probed his nascent soul with his spiritual sense, relieved to find no abnormalities, as if the thunder of true remonstrance had never manifested at all, eluding any trace of detection. Chapter 228. The Seven Marvels. Real person and Swan Kingzi. According to legend, the thunder of true remonstrance is formed from the condensation of a cultivator's spiritual consciousness, capable of manifesting and dispersing invisibly. Su Daoyu recalled this rumor, his expression growing increasingly anxious and fearful. How could he devise a method to dispel something undetectable by his spiritual sense? Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Su Daoyu's face, Lin Mo understood his thoughts. Secretly mocking him, yet calmly advised, Su Daoyu, it would be best not to entertain any notions of exorcism. Such ancient arcane techniques cannot be forcibly removed by sheer strength. The consequences of attempting to do so are beyond my knowledge. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Daoyu's trepidation deepened. Lin Mo continued, however, rest assured, as long as you remain obedient, I will not activate this restriction. Should you choose to defy fate and engage in any petty schemes, do not say I did not forewarn you. Su Daoyu, filled with indignation yet powerless, was met with an even more disheartening scene. Lin Mo gazed at the unconscious Tianlan Saintess held by the Gui Ling, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head, seemingly compassionate, and proceeded to plant the thunder of true remonstrance within the Tianlan Saintess. Throughout the entire process, the celestial maiden of Tianlan remained in a state of unconsciousness. Su observing this unfolding scenario, felt his impatience reach a boiling point. He turned to Lin Mo and inquired, "Are you intending to manipulate us indefinitely with this restriction, without any intention of killing us?" The frustration in his eyes was sharp, akin to a drawn sword, poised to strike. "And what if I do? What if I don't? As long as you both remain steadfast in your loyalty within Kunlun Mountain and lend me your support, once we depart from Kunlun Mountain, you may return to your expansive Tianlan grasslands or to the Celestial Palace as its immortal masters and maidens. I shall return to my own path in the southern skies." Lin Mo replied. "When do you anticipate lifting this restriction?" Su asked, devoid of hope. "Lift it. It cannot be lifted. This true thunder of Qinian will automatically dissipate after 300 years, Lin Mo stated matter-of-factly. 3 or 400 years. 3 or 400 years. Su felt as though he had been deceived, yet he found himself unable to address the issue. Lin Mo, unwilling to dwell on such matters any longer, turned to Su and said, "It is time for action. We cannot linger here any longer." Gazing at the unconscious celestial maiden of Tianlan, he deemed it impractical to delay further. With a gentle shake of his robe, a swirl of azure mist enveloped the maiden, and shortly thereafter, she awakened, still disoriented. Upon noticing Lin Mo and Gue Ling standing nearby, her eyes widened in shock. Without hesitation, she began to chant a spell, summoning a silver flying sword to strike at Lin Mo. Su, alarmed, urgently called out, "Celestial Maiden, halt." Following this, he subtly conveyed some words to her. Lin Mo made no effort to intervene, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive as he observed Su and the maiden. Gue Ling and the puppet returned to stand behind Lin Mo, one on each side, resembling guardians. Lin Mo subtly gestured, and the puppet, as if awaiting an order, vanished silently. Realizing she had been ensnared by the true thunder of Qinian, a tempest of emotions surged within the celestial maiden, her face betraying her shock and dismay. The panic in her eyes unmistakable. Lin Mo, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this matter, was about to speak when a resounding crack echoed through the air, followed by a violent tremor throughout the space. A massive sword aura pierced through a gaping hole in the barrier, enlarging the previously narrow opening. 2 streaks of light shot forth from within, revealing 2 figures who positioned themselves near where Lin Mo and his companions had stood moments before. "Brother Qiniao," the celestial maiden exclaimed, her voice laced with joy as she recognized one of the newcomers. The individual she addressed, adorned in a dark robe with a prominent, hooked nose, exuded an air of profound mystery. He was an elder of the Tianma sect. The Tianma sect had some dealings with the Tianlan grasslands. Thus the elder shared a certain rapport with the celestial maiden. Surprised by the presence of the maiden, he inquired, "What brings you to this place, esteemed fairy?" Accompanying Brother Qimiao was Swan Kingzi from the Tai sect, a figure with white hair and an ethereal demeanor. Upon noticing the celestial maiden, he approached to greet her, but his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld Lin Mo and the others nearby. Observing the Lingxi peacock beside him, I inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Who are these 2 individuals?" The Lingxi peacock, in turn, asked, "Where is Brother Su?" As Swan Kingzi posed his question, the smile upon his face gradually faded. The Tianlan Saintess, upon hearing Swan Kingzi's words, found herself at a loss for a response. She merely cast a fleeting glance at the Lingxi peacock and then at Lin Mo, her expression revealing a trace of hesitation. Just as the Tianlan Saintess struggled to formulate an explanation, the Lingxi peacock's head turned, and Su's visage materialized once more. Amidst the astonishment of the marvelous sage and Swan Kingzi, Su let out a wry smile and remarked, "There is no need for you 2 to seek me out. My physical form has been destroyed. All that remains is my primordial spirit residing within this avian body. How can this be? Brother Su is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could his body be so easily annihilated? Has the ancient demon sovereign imprisoned here managed to escape?" Swan Kingzi was taken aback, his countenance paling. "Hearing your tone, I had suspected there were malevolent entities within this demon suppression tower," Su inquired, his expression darkening. "Do not misunderstand, my friend. I was initially unaware of this. It was only later, upon receiving word from my sect, that I began to comprehend the situation." Swan Kingzi spoke with a hint of ambiguity. "The matter of the ancient demon is of great magnitude. I hope you can enlighten us further." Swan Kingzi's heart skipped a beat, and he spoke somewhat vaguely. Su, however, did not place his trust in Swan Kingzi's words, but given his current state as a nascent soul, he deemed it unwise to press the matter further. He sighed and replied, "Indeed, the ancient demon sovereign has escaped. However, the destruction of my physical form is unrelated to the ancient demon. It was the result of a covert scheme devised by the 10,000-year corpse bearer of the 10,000 Beasts Valley." The 10,000 Beasts Valley? Impossible. I have been stationed outside. How could the corpse bearer have infiltrated? Swankingzi paused, but then recalled the possibility. Indeed, that 10,000-year corpse bearer not only entered before us, but also managed to transform into the guise of a human cultivator through some arcane technique. Moreover, it emitted no trace of its corpse energy. Otherwise, how could I have fallen victim to its ambush? Su's thoughts turned to the matter of his body being devoured by the blood blade, and he felt an intense desire to obliterate the white-haired corpse bearer. If that corpse bearer indeed launched a surprise attack on you, it seems highly probable. The master of the 10,000 Beasts Valley possesses a wondrous treasure known as the illusory form pearl. It is said that consuming this pearl allows one to alter their appearance at will and conceal their demonic and corpse energies, rendering them undetectable by ordinary cultivators. Even my Mayoyan mirror lacks the ability to counter this treasure's supernatural effects, the Seven Marvels sage remarked with a furrowed brow. The 10,000 Beasts Valley does possess such a treasure. However, it is said that using the pearl greatly restricts one's magical power. Otherwise, its abilities would be diminished. Swankingzi added, "Did the corpse bear reveal its true form when it ambushed you?" The young man named Su's face was etched with a deep scorn. "It seems your assertions hold merit. After the corpse bear launched its attack, it subsequently revealed its true identity as a corpse forger. To have escaped with your nascent soul intact in the face of the corpse bear's ambush is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Furthermore, you have yet to undergo soul possession, correct? Once you return and find a suitable vessel, with diligent cultivation over the next 100 years, I believe your prowess will be restored." The middle-aged scholar assessed the lynxy peacock, yet discerned nothing of note, and smiled. "Brother Qimiao, your insight is truly remarkable. Although I can temporarily inhabit this avian form, it is not a lasting solution. I must find a suitable body without delay." Su sighed in response. Upon hearing the words of Su Daoyu, the esteemed Qimiao Zhenren fell silent, redirecting his gaze toward Gui Ling, his expression one of gravity and curiosity. "May I inquire how to address this esteemed friend?" Qimiao Zhenren inquired gently. Swankingzi's eyes sparkled with interest as he scrutinized Gui Ling. Fully aware that Gui Ling was a formidable 10th-level beast whose presence could not be concealed from two great cultivators of the same tier. Despite Qimiao Zhenren's question, Gui Ling remained impassive, disregarding the queries from the two cultivators. As they awaited a response, Gui Ling chose to remain aloof. Just as Qimiao Zhenren prepared to speak again, Lin Mo interjected, "Esteemed cultivators, this is Taoist Gui Ling. Like myself, he was inadvertently transported to Kunwa Mountain due to a triggered restriction. May I ask which sect Taoist Lin belongs to? I do not believe I have had the pleasure of encountering your visage before," Swankingzi noted, observing Gui Ling's apparent deference to Lin Mo with a hint of surprise. His earlier indifference towards Lin Mo transformed instantly. Despite Lin Mo being a mere solitary cultivator, it was hardly surprising that Gui Ling did not recognize him. Yet, being in the company of the esteemed Qimiao Zhenren of the Tianma sect must surely indicate that Lin Mo's identity was not to be underestimated. "How did you two esteemed friends access the 8th layer?" "To my knowledge, the transmission array there seems unable to activate," Lin Mo inquired. Although he had heard of the Tai sect, he had never encountered Swankingzi. However, from their earlier conversation, he could discern that they were elders from the top 10 sects, prompting him to brace himself for the encounter. "I must admit my confusion. I am Swankingzi of the Tai sect. We did not utilize any transmission array. Instead, we employed our sect's unique breaking barrier talisman to forcibly breach the 8th layer's barriers," Swankingzi nonchalantly explained. The Tai sect, being a major sect and one of the top 10, carried a certain pride in their words, for the breaking barrier talisman was a creation unique to their sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo expressed his puzzlement, asking, "Is the breaking barrier talisman truly capable of dismantling spatial barriers?" Swankingzi, unreserved, responded, "Relying solely on the talisman is insufficient. It must be coupled with specialized secret techniques and the Tian'e divine sword." Though he continued to wear a smile, an air of earnest resignation swept over him as he added, "However, I did not anticipate being ensnared within another spatial realm upon entering here. At that moment, the Saintess of Tianlan seemed to regain her composure, remarking, "I have indeed heard of the renowned breaking barrier talisman and the Tian'e divine sword of the Tai sect. It has been quite some time since I encountered the spatial barriers that have left us all at an impasse. Truly, esteemed friends, your affiliation with the Tai sect and the Tianma sect speaks volumes of your stature." With a sigh, she concluded her statement. "Fair maiden, you jest. Who does not know of the treasures within the Tianlan grassland? It is merely that our divine sword possesses some prowess in traversing space," Swankingzi replied courteously. Hearing Swankingzi's words, the Saintess of Tianlan chuckled softly, contemplating that while the Tianlan sanctuary may not lag behind the two major sects in terms of high-level cultivation when it came to treasures, how could it possibly compare to sects that had inherited their legacies since ancient times? A moment of silence enveloped the group until Qi Miao Jinren suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't the elder demon Qian also present in Kunwa Mountain? Have you encountered him?" Su Daoyu and Saintess Tianlan suddenly fell silent, both turning to gaze at each other. Although they had not witnessed Lin Mo engaging in combat with the ancient demon Qian, they recalled the words of Madame Mo, who had previously claimed that Qian was slain by Lin Mo. Initially, they found it hard to believe that the ancient demon could meet his demise at Lin Mo's hands. Yet after witnessing Lin Mo's extraordinary powers within the palace, their skepticism began to wane, acknowledging his formidable strength. Once disbelieving of the notion that the ancient demon had perished at Lin Mo's hands, they now found themselves grappling with a hint of doubt. Swankingzi and the Seven Wonders real person observed Su Daoyu and Saintess Tianlan continually glancing at Lin Mo. Sensing an unspoken tension in the air, they exchanged knowing glances, their eyes also settling upon Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo inwardly rolled his eyes and calmly remarked that he had been parting ways with Daoyu Qian in Kunwu Palace, and had since vanished, perhaps in search of treasures elsewhere. Moreover, he noted that he had not encountered any other members of the Yinluo sect. It was then that Su Daoyu, who had remained quiet for some time, spoke up, reassuring Lin Mo that the others from the Yinluo sect had encountered the Yi family on their journey and had been ambushed by the elder of the Yi family, resulting in their demise, with even their nascent souls dissipated into nothingness. Upon hearing Su Daoyu's words, Lin Mo appeared momentarily enlightened, realizing the situation. It had been many years since Kunwa Mountain had seen such commotion, and this year was particularly unusual, as it had led to the fall of so many cultivators. Swankingzi seemed to sense something, suddenly casting a peculiar glance at Lin Mo, and remarked, somewhat nostalgically, that it was perhaps for the best that the Yinluo sect members were absent, sparing them from being a hindrance. The Seven Wonders real person, after posing a question regarding the ancient demon, did not look at them, but instead cast a glance toward the remnants of the collapsed palace. "What I say is no falsehood, and I shall not conceal it from my fellow Taoists. Our purpose here is indeed linked to the Yi family and that ancient demon. This matter concerns the entire cultivation world, and I hope you will cooperate." Swankingzi, with a smile, directed his gaze toward Lin Mo and the others. Upon hearing this, Su Daoyu and Saintess Tianlan hesitated to respond immediately, their expressions somewhat peculiar. It became apparent that they were just recently informed about the situation, leaving them uncertain of Lin Mo's intentions, and thus hesitant to speak recklessly. After the Seven Wonders real person finished speaking, an awkward silence enveloped the gathering. Chapter 229, The Ninth Layer of Space. The Ninth Layer of Space. The Seven Wonders real person and Swankingzi exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. Both recognized that Su Daoyu and Saintess Tianlan appeared to harbor a considerable caution, even a semblance of fear, toward the cultivator named Lin Mo. It was puzzling how such a formidable cultivator had emerged. It should be noted that Su Daoyu and Saintess Tianlan hailed from the Tianlan grassland. One being a saintess and the other a celestial master, they should have no fear of a mere rogue cultivator. Observing the cautious demeanor of Su Daoyu and Saintess Tianlan, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether their behavior was deliberate or if they truly feared him, as they remained silent. "Since you both wish to learn about the ancient demon, allow me to elucidate," Lin Mo stated, his gaze shifting, his tone unperturbed. "Then, I extend my gratitude to Taoist Lin. Please proceed." As Swankingzi had yet to finish speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby palace. The group turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, only to witness a dozen creamy white beams of light suddenly erupting from within the palace. Swankingzi's expression shifted dramatically, his previous words forgotten. He then felt the ground beneath them begin to tremble violently, accompanied by a deafening hum that distorted the very fabric of space, causing the ground to crack slowly, with flickering white light dancing amidst the fissures. Disaster loomed. The ancient demon was initiating the 9th layer of the seal, Swankingzi abruptly realized, his face betraying sheer panic. How could he achieve this? It is impossible, he exclaimed. Hearing Swankingzi's words, the 7 Marvels master gasped in disbelief, his face now etched with fear. The 9th layer of the seal? Lin Mo surveyed the precarious state of their surroundings, on the brink of collapse. Without a moment to ponder, he released the Yuangang shield, which swiftly transformed into a silvery barrier, enveloping the group. However, before any further action could be taken, the previously emitted white beams morphed into a pitch-black hue. As the beams shifted in color, their forms began to distort, radiating outward like the sun. The areas struck by the black light shattered the space as if it were glass, reducing it to fragments. Witnessing this alarming scene, Lin Mo could not remain calm and urgently warned of the impending rift. He then raised his palm upward, chanting a spell that conjured a fiery red talisman, which he pressed against himself, summoning a vivid crimson dragon silhouette that swiftly vanished. At that moment, the holy maiden Tianlan let out a startled cry as a black rift materialized before them. Before anyone could react, the rift consumed them entirely. Even Lin Mo, with his serpentine agility, could not escape the rift's grasp, which offered no chance for evasion. In the blink of an eye, he found himself engulfed in an abyss of darkness. This was not Lin Mo's first encounter with the devouring force of a spatial rift. His trepidation was profound. Yet past experiences had taught him the importance of remaining composed. He tempered his spiritual energy to the peak of the mid-Yuan-ing stage and infused it into the Yuangang shield, transforming it into a blinding silver radiance. He merely hoped to avoid the edges of the rift. In an instant, the endless blackness engulfed him, followed by a wave of dizziness, and then, suddenly, he found himself in a vast void. Having prepared for such an eventuality, Lin Mo quickly regained his senses, cautiously surveying his surroundings, his heart racing with astonishment. Indeed, he had entered the 9th layer. This was an alternate realm, a spacious expanse surrounded by a yellowish haze, with swirling mist resembling steam rising from boiling water, obscuring his vision. Glancing beneath his feet, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He was fortunate not to have wandered aimlessly, or he might have fallen into the tapered altar below. This altar was immense, over 100 zhang deep, crafted from white jade, its outer walls exquisitely detailed. Surrounding it were towering stone pillars, unmistakably part of a colossal magical array. At that moment, the array surrounding the altar radiated with blinding white light, increasingly dazzling to behold. Lin Mo looked up to find a massive 2-headed wolf resembling a small mountain above the altar. Its black wolf head exhaled a dense cloud of black mist, confronting several cultivators suspended in midair, creating an exceptionally intense scene. The cultivators facing off were those who had vanished from the palace, along with various demon beasts. Ling Ming, with her palms dancing, conjured one after another of milky white giant hands, relentlessly striking down at the black mist. Among those present were the ancient corpse bear with its white fur and the silver-winged night demon. After observing for a considerable time, Lin Mo noticed the absence of the elder from the Yi family and the large-headed figure. Had they fallen, or were they not in this 9th layer of space? The answer remained elusive. Beside the 2-headed wolf stood a woman from the transformation immortal sect, yet she was unlike the other cultivators. This enchanting lady was aiding the 2-headed wolf. Lin Mo was perplexed. Had she been persuaded to defect? He quickly dismissed the thought, for the beautiful woman's eyes were vacant, unfocused, as she numbly directed her spirit treasures in a relentless struggle against Lady Mo. She was being controlled, Lin Mo murmured. He then noticed that her entire head was shrouded in a thin veil of black mist. Meanwhile, the others were channeling their spirit treasures to attack the 2-headed wolf. Above the massive wolf, a yellow fog enveloped a cluster of black gas, which upon closer inspection revealed a black dragon coiled atop the wolf's head, exhaling black winds as it clashed with a silver giant lotus. Surrounding the silver lotus were 8 phantoms of demon beasts. The lotus, entirely silver-white, radiated a pure light, with golden Buddhist scriptures shimmering on each petal. Each palm-sized script, upon colliding with the dragon's black winds, would produce a thunderous explosion, scattering the expelled black mist in all directions. It was the Black Wind banner, and the 8-spirit measuring rod, Lin Mo recognized. Astonished even more by the predicament of the two women from the Transformation Immortal Sect. Previously, Ling had reported that the two women had set up some formation underground. But at that time, Lin Mo had been eager to escape the teleportation array. Otherwise, he would have certainly gone to investigate. But how had the enchanting woman from the Transformation Immortal Sect fallen under the control of the ancient demon ancestor? What was even more astonishing was that despite the two-headed wolf confronting such a multitude of cultivators, it did not seem to be at a disadvantage. And there were hints of it gaining the upper hand. Each roar forced the cultivators before it to retreat. The cultivators were compelled to step back, unable to approach the altar in the slightest. Neither the cultivators nor the demon beasts dared to come into contact with the black mist expelled by the two-headed wolf, which appeared slick and viscous. The cultivators encased themselves within their spirit treasures, forming protective shields, not daring to let even a drop touch them. However, this also rendered them unable to launch long-range attacks against the black mist, leaving them feeling somewhat constrained and gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Fortunately, Ling Meng and the ancient corpse bear absorbed the majority of the two-headed wolf's attacks. The bear's magic dragon blade transformed into a sea of blood, wildly slashing amidst the crimson light, coupled with the 8-spirit measuring rod, which had morphed into a giant lotus in midair, distracting the wolf's attention. The cultivators would likely have been unable to endure much longer otherwise. Lin Mo kept his gaze fixed on the chaotic battle above, observing that the two-headed wolf had never left the altar, instead steadfastly guarding above it, leaving him filled with profound doubt. As Lin Mo pondered in confusion, he suddenly heard an angry voice exclaim, "Oh no, the seal has been broken. How could the ancient demon ancestor possess a relic capable of unlocking the 9th layer of the seal?" The voice belonged to Swankingzi of the Tai Sect, who was accompanied by the ever-watchful Kimio Zinran, both fixated on a particular spot on the altar. Simultaneously, Lin Mo noticed Gui Ling and the puppet, as well as the Tianlan Saintess and the Lingxi Peacock, appearing from various distances within the 9th layer space, all unscathed. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, replaying the earlier events in his mind. It was evident that the spatial rupture was no accident. It had been triggered by some forbidden mechanism that transported individuals from the 8th layer to the 9th. At that moment, the Tianlan Saintess appeared nearly ashen, likely startled by the sudden turn of events. Since the appearance of Swankingzi and Kimio Zinran, the two cultivators had been fixated on a specific area of the altar. Following their gaze, Lin Mo noticed two towering stone tablets behind the giant wolf, their unremarkable gray appearance belying their significance. Yet, Lin Mo felt a sense of familiarity with these stone tablets, as though he had encountered them before. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he recalled having seen similar tablets beneath the vast abyss of Tian Nan, composed of the rare material, chilling soft jade. The difference was that the ones he had previously seen were shattered into fragments, whereas these two stood intact, with one of them partially embedded with a verdant seal that emitted a faint black glow and trembled slightly. Lin Mo inadvertently drifted towards the formation array beside the altar. Observing the seal and realizing their mutual resonance, it was indeed the key to the formation. The giant wolf's unwavering guardianship of the stone tablet explained its relentless proximity to the altar. Lin Mo's mind felt chaotic as he gazed at the stone tablets in perplexity. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, he heard Madame Mu exclaim in delight, "Swankingzi, Kimio Zinran, your timing is impeccable. This ancient demon is attempting to interact with the altar's seal, although I am unaware of what lies beneath. We must not allow this ancient demon ancestor to achieve his goal." Upon hearing Madame Mu's words, Swankingzi and Kimio Zinran wasted no time, urging, "We see it too. Let us act swiftly. The situation seems dire." Kimio Zinran's expression shifted slightly as he flicked his sleeve and began to channel his spiritual energy. Lin Mo watched in astonishment as Kimio Zinran activated his spiritual treasures, realizing that this adept could simultaneously summon 7 treasures. Initially, he thought Kimio Zinran was named for possessing 7 rare spiritual treasures, but it turned out the title was due to his ability to invoke them all at once. The 7 treasures included a knife, a sword, beads, and a mirror, among others. Notably, the copper mirror was the very one lent to the Tianlan Saintess on a previous occasion, the Miaoyin mirror. The treasures transformed into a cascade of vibrant light, hurtling towards the giant wolf. Meanwhile, Swankingzi did not remain idle. He retrieved an ancient yellow sword from his sleeve, its unassuming and dull appearance contrasting with its true power. With a swift motion, Swankingzi drew a line across his left middle finger, instantly manifesting a mist of crimson fog around it. Swankingzi did not waste any time. He brought his index and middle fingers together, tracing a layer of blood mist along the sword hilt towards the blade's tip. Suddenly, the ancient yellow sword seemed to awaken, emitting a crisp, resonant dragon's roar that soared into the heavens, while the blade radiated a blinding golden light. Swankingzi formed a hand seal, reciting the sword incantation continuously, and with a gentle flick towards the sky, he felt an uncontrollable surge of sword energy erupting from the ancient sword. As the sword energy surged forth, it reverberated with thunderous booms, as though the very air were cleaved in twain by its might, moving with such speed that one could perceive the afterimages left in its wake. The colossal wolf, having noticed Lin Mo and his companions since their arrival, now regarded this astonishing spectacle with a glint of ominous intent in its eyes. With a tremor, it unleashed a torrent of dark energy from its foreclaws gripping the altar, which swiftly vanished into its body. The dark energy coursing within it, upon inhalation, caused the giant wolf to open its mouth and expel an even denser, glistening black mist, significantly amplified from before. Move foreign. Witnessing the black mist spewing forth from the wolf's maw, urgently cautioned everyone to be wary of that malevolent aura, for it was exceedingly potent. Any contact could lead to immediate corruption and loss of sanity. Hearing Mu Foreign's warning, Lin Mo observed a female disciple of the transforming immortal sect standing beside the giant wolf, her gaze vacant, and realized that she had likely fallen under the control of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. Qi Xiaozhenren, upon hearing Mu Foreign's warning, paled and swiftly grasped at the colorful ethereal light in the void, narrowly retracting it before the dark mist could make contact, simultaneously releasing a flurry of multicolored spiritual radiance that surged toward the black fog. Nevertheless, Swankingzi's yellow ancient sword remained steadfast amidst the malevolent energy. The sword energy and dark mist entwined, producing earth-shattering roars, as the sword energy transformed into countless golden beams that detonated within the black fog, nearly shattering it. Concurrently, Qi Xiaozhenren's 7 treasures spiritual radiance swept in, completely obliterating the still-present dark energy. Swankingzi and Qi Xiaozhenren chanted spells in unison. Witnessing the recently dispersed golden sword energy and 7 treasures spiritual radiance converge, charging downward towards the giant wolf. The wolf, unyielding, retaliated with 2 breaths of dark mist aimed at the spiritual radiance. The previously golden-hued 7 treasure spiritual light was suddenly engulfed by the expelled dark mist, flickering briefly before falling silent, vanishing without a trace. Swankingzi, observing this turn of events from midair, was taken aback, hastily forming a hand seal to urge the ancient sword's energy, yet found no response. It had truly vanished. His countenance shifted through various shades of emotion. At this moment, the dark mist the giant wolf spewed forth surged forth mercilessly towards the airborne cultivators and beasts, as if it intended to envelop the entire space, overwhelming in its magnitude, even assailing Lin Mo and his companions. Qi Xiaozhenren, realizing the gravity of the situation, chanted incantations while retracting the 7 treasures into her sleeve bag. Chapter 230, Strange. Meanwhile, the giant wolf below continued to expel dark mist relentlessly. Swankingzi, witnessing the absence of the previous sword energy from his ancient sword, desperately swung at the surging black mist, managing to keep it at bay, but knowing this was not a long-term solution. 7th Marvel. It appears that the ordinary spirit treasures are utterly ineffective. It is prudent to employ that particular spirit treasure without delay. Although the seal of this spatial layer is wavering, unsealing it is no trivial matter. Time is of the essence, and I shall provide protection for my fellow cultivator. Swankingzi spoke with an unusually grave expression. Upon hearing Swankingzi's words, the 7th Marvel did not linger any longer and replied, "Thank you, Brother Xianqing." Subsequently, he reached into his storage bag and produced several palm-sized emerald rings that materialized in his hand. At the same moment, Lin Mo unleashed 10 golden flying swords, which transformed into a flurry of sword shadows. The ominous black mist had not yet approached when the swords surged forth, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, resulting in the obliteration of the black mist. As Lin Mo summoned the flying swords, he sensed a familiar figure, though he questioned whether it was merely an illusion. However, now was not the time for such doubts. On another front, Ling wielded a silver giant axe, which bore the manifestation of a tiger-like apparition, exhaling yellow mist that temporarily withstood the encroaching demonic energy. Meanwhile, on the side of Saint Tianlan, it was uncertain whether Su Daoist was fortunate or unfortunate. His nascent soul had united with the Lingxi peacock, whose resplendent aura effectively countered the dispersing demonic energy. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings, casting his gaze upon the black wind banner and the eighth spirit, and once again, the familiar figure re-emerged before him. Although obscured, he could not clearly discern the individual's visage, yet the aura unmistakably identified him as none other than Han Li, whom he had unknowingly ensnared numerous times. To Lin Mo's astonishment, he could not ascertain Han Li's current cultivation level. Despite suppressing his own power, Lin Mo was at the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage. Yet he could not decipher Han Li's level, suggesting that Han Li had likely achieved the great perfection of the nascent soul and had now entered the transformation stage. Han Li observed Lin Mo from a distance, showing no inclination to approach. Lin Mo was perplexed as to why, after transcending the great perfection of the nascent soul, Han Li had come to this realm, seemingly without memory of how he had arrived. Everything felt like an illusory dream, a vivid illusion. Noting Han Li's lack of intention to advance, Lin Mo recognized that escaping this predicament took precedence over lingering uncertainties. He redirected his focus to the two spirit treasures, one temporarily corrupted by demonic influence, and the other an unclaimed object, both unable to exhibit their true powers. Nonetheless, the vast silver lotus and the serpent-like black python clashed, creating a tempest of black winds and swirling silver patterns, each evenly matched in their contest. Suspended in midair, the two spirit treasures were strikingly conspicuous, stirring a yearning within Lin Mo. However, given the formidable power of the treasures and his own current status as a mere nascent soul cultivator, even employing all his skills would only equate him to a low-level transformation stage cultivator, rendering him incapable of contending with them. At this moment, they remained tantalizingly out of reach. Moreover, with the dual-handed giant wolf manifestation of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, Lin Mo knew that neither the ancient demons nor other cultivators and beasts would idly permit him to seize the spirit treasures. Lin Mo is a pragmatist. Ever since the primordial demon's sovereign escaped confinement, he has realized that the ancient demon's powers are far beyond what he can withstand. To put it mildly, he came here to acquire spiritual treasures, not to confront the primordial demon's sovereign, as he values his own life above all. The more he thinks this way, the more he longs to retreat. Just as he intends to leave this place of chaos, he notices Han Li has silently appeared behind him, observing the eighth spirit ruler and the black wind flag hovering in midair without uttering a word. Could it be that Han Li is also here for the black wind flag and the eighth spirit ruler? Upon this thought, Lin Mo feels a twinge of surprise. But it soon seems entirely reasonable. This space is sealed. How does one expect to exit? There is simply no passage available, rendering escape impossible. This was the first thing Han Li said upon arriving in the ninth space. Of course, I know that. I am trying to find an exit, Lin Mo replied. Somewhat frustrated. There is no exit, Han Li asserted firmly. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, who remained fixated on the two spiritual treasures in the air, as if fearing they would vanish into thin air. Suddenly, Lin Mo pondered a question during the last space. Whether within the palace or breaking through barriers outside, he had not seen Han Li. This implies that Han Li did not arrive from the previous space. How then did he enter the ninth layer? Daoist Han, how did you get into this ninth layer? Lin Mo inquired, perplexed. The ninth layer? Han Li's expression grew somewhat blank upon hearing those words, seemingly unaware of where he was or why it was called the ninth layer. Yes, the ninth layer. How did you come here? Lin Mo stared intently at Han Li, anxious not to miss any information he might convey. After breaking through to great perfection, my consciousness entered a void, and I lost awareness. When I regained it, I found myself here. How I got here, I do not know. For the first time since entering this space, Han Li made direct eye contact with Lin Mo, taken aback, realized that Han Li was unaware of how he had entered this space. Suddenly, he froze, his expression shifting dramatically as he struggled to describe his emotions. He met Han Li's gaze and asked, "What did you just say? You broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul?" Han Li appeared momentarily stunned. Realizing his cultivation had indeed advanced, and nodded at Lin Mo's expression soured significantly. One could even describe it as foul. He possesses a golden finger, the foresight of a prophet, and various shortcuts to obtain materials. In the original narrative, should not most of the spiritual treasures that Han Li was supposed to acquire have been claimed by him first? I will not congratulate you, Lin Mo said, somewhat childishly to Han Li. The reason for this attitude can only be attributed to his habitual undermining of Han Li, unwittingly treating him as one of his own. Han Li managed a wry smile and replied, "Let us resolve this first. Rest assured, they are all yours." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Lin Mo realized that once this matter was resolved, Han Li would not contest him for the 2 spiritual treasures. As for the other cultivators, he was not particularly concerned. Lin Mo steeled himself, making every effort to render himself invisible, hoping to avoid being drawn into the impending conflict. Han Li, standing steadfastly beside him, gradually calmed Lin Mo's previously restless heart. As the malevolent aura approached, Lin Mo activated the exorcising thunder, having discerned its remarkable efficacy against the ominously dark demonic energy. However, to prevent this sinister energy from infiltrating his body and compromising his consciousness, it was wiser to shield himself completely rather than recklessly charging forward. This was not the moment to seek glory. After all, there is a saying that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. He preferred to be the hunter rather than the prey. Han Li, observing Lin Mo's desperate attempts to conceal himself, found it utterly perplexing. "What are you hiding from?" he inquired, striving to diminish his own presence. "Isn't it obvious?" Lin Mo replied, exasperation evident in his tone. "I'm avoiding that ancient demonic ancestor to prevent her from noticing us." He then pulled Han Li closer, saying, "If that ancient demon sets her sights on you, you will surely be in grave danger. Although you have reached the transformation stage, heed my warning. Keep your distance from her, or no one will be able to save you." Lin Mo continued, "Moreover, you must understand that the avatar of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor is truly sealed here. If it escapes, chaos will undoubtedly ensue in the realm of cultivation in Great Jin." What Lin Mo did not articulate was that such turmoil was beyond their capacity to endure. While he himself was indifferent, he greatly cared for the likes of Nangong Wan and Yin Ruyan. The limited strength of these women would leave them with no escape if confronted by such formidable foes. For their sake, Lin Mo deemed it essential to resolve this situation here, at the very least to prevent any possibility of their escape. Han Li pondered the information Lin Mo had conveyed, as he remained oblivious to the prior tribulations these cultivators had faced. While lost in thought, he extended his spiritual sense, perceiving the altar that the enormous wolves had been diligently guarding. It appeared there might be an entry point that had thus far gone unnoticed. As he sent out his spiritual awareness, he cautiously approached the altar. To Han Li's surprise, as his spiritual sense drew near, he encountered a formidable restriction. It seemed they were utterly unable to gain entry. At that moment, Lin Mo was also probing the altar with his own spiritual awareness, paying close attention to the restrictions. Maximizing his proximity to the outer wall, he soon detected a golden sphere approximately the size of a foot deep within the altar. It was none other than the swarm of gold-devouring insects he had previously released. To his astonishment, these spiritual insects had also made their way to the 9th layer. "Han Daoist, I have both good and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Lin Mo inquired after his discovery of the gold-devouring insects. "The good news," Han Li replied. "Previously, I unleashed several gold-devouring insects, intending for them to assist in locating the barrier of the 8th layer of space, hoping to exploit its vulnerabilities. This was necessitated by the malfunction of our black conveyor belt, which rendered it impossible to transport to the designated location," Lin Mo stated calmly. "It now appears that those gold-devouring insects were also transported to the 9th layer at the moment the space fractured. The bad news is that the insects are trapped within the altar." Han Li had already anticipated this situation, likely due to the fact that these insects were originally situated underground in the 8th layer. Upon being transported out, they found themselves quietly ensconced beneath the altar of the 9th layer, unnoticed by others. Lin Mo glanced at the massive altar surrounded by flickering, colossal stone pillars, and with a shift in his focus, he quietly asked Han Li, "Han Li, since you have previously nurtured gold-devouring insects, do you think they can receive commands in their current predicament?" "We shall see," Han Li replied, his inexplicable trust in Lin Mo evident, the origins of which remained a mystery to Lin Mo. Following Han Li's words, Lin Mo formed a hand seal and recited an incantation, causing the golden sphere within the altar to flash brightly before disintegrating, transforming back into thousands of gold-devouring insects that scattered in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the ancient corpse bear and Long Meng, along with others, appeared somewhat fatigued as they contended with the magical energy exuded by the enormous wolf. The remaining cultivators and beasts were reluctant to remain in a stalemate. Occasionally, some would strike fiercely at the distant colossal stone pillars, attempting to dismantle this magical formation. However, aside from the blood blade wielded by the corpse bear, which occasionally left shallow cuts on the pillars, the other attacks were utterly ineffective. Long Meng felt disheartened. The seemingly formidable milky white fist that struck the stone pillars merely caused them to sway slightly. Lin Mo remarked that he was uncertain of the materials from which these pillars were forged, given their remarkable hardness. Observing the cultivators on the ground, each one harbored their own ulterior motives, watching and mistrusting one another. The two-headed giant wolf, astute as it was, had long recognized the disunity among the cultivators. Periodically, one of them would attempt to retreat to evade direct confrontation. As soon as the wolf sensed this, it unleashed a torrent of black mist, causing the magical energy to swell uncontrollably. Beneath the altar, this mist surged toward those who had distanced themselves, compelling them to turn back and confront the magical energy with renewed vigor. The cultivators and beasts found themselves unable to escape the magical energy spewed forth by the two-headed giant wolf. Lin Mo remained vigilant, seeking an opportunity to depart, while Han Li nonchalantly countered the magical assaults, his gaze rapidly searching for an escape route. Xian Qingzi was above, safeguarding Qi Miaozhenren, while the 5 emerald green rings had been summoned into the air by Qi Miaozhenren. Continuously chanting incantations, Qi Miaozhenren also employed a series of spells upon the rings, which emitted irregular resonances. The two-headed giant wolf unleashed a great surge of black mist, ensnaring the newly arrived individuals in the air. At this moment, the true sense of crisis for the two-headed giant wolf stemmed from the formidable beast, the dream beast, and the ancient corpse bear. The dream demoness and the sacred ancestor Yuansha had battled for this silver wolf's body for countless years, each fully aware of the other's capabilities, thus cultivating a deep-seated wariness. Although the corpse bear possessed merely late-stage nascent soul cultivation, its weapon, the dragon blade, was extraordinarily potent. Despite being a mere imitation, the original blade could not corrupt it. Chapter 231, Confinement. The corpse bear, which had suddenly appeared and stealthily plotted against them, wielded a blood-red blade of immense power. Showing no fear of the magical aura surrounding them, and even exhibiting a subtle counteractive effect against it. Lin Mo observed that the ancient corpse bear seemed unperturbed by the dark energy, and upon reflection, he discerned that they likely belonged to the same lineage, not in origin, but in nature. It would be prudent to extricate himself from the situation, avoiding attention whenever possible. Watching the corpse bear resist fiercely, Lin Mo mused that had the creature's cultivation not been so vastly inferior to that of the sacred ancestor Yuansha, it might have been quite feasible for the corpse bear to breach the magical aura simply by virtue of its beastly strength. The sacred ancestor also noted the corpse bear's apparent lack of fear toward his dark energy, compelling him to divert some of his focus towards this beast, wary that he might one day fall victim to its power. In truth, had it not been for the sacred ancestor's sudden deployment of a soul-binding grand technique in the 8th palace, an exceedingly perilous maneuver, along with the unexpected control he exerted over a beautiful disciple of the transformation immortal sect, one might speculate whether it was fortune favoring the ancestor or misfortune befalling the cultivators. This series of fortunate events allowed him not only to escape, but also to seize control of a fairy and acquire the dragon seal necessary to manipulate the altar's array on the 9th level. Without these developments, the sacred ancestor would likely never have found himself on this 9th level, but would have rather devised a swift escape before his magical energy was depleted. As the saying goes, one should preserve the green mountains and not fear the absence of firewood. Yet, it was precisely such coincidences that allowed the sacred ancestor to achieve everything in perfect alignment. Now, as he activated the seal of the 9th level spatial altar, although he had not fully lifted the seal, merely creating a small opening sufficed. As long as the sacred ancestor remained anchored to this colossal altar, he could continuously absorb the pure and abundant magical energy into his being. He sensed his previously exhausted magical essence slowly reviving, enabling him to confront numerous cultivators without faltering. Indeed, he found himself gaining the upper hand. With this newfound power, the sacred ancestor contemplated how to navigate the current situation, and having grasped this strategy, he resolved to avoid recklessness. With an air of disdain, he regarded the cultivators and beasts below, methodically preparing for the inevitable. Knowing it was merely a matter of time before he could fully unlock the seal, Lin Mo, from a distance, remained vigilant to ensure he did not attract the sacred ancestor's attention, occasionally glancing back to finally realize the reason behind the ancestor's unwavering presence at the gigantic altar. The altar serves as the sole source of the malevolent energy of the primordial ancestor. The challenge lies in how to convey this information to the cultivators without drawing the attention of the ancient demons. Lin Mo glanced at Han Li beside him, raising an eyebrow, as if he had finally found a cultivator he could manipulate. Without further hesitation, he evaded the encroaching demonic energy, and his lips moved slightly. Meanwhile, Han Li seemed to sense the message being relayed by his senior. Lin Mo, understanding the implication, he nodded and flew towards Xuanqingzi and the seven wonderful real person. However, just as Han Li reached the vicinity of the seven wonderful real person and was about to communicate, a sudden green light erupted in the sky, emanating a powerful spiritual pressure that seemed to unleash its might. Han Li found himself forcefully pressed down by this overwhelming energy. Seeing Han Li's abrupt descent, Lin Mo swiftly formed a hand seal, summoning the three flames fan to catch him just before he fell. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by the presence of Lin Mo's spiritual treasure. He had not anticipated being suppressed by the spiritual pressure of the green light and felt somewhat remorseful. Ultimately, the message remained uncommunicated. But judging by the expressions of Xuanqingzi and the seven wonderful real person, they likely did not wish for any warnings. As the green light exploded in the air, the primordial ancestor suddenly sensed a terrifying spiritual force that felt hauntingly familiar. Startled, he lifted his gaze. The two-headed giant wolf. Upon recognizing the 5 emerald rings in the sky, which radiated a dazzling green light, flashed a look of fear in its dark eyes. Experiencing a moment of trepidation that had not occurred in over 10,000 years. Upon seeing the green light, the black wolf head erupted with a thunderous roar. Its mouth agape as a thick, oily black mist churned within, as if it were on the verge of cascading forth like a waterfall. The cultivators and demon beasts battling against the ancient demons were momentarily destabilized by the giant wolf's roar. Feeling as though their blood had been encased in a layer of icy essence, the chill penetrating their hearts and radiating throughout their bodies. At that moment, the seven wonderful real person in the sky had completed her incantation. With a single hand, she pointed towards one of the emerald rings, her expression grave as she uttered a forbidden word. Upon hearing this incantation, the massive form of the primordial ancestor shuddered slightly, and if one listened closely, the altar beneath its claws emitted a faint scraping sound. The voice of the seven wonderful real person was not loud, yet the emerald ring instantly erupted with blinding brilliance. Vanishing in a flash, Lin Mo, however, remained focused on the unfolding scene above. He observed as the emerald ring thrown by the seven wonderful real person seemed to enter another space, only to suddenly reappear above the giant wolf's head. A resonant hum echoed as a green energy surged from the void, and in an instant, the emerald ring bizarrely coiled around the neck of the black wolf head, instantly transforming into a massive ring. Golden runes emerged on the surface of the giant ring, which rapidly constricted. Meanwhile, the black mist of demonic energy that had been poised to escape from the giant wolf's mouth was abruptly halted, resulting in a pained wail from the creature. At this moment, even the primordial ancestor displayed rare signs of panic, and in his agitation, one of the wolf's claws swiped towards the ring, its icy glint flashing as it sought to shatter the binding. If the emerald ring were truly so fragile, how could it have been left until the very end by Xuanqingzi and Kimio Zenrin? Lin Mo pondered, as if to validate Lin Mo's conjecture. When the giant wolf grasped the emerald ring, a brilliant green light erupted, and with a muffled grunt, the obsidian-like claws of the wolf were forcefully repelled. Without granting the giant wolf a moment to react, the emerald ring tightened even further. It appeared that the wolf could no longer endure the torment inflicted by the ring. It could only emit low whimpers, its eyes reflecting unbearable pain. The nearby cultivators and beasts, witnessing this scene, erupted in joy, as if infused with newfound vigor. and began to unleash their powers in a frenzied assault against the demonic aura. In that moment, the two-headed giant wolf was too preoccupied to notice, and the diminished power of the demonic energy, now devoid of command, was swiftly dispelled by their combined efforts. Meanwhile, the ancient corpse bear and Longming rushed towards the center. As the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast attempted to approach, they suddenly received several transmissions from the corpse bear. After exchanging glances, they unexpectedly turned and shot towards the surrounding stone pillars. Lin Mo, observing their actions, felt perplexed. He understood they must have received directives from the ancient corpse bear, but the reason for approaching the stone pillars was still unclear. Just as they neared the pillars, the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast released a haze of ghostly threads and golden sound waves, simultaneously targeting one of the stone pillars. At that moment, Swankingzi and Kimio Zenrin, witnessing this turn of events, were filled with elation. Swankingzi immediately channeled all his magical energy into his sword and fiercely slashed at the demonic aura before him. A colossal beam of sword light shot forth, revealing a clear path ahead. Concurrently, under Kimio Zenrin's deft gestures, the remaining 4 emerald rings flashed and vanished, not reappearing atop the giant wolf's head, but instead manifesting upon its limbs. Upon appearing, the 4 rings glimmered with vibrant spiritual light, and as if receiving a collective command, they tightened around the wolf's claws. The wolf, realizing its limbs were bound as if its neck were ensnared, felt an overwhelming shock and dread. It finally sensed its limbs slowly being drawn away from the altar, prompting a desperate struggle, yet all in vain. As the wolf's claws lifted from the altar, it could no longer maintain its stance, crashing down with a resounding thud, unable to rise again. Lin Mo had been intently observing the unfolding events, and upon witnessing this, he blinked, suddenly reminded of an ancient treasure, the 5 Elements ring, which he had acquired years ago in the Void Sky Palace. This binding ring bore an uncanny resemblance to that 5 Elements ring he had encountered. He recalled that aside from differences in power, the binding ring wielded by Kimio Zenrin effortlessly subdued the giant wolf, much like the 5 Elements ring had done. Moreover, the demonic blade controlled by the ancient corpse bear had been a mere imitation of that original. Could it be that the 5 Elements ring was a replica of this binding ring? Just as Lin Mo began to contemplate this connection, he was abruptly startled by Swankingzi's furious shout, "Bear Master, how dare you!" Then, Swankingzi brandished his treasured sword, transforming it into a radiant yellow arc that surged towards the malevolent energy above. Meanwhile, the eminent Chimiao Zhenren, disregarding the colossal wolf upon the altar, morphed into a wisp of gray mist, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed that the enchanting Longming Yaofei and the white-furred corpse bear, upon plunging into the demonic energy, suddenly transformed into 2 enormous hands, one white and one green, reaching for the black serpent formed by the dark wind banner and the silver giant lotus in the sky. Observing this scene, a fleeting glint of severity crossed Lin Mo's face, unmasked and evident. The surrounding cultivators felt an icy breeze sweep through, chilling them to the bone. Meanwhile, the wood lady found herself ensnared by her junior sister, utterly unable to make any escape. Rarely does Lin Mo exhibit genuine anger, but his expression was now grave. He pressed his lips together, furrowing his brow, yet his figure remained unmoved. On the other side, however, 2 streaks of escaping light were suddenly seen. They were none other than the Tianlan Saintess and the Lingxi Peacock, a celestial maiden and a spirit bird, both soaring through the air, their targets unmistakably the 2 spiritual treasures aloft. At this moment, neither Guiling nor the puppet acted on Lin Mo's command and remained still. Guiling's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo, yet it seemed he was oblivious, not issuing any further instructions. After a brief moment of hesitation, Guiling chose not to join the fray. The sky was now a kaleidoscope of colors. Aside from Longming and the millennia-old corpse bear, there were Swankingzi and Chimiao Zhenren, along with the Tianlan grassland saintess and spirit bird, while other disciples of various sects were eager to participate. It must be noted that entering Kunwa Mountain was primarily to acquire something. With the most captivating spiritual treasures now visible, who would not desire to possess them? In the air, spiritual lights flickered chaotically, various thunderous sounds intermingling incessantly. The cultivators and demon beasts, who had just allied against the ancient demon, suddenly turned against one another. In the blink of an eye, they were embroiled in fierce conflict over the 2 spiritual treasures. Lin Mo cast a glance at the tumultuous scene above, then redirected his focus to the altar, observing the two-headed giant wolf, seemingly ensnared by the magical binding ring. His expression darkened suddenly. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, dozens of golden small swords buzzed to life, shooting forth from his robe. As Lin Mo unleashed the flying swords, he communicated with Inu telepathically. Upon learning some details, he found himself less irate and serious than before. Master, if you sever the black wolf's head now, you can temporarily expel the ancient demon spirit, Inu conveyed. Lin Mo maneuvered the flying swords, mentally inquiring, is what you say truly accurate? There can be no mistake, lest it backfire. Indeed, now is the most opportune moment. I have a query. If your assertion holds true, why does Longming Yaofei not strike the corporeal body first? Lin Mo expressed his reluctance to engage in uncertain battles. Rest assured, Master. The two-headed giant wolf is currently restrained by the magical binding ring, indicating that the malevolent energy within the ancient demon cannot escape. Moreover, have you not noticed that since the binding ring was placed, the ancient demon has been unable to expel any malevolent energy? Inu continued. Without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, Inu continued. The demon sealing ring controls everything. Even the demon soul cannot escape the wolf's head. As long as that demon soul temporarily leaves its body, I am confident I can reclaim my original form. Can Rongmeng truly fulfill your wishes? Lin Mo remained skeptical. Although Rongmeng possesses an immensely powerful consciousness, she lacks suitable weapons. All she has are ordinary spiritual treasures, which cannot contend with the silver wolf's body. Without a treasure to suppress it, I dare not attempt to seize a body filled with demonic energy, for I have neither the capacity nor the skill to control it. After some contemplation, Lin Mo acknowledged this point and nodded in his mind, stating, in a struggle for control of the body against the demon's soul, Rongmeng is likely to be at a disadvantage. I doubt she anticipated your attempt to seize the body at this moment. Indeed, especially with the master having so many refined flying swords involved. Otherwise, how could he so easily relinquish such an opportunity to contest for the celestial spiritual treasure? Inu explained swiftly. Chapter 232. Disguise. After hearing Inu's words, Lin Mo ceased to hesitate and took a deep breath. He considered that Inu was, after all, his weapon spirit. If they could reclaim the body, Inu's strength would undoubtedly increase, a result Lin Mo would wholeheartedly welcome. Closing his eyes, Lin Mo reflected for a moment, and when he reopened them, he performed a hand gesture. All the flying swords soared from his sleeves, and with a dazzling flash of golden light, they coalesced into a magnificent golden sword. The great sword seemed almost alive, possessing its own consciousness. Lin Mo pointed at the sword's body, and it immediately emitted a deep rumble, surrounded by a golden glow. Uniquely, a silver light formed at the tip of the sword, which then erupted, revealing a silver wolf's head. However, unnoticed by the gathered cultivators, it vanished in a flash. The silver light had signaled Inu to merge with the sword's tip, thereby amplifying its power. Additionally, once the black wolf's head was severed, Inu could directly enter the wolf's body and reclaim his own form. While all the cultivators and beasts were oblivious to Lin Mo's actions, Lin Min moved her lips slightly, and a faint golden light shimmered from her fingertips as she channeled her spiritual energy to assist Inu. The giant sword shimmered, transforming into a golden streak of light that cleaved through the gathering demonic energy, dispersing it like lightning, instantaneously vanishing into nothingness. With the demonic energy gone, the two-headed giant wolf was restrained by the demon's sealing ring. Now, the previously radiant giant sword flickered and soared above the altar without hesitation. It aimed directly at the motionless giant wolf for a decisive strike. At that moment, the cultivators and beasts, entangled in a fierce battle around two spiritual treasures, were drawn to the sudden appearance of the golden giant sword. They witnessed the astonishing scene of the black wolf's head being severed, leaving all cultivators and beasts momentarily frozen in shock, as none had anticipated such a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the enchanting demoness Longming, clinging to Washianshi, naturally witnessed this scene. Initially taken aback, she soon curled her lips into a cold smirk. In Longming's mind, Lin Mo was formidable among those in the nascent soul stage, yet no matter how powerful he was, he could not surpass the silver wolf. Even though the two-headed giant wolf was bound by the magic binding ring, its core was still that of the primordial demon ancestor, a malevolent being from ancient times. How could a mere mid-nascent soul-flying sword truly inflict any harm upon such a colossal wolf? Before Longming's thoughts could fully settle, and before her smirk could dissipate, the other cultivators and demon beasts were struck dumb by the unfolding events. Lin Mo, too, stood agape, as he witnessed the enormous sword descending with fierce momentum. Poised to sever the neck of the black wolf head, the seemingly immobile giant wolf unexpectedly leaped, deftly evading the blade's trajectory. The expression on Kimio Zenrin's face turned exceedingly grim, his eyes betraying disbelief. He had personally cast the magic binding ring and ensnared the two-headed giant wolf. How could it now spring to life? Beside him, Zuan Shengzi shuddered, finally grasping the reality of the situation, and cried out in alarm, realizing that the demon had merely feigned immobility. The magic binding ring had not truly confined it. Kimio Zenrin, unwilling to concede defeat and seemingly oblivious to Zuan Shengzi's warning, hastily formed hand seals with both hands, muttering incantations without a sound of lamentation. Suddenly, the two-headed giant wolf erupted in a dark, inky radiance, enveloping itself at the center before it vanished in an instant as if a meteor had struck its mountainous form. Absorbed entirely within, in the blink of an eye, the once resplendent silver fur turned dull and dark, with the exception of one silver wolf head. The body of the silver wolf had been demonized, yet no one could discern when this transformation had begun. Suspended in the air, Longming Demonis observed the condition of the two-headed giant wolf, her complexion drained to a near-translucent pallor, her face a mask of terror and disbelief. It was known to her that she had once shared half of that body, yet she had felt naught as these events unfolded. The two-headed giant wolf, suspended in the air, regarded the cultivators and demon beasts above with such indifference that they seemed no more significant than mere insects, unworthy of its attention. The black wolf head raised its neck, exhaling a series of black ripples into the air. These ripples emerged silently, appearing utterly devoid of power. Yet Lin Mo recognized the gravity of the situation, and the subsequent developments confirmed his suspicions. The 5 emerald rings that had previously constricted the giant wolf's neck and limbs were soon enveloped by the black waves exhaled by the wolf. Following a flicker of spiritual light, they ceased to react, and then a crisp cracking sound resonated. Astonishingly, the magic binding rings shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. The golden giant sword seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, and the massive wolf was utterly taken aback by its sudden leap. What was initially intended as a decisive strike fell through. As the dark stream of energy flowed into the wolf's body, the golden sword sensed an immense danger. In an instant, it soared high into the sky, executing a graceful spin before darting back along its path, evading the wolf like a serpent avoiding a thorn. How could the wolf forget the very sword that sought to slay its leader? A piercing howl erupted from its maw, and the previously dissipated dark energy coalesced and surged once more. The sword, swift as it was soon enveloped by the dark energy which sought to ensnare it. Observing this dire predicament, Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked a sword formula with one hand and shouted toward the sword ensnared in the dark energy. A small portion of the exorcising divine thunder within the sword was activated. What followed was a dazzling golden beam flickering amidst the black mist, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. A massive sphere of golden lightning emerged, radiating with brilliance, and then erupted with a deafening blast that resonated through the air. The nearby cultivators were nearly struck deaf by the sudden explosion, plunging them into temporary silence, a remarkable feat considering they were all nascent soul cultivators. Such overwhelming power was unfathomable. Countless slender arcs of lightning danced wildly, and the dark energy that had so tightly bound the sword began to dissipate, revealing a substantial area of clear space. The more distant dark energy also became riddled with gaps and gradually thinned, slowly fading away. Seizing the opportunity while the massive wolf refrained from expelling more dark energy, the sword emitted a resonant hum and swiftly pierced through the remnants of the dark mist, returning to Lin Mo's side in the blink of an eye. Vanishing into his storage pouch without affording any chance of refusal, the wolf was astonished by the sword's swiftness, and even more so by the sheer volume of exorcising divine thunder it had unleashed. Witnessing this spectacle, it could not help but express a flicker of surprise as it cast a deep glance at Lin Mo. Acutely aware of the ancestral gaze of the Yuansha Saint, felt a tremor within, yet maintained an impassive facade. Despite the formidable dark waves spewed forth from the wolf's mouth, their sluggish speed rendered them ineffective, and they soon disintegrated into nothingness. The likes of Qi Xiaozhenren and Xuanqingzi, along with other cultivators, broke into a cold sweat, internally expressing their relief. The Yuansha Saint's manifestation as a colossal entity was truly cunning. It appeared that it had previously been capable of easily shattering the magical restraints upon itself, yet feigned collapse. Watching as the once united cultivators and beasts fell back into a state of mutual enmity. The ensuing chaos among the cultivators and beasts was palpable. Had Lin Mo not unexpectedly struck at the wolf leader, compelling the beast to reveal its true form, they might still be embroiled in a life-and-death struggle over the spiritual treasure. The Yuansha Saint likely anticipated that once they were weakened from their conflict, she would swoop in like a cunning predator, ready to ensnare the remaining cultivators and beasts. As the moment approached when everyone would forget life and death, casualties were inevitable. By then, those who remained would undoubtedly be gravely weakened, rendering them even less capable of confronting the ancient demon. Now that the cultivators were aware of the plan devised by the primordial annihilation ancestor, how could they possibly comply with her wishes? The cultivators exchanged glances, uncertain of who initiated it, when suddenly someone shouted, prompting all the cultivators to disperse. All knew that while the celestial treasure was indeed rare and precious, none could be assured of recovering it immediately, especially with the formidable primordial annihilation ancestor still present. They understood the gravity of the situation. If they, the weaker ones, did not unite, their fate would be to fall one by one, differing only in the time it would take. At that moment, the two-headed giant wolf extended one of its claws and waved it toward the void. A flash of cold light erupted as 5 claw-like beams, each about 10 feet long, shot forth, vanishing almost as swiftly as they appeared. A chilling female scream pierced the air, sending shivers down the spines of all cultivators present. They turned their gaze toward the source of the cry, where the woman of wood was entangled with her junior sister, oblivious to the surrounding turmoil and impending danger. Caught off guard, she was suddenly cleaved in half by a black claw that appeared from behind. Despite her protective cloth and spiritual light, that strike had not been mitigated in the slightest. The woman's nascent soul hurriedly fled from her dismembered body, witnessing her precious golden shuttle caught in a perilous predicament. Lin Mo observed the diminutive nascent soul, hesitating in midair, seemingly considering retrieving the treasure before making its escape. Yet, Lin Mo sighed inwardly, unable to suppress his frustration at her foolishness. With the primordial annihilation ancestor in action, she had the chance to flee but lingered, coveting external possessions. If she chose not to escape, then so be it. At that moment, the woman was indeed trapped, as her nascent soul sensed the looming danger once again. It felt the surrounding demonic energy roiling, suddenly manifesting a colossal black hand that darted toward her nascent soul like lightning. The woman's nascent soul was struck with terror, preparing to teleport away, when a piercing howl erupted from the distant two-headed giant wolf. The shriek was so shrill that it felt as if it would penetrate eardrums. The nascent soul, having just escaped its original body, was jolted by the howl, causing its internal power to seize uncontrollably. In an instant, that nascent soul was snatched by the black hand and pulled back, disappearing into the swirling demonic energy before it could comprehend what had transpired. Witnessing this, Xuanqingzi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he bellowed, "Stop!" Xuanqingzi, a figure of serene composure and ethereal grace, had always remained unfazed, akin to a stabilizing force in tumultuous seas. Yet, everything had been irrevocably shattered in this moment. In an instant, the previously calm and gentle countenance of Xuanqingzi transformed into a ghastly pallor as he directed his spiritual energy into the sword in his hand with fervor, relentlessly striking downward with the ancient blade. In that fleeting moment, the divine sword wielded by Xuanqingzi manifested countless sword shadows, forming a veritable mountain of deep yellow sword light that surged downward with formidable momentum, embodying a desperate resolve to rescue the primordial spirit of Lady Mo. Lin Mo had not anticipated that the first cultivator to strive for Lady Mu's salvation would be Xuanqingzi, who, if memory served, belonged to the Tai Sect. Observing Xuanqingzi's fervent efforts to save Lady Mu's essence, the others found amusement in the old Taoist's zealous assault, which inadvertently allowed them to gauge the strength of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, albeit somewhat superfluously. After exchanging glances, Longming and the corpse bear launched a simultaneous assault. A blood-red light and a colossal white hand descending from either side. Witnessing Swankingzi's fervent demeanor, Kimio Zenrin furrowed his brow slightly, but could not refrain from offering his assistance. As he formulated a plan, a peculiar expression crossed his face, reminiscent of rumors regarding Lady Mu and Swankingzi. Yet, his hands did not falter. Incantations escaped his lips as he produced a small drum, half a foot in size. This crimson drum radiated a faint red glow, seemingly forged from raging flames. Upon its emergence, the temperature within a radius of several dozen feet soared dramatically, leaving all cultivators and beasts within its influence parched, as if ensconced in a furnace. Lin Mo immediately recognized the drum as the chiming drum upon seeing it in the hands of Kimio Zenrin. The Saintess of Tianlan became visibly agitated at the sight of this artifact. Chapter 233, Refining Demonic Beasts. The friend Su, residing within the Lingxi Peacock, noticed the sudden change in the Saintess of Tianlan's demeanor and, upon hearing the mention of the spiritual treasure, swiftly soared above her, circling her like a hawk, his eyes reflecting equal astonishment. Before Lin Mo could approach, a mere glance revealed the chiming drum's terrifying fire spiritual energy. He cast a casual glance at Hanli. Not so much at Hanli himself, but rather at the three-flame fan, which had been hastily retrieved to catch Hanli. The fire spiritual energy of the chiming drum seemed to rival that of the three-flame fan. Lin Mo merely raised an eyebrow. While the three-flame fan might be regarded as a remarkable artifact by other cultivators, it fell somewhat short in his eyes. After all, he possessed the complete method to replicate the seven-flame fan and had even conceived notions for its enhancement, rendering it merely adequate in his estimation. Hanli gazed at the chiming drum hovering in the air, seemingly noticing something as he scrutinized the three-flame fan in his hand, which bore a resemblance to the drum. His admiration for Lin Mo deepened. However, what truly astonished Lin Mo was the mention of a replica of the Tongtian Lingbao. It seemed that since entering this barrier, replicas had become alarmingly prevalent. As Lin Mo was still pondering the situation, a voice called out, "Friend Lin, your talisman of exorcism is remarkably effective against this demonic energy. You might as well unleash it in the fray. I shall provide you with some cover using this drum." At that moment, the illustrious Seven Wonders Master gently cradled a small drum in one hand, seemingly unwilling to leave Lin Mo uninvolved, and turned to him with a rather imperious demeanor. This felt less like a suggestion and more like an impatient command, leaving Lin Mo feeling uneasy. It is worth noting that he had never had any dealings with the Heavenly Demon Sect, nor had he engaged in any underhanded schemes. Although the Seven Wonders Master possessed many spiritual treasures and replicas, they bore no relevance to him. Upon hearing the Seven Wonders Master's words, Lin Mo's pupils involuntarily constricted. The gathered cultivators did not afford him the opportunity to refuse. Swankingzi unleashed a formidable surge of sword energy, colliding with the malevolent aura expelled by the giant wolf below. The demonic energy, now fully manifested, was even more intense than before. The clash of their spiritual energies produced a thunderous sound, escalating in intensity. In midair, the golden sword energy intertwined with the pitch-black demonic aura, neither willing to yield to the other. It became indiscernible whether the sword energy or the demonic energy held greater power. For a moment, they remained in a stalemate, until Long Meng and the ancient corpse bear joined the fray. The fully corrupted giant wolf opened its maw and unleashed a barrage of black beams, each radiating a dark, lustrous glow, as if substantial in form. The transformed giant wolf appeared to master its body with ease, continuously exuding demonic energy, effortlessly countering the assaults from Long Meng and the ancient corpse bear. The two beasts found themselves overwhelmed, yet the two-headed giant wolf seemed unsatisfied. Suddenly, it shook its head violently and expelled two more dark entities, even darker than its own matted fur. These entities fell to the ground and rolled within the demonic energy, transforming into two-winged humanoid creatures resembling youthful men, each adorned with a pair of ebony wings and a hooked nose, wielding a deep indigo blade. As the wings fluttered, Lin Mo perceived the faint ink-like demonic energy radiating from them. With a powerful flap, they surged forth towards the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast. While all the cultivators were preoccupied with vying for spiritual treasures, the stone pillar beneath the sacrificial altar had already suffered significant damage. The two winged beings darted forward like arrows, and before even nearing the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast, they swung their indigo blades, unleashing a series of obsidian slashes directly at the two beasts. Sensing the approaching demonic energy, the silver-winged night demon prepared itself. As the energy drew near, it vanished without hesitation, its form flickering out of sight. The lion beast, upon witnessing the assault from the two entities, was momentarily startled, reacting a breath slower than its counterpart. Yet it was already too late. The demon's shining blade had already launched its attack. The lion beast was compelled into a blood-red fury, its ferocity surging forth. With a swift turn, a thunderous roar emanated from its maw, and a wave of golden energy surged forth, confronting the demon head-on. The eagle-winged demon, seemingly devoid of thought, did not evade but raised its shining blade to make a feeble defense. To its surprise, upon contact with the golden wave, its entire form was engulfed, and the sound of shattering echoed as its body fractured inch by inch, eventually dissipating into faint demonic energy. Meanwhile, another demon, seemingly oblivious to the fate of its fallen companion, waved its hand, releasing a blade of energy nearly a foot wide. At that moment, the previously vanished silver-winged Yuansha appeared mysteriously behind this remaining demon. With deft movements of its fingers, the silver-winged Yuansha flicked towards the demon's body, unleashing 10 strands of gray, malevolent energy that pierced through the demon's form, which was subsequently torn to shreds by the lion beast. Lin Mo, while directing a portion of his consciousness towards the silver-winged Yuansha and the lion beast, was not concerned for their well-being. Rather, he sensed that they were profoundly neglecting their surroundings, a disregard that could potentially upend their current situation. The ease with which the two demons had been dispatched by the silver-winged Yuansha and the lion beast left him incredulous. He was not alone in this sentiment. Even the silver-winged Yuansha, despite having annihilated the demons, sensed something amiss. Its lips tightened as it gazed at the remnants of demonic energy before it. An expression of tension replacing any relief, its brow furrowed deeply. As if to validate the silver-winged Yuansha's unease, the demonic energy before them began to churn and swell, the dark essence pulsating with a sinister light. In the blink of an eye, the two previously connected eagle-winged demons reconstituted themselves. One of the demons lunged forward with ferocity, denying the beasts any chance to react. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of dense demonic energy, seemingly with a will of its own, targeting the silver-winged Yuansha. Lin Mo's initial impression upon witnessing this spectacle was one of heightened dread. The reformed demons appeared to possess an enhanced potency, albeit not significantly greater. Yet he could still sense the increase. The silver-winged Yuansha, sensing the impending danger, furrowed its brow and raised a hand, releasing dozens of malevolent strands once more, entangling with the black mist expelled by the demon. The other demon did not linger. It transformed into a massive black eagle, soaring 100 feet into the air. It then dove towards the lion beast with remarkable speed, reaching its side in an instant. Before the lion beast could retaliate, the eagle extended its dark claws and sharp beak, engaging in a brutal melee. Sparks flew as the lion beast and the black eagle clashed, feathers of black and purple cascading through the air. The evident dominance of the lion beast was unmistakable, yet despite the relentless setbacks faced by the colossal black eagle, Lin Mo observed a remarkable phenomenon. No matter the severity of its wounds, a shroud of dark mist enveloped the giant eagle. And once this mist coalesced around the injured areas, they would miraculously heal, appearing as if it were impervious to harm. Similarly, the silver-winged nightshade found itself in a comparable predicament. Outwardly, it seemed to hold the upper hand. Yet regardless of how many times the deadly soul threads obliterated the demonic entities, they would instantaneously reconstitute, and upon reforming, their might would incrementally surpass their previous state. If one failed to recognize this from the outset, the prolonged engagement would render the realization nearly impossible until it was too late and one's own demise was imminent. Currently, both the silver-winged nightshade and the lion beast were engulfed in frustration, increasingly agitated, oblivious to the fact that the power of the demonic entities was gradually intensifying. Observing the disarray in the auras of the silver-winged nightshade and the lion beast, Lin Mo unconsciously furrowed his brow, realizing that it was merely a matter of time before the two ferocious beasts would recognize their peril, should they remain oblivious. These two demonic entities were manifestations of the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, primarily composed of demonic energy. This energy did not originate from the Yuansha Holy Ancestor's true form, but rather from the colossal altar, which served as a conduit. As long as the altar endured, the entities born of the demonic energy would not vanish. What troubled Lin Mo further was the notion that if 2 could be conjured, then 200 could just as easily materialize. It was merely a question of control. Presently, the Yuansha Holy Ancestor was preoccupied with confronting the 7 Miao real person and Swan Kingzi, leaving the outcome of his conjecture uncertain until he could divert his attention here. The altar's demonic energy flowed through the 2-headed giant wolf, ensuring that as long as the original form persisted, a steady supply of demonic energy would be available, akin to an indestructible essence. This elucidated why the Yuansha Holy Ancestor employed these 2 entities to ensnare the silver-winged nightshade and the lion beast. He did not anticipate a swift defeat of his foes, but rather sought to entangle them, preventing any further destruction of the stone pillars. Lin Mo discerned this strategy, and the silver-winged nightshade and the lion beast, entangled in their struggle with the demonic entities, came to understand it as well. Additionally, while these 2 entities exhibited poor defensive capabilities, the demonic energy they emitted was indistinguishable from that of the 2-headed giant wolf. Thus, the beasts remained vigilant, wary of allowing the demonic energy to taint their forms, for a moment's inattention could lead them to suffer the same fate as the enchanting woman of the Huasian sect, falling victim to mental domination. Consequently, the 2 beasts were thoroughly exhausted, not only fending off the immediate threats, but also having to split their focus to attend to other concerns, rendering their situation exceedingly strenuous. Before long, the stone pillar, previously ravaged by the 2 beasts, began to shimmer with spiritual light, swiftly mending itself to its original state. The silver-winged nightshade and the lion beast, witnessing the pillar's flawless restoration, felt their resolve teetering on the brink of collapse, their psychological turmoil becoming increasingly evident in their auras and movements. This unfolding situation did not escape the notice of the 10,000-year corpse bear, engaged in combat with the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, who too was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Not only did her brows furrow, but her hands remained unchanged. At this moment, Longming was conjuring several colossal hands with her spiritual consciousness, relentlessly striking down at the swirling demonic energy below. Suddenly, she transmitted a cold message to the corpse bear. Do not worry. This temporary division of spiritual consciousness to forge a body outside of oneself is a magical skill. For one at the divided spirit level, releasing 2 is the utmost limit. Lin Mo observed as the ancient corpse bear paused momentarily, seemingly engaged in a mental conversation. Lin Mo had been maintaining a portion of his awareness on the beast, and upon noticing Longming's subtle lip movements and raised brow, he realized she was conveying a message to the ancient corpse bear, though he was left in the dark about its content. Had Lin Mo been privy to Longming's message, he might have set aside his previous concerns. The corpse bear heard Longming's voice again. If the ancestor Yuansha could truly refine multiple avatars, why would it engage in such a battle of attrition with us? It could simply release several at once. After all, they are impervious to death. Time passed, and as their spiritual energy dwindled, she could sever her own head effortlessly. So why the excessive strain? We have more pressing matters at hand. The ancient corpse bear furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of Longming's words, and inquired, "What is this important matter?" "I intend to employ a secret technique to transfer my consciousness into the body of the giant wolf, reclaiming control over it." Longming seemed to have set aside all other considerations. "Your Highness, that giant wolf's body has already been tainted by demonic energy. Forcing your way in now could be perilous." The ancient corpse bear did not believe it was wise to attempt regaining the body at this juncture. Time is of the essence. Listen to me. That ancient demon is currently using the altar's demonic energy to corrupt the giant wolf's form. You must understand that the energy emanating from the altar is the purest essence. If this pure demonic energy continues to infiltrate and catalyze the body over time, it will be thoroughly corrupted. Once the body is completely tainted and the demonic soul merges with it, regaining control will become impossible. Longming's mind was racing with a reckless notion, yearning to take the risk. Upon hearing Longming's transmission, the ancient corpse bear contemplated her words, feeling a jolt of alarm. The thought of the ancestor Yuansha utilizing the altar's pure demonic energy to utterly corrupt the silver wolf's form was unfathomable. Once the ancestor could fully command the silver wolf's body as his own, then all the cultivators and beasts present would stand no chance against him. So, you mean to say? The corpse bear suddenly inquired with a hint of urgency. Chapter 234. Longming's reckless gamble when I attempt to seize the body. Though I may not immediately gain control, I can momentarily disrupt the Silver Wolf's agency. The rest will depend on you. I need not elaborate further, Longming conveyed calmly. Hearing her words, the ancient corpse bear's brow furrowed even deeper, understanding that there were no other options available. Yet he still urged, I grasp your highness's intent. But might this approach be too perilous? As he communicated with Longming, his hands moved with remarkable agility, wielding the demon dragon blade to cleave through the approaching demonic energy. Do you possess any alternative methods? Do you truly believe that those monks can conquer the Yuansha Holy Ancestor? While they may appear benevolent on the surface, can you truly place your trust in them at this moment? Have you forgotten how the Yuansha Holy Ancestor feigned imprisonment just moments ago? If we do not take a risk now, once the altar seal is lifted, we shall have no opportunity left at all, Longming said, her tone laced with irritation. The 10,000-year corpse bear, though aware of the truth in Longming's words, felt a sense of trepidation, and none of them knew what lay beneath the altar. With this uncertainty, the question arose as to what exactly was sealed beneath the altar. The princess, too, seemed to harbor considerable apprehension. Could it be that remnants of the ancient demon realm's formidable artifacts had been left behind in the human realm? The corpse bear could not restrain its inquiry. What are you thinking? If it were indeed something of that nature, it would be a different matter entirely. Even if the Yuansha Holy Ancestor were to obtain such an artifact, enhancing their power, we could simply deal with the situation directly and gather more human cultivators to launch a counterattack, Longming countered, further piquing the curiosity of the 10,000-year corpse bear regarding what lay beneath the altar. Longming continued, if it is a fixed object, it poses no real threat even if the Yuansha Holy Ancestor acquires it. As long as there are sufficient cultivators, we will find a way to eliminate the Yuansha Holy Ancestor. Why should I persist in this precarious situation? However, the seal on this altar is undoubtedly not so simple. If my conjecture is correct, it should be the true demonic energy that was transmitted to the human realm after the ancient demon realm opened the passage. True demonic energy from the ancient demon realm? The 10,000-year corpse bear was taken aback. Before you transformed into a corpse, you must have understood the potency of true demonic energy, no? Longming appeared to reminisce about her experiences in the ancient demon realm and the corpse bear. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded solemnly. True demonic energy is unlike ordinary demonic energy. If it were to seep into the human realm, it would not only taint the spiritual veins and energies of our world, but also affect ordinary humans and certain low-tier cultivators, Longming stated with a serious expression. The 10,000-year corpse bear, perplexed, asked, what relevance does this have to us if it affects ordinary humans and low-tier cultivators? Foolishness. In the initial phase, only ordinary humans and low-tier cultivators may be affected by the influx of true demonic energy. But what do you think will happen over time? Longming's expression darkened further. Noticing that the 10,000-year corpse bear had ceased its telepathic communication, she realized that this fool had failed to grasp the severity of the situation. With a hint of exasperation, she continued, if a vast amount of true demonic energy floods into the human realm, it will gradually transform our world into something akin to the ancient demon realm. Do I really need to remind you what the ancient demon realm was like? Finally, the 10,000-year corpse bear understood, its heart trembling with fear. Yet, it suddenly recalled some prior information and said, but I have heard that after that ancient battle, all of this demonic energy was thoroughly purified by those ancient cultivators. How could it still exist in the human realm? And how could it be sealed beneath this altar, as you surmise? Purified? It is not so simple to purify. As I mentioned earlier, ordinary demonic energy is fundamentally different from true demonic energy. While ordinary demonic energy could be purged by the ancient cultivators, true demonic energy is another matter entirely. Yet the essence of this true demonic energy contains the fundamental roots of the ancient demon realm, which has traversed into the human world with the intent of transforming its spiritual aura. The millennial corpse bear, upon receiving the transmission from Longming, swiftly comprehended the implication. If the ancient demon realm's assault on the human realm was indeed aimed at this spiritual essence, then purging it would not be a simple endeavor. Your Highness, do you mean to say that even the ancient spirit realm cannot purify this true demonic energy? The millennial corpse bear inquired, still uncertain. Longming, meanwhile, was attentively observing her surroundings, awaiting the opportune moment to employ a secret technique to return to the form of the silver wolf. Without hesitation, she declared, if the spirit realm cannot thoroughly eradicate it, then it would be an insurmountable challenge in the human realm. She recalled hearing the three elders of Kunwa mention that after the war, a significant portion of the true demonic energy would need to be collected and contained, distributed to the most spiritually abundant locations in the human realm, where pure spiritual energy could suppress it. Then how can your highness be certain that this true demonic energy lies beneath the altar? The millennial corpse bearer remained skeptical, finding it preposterous to believe that such energy from the ancient demon realm resided below. Longming scoffed, I once merged with the ancestor of Yuansha. We shared the silver wolf's form. Had he not sent his main soul away, I might have remained a mere fragment of his soul. It was during our shared existence that I faintly sensed the sealing of this very demonic energy beneath the altar. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had been maintaining a sliver of divine consciousness focused on Longming and the millennial corpse bearer, observing the confrontation between the seven marvelous real person and Swankingzi, whose expressions were increasingly ashen. These two cultivators must have understood the nature of what lay beneath the altar. Otherwise, their palpable tension would not be so pronounced. Bordering on sheer horror, Longming inhaled deeply and continued, you must understand that Kunwa Mountain was renowned during the ancient conflict between the demon realm and the human realm. It is only natural to utilize the mountain's spiritual veins to suppress demonic energy. Human cultivators have long relied on the pure spiritual essence within Kunwa Mountain to cleanse the demonic energy, achieving a state of harmonious cohabitation for many years. However, I can sense that the spiritual energy of Kunwa Mountain has significantly diminished since my prior sealing. Longming mused that without a span of 1,000,000 years, the true demonic energy could not be genuinely purified. Should it be unleashed now, without the assistance of ancient cultivators, it would be a quixotic endeavor for contemporary human practitioners to re-establish control and seal the demonic energy. Though she refrained from voicing these thoughts, the millennial corpse bearer could envision the gravity of the situation. The assistance of ancient cultivators had been monumental in the past, and now the stakes were even higher. Moreover, the ancestor of Yuansha belonged to the ancient demon race. Should this ancient demon ancestor absorb the true demonic energy, the consequences would be catastrophic, rendering the entire human realm defenseless. Both Longming and the millennial corpse bearer fell into a contemplative silence. As the implications of their thoughts settled, the millennial corpse bearer's expression shifted multiple times. Just as Longming assumed that the millennial corpse bearer would cease its transmissions, it spoke again, Your Highness, I have an even more audacious idea. Upon hearing the words of the corpse bearer, Longming's countenance appeared as though shrouded in frost, her tone suddenly descending in urgency. I am aware of your intentions, she remarked with a scoff. How could a spirit beast of the mortal realm suddenly venture into the demon-suppressing tower to rescue me? If not to exploit the reverse spiritual passage for a return to the spirit realm? Longming did not inquire whether the corpse bearer harbored such thoughts. Rather, she was exceedingly certain of its motives. The ancient corpse bearer, a being of millennia, did not refute her assertion. Having been exposed, it stated, in the past, the demon race and humanity dispatched a princess and me to the mortal realm to expel the ancient demons that traverse dimensions. We succeeded, yet what has been the outcome? What does it matter if such circumstances arise again? What concern is it of ours? The corpse bearer retorted with palpable reluctance. Longming felt as though she had stumbled upon an absurd jest, considering that perhaps the ancient corpse bearer had lingered in the mortal realm for far too long, thereby forgetting the laws of the spirit realm. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from reminding the ancient corpse bearer, you must have forgotten your own cultivation level. Have you not? Or have you ascended to the transformation god stage? If you have not surpassed that stage, then even if you were to gain entry into the reverse spiritual passage, you would be rendered void by the powers of space. After uttering these words, Longming suddenly sensed a chill in the air, her voice growing icy as she queried, how do you know that I am aware of the location of the reverse spiritual passage? At that moment, she finally comprehended the reason behind the ancient corpse bearer's desire to save her. It was a matter of mutual exploitation. The princess jested. Being a spirit beast of humanity was a matter prior to my awakening of intelligence, the ancient corpse bearer awkwardly explained. I have prepared diligently for so many years, and it is essential to understand various circumstances. Without making prudent preparations, how could I ever hope to rescue the princess? As for knowing that you are aware of the reverse spiritual passage, that is quite simple. The ancient corpse bear hastily elaborated. "Oh, do enlighten me," Longming inquired. For she was the most cherished consort of the heavenly Kwai Wolf King. "If even you are unaware of the location of the reverse spiritual passage, then I truly wonder who else could possibly know of it." The ancient corpse bear's furry visage donned a semblance of a flattering smile, devoid of sincerity. Longming remained indifferent to the veracity of the ancient corpse bear's claims. As she had stated before, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. At present, she required the ancient corpse bear's aid to reclaim the silver wolf's corporeal form. If she succeeded, all would be well. Should she fail, and the silver wolf's form be completely corrupted by the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, then all cultivators and spirit beasts alike would be destined for annihilation. Yet, she was unwilling to succumb so easily to being devoured. Thus, she resolved to seize any opportunity to fight back. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. To be frank, only by fully reclaiming my original body can I hope to rediscover the location of the reverse spiritual passage." A fleeting glimmer of light flickered in Longming's eyes, quickly vanishing. The ancient corpse bear's gaze darkened momentarily, grasping the implications of Longming's words. She was cautioning it not to entertain thoughts of fleeing, but rather to adhere faithfully to the commands of the demon princess. The ancient corpse bear, with a clever glimmer in its eye, responded gratefully, "Indeed, indeed. I shall heed the princess's every instruction. As long as the princess fulfills her promise to lead me back to the spirit realm, I shall undoubtedly strive with all my might for your sake." The sycophantic tone resonated without hesitation. A flicker of disdain crossed Longming's eyes. "Indeed, it was advantageous to communicate telepathically. If you provide me with adequate protection, I shall fulfill my desires, and how could I possibly let you down?" Subsequently, Longming ceased waiting for the corpse bear to transmit messages, suddenly forming a hand seal with both hands, enveloped in a blinding silver radiance. Lin Mo, witnessing Longming's sudden gesture, felt a twinge of anxiety, especially with the presence of the esteemed Kimio Zenrin beside him, who had been fixated on Lin Mo since calling his name. With a resigned sigh, Lin Mo refrained from voicing any concerns, instead forming his own hand seals and reciting incantations, unleashing waves of exorcising divine thunder upon the relentless demonic energy emanating from below. As the exorcising thunder approached, it was engulfed by a swirling mass of demonic energy before erupting in a deafening crash, dissipating the encroaching malevolence. The two-headed giant wolf appeared unfazed by the united efforts of the cultivators, exhibiting no signs of distress. Instead, its dark flames intensified. The creature expelled a continuous stream of black energy from its maw. The ancient yellow sword wielded by Swankingzi and the demonic dragon blade of the 10,000-year-old corpse bear were both ensnared by the encroaching demonic aura, their golden and crimson energies retreating under pressure. Lin Mo, observing the unfolding chaos, furrowed his brow deeper, sensing an unsettling feeling of having overlooked something crucial. The surrounding demonic energy was increasingly dense, as if the cultivators and beasts were the ones being besieged. The silver-winged night demon and the lion avian beast were still entangled in a relentless struggle, appearing weary from their efforts. It seemed evident that they were indeed the ones under assault. The pervasive demonic energy constricted further around the cultivators, drawing them closer to despair. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the spot where Han Li had recently stood. He had vanished entirely. Where could he have gone? This was the 9th spatial layer, and one could not escape unless the path was opened. So, where had Han Li fled? Was he truly so cunning as to hide without informing me? As Lin Mo's mind wandered to these perplexing thoughts, he suddenly noticed the stone pillars surrounding the altar emanating a blinding light, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum. Ancient, unfamiliar runes began to materialize on the surface of each pillar, quivering slightly. The other cultivators and beasts also sensed the disturbance, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Meanwhile, the Kimio Zenrin, clutching the crimson drum, wore a grim expression, anxiety welling within. None but Longming and the corpse bear knew what was truly unfolding, and an ominous sense gripped the hearts of all present, growing increasingly palpable. With a determined bite of his lip, Kimio Zenrin finally hurled the crimson drum into the air, commanding with a fierce shout, "Swankingzi, what are you waiting for? Quickly summon your newly acquired artifact. Otherwise, disaster may soon befall us." Chapter 235. The Three Spirit Treasures Confrontation. The Three Spirit Treasures Confrontation. Swankingzi, having momentarily vacated his grasp on the golden ancient sword, regained composure after a series of frenzied attacks. After such a lengthy period, they have yet to pierce through the malevolent aura, and it is evident that Madame Mu's primordial spirit is likely in grave peril. Calming himself, Xuanqingzi immediately heard the voice of the esteemed Qimiao Jinren calling out to him. Heeding the warning, his countenance shifted, and without further ado, he swept his robe, conjuring a small, earth-toned seal that appeared in his hand, reciting an intricate and obscure incantation. Xuanqingzi tossed the yellow seal into the air, where it levitated above his head. The seal, perfectly square and exuding a warmth akin to jade, flickered with a luminous sheen, revealing layers of golden and silver runes that emanated a serene and immense spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this artifact, Lin Mo's expression subtly altered, taken aback to find such a spiritual treasure in Xuanqingzi's possession. It was the Pingshan seal. At that moment, a voice, filled with astonishment, breathed out from a woman nearby. Lin Mo's heart raced as he turned to see the source of the exclamation, Tianlan Saintess Lin Yinping. He pondered why the saintess always gasped in awe at the sight of a spiritual treasure. Her extensive knowledge seemed contradicted by her frequent astonishment. Yet every time, she accurately identified the names of these artifacts. Now, the Tianlan Saintess was covering her mouth with both hands, her expression one of utter disbelief, fixated on the small seal. Lin Mo had encountered this treasure before, having seen a replica of the renowned Tongtian Lingbao at an underground auction. It was rumored that the original Pingshan seal had fetched an astronomical price, claimed by an anonymous cultivator. Little did he know that this artifact was now in the hands of the Tai Sect. Why was it merely a rumor? Because Lin Mo had departed the auction midway due to certain matters, leaving him with only hearsay about subsequent events, though the essence of the situation remained largely accurate. Yet, one question lingered. How had the Pingshan seal come to reside within the Tai Sect? Should one commend the Tai Sect for its wealth or celebrate the emergence of exceptional talents within its ranks? Truly, it deserved recognition as the foremost righteous sect. Meanwhile, Qimiao Jinren remained oblivious to the expressions on Lin Mo's face. Upon witnessing the brilliance of the Pingshan seal hovering above Xuanqingzi, he erupted into raucous laughter. Raising a hand, he formed a seal with his fingers and flicked his index finger towards the floating chiming drum. A resounding thud echoed as the drum was struck. As the chiming drum resonated, all the cultivators beheld the once dim crimson drum suddenly radiate a flash of red light, followed by an outer layer of crimson aura enveloping it. Observing this, Qimiao Jinren wasted no time. He flicked his finger again towards the drum, producing another deep thud. This time, the chiming drum glowed even more brilliantly, its outer crimson aura expanding outward, pulsating with intensified radiance. With each booming sound from the chiming drum, waves of crimson light radiated outward in concentric circles, resembling the gradual ascent of a red sun in the sky, casting forth its dazzling brilliance. The crimson sun emanated not rays of golden light, but a blood-like glow, accompanied by the resonant beats of a drum, allowing all to perceive the terrifying power contained within the crimson drum. Meanwhile, the yellow seal cast by Xuanqingzi transformed into a towering hill over 20 zhang tall, as incantations flowed from his lips, weaving intricate spells. This hill was adorned with layers of magical inscriptions, intricately overlapping, covering the surface of the jade seal, harmonizing with the golden and silver runes inscribed upon the seal itself. Lin Mo observed Xuanqingzi channeling the yellow seal, and fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that this seal was not the famed Pingshan seal he had once seen. It was merely a replica, though he could not ascertain whether it differed in grade from the original. The radiant yellow mist surrounding the Fantian seal appeared to be a boundless source of spiritual energy, reminiscent of a celestial treasure. Lin Mo noted that the yellow seal increasingly resembled the Fantian seal. If it were indeed the Fantian seal he envisioned, it would be a magnificent spiritual treasure, an ancient innate artifact, embodying the authority of the gods and impervious to destruction by any entity or treasure. The appearance of these two artifacts immediately captivated the attention of all cultivators and demonic beasts. Long Meng, radiating a fantastical silver light, felt the overwhelming spiritual pressure and involuntarily flicked his gaze towards the treasures, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossing his eyes, quickly masked by a return to calm. Only Lin Mo understood that while everyone assumed the yellow seal was the Pingshan seal, in truth, if it were not a mere imitation, it would be the authentic one. If it were a counterfeit, It likely drew inspiration from the Pingshan seal. The two-headed giant wolf on the altar also perceived the crimson drum and the Fantian seal above Swankingzi, its expression momentarily faltering. Lin Mo sensed the black wolf's brow furrow slightly, a subtle indication of its seriousness. It remained unclear whether the giant wolf truly recognized the gravity of the situation or was merely jesting when it scoffed, claiming that mere replicas could not possibly defeat its esteemed ancestor. Such thoughts were but a daydream. With that, the giant wolf's eyes gleamed with cold light, letting out a disdainful snort before opening its gaping maw, unleashing a swirling mass of black mist. Within this mist, dark glimmers surged forth, and before the cultivators could react, a black sphere slowly emerged from its mouth, hovering before it, pulsating rhythmically. This sphere appeared to form a protective shield of black mist, behind which the giant wolf unleashed successive beams of black light, each vanishing into the depths of the shield. As the black beams penetrated the misty barrier, it began to swell rapidly, soon growing to the size of a house, gradually lifting into the air, enveloping the giant wolf completely. Lin Mo gazed at the burgeoning black mist shield, his brow furrowing in concern, though he did not fully comprehend the intentions of the Yuansha Ancestor. It was evident that the ancestor harbored no fear of the crimson drum or the Fantian seal. As none of the onlookers were aware, the black mist shield appeared to split in two, with one side gradually giving rise to a colossal sphere of darkness. This ebony orb ascended, coming to rest above the head of the two-headed giant wolf. The divided sphere was deep and shadowy, evoking a sense of uncanny dread in Lin Mo, causing his heart to quiver. Meanwhile, both the black mist shield and the dark sphere continued to swell in size. Lin Mo observed that, regardless of the division of the black shield or the relentless expansion of the two entities, the malevolent energy remained undiluted, a clear anomaly. Before Lin Mo could fathom the implications, he heard Swankingzi exclaim a sharp warning. A wave of panic surged within Lin Mo, intensifying his unease. Swankingzi's countenance darkened as he pointed gravely at the immense imprint in the sky, and without hesitation, he launched an attack. The celestial seal erupted in a cascade of radiant light, transforming into a yellow meteor hurtling towards the two-headed giant wolf upon the altar. Simultaneously, the crimson drum, controlled by the seven marvels true man, quivered like a blazing sun before descending in concert with the celestial seal. Both artifacts shimmered with mystical brilliance, their might astonishing, as they plunged into the malevolent energy. Upon contact, they shattered through the dark aura with an unstoppable force, surprising all cultivators who had assumed that the black sphere and mist shield would be more resilient. Unexpectedly, the dark shield and sphere forged from malevolence could not withstand the power of the two artifacts. Although mere replicas of true treasures, the synergy between these two artifacts rendered their strike equivalent to that of an authentic magical artifact. While the other cultivators applauded the formidable display of power, Lin Mo remained with his brow furrowed, tension etched upon his features. Indeed, upon witnessing this spectacle, the two-headed giant wolf seemed to ascertain the situation. It no longer hesitated and unleashed a radiant beam directly into the massive orb above. The black sphere trembled, emitting a low rumble akin to a tsunami, and then shot forth like a flying sword, aiming straight for the airborne crimson drum and celestial seal. The malevolent energy along the path of the dark sphere was drawn into it, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Lin Mo realized that the recent actions of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor had merely been a probe. The true counterattack had now commenced. With a resigned sigh, Lin Mo lamented his entanglement in this conflict. He closed his eyes and extended a thread of consciousness to locate Hanli. After a thorough search, he discovered that Hanli had unexpectedly retreated behind the altar. What purpose could he have there? Now was not the time for such concerns. As Lin Mo subtly moved his lips to convey a message to Hanli, receiving Lin Mo's transmission, Hanli was momentarily taken aback before retrieving the three-flame fan from his storage pouch, holding it in hand. Sensing the connection with the fan, Lin Mo softly intoned a spell, and in an instant, the three-flame fan vanished from Hanli's grasp, reappearing in Lin Mo's hand. After retracting the three-flame fan, Lin Mo once again turned his attention to the three peculiar objects suspended in midair. Two of the spiritual treasures had already collided with the black orb. Yet the anticipated deafening roar did not materialize. Instead, the three entities met in silent collision. Just as all the cultivators presumed something had gone awry, A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, causing both the cultivators and the beasts to sense a tremor in the ninth space. Subsequently, they beheld the simultaneous eruption of black light, yellow mist, and crimson radiance, which soared into the sky, transforming into a sharply defined barrier of spiritual energy. One side was as dark as ink, reminiscent of an infinite starry sky, while the other shimmered with intertwining hues of yellow and red, dazzling like a realm of dreams. At the boundary where the two converged, a thunderous sound emerged, akin to rolling thunder and the clash of countless weapons. The two forces intertwined, fluctuating in intensity. As the stark division wavered, at times, the black light overpowered the yellow and red, only for the latter to momentarily repel the black light. The two forces appeared to be locked in a peculiar stalemate. This state of equilibrium lasted but a breath, after which the colossal wolf unleashed a barrage of thick black beams upon the black orb, overwhelming the yellow mist and crimson radiance, forcing the fan of heaven and the crimson drum to retreat under the pressure of the black orb. Remarkably, it lacked the capacity to directly consume the two spiritual treasures. Witnessing this scene, Swankingzi and the Seven Wonders' true person were struck with astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had never anticipated that the two-headed giant wolf, upon transforming, could withstand the imitations of their treasures solely through its innate abilities. Swankingzi and the Seven Wonders' true person exchanged alarmed glances, their faces pale. Yet they hastily channeled their magical energies into the fan of heaven and the crimson drum. It was clear that the situation before them was one neither cultivator wished to confront. Lin Mo, observing their countenance, surmised that they had grossly underestimated the might of the ancient demon saint's avatar. According to the original narrative, this avatar of the Yuansha Saint far exceeded their expectations. The Yuansha Saint was one of the three supreme leaders dispatched from the ancient demon realm to invade the human world. Not only had the Seven Wonders' true person's magic restraining ring proven ineffective, but now both he and Swankingzi had resorted to their ultimate treasures. Yet they seemed unable to suppress the will of the Yuansha Saint. Moreover, it appeared that the seal of the altar was on the verge of being lifted. Lin Mo pondered the nature of the entity sealed beneath the altar, a mystery that Swankingzi and the Seven Wonders' true person seemed to understand. However, now was not the opportune moment for inquiries. One thing was certain. Whatever lay sealed beneath the altar was of tremendous significance, and it must not be unleashed. Lin Mo harbored a foreboding sense that if the seal were to be broken, it would surely herald a catastrophic calamity for the human realm. Lin Mo had been attentively observing the ancient demon ancestor alongside Xianqingzi and the Seven Wonders' real person. Noticing that both were nearly at their wits' end and had ceased their chatter, he raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers while silently reciting a spell. A tricolored aura shot forth from his fingertips, spiraling in the air before landing in his palm. Remarkably, it was the Three Flames fan that had just been summoned back from Han Li's grasp. With a face as somber as still water, Lin Mo gazed down upon the three individuals entangled in battle, their efforts against the demonic energy resembling a struggle between the forces of yin and yang. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, and the concealed humanoid puppet suddenly appeared behind him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, and the Three Flames fan expanded dramatically, swiftly transforming into a giant fan several meters in size. From the outset, Lin Mo had no intention of directly contesting the Yuansha Saint Ancestor within the body of the Silver Wolf, but the current predicament left him with no alternatives. He had reached a point of no escape. In this critical moment, Lin Mo could not forget the meaningful gaze cast upon him by the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. Resolving to think of nothing else, he continued to chant the incantation, witnessing the fan swell further. He poured his spiritual energy into the Three Flames fan, which emitted a tremendous humming sound. At this juncture, Lin Mo made no reservations in unleashing the fan's power, fully aware that failure to exert himself could lead to dire consequences. The commotion on Lin Mo's side also drew the attention of Xianqingzi and the Seven Wonders' real person, both of whom instinctively turned their gazes toward him. Lin Mo, preoccupied with amplifying the fan's might, paid no heed to anything else. Xianqingzi finally discerned the true nature of the Three Flames fan under Lin Mo's control, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, your spiritual treasure." Lin Mo had no time for explanations. The moment called for action. Shaking the Three Flames fan, A torrent of tricolored flames surged forth from its surface. As he chanted the incantation, the roaring flames transformed into a colossal tricolored firebird. Towering several meters high, the spectacle drew the attention of the cultivators and demon beasts below, with Han Li gazing in astonishment at the three flames fan. He recognized it as a remarkable spiritual treasure, a replica of the Seven Flames fan, but he had not anticipated that Lin Mo's version would possess such formidable power. The tricolored firebird emitted a resounding cry, and as it spread its wings, it charged toward the distant Qi Ming drum and Fan Tian seal. Xian Xingzi and the Seven Wonders real person stared in disbelief at the firebird, which, upon nearing the two treasures, suddenly erupted. A tricolored halo manifested around the Qi Ming drum and Fan Tian seal, which emitted yellow and red lights, revealing a swirling dance of golden and silver runes. The tricolored halo swiftly merged into the crimson and golden light, vanishing without a trace. It offered no opportunity for any cultivator to react. Suddenly, the spiritual light of the crimson drum and the heaven-subduing seal surged dramatically, manifesting flickering flames of gold and silver. The two spiritual treasures, previously overshadowed by the black orb, immediately reversed their fortunes, suppressing the black light before rolling back to unleash their formidable might upon the formidable double-headed wolf. The speed was not swift, yet it was deliberate and calculated. The celestial Lady Tianlan and the silver-winged night demon had previously witnessed Lin Mo wielding the triflame fan. Although he had not infused it with such an abundance of spiritual power at that time, nor had it exhibited such formidable prowess, they were not particularly astonished. However, the millennial corpse bear was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Lin Mo activate the triflame fan, casting a meaningful glance at him, its surprise lingering in its eyes. Realizing the significance of the moment, both the esteemed Master Qi Miao and the enigmatic Swan Kingzi exchanged glances, each perceiving a glimmer of excitement reflected in the other's expression. While they were uncertain about the exact nature of the triflame fan in Lin Mo's possession, its potency clearly rivaled that of the crimson drum and the heaven-subduing seal. Without a moment's hesitation, both cultivators hastened to channel their own treasures, further amplifying the golden and crimson glow of the two artifacts. Eager to seize the opportunity to vanquish the avatar of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. After unleashing a strike with the fan, Lin Mo's countenance turned ashen. He swiftly waved his long sleeves, revealing a white jade vial in his hand. He quickly retrieved a pale blue elixir from within, consuming it with haste, and his previously depleted spiritual energy was instantly revitalized. Below, Han Li observed Lin Mo's actions, his expression shifting multiple times as he pondered when his esteemed predecessor had acquired a treasure akin to his own small green vial. At that moment, Lin Mo was too preoccupied to consider anything else. Just as he regained his strength, an anguished howl of a wolf pierced the air, causing Lin Mo to pause, his heart racing as he swiftly turned his gaze toward the altar. There, the double-headed giant wolf was ensconced in a blinding black light, the source of the wolf's wail emanating from within. Shadows danced within the black light, yet the specifics remained obscured from the sight of both cultivators and beasts alike. Han Li, Lin Mo's expression shifted, urgently calling out, "Yes." Without needing further instruction, Han Li understood Lin Mo's intent. His pupils shimmered with a blue luminescence as he employed the clear vision technique, attempting to peer into the depths of the black light. After several attempts, he still could not discern the situation within, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. "Senior Lin, I too cannot see inside. It eludes me," Han Li admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Lin Mo's misgivings intensified. If even Han Li's clear vision could not penetrate the darkness, he could scarcely fathom who else might be capable of discerning its secrets. Shaking his head to indicate it was of no consequence, Lin Mo took a risk, extending a wisp of his consciousness toward the black light. In that moment, he glimpsed a flicker of silver within, and the silver barrier atop the mountain shimmered before a burst of frigid light erupted forth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Mo was struck with profound astonishment. Finally comprehending the implications, he shouted a warning, but before he could finish his thought, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air, followed by two distinct, muffled thuds. Before Lin Mo could fully comprehend the situation, he was abruptly propelled away. A voice of inquiry emerged from the dark light on the altar, followed by a cold snort, suggesting that something within that darkness had stirred. While Lin Mo was still processing this, he felt a presence before him, and before he could discern the figure's appearance, he heard several muted thuds behind him. The figure retreated a few steps, and upon turning, Lin Mo discovered it was the puppet that had concealed him. However, at that moment, the puppet bore two peculiar short blades embedded in its chest. After being thrust back several yards, Lin Mo experienced a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Enraged, he condensed his internal power, finally stabilizing his form. Yet, when he glanced down at himself, he drew in a sharp breath. The silvery barrier formed by the Yuan Gang shield and the azure protective spiritual light had both been perforated, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. The intense pain in his abdomen stemmed from a silver, radiant blade embedded there, although it had not penetrated deeply. That was only due to the battle armor forged from devouring gold insects. At this moment, Lin Mo's long robe was not only tattered, but the armor crafted from the devouring gold insects had also been breached, revealing the darkest layer of his inner armor beneath. Behind this inner layer lay Lin Mo's lower abdomen. Enraged, his countenance darkened. With a low growl, a faint golden aura enveloped his entire being. The blades that had pierced his abdomen seemed to be suppressed by an immense force, and with a swift motion, they were rebuffed and shot upwards into the sky. The blades emitted a faint humming sound, indicating their remarkable speed. In a heartbeat, Lin Mo did not allow the blades to travel far. His body swayed, his arm moved, and he seized one of the blades, finally glimpsing its true form. The blade was about half a foot long, exhibiting an irregular curvature akin to a razor-sharp crescent moon knife. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo realized this was a sharp claw from a wolf's paw. A chill ran down his spine as he stared at the wound on his lower abdomen. It was a 2 to 3 inch deep gash, yet no blood flowed from it. Instead, the exposed flesh shimmered with a peculiar luster, subtly interwoven with faint golden threads. This was the effect of having cultivated the first layer of the Ming Wang Ju, rendering his body nearly as resilient as fine iron. Had it not been for this, that strike would have undoubtedly pierced through his dantian, incapacitating him instantly. Despite the layers of protection he possessed, reflecting on the terrifying nature of the Tianlang drill that Silver Moon had warned him about, Lin Mo's heart raced with trepidation. He then turned his gaze towards the puppet before him. It had been struck by 2 additional Tianlang drills, yet the 5-colored spiritual light shimmered around it, indicating that even though the shoulder blade had been penetrated, it appeared to be relatively unscathed, exuding an air of nonchalance. This was indeed a testament to the formidable nature of its construction from Gang Silver and 5 elements jade. It was not something that ordinary weapons could easily destroy. At this moment, the ancient demon patriarch, shrouded in darkness, was utterly astonished to witness that his seemingly infallible attack had failed to yield any result after a series of relentless strikes. One of the Silver Wolf's most formidable abilities was its claws, now manifesting as the Heavenly Wolf Drill. Countless years had been devoted by the Silver Wolf to cultivate its claws to such a formidable power, each use costing it a claw. Even cultivators at the God transformation stage would not dare to underestimate the Silver Wolf's claws. Although the magical power wielded by the current incarnation of the Demon Patriarch was not to be compared with the Silver Wolf's might from years past, the Patriarch's innate prowess still held a degree of comparability against the cultivators and beasts before him. Observing Lin Mo and the concealed puppet withstand 3 of his claws, the Patriarch was taken aback, realizing that Lin Mo was merely a foundational cultivator. At that moment, the altar's light dimmed slightly, and the massive wolf, once looming like a mountain, vanished without a trace, replaced by a slender figure. The demon patriarch reformed into a black-robed woman. Yet she was no longer the same as before. She was now clad in a sinister suit of armor that gleamed ominously. The front of the armor bore the visage of a horned demon, and long black spikes protruded from her shoulders, emanating a chilling light that instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld her. The armored woman gazed impassively at Lin Mo, her expression inscrutable. Lin Mo felt no regret, yet it was evident that he had now drawn the patriarch's attention. However, the sinister armor was a cause for concern. He inquired with his divine sense about the nature of the armor. Silver Moon's voice was grave as she explained that this was the true demon armor, forged from a substantial accumulation of true demonic energy, endowing it with formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to augment supernatural powers. Upon hearing Silver Moon's explanation, Lin Mo's brow furrowed even deeper. The amplification of supernatural powers posed a significant challenge. He pondered how he would contend with such an adversary. Before he could voice his grievances, Silver Moon continued, indicating that only a select few ancient demons possessed knowledge of such abilities. Had that knowledge been more widespread, the outcome of their ancient battle may have been quite different. Have your memories returned? Lin Mo inquired, surprised. Not yet, but I believe they are gradually recovering. Some vague images have begun to surface, and what was once obscured is now starting to clarify, albeit still in fragments, Silver Moon replied, a mix of amusement and melancholy in her tone. As Lin Mo absorbed her words, he simultaneously directed his divine sense toward the puppet's condition. The puppet stirred, withdrawing the two strange blades before sheathing them. A dazzling array of colors enveloped its wounds, which then began to close slowly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo became aware of a slight tingling sensation in his lower abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the armor of the golden devouring insect had also returned to its pristine state. The silver barrier, which had just been breached, was retracted by Lin Mo's incantation and replaced by a silver shield positioned before him. Both Lin Mo and the puppet had almost fully healed from their wounds. The puppet did not revert to its stealth mode, but stood resolutely alongside Lin Mo. The armored woman shifted her attention from Lin Mo to the ominous black light suspended in midair, which was being suppressed by three spiritual treasures. The black light appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse. A peculiar smile crept across the armored woman's face as she suddenly formed a hand seal and recited a crisp incantation. With a delicate gesture of her hand, 10 slender strands of black silk shot forth towards the stone tablet embedded with the dragon transformation seal. An aura of profound energy emanated from the tablet, accompanied by a resounding hum. It seemed as if the stone pillars surrounding the altar received a command, responding in unison and shaking with increasing intensity. The expression on the armored woman's face abruptly turned cold, as if struck by an electric shock. Her hair stood on end, and her visage morphed into one of savagery. As if this were not sufficient, the altar began to tremble subtly, revealing flickers of black light at certain spots on its surface. Soon, these areas began to shatter, and countless streams of dark, demonic energy surged forth into the sky. Witnessing the emergence of this ominous black mist, a frenzied gleam ignited in the armored woman's eyes, and she erupted into triumphant laughter. Leaping into the air, she shouted a command. Her voice was sharp and piercing, causing a painful reverberation in the eardrums of those who heard it. The black mist that poured forth from the altar coalesced in the air, swirling and rolling until it formed a colossal demonic statue. Chapter 237. The statue of the primordial demon ancestor. This statue, towering like an attic, differed from the typical youthful form of a woman. Instead, it was voluptuous and adorned in armor. Lin Mo observed that the design of the armor worn by the armored woman mirrored that of the black armor of the primordial demon ancestor. However, the statue's head resembled a fair-faced woman with delicate short horns, her eyes firmly closed. The moment the demonic visage manifested, the ancient corpse bear, which had been safeguarding Longmeng in midair, was struck with astonishment, its expression shifting drastically as it involuntarily gasped in shock. Upon closer inspection, the voice of the ancient corpse bear resembled that of a distorted echo, far removed from its usual timbre. Lin Mo had never encountered the true form of the primordial demon ancestor. By the time he arrived in this realm of cultivation, the primordial demon ancestor had already been sealed away, with only fragments of lore documenting the legendary woman from the demon realm, devoid of any descriptions of her true appearance. Only ancient cultivators or demonic beasts who had fought against her could recognize her original visage. Thus, upon hearing the ancient corpse bear's startled exclamation, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Equally astonished were Swankingzi, Zhiqiao, and others. In the instant that caught everyone off guard, the massive statue slowly opened its eyes, which gleamed like two violet stars in the boundless night sky. The colossal golem remained motionless, while the dark light above its head, subdued by the Tianyin seal, the chiming drum, and the Sanhua fan, could no longer withstand the combined might of the three treasures. It shattered completely, transforming into countless shards of darkness that cascaded downward. The flickering yellow-red light of the chiming drum and Tianyin seal suddenly faced no obstruction, expanding and growing ever more radiant, while the two treasures, under the auxiliary support of the Sanhua fan, pressed down with an overwhelming force, evoking a sensation of an encroaching tempest. The unrestricted yellow-red spiritual light resembled an immense luminous curtain emerging from the heavens, exuding a formidable aura. Perhaps due to the blinding nature of the yellow-red light or its captivating allure, the giant golem seemed to sense the overwhelming glow above. It slightly raised its head, casting a cold glance at the chiming drum and Tianyin seal overhead, which were still oblivious to the impending disaster, as were their wielders, who appeared to have forgotten their peril. In a disdainful manner, the massive golem casually waved its arm, lightly striking the air, resulting in a thunderous roar. From the void, a black claw, spanning several acres, materialized, reaching upward as if attempting to grasp the moon from the sea's depths. In a flash of darkness, the colossal claw managed to leave 5 enormous, shadowy gashes across the yellow-red firmament. Swankingzi and Kimio were taken aback, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. The giant claw's 5 fingers closed together, and the recently expanded Tianyin seal and chiming drum ominously appeared between them. In the next moment, the once vibrant yellow-red light vanished as if it had never existed. Below, the cultivators and beasts beheld this spectacle in stunned silence, their mouths agape in awe. The giant golem lowered its gaze to the Tianyin seal and chiming drum in its grasp, and a strange woman's voice emerged from its purple glowing eyes, carrying the chill of 1,000 years and tinged with perplexity. This is the human realm. Simultaneously, high in the sky, the silver glow enveloping Longmeng coalesced into a silver wolf's head on her back, appearing as if ready to leap forth. Yet, upon glimpsing the distant giant golem, the wolf's head trembled in fear and promptly retreated into her form. The body of Washianshi, who was possessed by Longmeng, suddenly quaked, and his eyes flew open, releasing a terrified scream. The void-crossing divine thought technique. This is the true divine thought of the Yuansha Ancestor. Neither Longmeng nor the ancient corpse bear had anticipated the madness of the Yuansha Ancestor's split consciousness, invoking the void-crossing divine thought technique to summon the true essence of the ancestor. Longmeng's warning caused a dramatic shift in the expressions of all the cultivators. Swankingzi and Kimio finally grasped the gravity of the situation, abandoning their attempts to salvage the treasures, their faces paling further at Longmeng's words. They witnessed the giant golem manifesting its claw, which swiftly closed into a fist, causing the earth-tone seal and chiming drum within its palm to explode. Though the Tianyin seal and chiming drum were mere replicas, their power was not to be underestimated. The colossal golem, capable of being crushed with a mere squeeze, certainly made the cultivators and beasts below acutely aware of the formidable entity they had provoked. The cultivators and beasts were at a loss as to how to confront this giant golem. After all, the manifestation of a fragment of a Yuansha sage had already depleted their resources, should the true consciousness of a Yuansha sage materialize. Extinguishing their lives would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet, the giant golem seemed oblivious to the presence of the cultivators and beasts both aloft and below. It appeared as if it had just awakened, stretching its arms languidly before turning its gaze toward a woman clad in battle armor, standing beneath. The armored woman, her expression devoid of emotion, raised her gaze to meet the golem's. After a brief exchange of glances, the golem spoke. "Indeed, you are still alive. It was not in vain that I expended such immense effort to send you to the human realm years ago. You called upon me this time to deal with these insignificant ants? Do you not find it a waste?" The golem did not afford the armored woman an opportunity for retort, continuing, "You should be aware that you have summoned me twice before. After this invocation, the trace of soul imprint embedded in your consciousness will vanish entirely. The true demonic energy expended to summon me could have easily birthed a multitude of our sage kin." The golem's voice remained monotone, yet it sent shivers down the spines of the cultivators who heard its words, as if they had been cast into an abyss of frost, utterly convinced that it could obliterate them at any moment. The armored woman, unfazed by the golem's declarations, merely furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "You are I, and I am you. Were there any other recourse, I would not resort to such desperate measures. Without harnessing the true demonic energy leaking from this altar, I would lack the strength to summon you again in my current state." She understood the gravity of the situation, which prompted her to activate the 9th layer of space. Only the altar within that realm could provide her with sufficient demonic energy, or she would have long since been dispersed. Upon hearing her words, the golem nodded in comprehension, realizing, now it makes sense. The difficulty of my manifestation this time is not due to your own demonic energy summoning me across dimensions. The armored woman seemed to exhale in relief at the golem's revelation, only to hear it state, "It appears I must act swiftly. I cannot ascertain how long this demonic energy will sustain my form." With that, it glanced at the continuous influx of pitch-black demonic energy flowing into its feet from the altar, then turned its attention to the cultivators suspended in midair. Whether in the air or on the ground, the cultivators and beasts alike shuddered under the icy gaze of the golem's violet eyes, instinctively heightening their vigilance, as if they had become the prey of a predatory beast. A few even began to retreat silently. The giant golem, seemingly oblivious to the retreating cultivators, merely twitched its lips before raising one massive finger and gently flicking it in a particular direction. A tremendous sound pierced the air, followed by the swift disappearance of something that had flashed by. At this moment, the lion beast, still entangled in a fierce struggle with the creature resembling a winged eagle, emitted a piercing scream as if it had been struck by some unseen force. Tragically, the lion beast had yet to discern the identity of its assailant. Suddenly, its body began to swell explosively, and with a thunderous noise, it detonated into a violent explosion. Witnessing this spectacle, the silver-winged night demon, engaged in a similar confrontation, trembled with fear. Before it could contemplate its next move, it flapped its wings and executed a wind escape technique, vanishing like a wisp of breeze. The colossal golem, indifferent to the fleeing silver-winged night demon, merely snorted coldly and reached towards the direction of its disappearance with a single hand, grasping at the void. A resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of the moment the lion beast was crushed. The silver-winged night demon emitted no sound, yet a massive claw appeared in the air, cradling the very creature that had just employed the wind escape technique. However, the state of the silver-winged night demon remained obscured, enshrouded in a faint veil of black mist, rendering it invisible to the onlookers. As the spectators beheld this scene, their fear intensified, for none could have anticipated that the wind escape technique would be so effortlessly shattered, leaving the silver-winged night demon ensnared like a helpless insect, utterly incapable of escape, bound and unable to move an inch. In a fit of desperation, the silver-winged night demon resolved to fight to the death. Just as the golem's massive claws were about to close in for the kill, the silver-winged night demon unleashed a sudden, fierce shriek. Countless gray strands erupted from its body, bursting forth upon separation. The entire sequence unfolded with alarming abruptness, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Witnesses observed flashes of gray light, followed by a tremendous roar, the spectacle truly awe-inspiring. Yet, the silver-winged night demon likely did not anticipate that its final act of defiance would not suffice to prevent the golem's grasp from tightening. In a flash of black light, the gray brilliance and the sound of explosions were utterly extinguished as if they had encountered a nemesis. In an instant, black, demonic flames engulfed the silver-winged night demon. Its formidable corporeal form rapidly reduced to a massive cloud of ashes, its primordial spirit unable to escape in time, vanishing into the air without leaving a trace. Not even a wisp of smoke. Though the lion beast and the silver-winged night demon were not the most formidable among the cultivators and beasts, their cultivation levels were equivalent to the late stage of the nascent soul. Yet, such prowess was effortlessly extinguished by the colossal golem, obliterating even their primordial spirits without a trace. The witnessing cultivators were left devoid of any doubt or confusion. With such overwhelming power, how could they, mere nascent soul cultivators and beasts, hope to resist? Even if the golem was not the true manifestation of the consciousness of the ancestral deity, it was undoubtedly a being descended from other ancient demon ancestors of the ancient demonic realm, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. At this moment, all the cultivators understood a profound truth. Neither brute force nor evasive tactics could withstand the might of that colossal golem. A chilling wave of fear surged through everyone, prompting them to scatter in disarray. No cultivator or beast was willing to stay and await their demise. Each displayed their unique abilities to conceal themselves or flee, terrified that they might become the next target of the giant golem. Lin Mo had never intended to attract the attention of the two-handed giant wolf. Had it not been for the ineffectiveness of Swankingzi and Chimiaozhenren, he would have remained oblivious to the need to reveal his true strength. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the giant golem, he too dared not linger in place. As the thunderous roars echoed behind him, he swiftly transformed into a streak of silver lightning and fled. However, Just as he escaped to a distance of 20 zhong, a panicked voice reached his ears, transmitting a message from a woman. "Where is Xueling? Quickly, release her so we can merge into Linglong. Only then do we stand a chance of preserving our lives." It was none other than the dreamy Linglong demoness, whose usual composure had been shattered by the emergence of the golem. "Merging?" Lin Mo's voice took on a serious tone, his brow furrowing in concern. Meanwhile, the colossal golem on the altar had spotted the distant Lingxi peacock, whose tail shimmered with a spectrum of colors. "Ah, so there exists such a spiritual bird in the human realm? It is indeed the Lingxi peacock. Its 5-colored spiritual light is precisely what I require." The golem muttered to itself, whether for its own ears, those of the armored woman, or all the cultivators present remained unclear. At that moment, Su Daoyu, who was still attached to the Lingxi peacock, was struck with dread upon hearing the golem's words. In a panic, the entire nascent soul was aghast, chanting incantations in the air, urging the Lingxi peacock to swiftly hide in a less conspicuous corner of space. With a decisive gesture, it attempted to escape. Yet, despite the Lingxi peacock's swiftness, it was no match for the golem's speed. Before it could make any movement, 2 sharp sounds pierced the air, and the 5-colored spiritual light emanating from the Lingxi peacock intensified. However, its fleeing form collided with an invisible barrier, as the golem had cast a spell, trapping it within a transparent dome. No matter how it flailed, escape was futile. Even its most powerful skills seemed to have no effect, as if striking against cotton. Lin Mo had been observing the golem's actions closely, and when all the cultivators were distracted, he witnessed the golem effortlessly grasping toward the Lingxi peacock, resulting in the current predicament. Chapter 238. Confrontation with the golem. The golem, seeing the panicked Lingxi peacock flailing within the protective dome, curled the corners of its mouth in a slight smirk, letting out a chilling laugh. It raised a hand and made a pinching gesture towards the barrier. With a resounding boom, one side of the 5-colored shield caved in, and the Lingxi peacock, along with the dome, was sent flying. All the cultivators could do was watch in horror, powerless to intervene. As the Lingxi peacock and the dome continued to tumble through the air, still in a state of disarray, a gigantic claw suddenly appeared above them, flashing forth with ominous intent. Lin Mo could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the demon's claw striking with lightning speed, missing the subsequent actions. The spiritual peacock within the protective light shield vanished, and when he looked up again, it was glaringly evident that the spiritual peacock was ensnared within that monstrous claw, its condition undeniably desperate. "Master Su," the holy maiden of Tianlan exclaimed in horror upon witnessing the spiritual peacock held captive by the demon's grasp. The 5-colored light shield, though still valiantly holding on, was enveloped in the demonic flames emanating from the claw, enduring only for a fleeting moment. The spiritual peacock, amidst its turmoil, contemplated its fate. The demon figure, seemingly unfazed, exuded an intensified aura of genuine malevolence. Suddenly, its purple eyes glinted with a sinister intent as the dark radiance in its hand flickered ominously, as if to shatter the very essence of the spiritual peacock. The 5 fingers of the claw converged, compressing the light shield, which began to contort like dough without any initial sound, save for a mournful cry emanating from within. Then came the sharp crackling noises, as the 5-colored light shield was brutally shattered. Su, who was intrinsically linked to the spiritual peacock, could no longer contain his fear and cried out in despair. As the true form of the spiritual peacock became apparent, it seemed the demon's claw had awaited this precise moment. Though the movement appeared slow, it was, in truth, alarmingly swift as it gripped the essence of the peacock. All the cultivators heard the ominous sound of bones fracturing, a cruel torment without mercy. In an instant, the spiritual peacock was obliterated, its skeletal structure reduced to fragments. At that moment, Su's primordial spirit seized the opportunity to escape, vanishing with a swift motion and reappearing some 20 paces away. Lin Mo observed every action of Su, including the final resting place of his spirit, and thus found no surprise in the latter's emergence at that distance. A sigh escaped Lin Mo's heart for Su. If even he could foresee such events, how could the demon figure, a true embodiment of the malevolent ancestor, remain oblivious? As if to affirm Lin Mo's thoughts, the demon figure, with a mere inhalation, instantaneously propelled itself towards Su's newly attained position, executing a delicate flick. No surge of demonic energy or flash of light was observed, yet Su's brief, anguished cry resonated. Akin to a muffled groan, before his primordial spirit inexplicably detonated. This harrowing spectacle was witnessed by all the cultivators present. The esteemed master of the Tianlan Prairie had been utterly erased from existence. Swan Kingzi and Qimiao Zhenren witnessed the destruction of Su's primordial spirit, their faces draining of color, betraying their panic. As elders of the foremost righteous sect, their alarm was palpable, leaving the others in a state of dread. No one had anticipated that a mere demon figure, an avatar of the malevolent ancestor, could possess such formidable power. Under the weight of such demonic might, even an alliance of all cultivators and beasts together would be insufficient to withstand a single assault from the demon figure. Should this continue, it was feared that the remaining cultivators would be annihilated in an instant. Upon witnessing the destruction of Su Daoyou's nascent soul, Lin Mo's expression turned somewhat pallid. Although this occurrence transcended his understanding, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. At this juncture, while he observed the demonic visage, his mind was already engaged in contemplating potential resolutions to the predicament at hand. A subtle glimmer of icy resolve flickered in his gaze, betraying his inner tumult. Long Meng, observing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, was filled with a desire to strike him, for if it were not for the inopportune timing, she would have relished the opportunity to end his existence. What are you still pondering? Hurry and release Schwelling. If you delay any longer, it will truly be too late, she urged, her countenance now ashen with urgency. Yet, Lin Mo did not spare her a glance. Long Meng continued, do you genuinely believe that a mere demonic statue can suffice against the? Lin Mo recognized that, in terms of withstanding the demonic statue, only Long Meng might possess the capability to endure for a time. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why Lin Mo hesitated to release Inu. Lin Mo's expression darkened significantly, and it was only then that Long Meng noticed the frigid intensity of his gaze directed at her. Realizing his intentions, she suddenly comprehended. Rest assured, neither of us will truly vanish. We will inevitably separate after a while. Yet, Long Meng's anxiety escalated, and she implored Lin Mo repeatedly to unleash Inu's primordial spirit. Time was indeed of the essence. If they failed to merge with it soon, they would squander this invaluable opportunity. Lin Mo's demeanor remained grim, as if the very air around him was thick with tension, yet he uttered not a word, his thoughts seemingly adrift. Seeing Lin Mo's obstinacy, Long Meng was about to make another attempt at persuasion when Inu's calm voice interjected, very well, I shall comply. I will proceed at once. This voice emanated from Lin Mo's consciousness. A flicker of cold light passed through Lin Mo's eyes upon hearing Inu's words, followed by a sharp inquiry, what nonsense are you speaking? How can you be certain that we will indeed restore ourselves after merging? Your consciousness is currently far weaker than that of our adversary. Upon merging, you would be subordinate to them. After Lin Mo posed his question, Inu did not respond immediately. After a prolonged silence, Lin Mo finally heard, Master, we cannot afford to delay any longer. If Long Meng and I do not merge our primordial spirits now, we shall soon face dire consequences. But you, Lin Mo's sentence was truncated as Inu interrupted him. This marked the first occasion Inu had defied Lin Mo master. Inu stated within Lin Mo's consciousness, I am willing to take this risk. Inu's tone was remarkably composed. Upon hearing Inu's words, Lin Mo understood that this was not a hasty decision, despite his myriad reservations. If Inu was prepared to proceed, he felt he had no justification to impede her. With a flick of his sleeve, a white fox surged forth, darting towards the enchanting Long Meng. Upon witnessing this, Long Meng's face lit up with delight as she hastened to meet the white fox. Lin Mo remained rooted in place, his expression a mask of displeasure, yet his lips were sealed, and ultimately, he refrained from uttering a word. Although he harbored doubts regarding Long Meng, he recognized that Inu's choice was indeed the most prudent course of action. At this moment, as Su Daoyou's nascent soul erupted, the Lingxi peacock's primordial spirit, wielding its demon core, sought to escape the clutches of the fiend. The demonic figure seemed to have anticipated the Lingxi peacock's intentions, for before it could break free from the grasp, it felt itself enveloped in a shroud of black light from head to toe, vanishing without a sound, reduced to nothingness by that dark radiance. The remnants of the Lingxi peacock emitted a faint puff, quickly engulfed by the raging inferno of demonic flames, transforming into ashes. However, amidst the demon's grip, a fragment of multicolored spiritual mist emerged. This resplendent, crystalline aura shimmered as though it were tangible. As it manifested, the demonic claw decisively seized it. And with a flicker, it vanished from sight. At that moment, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the direction of the demonic figure, fixated instead on the silver moon. For he could not bring himself to trust the beguiling dream that was the demoness. Thus, he failed to notice the vanishing multicolored radiance, which now reappeared above the demon's head. The claw held onto the light, suspended in the air without movement. Casting a glance at the multicolored glow, the demon's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of delight. Then, opening its mouth, it expelled a viscous, jet-black wind of true demonic essence. The multicolored mist, ensnared by this dark gale, began to waver, shrinking with each passing moment, oscillating violently. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a thumb-sized gem of multicolored spiritual essence. What had once been mere light and shadow was now solidified. The demon regarded the multicolored gem and gently raised a hand, palm upward, as if drawn by an unseen force. The gem slowly descended into the demon's grasp. The armored woman, witnessing the gem nestled in the demon's palm, parted her lips in silent astonishment. The demon glanced at her, taking in her every detail. With the gem pinched between its fingers, it casually tossed it down to the armored woman, stating in a measured tone that the gem held some utility for it. Yet it could not take it at present. It instructed her to seek an opportunity to return it to the ancient demon realm, cautioning her not to let it slip away easily. The armored woman caught the multicolored gem, her joy fleeting as the demon's words echoed in her mind. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, though she masked her inner turmoil. Without hesitation, she examined the gem briefly before bringing her hands together. A faint black light shimmering between her palms, upon which the gem disappeared from sight. At this juncture, all cultivators were acutely aware of the tension between the armored woman and the demon, observing her every move. Yet none could discern the fate of the vanished multicolored gem. Having secured the gem, the demon then surveyed the cultivators and beasts it had previously overlooked. Upon encountering Lin Mo's gaze, a peculiar smile graced its face, though it failed to reach its eyes, which glinted with a cruel intent. The earlier actions of the white fox had not escaped the notice of the demon and the armored woman, and the demon, fixing its gaze upon Lin Mo, ceased its scrutiny, raising a finger once more, aimed directly at him. Although Lin Mo had long mentally prepared himself, his heart still sank when he saw the golem directly targeting him. His lips moved slightly as his spirit surged forth, and a humanoid puppet flashed into existence, standing protectively in front of Lin Mo. With one hand forming a seal and the other grasping, he summoned vibrant multicolored radiance, causing the Yuan Gang shield, which had floated before him, to soar forth, expanding to envelop both Lin Mo and the humanoid puppet beneath its protective barrier. The shield emanated a blinding silver aura. Once secured, Lin Mo quickly flipped his free hand, and the three-flame fan, which had just assisted the red drum and the Fantion seal, materialized in his grasp. The other hand pointed towards the massive sword hovering above him. A thunderous hum resonated from the golden giant sword, which then seemed to disintegrate, transforming into hundreds of gleaming golden rays that encircled him like a radiant golden dome. Beneath the cascading sword light, a magnificent golden lotus slowly unfurled around Lin Mo, resplendent and breathtaking. Between the lotus petals, the sound of thunder erupted, and shimmering light danced. Lin Mo moved his lips slightly, listening closely, and found that inexplicable incantations were being uttered, followed by another layer of golden light manifesting around him. Observing his own body, he noticed a faint golden hue shimmering on his skin, activating the formidable powers of the diamond barrier designed to guard against the 5 sons of demons. The techniques of the Ming Wang Ju reached their pinnacle, transforming him into a body of diamond. At this moment, Lin Mo realized he could rely on no one but himself. Thus, he unleashed all his defenses. This series of intricate actions appeared chaotic and incomprehensible, yet Lin Mo completed them in the blink of an eye. Despite this, he remained uneasy, feeling an increasing sense of uncertainty. Lin Mo understood that these seemingly indestructible defenses in the human realm were insignificant before the ancient demon realm. Otherwise, why would the ancient demon realm impose restrictions on cultivation when descending to the human realm? Fighting against the Yuansha Saint Ancestor was like striking a stone with an egg. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. The greatest reliance against the opponent's assault still lay within him, the two restless entities stirring within. Lin Mo's expression turned grave as he contemplated. The golem's purple eyes flickered, observing the dancing light on the golden lotus, its tone somewhat astonished. Exorcising divine thunder. The golem extended its finger and flicked it twice in Lin Mo's direction, and two crisp sounds resonated clearly. The sounds were not loud, but after the first, a massive gash inexplicably appeared in the golden lotus formed from the Qingzhu Fengyun's sword under Lin Mo's control, while the dazzling silver shield developed a dent. Then, the shield began to crack inch by inch, ultimately colliding with the light barrier formed by the diamond shield. The golden barrier flickered violently, hesitated for a moment, and then a sharp crack echoed as it shattered into countless fragments. Lin Mo seemed oblivious to the shattering of the golden barrier. His deep blue pupils glimmered as he finally discerned the source of the incoming attack. Lin Mo did not hesitate. He swiftly activated the three-flame fan, which expanded rapidly. With a vigorous sweep of his hand, he directed it towards the object, his face betraying an expression of disbelief. Chapter 239. Princess Linglong of the Silver Moon Clan. Princess Linglong of the Silver Moon Clan, as Lin Mo gazed at the shattered golden light barrier. Disbelief momentarily overtook him, yet this was not a time for astonishment. While Lin Mo engaged in battle with the golem, other cultivators observed the scene from various perspectives. Their reluctance to assist stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from sheer trepidation. What shattered the silvery barrier was none other than a pearl-sized, milky white orb. This orb, translucent and radiant, was no ordinary treasure. It was a manifestation of the primordial essence condensed and materialized by the Saint Ancestor Yuansha, a truly extraordinary artifact. The magnitude of divine consciousness required to achieve such physical manifestation was unparalleled. Certainly, no cultivator in the current human realm had demonstrated such prowess. Perhaps in ancient times, there existed cultivators capable of such feats, yet since Lin Mo's arrival here, he had encountered none. With this understanding, who could doubt the might of the golem? It became clear why the golem could effortlessly crush even the most formidable of opponents, including 10th-level demon beasts and late-stage nascent soul cultivators, obliterating their souls and sealing their original spirits. Lin Mo held similar awareness. Otherwise, he would not have initially shied away from confronting the two-headed giant wolf. Had it not been for Xuanqingzi and Qimyo Zenrin's inability to withstand the onslaught, Lin Mo would have refrained from intervening entirely. At this moment, Lin Mo was filled with trepidation as he waved the three-flame fan, which emitted a dazzling tricolor halo. The flames surged forth, coalescing into a fiery shield that manifested before him. The shield was adorned with swirling runes of gold, silver, and red, exuding an air of mystique. Lin Mo recognized that this mere shield would not suffice to withstand even a single strike from the golem. Thus, without hesitation, he chanted an incantation, raising one hand skyward as if summoning something. In an instant, a sphere of azure light appeared in his palm, within which nestled a diminutive cauldron. Almost simultaneously, the golden barrier finally collapsed, and the milky white orb launched towards the tricolor fire shield. With a resounding crash, the shield failed to serve its purpose and was obliterated in an instant. Lin Mo observed the vibrant flames, yet the orb appeared unperturbed, effortlessly penetrating the shield and enveloping itself within the azure light of the cauldron. As the orb surged into the cauldron, the azure light flickered and the cauldron trembled, releasing a flurry of fine azure threads that formed a net. Contrary to the golem's expectation of breaching the cauldron, the orb was forcefully halted by the chaotic illumination. Lin Mo's heart soared with delight at this turn of events, while the golem's expression shifted to one of surprise. Its purple eyes deepened in intensity, fixating intently on the void cauldron. Below, Xuanqingzi and the ancient corpse bear, hiding in the shadows, wore expressions of astonishment. Even Qimyo Zenrin, accustomed to witnessing treasures, gazed at the void cauldron in Lin Mo's hands with fervent admiration. The monks present could hardly fathom that Lin Mo possessed such a divine treasure. All the cultivators and demonic beasts believed that Lin Mo would meet the same fate as the silver-winged night demon, crushed to oblivion by the golem in an instant. At that moment, Xuanqingzi had produced a pale yellow boundary-breaking talisman, preparing to seize an opportunity to recklessly attempt to breach the 9th layer of the spatial barrier and make a hasty escape. This desperate decision was made only after witnessing the Lingxi peacock being obliterated. Yet, fearing that such an action might provoke the golem's wrath, he hesitated. Meanwhile, The esteemed Chimiao Jinren squinted at Lin Mo, or rather at the void sky cauldron nestled in his palm, lost in thought. On the other side, the silver moon-transformed fox had darted to Huadiyanki's side, and without any hesitation, a burst of silver light erupted from the white fox and swiftly merged into Huadiyanki's body. As the silver light entered, Huadiyanki trembled, becoming utterly still in midair. The golem regarded Lin Mo, its expression devoid of urgency despite its obstructed consciousness. Instead, it spoke with a hint of interest, remarking on the novelty of being able to withstand its mental strike. Let this holy ancestor see what treasure you possess. The golem's words, though sparse, were overshadowed by the intrigue reflected on its countenance. Then, it raised a hand towards Lin Mo, gently striking the air, which was followed by a resounding crash. A massive, obsidian hand, resembling a small mountain, materialized above Lin Mo. The void sky cauldron in his palm continued to spin in azure light, while the dark hand descended silently. Feeling the oppressive force above, Lin Mo's heart sank. As the thunderous roar erupted behind him, he intended to use the thunder escape technique to flee. However, just as the silver light appeared behind him, he felt the air around him condense, revealing several strands of true demonic energy that suppressed his wind and thunder wings, rendering them immobile. Lin Mo was taken aback, finally comprehending why the adept silver-winged night demon and Lingxi peacock had been unable to escape earlier. His mind raced as he sought a way out. Glancing at the void sky cauldron in his palm, he directed his consciousness towards it, and a multitude of azure threads surged towards the looming black hand above. Simultaneously, a nearby humanoid puppet raised a hand, and after a rumbling thunder, a jade light, streaking with golden arcs, shot towards the dark palm. The azure threads, formed from the void sky cauldron, were remarkably resilient. However, as Lin Mo had only mastered the first layer of the universal treasure technique, he could not unleash its full potential. Consequently, the azure threads merely delayed the advance of the demonic hand before fracturing into countless pieces. Upon collision, the azure light and the black palm emitted a crisp sound, faint yet distinctly audible to all cultivators, reminiscent of bones shattering. Upon hearing the sound, the cultivators paled further. As the sound reverberated, the palm's center gleamed with golden light, creating a gaping hole several feet wide. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the black light surged, and the newly formed hole vanished as if it had never existed. The descending black palm hesitated only for a moment before resuming its descent toward Lin Mo's head. At this moment, Lin Mo appeared as if ensnared by a binding spell, utterly unable to break free. He watched helplessly as a colossal hand seized his form with unyielding force. Then, reminiscent of before, that obsidian hand mercilessly tightened its grip. With a resounding crash, azure light flickered, and Lin Mo's body erupted into fragments. The demonic figure seemed intent on proving its invincibility, and with satisfaction, loosened its grip before turning to grasp the void heaven-small cauldron still nestled in Lin Mo's palm. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a flash of silver light that darted out from beneath the dark hand. After the silver shimmer, a streak of light suddenly soared several dozen yards away. The demonic figure slowly turned its neck, directing its gaze towards the light, where a silhouette emerged, none other than Lin Mo himself. The likes of Swan Kingzi and Kimio Zenrin, upon seeing the figure that had manifested from the light, underwent several changes in expression, silently concealing their astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's visage was remarkably pale, bearing the semblance of one whose magical power had been severely diminished. The smile that had graced the demonic figure's face gradually turned cold, ultimately vanishing from sight. The demon lowered its gaze upon the dark hand, which had just moments ago been enveloped in azure light, now flickering before transforming into countless specks that coalesced into a verdant talisman. The demon's eyes sparkled with a hint of purple light, and in an instant, the void heaven-small cauldron, which had been left suspended in midair, vanished, only to reappear above Lin Mo's head. The verdant talisman, however, dimmed in brilliance. It was the transformation talisman that Lin Mo had previously acquired from the celestial talisman sect. Little did he anticipate that this talisman, left behind in a moment of desperation, would indeed save him. Years of cultivation within his own being had not been in vain, though he was still far from truly refining it. Yet, upon entering the 9th level of space, he had empowered the talisman with a spirit-quieting charm, and combined with the fact that this transformation talisman was of the wood attribute, he was able to summon its mystical powers, albeit with significant exertion. This act barely allowed him to transform into a substitute using the transformation talisman, thus evading a fatal blow from the dark hand that sought to crush him. This unfolding spectacle left the other cultivators and demonic beasts momentarily stunned, their minds in a state of uproar. Yet, the demonic figure appeared unperturbed, its countenance bearing a subtle chill, as the colossal hand once more advanced towards Lin Mo, fingers slightly curling. Lin Mo, witnessing the figure's movements, felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, his complexion nearly turning translucent. He had no other spiritual treasures left at his disposal. Uncertain of how to withstand the impending onslaught without any means of defense against the demon's might, he gritted his teeth in silent resignation, channeling his remaining potential into the void heaven's small cauldron. Immediately, the cauldron that had been swirling above his head surged with radiant light, its form expanding wildly, ultimately growing to a size sufficient to shield Lin Mo simultaneously. Golden arcs and purple flames erupted from Lin Mo's body, coalescing into a protective aura that enveloped him entirely. At that moment, the humanoid puppet flickered a few times before dashing to stand before Lin Mo, its hands pressed together. Surrounding the puppet was a resplendent display of 5 colored clouds, adorned with vibrant runes that danced in a mesmerizing display of light. The marionette of humanity unexpectedly transforms itself into a defensive spiritual treasure. Observing Lin Mo's series of actions, the giant golem's eyes flicker with a hint of purple light, and a trace of disdain appears on its face as it raises a hand and lightly flicks toward Lin Mo. However, what all the cultivators did not anticipate was that, at the very moment the golem made its move, several silvery rays suddenly flashed before its massive form, followed by a burst of white light that erupted into the air. It was as if the golem's divine will had been shattered by some unseen force as it attempted to strike. The golem, taken aback by the sudden explosion of white light before it, paused momentarily, only to find a figure materializing in the void between itself and Lin Mo. The figure was graceful, adorned with flowing silver hair, pointed ears, and cold, penetrating eyes, dressed in a gown of pristine white, a stranger to Lin Mo. The golem, startled by the unexpected appearance of this unfamiliar woman, expressed uncertainty with a questioning gaze. Lin Mo, observing the figure, instinctively murmured, "Silver Moon." The silver-haired woman, hearing his whisper, turned her gaze toward him, her expression devoid of emotion, revealing only an endless, chilling beauty. Yet, there was something both familiar and foreign in her bright, crystalline eyes that captivated Lin Mo. The stunning woman cast a cold glance at Lin Mo, then suddenly raised her hand and struck in his direction. Startled, Lin Mo instinctively sidestepped to evade her attack. The protective shield formed by the virtual sky small cauldron around him, along with the radiant 5-colored light, was violently severed, and Lin Mo felt a sharp sting on his shoulder, a painful reminder of her power. In disbelief, Lin Mo stared at the exquisite woman as she declared, "I am Ling Long, the Grand Princess of the Silver Moon clan. You are well aware of what you have done to my divine projection. If I hear you call me Silver Moon again, I will kill you." Her words were delivered with an expressionless demeanor, imbued with an icy chill that sent shivers through all who heard them. Having narrowly escaped the silver-haired woman's assault, Lin Mo's expression shifted upon hearing her proclamation. After issuing her warning, the silver-haired princess turned her attention back to the distant golem. "Silver Moon clan, what is your connection to the howling old wolf?" the golem inquired, narrowing its eyes at her. The striking woman replied coldly, "The howling demon king is my ancestor." The golem, taken aback by her revelation, asked uncertainly, "Are you the granddaughter of the old wolf?" Ling Long, somewhat surprised by the question, did not answer directly but instead asked, "Do you know my ancestor?" "Not exactly acquainted, but I fought alongside him many years ago during an expedition to the spirit realm. The howling old wolf's howl moon demon technique is not to be underestimated," the golem responded, regarding Ling Long with newfound respect. "Since you are a descendant of that old wolf, I, the holy ancestor, find it inappropriate to strike at you. You may leave this place, but you must swear by your ancestor's name not to impede my divine projection's affairs in the mortal realm." The golem spoke with an air of magnanimity toward Ling Long. It seemed that the holy ancestor and the howling demon king shared a long-standing acquaintance, suggesting an equal footing, as otherwise the golem would not have been so lenient with Ling Long. After Ling Long heard the words of the Yuansha holy ancestor, she finally displayed a different expression, one that had been absent until now. With a cold sneer, she remarked, "Let me go? Yuansha Holy Ancestor, you are exceedingly arrogant. With your current spiritual consciousness, you possess merely 1/10 of your original power. Do you truly believe that with these fragments of true demonic energy, you can contend with me?" Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the demonic figure's expression darkened, its violet eyes flashing with icy fury. It was infuriated, stating, "I had initially refrained from bullying a junior out of respect for your ancestor. Yet you, a mere late-stage avatar without a corporeal form, dare to utter such reckless words, oblivious to your own insignificance. Even with only 1/10 of my spiritual consciousness, killing you would be as effortless as turning my hand." The demonic figure no longer afforded Ling Long the opportunity to respond. It raised a hand and grasped towards her direction, followed by a sound of tearing air. Countless beams of luminous energy coalesced in its hand and were subsequently shot towards Ling Long. Upon witnessing this, Ling Long showed no fear. Her gaze turned frosty as she formed a hand seal. As she opened her mouth, a circular disc emerged from her lips. The disc landed in her hand and instantly expanded. Initially shrouded in darkness, it grew larger than her palm, and as it expanded, specks of starlight began to materialize on its surface, enhancing its enigmatic aura. As the crystalline beam shot towards her, the disc in Ling Long's hand began to rotate, emitting a resonant hum. Simultaneously, an intangible force, as if solidified, emanated from the disc, drawing in the seemingly extraordinary beams of energy, which were consumed as if they were moths drawn to a flame. In mere moments, the once vast array of crystalline light was entirely devoured, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo, despite the pain in his shoulder, observed the battle between the silver-haired woman and the demonic figure, taking note of the disc in Ling Long's hand. Possessing the insight of a chosen one, Lin Mo recognized its significance, though he was astonished by the reaction of the Yuansha Holy Ancestor's demonic figure upon seeing it. Incredulously, the demonic figure inquired, "Is that the reverse star disc?" It had not anticipated seeing a spiritual treasure in this place, and its form trembled slightly, displaying an uncharacteristic astonishment. Meanwhile, the ancient corpse bear, which had been guarding the now empty shell of Hua Tianqi, fixated its gaze upon the disc in Ling Long's possession, which had now shielded her after absorbing the crystalline beams, revealing a peculiar expression on its face. Even the practitioners below, including Swan Qingzi and Qimiao Zhenren, who had been taken aback since the appearance of the silver-haired woman, were visibly shaken upon realizing she wielded the reverse star disc. A profound change swept over their expressions. Swan Qingzi and Qimiao Zhenren exchanged a glance devoid of words, both revealing a glimmer of covetousness as they fixated intently on the disc before Ling Long. At that moment, the demonic figure succumbed to a frenzied state, its previously calm demeanor shattered. Its violet eyes glared at Ling Long, venomous with rage, as it demanded, "What is your connection to the 4 great demon kings?" The reverse star disc can only be held by the 4 great demon kings and the 3 sovereigns among humans. Ling Long's expression was one of indifference as she coolly remarked, "Do you truly believe I would respond?" Upon finishing her words, she raised her hand and tapped the reverse star plate before her. The plate, sensing her command, ceased its rotation, coming to a standstill as if frozen in time. The expression of the demon figure shifted dramatically upon hearing Ling Long's words. Lin Mo had been observing the interaction between the demon figure and Ling Long. Thus he did not miss the increasingly evident murderous intent etched upon the demon's face. The demon figure spoke, "Since you are of the demon clan, you surely have no ties to the human sovereigns. The 7 great demon kings once united to invade our ancient demon realm, slaughtering countless members of my holy lineage." As the demon spoke, it raised its hands, pressing them together in prayer. At that moment, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure converging from all directions, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of rustling, almost tangible in nature. As the demon gathered this spiritual force, its previously indistinct, shadowy form became sharply defined. Addressing Ling Long, it declared, "Since you are associated with the 7 great demon kings, I need not show any courtesy to the venerable Ao Shao. I shall eliminate you without further ado." With that, the demon spread its hands apart, its lips moving as it uttered an incomprehensible incantation in an ancient tongue. Then, brilliant rays of light shot forth from its hands. Unlike the previous manifestations, these beams of light coiled tightly around the demon's form like strands of hair. In an instant, The demon transformed from a mass of black mist into a towering figure of crystalline brilliance, its eyes still glimmering with a fearsome purple radiance. The crystalline giant disdainfully addressed the silver-haired woman, saying, "Do not assume that a mere reverse star plate can embolden you before me. I shall see if you can withstand my strike." As the crystalline giant lifted one hand, a swirling black crystal light gathered in its palm, the essence of true magic materializing before it, as if something was about to erupt. Witnessing the demon's fury, Linglong remained unperturbed, instead smiling gracefully and inquiring, "Do you truly believe you have time to linger in this realm?" Her smile resembled the thawing of winter, a bloom of flowers in spring, a stark contrast to her earlier frosty demeanor, as if she had transformed entirely. The crystalline giant, upon hearing Linglong's words, felt a flicker of doubt, pondering her meaning. Its purple eyes flickered with rare uncertainty. Even Lin Mo, aware of the ensuing events, found himself puzzled, questioning the implications of Linglong's statement. Just then, the previously flickering stone pillars surrounding the altar suddenly dimmed, their ethereal light extinguished. As the spiritual light of the pillars faded, the demon sensed impending doom. Realizing that the flow of true magic emanating from the altar had been abruptly severed, the massive array that was in the process of activation was also forced to a standstill. The crystalline giant finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Its face contorted with rage and astonishment upon witnessing the cessation of true magic. In truth, the demon's anger was misplaced. The depletion of true magic had no direct connection to the silver-haired woman. If one were to draw a connection, it was merely a result of aggravating the demon and a subtle manipulation at play. The golem had just crystallized its form with divine thought, depleting the true demonic energy within the altar. Now, having severed the most potent source of demonic essence, the consequences of such actions were not lost on her. However, the golem was indeed the true essence and consciousness of the primordial sage ancestor. With a resounding roar, the crystalline giant raised its hand, and a radiant beam, as thick as a bowl, suddenly erupted forth. All the cultivators present were filled with dread, fearing that the demonic energy might harm them. Before they could react, the golem unexpectedly shattered. It had only managed to emit half of its energy before vanishing, followed by the anguished roars of the primordial sage ancestor. As the once crystalline giant began to fragment, disintegrating into a cascade of particles. Although the golem was a manifestation of the ancestor's consciousness, it lacked a physical form to sustain it. In the absence of true demonic energy, it quickly dissipated into nothingness. Yet, the half-crystal bead that the crystalline giant had shot forth had not yet vanished, and was now hurtling towards Linglong. With a disdainful glance at the crystalline beam, Linglong effortlessly formed a hand seal, infusing a silvery spiritual light into the counterstar plate before her. Instantly, the counterstar plate resumed its rotation, expanding several feet in the process. As the crystalline beam approached Linglong, the counterstar plate shone with resplendent starlight, and in a spectacular display, the half-crystal beam was drawn into the plate. However, this attack from the crystallized giant was extraordinary. Although the complete column had not fully formed, it still caused the counterstar plate to emit a resonant hum. Trembling as it shot backward, Lin Mo furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene and noted the change in Linglong's expression. He understood that even consciousness, once materialized, could unleash a formidable blow that few could withstand, not even the illustrious princess of the Silver Moon clan. Linglong sensed the condition of the counterstar plate, evidently caught off guard by the primordial sage ancestor's final strike. In a moment of contemplation, she quickly devised a countermeasure, lifting one hand to summon a flash of silver light that elegantly aligned itself behind the counterstar plate. The plate, responding to the silver light, paused momentarily before erupting in a brilliant display of starlight. Remarkably, the half-crystal beam that had just been absorbed re-emerged from the back of the star plate, striking fiercely at Linglong's abdomen. Lin Mo was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and was about to spring into action when the silver-haired woman was suddenly enveloped in a radiant silver glow. Yet, this luminous barrier seemed insufficient to withstand the oncoming half-crystal beam, which pierced through her form. Linglong, clearly unprepared for such an outcome, let out a muffled groan as she staggered, her face contorted in agony. Raising her hand, she gathered silver light in her palm and unhesitatingly pressed it against her wound. Though no one could discern the extent of her injury, Linglong's condition was markedly different from Lin Mo's previous substitute, which had utilized a spirit transformation talisman. The merged form of Yin Yu and Ling Ming was forged from a potent and formidable consciousness, impervious to ordinary attacks. However, the crystalline pillar was composed of an even stronger essence, capable of inflicting significant damage upon Ling Ming's body, which was hardly surprising. As the crystalline giant vanished, the once dazzling scene in the sky abruptly diminished by more than half, leaving all the cultivators and spirit beasts in stunned silence. Unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events, after a considerable pause, the cultivators, including Xianqingzi, rejoiced upon realizing that the menacing golem had been vanquished. Meanwhile, the armored figure, an avatar of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, gazed incredulously at the spot where the golem had stood moments before, now entirely absent. The consciousness of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, which the armored figure had summoned with great effort, had been effortlessly dispelled. Observing the surrounding stone pillars, which were evidently solid and had not been attacked, she could not fathom how the assault had been abruptly interrupted and rendered ineffective. In her frustration, the armored figure directed her attention to the base of the shattered columns. Upon inspecting them, her expression shifted dramatically, and she suddenly reached out with one hand, grasping at one of the stone pillars in the air. To her astonishment, the seemingly intact pillar was uprooted with a thunderous sound, crashing down to the ground amidst a cacophony. The cultivators, including Xianqingzi and the Seven Wonderful Realms, exchanged puzzled glances at the armored figure's peculiar actions. The exposed end of the pillar was jagged and uneven, resembling the aftermath of a fierce bite. With a face as solemn as a stormy sea, the armored figure, without warning, struck the ground with tremendous force. A resounding explosion echoed, startling all present, and before their eyes, a deep pit several yards wide materialized, from which shards of stone erupted, mingled with glimmers of golden light that scattered in every direction. The armored figure gazed coldly at the golden luminescent insect in her palm, exclaiming its name, the golden devouring insect. Lin Mo, hearing her words, merely raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged. Meanwhile, the armored figure, now enraged, turned and pointed a finger forcefully at the silver-haired woman, demanding to know if she was the one who had concealed the golden devouring insect below. Ling Ming responded with a cold laugh, retracting the silver light from her abdomen, causing the wound to vanish without a trace. Before she could speak further, Xianqingzi and the Seven Wonderful Realms whispered to each other, pondering whether the legendary reverse star disk could traverse dimensions and negate the majority of borrowed powers. Xianqingzi's gaze remained fixed on the reverse star disk before the silver-haired woman as he spoke. Just then, the ominous voice of the Millennia Corpse Bear interrupted, questioning Xianqingzi, suggesting that he might be entertaining delusions. As he spoke, he brandished the demon dragon blade before him. Xianqingzi noticed the still fresh bloodstains on the blade, and with an awkward smile, replied, "Bear friend, you seem to have misunderstood me. The ancient ink has yet to be cleared. How could I engage in such actions?" The Seven Wonderful Realms then interjected, affirming, "Indeed, bear friend, you are mistaken." In the face of formidable adversaries, the earlier summoning of the primordial ancestor's divine consciousness must have consumed a considerable amount of magical energy. Now that the formation has been destroyed, we have a genuine opportunity to vanquish the ancient demon's avatar. Shall we, fellow cultivators, join forces? With that, he turned to the armored woman. The armored woman met the gaze of the silver-haired woman, and upon hearing the words of the Seven Wonders Master, she let out a cold laugh, too disdainful to even grant a glance. Seeing the mocking expression on the armored woman's face, Xianqingzi's countenance darkened. "You demon, you still have the audacity to laugh. The primordial ancestor is no longer in the mortal realm. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to contend with us now?" Upon hearing Xianqingzi's brazen remarks, the armored woman finally deigned to cast a glance, mockingly retorting, "If you genuinely believed so, you would have rushed forth to slay this ancestor long ago, rather than cowering like a turtle in its shell." Xianqingzi's expression darkened further at her words, while the armored woman, seemingly unsatisfied, continued, "Even though the situation here is dire, what makes you think your ragtag assembly is any better off? What treasures do you possess to counter me? I dare say your magical energy is nearly depleted as well." A sinister look flashed across the faces of the Seven Wonders Master and Xianqingzi upon hearing the armored woman's taunts. The armored woman then flickered away, appearing eerily before the stone tablet. Kingzi and the Seven Wonders Master were momentarily taken aback as they witnessed the grin on the armored woman's face grow increasingly sinister. Her fingers splayed wide towards the dragon seal embedded in the stone tablet. Before all the cultivators could react, the recently damaged stone pillars trembled, and the previously silent stone tablet emitted a brief flash of dark light. Chapter 241. The Resurgence of Battle. As the battle reignited, Kingzi and the other cultivators suddenly felt a surge of demonic wind. Before they could respond, a series of resonant hums filled the air as dozens of black energy columns erupted from the ground. As these columns grew taller, the humming intensified, accompanied by flickering black spiritual light. Meanwhile, the collapsed formation trembled slightly, producing collision sounds, as if it were attempting to resume its operation. Lin Mo, observing the armored woman's actions, began to comprehend her intentions. However, the silver-haired woman was not Silver Moon, and each time she encountered Lin Mo, her demeanor grew colder. Having just confronted the armored woman, Kingzi shouted in alarm, "This is bad. Quickly, we must stop that demoness." His expression transformed in urgency, his voice nearly unrecognizable. Without further thought, Kingzi brandished the Tian, a divine sword, slashing wildly, releasing waves of deep yellow sword light aimed directly at the altar. The 10,000-year corpse bearer and the Seven Wonders Master, witnessing the unfolding scene, also sprang into action. The 10,000-year corpse bearer summoned the blood-red glow of the demon dragon blade, while the Seven Wonders Master unleashed the spiritual sword, both striking in unison towards their foe. At that moment, Gui Ling, who had been lurking in the shadows, revealed himself, raising a massive axe high, joining the fray alongside the Seven Wonders Master and others. The other cultivators, upon witnessing the scene, joined forces to strike, unleashing beams of silver light the size of wheels towards the armored woman. Even the saintess of the Tianlan Prairie, Lin Xianzi, flicked her sleeve, and a pair of curved red blades transformed into two streaks of fire, cleaving through the air. At that moment, the cultivators seemed to believe that the absence of the magic statue meant the armored woman would be an easy target, her primordial spirit easily dispersed. Thus, they united in their animosity, intent on vanquishing her. Yet, they appeared to overlook the fact that, even without the magic statue, they had previously failed to subdue her. Now, they feared the restoration of the magic array, which would reinvigorate the energy of the stone pillars and provide the armored woman with boundless demonic restraint. They were even more apprehensive of this potential to unveil the seal and summon forth even more terrifying entities using true demonic energy. Although the cultivators launched a collective offensive, the trepidation within their hearts was undeniable. Only those who had truly experienced life and death could comprehend the feeling of being utterly defenseless and at the mercy of others, a sensation they were keen to avoid experiencing a second time. The armored woman was no easy adversary. The two previously vanished eagle-winged monstrosities now surged forth to engage Kingzi and the ancient corpse bear, among others. In an instant, the vicinity of the altar was engulfed in swirling demonic energy and erratic spiritual lights, signaling the imminent onset of a grand battle. At this juncture, Lin Mo and the silver-haired woman remained unhurried in their approach, standing several dozen paces apart in a tense stalemate. Lin Mo was taken aback when he heard the silver-haired woman convey her thoughts telepathically, prompting him to inquire, "What did you say?" "I said I wished to borrow your void heaven cauldron for a time," she replied with unwavering calm, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Lin Mo's eyes turned frosty. The previous allure he felt for the silver-haired woman, akin to that of Silver Moon, had nearly faded. He coldly retorted, "Why should I lend it to you?" Lin Mo was unaware of how many memories the silver-haired woman retained of Silver Moon, but to him, she was merely a stranger. Even though he had initially presumed her to be Silver Moon, she was now nothing but an unfamiliar face, and he regarded her with utmost caution. "What do you think?" "It is naturally to utilize the avatar of the Tianlan sacred beast within that cauldron. The Tianlan sacred beast is a notable figure in the spirit realm, and its avatar would serve as a temporary vessel for me," the silver-haired woman stated in a flat tone. Her condescending manner, as if gazing down upon an ant, left Lin Mo feeling quite uncomfortable. Noticing Lin Mo's silence, she continued, "How can you possibly compete with my silver wolf form using only your current spiritual body and human physique?" As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Kingzi and the other cultivators. "So what does it matter to me? Why should I lend it? I refuse." Lin Mo's cold eyes flickered as he firmly rejected her. The silver-haired woman paused, her eyes suddenly glinting with icy malice. Astonished that Lin Mo had the audacity to refuse her. With a furrowed brow, she pressed, "What did you say?" "I said I will not lend it." Lin Mo's voice was resolute as he continued, "Since this true consciousness is no longer present, I see no reason to take further risks." He fixed his cold gaze upon the silver-haired woman and reiterated his refusal. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the silver-haired woman erupted in anger, her laughter tinged with fury. "Are you seeking death?" Without waiting for Lin Mo to respond, the delicate fingers of Qianqian lifted, and at her fingertips, a long silver light suddenly emerged, flickering as if ready to shoot forth at any moment. Just as the exquisite fairy had yet to make any move, an overwhelming aura of true demonic energy erupted from the direction of the altar, accompanied by a chilling, killing intent. Soon, amidst the roiling demonic energy, a colossal creature with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized. Upon witnessing this, Xuanqingzi was taken aback, swiftly wielding the ancient sword of Tian into a whirlwind, unleashing a torrent of yellow sword energy to barely fend off the creature's assault. However, at that moment, the demonic energy surged violently, and the immense shadow of the 3-headed, 6-armed beast suddenly lunged out from the chaos, only to vanish in an instant. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, Xuanqingzi stood momentarily stunned. During his bewilderment, he failed to notice a silent flash of black light above him, as the recently disappeared 3-headed shadow reappeared from the void. Xuanqingzi, having battled numerous foes, possessed remarkable experience, and as the shadow manifested, he instinctively sensed its presence. Without even lifting his head, he swiftly swung his ancient sword backward. In the same motion, he pivoted and transformed into a streak of light, darting away in haste. The 2 heads on either side of the 3-headed, 6-armed shadow emitted sinister laughter, opening their enormous mouths to unleash 2 beams of black light. Xuanqingzi raised the Tian ancient sword to counter the oncoming black beams with his deep yellow sword energy, repeatedly swinging the sword to release dazzling yellow brilliance. Yet, despite the speed of his sword energy, it could not outpace the black beams, and before he could unleash several strikes, they caught up to him. As a master of the Tai Sect, Xuanqingzi quickly activated a protective item, an 8 trigrams mirror, along with a protective light barrier formed from a jade pendant. In an instant, the barrier managed to withstand the black beams, but it dissolved within mere moments, unable to endure even a breath's time. Alarmed and pale, Xuanqingzi's hands remained in motion as he fervently wielded his ancient sword, enveloping himself in a swirling array of sword light. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. Despite summoning multiple spiritual treasures for his defense, a resounding explosion echoed from the depths of the demonic energy. After a few flickers, the deep yellow sword light vanished without a trace. A heart-wrenching scream from Xuanqingzi pierced the air, followed by an unsettling silence. All present were rendered speechless, gazing at the spot where the black light had been, now utterly devoid of any trace of its existence. In the wake of the black light's disappearance, everything, including the ancient sword and the 8 trigrams mirror that Xuanqingzi had just summoned, had vanished without a trace. Even Xuanqingzi's nascent soul seemed not to have escaped, disappearing alongside the black beam. No one had anticipated that Xuanqingzi would vanish so completely, leaving no sign behind. It is perplexing to comprehend that after such a prolonged confrontation, the enigmatic Xuanqingzi emerged unscathed, only to be effortlessly vanquished by that monstrous entity. The transformation within this scenario is indeed staggering. As others began to grasp the implications, they collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts chilled at the sight of the 3-headed, 6-armed behemoth, which they now understood to be the very manifestation of the armored woman. However, the magical array had yet to be restored, and with several stone pillars damaged, the source from which the armored woman drew her true demonic energy remained a mystery. The monstrous being, towering 3 to 4 zhang high, bore a central head identical to that of the armored woman, retaining her strikingly beautiful visage. Flanking this head were 2 grotesque wolf heads, each the size of a large vat, exuding an aura of terror. These wolf heads resembled the forelimbs of a great wolf, transformed into a demonic form. The creature's body was as massive as a small mountain, partially cloaked in black armor, yet exposing areas of its form covered in long, dark wolf fur. Its 6 arms were similarly adorned with coarse wolf hair, while the palms were enveloped in dark green scales. Although the hands appeared empty, the fingers were remarkably sharp, glimmering with a chilling, dark radiance. The sheer size and the recent act of obliterating Swankingzi left the esteemed cultivators, including the esteemed Kimio Zenrin, in a state of profound astonishment. However, the ancient demon had expended a considerable amount of energy. The two wolf heads showed no signs of strain. While the central visage of the woman appeared pale, her once vibrant purple light now dimmed significantly. Lin Mo, observing the direction of the monster, finally began to piece together the reality of the situation. Since the armored woman transformed into the three-headed, six-armed monstrosity, the previously soaring and cloud-dispersing avian creature had vanished without a trace. It became evident to Lin Mo that the armored woman could only control or conjure this singular giant being, unable to sustain any other form. As the ancient corpse bear and the other cultivators noted the pale complexion of the armored woman within the three-headed giant, they exchanged glances and swiftly resolved to launch another assault. Although they were uncertain why the Yuansha Saint Ancestor had become so fearsome, none of the cultivators wished to serve as mere pawns, awaiting their inevitable defeat at the hands of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, a fate they all sought to avoid. Consequently, Kimio Zenrin and the ancient corpse bear united their efforts, unleashing a torrent of blood-red blades and silvery light that surged forth in unison. The remaining cultivators and demonic beasts quickly encircled the three-headed monstrosity, denying it even a moment's respite. Lin Mo discerned the current state of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor's divided focus and realized that the formidable force unleashed in the previous annihilation of Swankingzi could only be wielded once. The three-headed monster was no longer capable of executing a similar onslaught. Thus, the creature could only exhale black mist and flail its six arms in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Yet, Lin Mo sensed that the situation was far too simplistic, indicating that something was amiss. Meanwhile, he communicated telepathically with the silver-haired woman, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the monstrous entity. At this moment, the silver-haired woman, who had been demanding the Void Heaven Cauldron from Lin Mo, suddenly changed her expression dramatically and exclaimed, "This is not right." Subsequently, her form began to blur, and Lin Mo witnessed the very same woman vanish from her previous spot. In a state of shock and without fully comprehending the situation, Lin Mo observed her reappear above the altar. However, the altar was now enveloped in a swirling mass of true demonic energy, and the woman gradually became visible again. Gazing down at the true demonic energy below, the silver-haired woman raised her brows and, shielded by a layer of crystalline light, plunged headlong into the demonic aura. Lin Mo was taken aback by her audacity, momentarily stunned. He suddenly recalled his earlier firm rejection of her. Yet he felt no fear of the exquisite fairy truly taking action against him, for he had previously surreptitiously tested the situation and discovered that he could still sense the presence of the spirit of the weapon through the flying sword within him, leading him to conclude that it appeared to have merged with the Silver Moon's primordial spirit. Nevertheless, the status of that spirit portion had not changed in the slightest. Although the silver-haired woman's consciousness was significantly more expansive than his own, he could not manipulate her in any way. Yet, she too must be wary, apprehensive of what might transpire should she act against him. The consequences of her attacking or killing Lin Mo were entirely unpredictable, even to the silver-haired woman herself. After all, she had never encountered a situation where a portion of a primordial spirit became another's weapon spirit. Lin Mo beheld the mass of true demonic energy enveloping the altar, puzzled by the woman's motive for entering it. Despite his clarity of perception, he found it impossible to discern the true nature of the situation within. No matter how he scrutinized it, the reality remained obscured. A slight unease crept into his mind, causing his brows to furrow. He glanced over at the three-headed, six-armed demon, now reduced to mere defense, lacking any means to retaliate. The stone pillars surrounding the altar continued to shimmer faintly with spiritual light. Yet the true demonic energy on the altar showed no signs of increasing. An idea sparked in Lin Mo's mind. Rubbing his hands together, he flicked his fingers, and golden light burst forth, followed by a series of thunderous roars. He unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts, targeting the 10 or so pillars formed from the demonic energy. It turned out that the stone pillars had not restored themselves. Rather, they were illusions conjured by the true demonic energy, manipulated by the primordial demon ancestor. Chapter 242. The enormous wind sphere, the moment the golden arcs of lightning penetrated the true demonic energy, they erupted with a thunderous crack, shaking the very fabric of the ninth barrier. Amidst the flickering golden radiance, the illusory black pillars suddenly collapsed and dissipated, vanishing into thin air as if they were mere mirages conjured by the true demonic energy. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically, and the other onlookers, including the seven marvels real person, also reacted with alarm. Almost simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed from within the altar, the silver-haired woman admonishing, "Primordial demon ancestor, your true form is indeed here." Then, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted from the armored woman. "Isn't the heavenly wheel transformation of the sacred ancestor's demonic art impressive? This individual possesses considerable talent, making it worthwhile for me to initially employ secret techniques to seal him away." Lin Mo paused, struck by the conversation between the armored woman and the silver-haired lady. The armored woman continued, "It is a pity, though, the infusion of true demonic energy was too brief, and it cannot fully manifest the form of the tri-headed, six-armed battle demon. Otherwise, do you believe you could stand here, unharmed, and dare to challenge the sacred ancestor?" The silver-haired woman's complexion darkened ominously, her expression menacing as she regarded the monstrous entity with 3 heads and 6 arms. It appeared the armored woman had not yet exhausted her taunts. She sought to provoke the silver-haired lady further, exclaiming, "If sufficiently infused with true demonic energy, the battle demon alone could annihilate your ragtag group." Her triumphant laughter echoed throughout the chamber. At that moment, the cultivators surrounding the tri-headed, 6-armed demon, including the esteemed Kimiro Zenrin and others, were momentarily taken aback by her words. Lin Mo had been keenly observing the state of the battle demon and noticed that, as the creature radiated dark light, its 3 heads began to morph dramatically. The center head, which had just belonged to the armored woman, suddenly transformed into that of a man with a single horn, whose most striking feature was his crimson-purple eyes, now glimmering with otherworldly light. Lin Mo, gazing at the horned visage, felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. A surge of curiosity coursed through his mind. He felt he had encountered this face before, yet could not place it. While pondering this, Lin Mo glanced sideways to see the members of the Yi family frozen in shock, their expressions reflecting profound terror as they fixated on the tri-headed demon. Suddenly, Lin Mo lifted his gaze once more, and the recognition struck him with clarity. This visage unmistakably belonged to the previously missing figure known as the big-headed monster. Further examination revealed that the 2 other heads of the tri-headed demon bore the likeness of the avian humanoid monstrosity. Astonishingly, the big-headed monster had merged with the creature conjured by true demonic energy, 2 disparate entities unnaturally fused into one grotesque being. The transformation of one head into that of a familiar cultivator was a horrifying spectacle that left the Yi family members in utter disbelief. Yet, they were not alone in their inability to accept this nightmarish reality. Even the seasoned Kimio Zenrin and fellow cultivators, accustomed to witnessing bizarre and terrifying phenomena, displayed shock and dismay, their attacks faltering. At that moment, the head of the big-headed monster suddenly tilted back as it emitted a fearsome roar, its face contorted with malice. The black armor enveloping the tri-headed demon expanded dramatically, swiftly shrouding the ancient creature entirely, even concealing its 3 heads within its inky embrace. As the 6 arms moved with unsettling fluidity, 2 obsidian-long knives, 2 black spears, and 2 dark swords materialized in its grasp. With a chilling grunt filled with murderous intent, the ancient demon lunged fiercely toward Kimio Zenrin and the other cultivators. Before the 3 demonic entities could truly engage, distant echoes of genuine demonic energy resonated ominously. In that moment, a succession of explosive sounds erupted, causing the entire altar to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Lin Mo distinctly heard the furious voice of a silver-haired woman emanating from the true demonic energy. "Yuansha Saint Ancestor, what do you intend to do? Ha ha. Can you not discern my intentions yet? It is merely to dismantle the seal. Once I obliterate this seal, my mission in the human realm will be deemed complete. What remains thereafter is no concern of mine. I am eager to witness how this human realm will confine the demonic energies without the interference of the spirit realm." The Yuansha Saint Ancestor, now driven to madness, spoke with a tone of arrogance. "Yuansha Saint Ancestor, do not forget that this is the human realm," the silver-haired woman admonished, her voice laced with urgency. And what of it? Once the seal is lifted, the entire human realm shall be engulfed in true demonic energy, and no cultivator will possess the power to restrain it. In due course, it will become part of our ancient demon realm, the battle-armored woman retorted scornfully. Lin Mo's cold gaze flickered as the true demonic energy surrounding the altar suddenly surged toward the center, as if irresistibly drawn by a magnet. Within mere breaths, the nearby true demonic energy dissipated entirely, coalescing into the form of a single individual standing upon the altar, the battle-armored woman. The demonic armor upon her had vanished, yet she cradled a black orb the size of a human head in one hand. The surface of this obsidian sphere shimmered with dark radiance, pulsating erratically. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the flickering of five-colored spiritual light within. Astonishingly, the recently absorbed true demonic energy had entirely flowed into this black orb, and the vibrant spiritual light within bore a striking resemblance to the essence of the lynxy peacock, which had been extricated from its corporeal form by Yuansha Saint Ancestor's divine consciousness. At this moment, the battle-armored woman was enveloped in a tumultuous wave of true demonic energy, her expression peculiarly enigmatic. While one hand supported the black orb, the other was engaged in a series of intricate hand seals. As she chanted, a faint silhouette emerged around her, identical in form to the previous demonic figure. This ethereal apparition mirrored her movements, one hand raised in a supportive gesture while the other executed the seals. Just then, the silver-haired woman, previously submerged in the altar's dark energy, now elegantly hovered at one side of the altar, gazing skyward, her countenance filled with astonishment and rage. Lin Mo, equally perplexed, turned his gaze upward and observed a remarkable transformation occurring with the black wind banner that had been locked in confrontation with the eight-spirit ruler high above. The black wind banner had shed its serpentine form and had inexplicably morphed into a colossal, pitch-black sphere, resembling a massive wind orb the size of a lofty pavilion. Within this immense orb, countless black vortices spun chaotically, inducing a sense of dizziness in all who beheld it. Remarkably, this entire series of transformations occurred in complete silence. So much so that it was only due to the silver-haired woman's upward glance that Lin Mo even noticed the black wind banner's metamorphosis. Even the colossal lotus, transformed by the eight-spirit ruler, with its surging silver runes, seemed to be swallowed whole upon contact with the obsidian sphere, vanishing without a trace, causing not even a ripple. The armored woman now possessed two black orbs, one large and one small, eerily positioned above and below her, amplifying Lin Mo's growing sense of foreboding. While the intent behind the armored woman's actions remained unclear, the true demonic energy and spiritual essence contained within these two orbs were undeniably palpable. Should there be a subsequent move, Lin Mo could scarcely fathom the catastrophic upheaval that might befall the mortal realm. He understood that preventing the armored woman from taking any further action was paramount. Thus, he swiftly resolved to act. With a flicker of thought, the humanoid puppet stationed beside him immediately gestured, unleashing a profound dark light that shot forth in an instant, targeting the enormous black wind sphere above. It was none other than a flying dagger forged from demonic marrow that was propelled with incredible speed, arguably the most formidable of Lin Mo's artifacts. In less than a breath's time, the dagger struck the massive wind sphere. It was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil. The moment the dagger pierced the sphere, a tumultuous black vortex began to churn violently within, transforming under the strain. The gigantic wind sphere emitted a thunderous roar, its surface becoming irregular and distorted, as if undergoing an excruciating metamorphosis. The speed of this transformation was erratic, yet the terrifying spiritual pressure surrounding the sphere was palpable, unpredictable, as if it were a volcano poised to erupt. Such an unforeseen development took all cultivators by surprise. Even the previously arrogant armored woman could not anticipate this turn of events, her triumphant demeanor suddenly stifled. The silver-haired woman shifted slightly, her keen gaze briefly flicking towards Lin Mo. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of realization crossed her mind, and she exhaled softly in relief, a barely perceptible hint of joy gracing her features if one looked closely. Meanwhile, the armored woman, incredulous, exclaimed that it was impossible for a single flying dagger to disturb the black wind sphere. Despite her words of disbelief, her eyes remained fixated on the immense sphere, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. Yet, as the wind sphere threatened to explode, She could not afford to doubt. In a bid to avert the impending explosion, she hastily performed a hand seal, lightly touching the floating black orb above her. A subtle gray spell was sent forth, and with a soft hiss, the orb quivered slightly before emitting a black beam of light that swiftly penetrated the enormous wind sphere. Instantly, the once turbulent sphere calmed, stabilizing in an unexpected tranquility. Upon witnessing the movements of the armored woman, Lin Mo's expression darkened. The humanoid puppet, responding with a spell of its own, plunged into the chaotic maelstrom of the wind ball, its form expanding dramatically. It began to thrash wildly within the enormous wind sphere, causing it to tremble violently once more, disrupting the momentary calm. At this juncture, the armored woman, infuriated by the puppet's actions, thundered, "You seek death." Subsequently, with astonishing speed, she reached out towards the void where Lin Mo was engaged in battle. Lin Mo immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy descending upon him from above. A chill ran through his heart as he prepared to cast a spell to evade the impending doom. However, the ethereal Ling Long, floating above the altar, acted preemptively. The silver-haired woman gently clapped her hands in Lin Mo's direction, and with a resounding boom, a black claw and a pearlescent hand collided midair. The two massive hands erupted upon impact, producing a sharp sound that reverberated throughout the ninth layer, shaking the very fabric of space. The armored woman, her face ashen, had not anticipated that the silver-haired woman would intervene to shield the scattered cultivator from her attack. Ling Long chuckled lightly, taunting, "With me here, do you think you can easily slay him?" The ancestral figure of Yuansha understood well that despite Ling Long lacking a corporeal form, defeating her would not be a trivial task. Even though Ling Long had just endured a strike from the essence of her true body, appearing considerably injured, the armored woman gazed at the enormous wind ball above, contemplating her next move. She initially intended to wait for a more opportune moment, but it seemed that time was no longer on her side. Taking a deep breath, she formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. In an instant, she vanished like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Uncertain of the armored woman's intentions, Lin Mo noticed a subtle change in Ling Long's demeanor. Her eyes flashed with intensity, and her silver hair, seemingly stirred by an unseen force, shot outwards in a flurry of silken strands towards the vicinity of the wind ball. Just as the silver threads began to descend, a surge of dark energy erupted below, coalescing into a formidable two-headed black wolf, nearly 10 feet in size. Upon sighting the multitude of silver threads, the wolf's countenance shifted with surprise, not anticipating such formidable power from the silver-haired woman. Nevertheless, it remained undeterred in its offensive. The two-headed black wolf, with a flick of its body, emitted a sound akin to a bowstring being drawn taut, unleashing a barrage of dark light towards the dense array of silver strands. The clash of black and silver in the air produced a cacophony reminiscent of cold weapons clashing, a sharp, piercing sound. As Ling Long maneuvered her silver strands, the two-headed black wolf lunged into the vast wind ball. Upon its entry, a violent explosion echoed, and then, as if it had never existed, the wolf vanished, the piercing sounds fading into silence. At that moment, Lin Mo sensed through the puppet that the once agile magic essence flying daggers had suddenly become sluggish. Ensnared as if trapped in an inescapable mire, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. With a flicker of thought, his humanoid puppet unleashed its full spiritual power, attempting to forcibly retract the demonic essence flying knife. Just then, he heard a cold snort emanating from the wind sphere, a sound so chilling that it sent shivers down his spine. The flying knife trembled violently, and he felt a disconnect from his consciousness. In a surge of panic, Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and suddenly thrust them upward, unleashing 2 streams of golden arcs, each as thick as a bowl. Chapter 243. The gigantic vortex, the myriad flying swords swirling before him shuddered, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Countless golden arcs shot forth from the flying swords, coalescing into a magnificent golden electric dragon over 20 feet long. The dragon crackled with electric light, its claws bared, while a deep rumble of thunder resonated from within. Lin Mo had summoned nearly all of his spiritual treasures, apart from the final remnants of lightning needed to propel his wind thunder wings. He activated all the exorcism divine thunder from the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that drew the attention of all present. Time was of the essence for Lin Mo. As soon as the golden electric dragon emerged, It lunged ferociously at the noticeably shrunken blacklight sphere. Unlike the colossal wind sphere, the blacklight sphere housed pure demonic essence. And the armored woman's ability to manipulate the massive wind sphere was significantly linked to this black sphere. The exorcism Divine Thunder could dispel the true demonic energy. Even if it could not eradicate it entirely, striking the black sphere with so much thunder would surely disrupt the armored woman's plans. At that moment, the silver-haired woman, fiercely engaging with the black light beams emitted by the armored woman, sensed the presence of the golden electric dragon and felt a flicker of confusion, quickly replaced by astonishment at its overwhelming power. Although Ling Long had merged with the essence of the silver moon, she had never witnessed such a full manifestation of the exorcism Divine Thunder. The might of the golden electric dragon left her in awe. Meanwhile, within the massive wind sphere, the two-headed black wolf struggled to control the demonic essence flying knife with a transparent, gel-like substance. Upon realizing what was transpiring outside the wind sphere, its expression shifted to one of alarm, and its eyes glowed with a menacing crimson light. Both wolf heads unleashed twin beams of blood-red light that collided with the golden electric dragon, resulting in a dazzling display of luminous chaos accompanied by a thick, iron-like scent of blood. The two blood-red beams effectively intercepted a significant portion of the exorcism Divine Thunder. Manipulating such an array of spiritual treasures and flying swords was no small feat for Lin Mo. It felt as though his spiritual energy was being drained in an instant. Just as he contemplated his next move, he heard Ling Long's furious voice pierce through the chaos. "You dare to destroy my true form." Lin Mo glanced in her direction and saw her brows furrowed in rage upon witnessing the blood-red beams. He finally connected the dots. The blood-red beams were the essence of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor's avatar, directed straight at Ling Long's silver wolf form, igniting her fury. The two-headed black wolf within the colossal wind sphere nonchalantly retorted, "You're about to be reduced to ashes, and you still concern yourself with this body?" Lin Mo heard the cold snicker of the armored woman, though her voice was noticeably weakened compared to before. The words that followed made Lin Mo abruptly turn to the silver-haired lady. He noticed that the previously furious Ling Long had lost her anger, now speaking in a quiet, icy tone. "You are overly arrogant. Your level of spiritual awareness is merely at the divine transformation stage. Do you truly believe I am unaware of the nature of the Black Wind flag? You cannot genuinely think you are capable of detonating it in your current state. Can you? Even if you could ignite it, do you really believe it would break the seal?" The two-headed black wolf, observing the silver-haired woman from within the massive sphere, remarked ominously, "Whether it is possible, you shall soon discover." A sinister smile crept across its face as it began to cast its divine powers. The entire wind sphere emitted a blinding black light, accompanied by a piercing shriek. All the whirlpools within the sphere merged into a singular entity, forming a giant vortex with a diameter of over 10 yards, pulsating with dark radiance. Remarkably, the two-headed black wolf appeared at the vortex's center, both heads unleashing dark beams that enveloped a small, pitch-black flag, the legendary Black Wind flag. As the giant vortex took shape, an astonishing spiritual pressure emanated from within, unleashing streams of multicolored light. Before Lin Mo could react, he witnessed the radiant light traversing the air, leaving behind sparkling white points that hovered momentarily before hurtling towards the vortex's epicenter with tremendous force. Meanwhile, the colossal lotus rotating in the air dimmed, transforming back into a green wooden ruler. 8 ethereal beast apparitions surrounded the ruler, propelling themselves towards the giant vortex, vanishing into the heavy clouds above in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this, Ling Long's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she formed a series of hand seals, raising one hand to reveal a palm-sized black disc in her palm, the inverse star disc. With a swift motion, she infused spiritual energy into the artifact, causing it to expand instantaneously from the size of her palm to several feet across. With her fingers splayed, she pressed against the edges of the inverse star disc, and a crystalline radiance enveloped her as the disc glowed with golden light, resembling countless stars rapidly emerging from its surface. The two-headed black wolf, witnessing Ling Long's activation of the inverse star disc, displayed a look of disdain. Waves of white light surged into the vortex, and upon entering, the air was filled with a violent humming sound. Both the giant vortex and the inverse star disc began to warp and distort, pulling the surrounding space into chaos. escalating with an almost relentless intensity. The moment Lin Mo perceived the distortion of space, he anticipated what was to come. However, witnessing such overwhelming rending, even he, who had encountered severe spatial tears before, gasped in astonishment. Without further delay, he swiftly darted towards the edge of space, his humanoid puppet trailing closely behind. As he sped towards the spatial boundary, he subtly communicated with his thoughts. At that moment, Gui Ling, who was locked in a fierce battle with the three-headed monstrosity that had transformed from the large-headed creature, was taken aback by Lin Mo's message. Without hesitation, he maneuvered to escape towards the rear. Similarly, Tianlan, the holy maiden, who was engaged in combat with the same three-headed beast, noticed Gui Ling's retreat and recognized the urgency, promptly following in his wake. The ancient corpse bear and the esteemed Master Qimiao had long since overheard the dialogue between the two-headed black wolf and Ling Long. Upon witnessing the peculiar black vortex, they instinctively understood the dire circumstances. The ancient corpse bear, being an exceptionally astute beast, observed the actions of the Gui Ling and the celestial maiden Tianlan, and without requiring further explanation, transformed into a burst of blood light and a streak of azure rainbow, swiftly fleeing the scene. The cultivators and beasts that had just been engaged in combat with him suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving the three-headed, six-armed monstrosity momentarily bewildered, before erupting into a furious rage. In an instant, the three-headed creature flickered, reappearing before Master Qimiao in a most uncanny manner. Wielding 6 weapons with its 6 arms, it unleashed a torrent of black light accompanied by a resounding explosion, effectively intercepting Master Qimiao. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had been the primary opponent of the three-headed beast, for it fixated solely on her, ensnaring her tightly at the altar, unable to stray far from its sacred ground. At this juncture, the reverse star disk, under Ling Long's command, unleashed its might. In an awe-inspiring display, a multitude of fist-sized white orbs surged forth, resembling a cascade of countless stars pouring down. In an instant, the very fabric of space seemed to be etched with golden trails, akin to a waterfall reversing its flow, a celestial river in reverse. Any cultivator witnessing this marvel would undoubtedly be left in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, at the vortex's center, the two-headed black wolf appeared oblivious to the radiant assault initiated by Ling Long's reverse star disk. Instead, it frantically stimulated the massive vortex, accelerating its rotation, causing an increasing number of black rays to emerge, which in turn intensified the white light and electricity within the space, drawing these luminous points into the heart of the colossal whirlpool. However, to the wolf's astonishment, the expansive golden starlight did not succumb to its intended absorption into the vortex. Rather, it brushed past the top of the enormous whirlpool, eluding its grasp entirely. The two-headed wolf was taken aback, unable to comprehend this unexpected turn of events. Surely, it could not be an error on its part. After all, it possessed divine consciousness as a guide. How could such a ludicrous occurrence transpire? At this moment, the two-headed wolf felt a surge of alarm, and one of its heads quickly turned to survey its rear. Upon doing so, it was nearly overwhelmed with frustration, its mind buzzing with indignation. Though it refrained from verbalizing its thoughts, the furious expression on its face was unmistakable. What a humiliation, a profound disgrace for all eternity. Despite the fury boiling within, the wolf exhibited no hesitation in its response. The other head rapidly recited a series of incantations. In that instant, a burst of 5-colored radiance erupted from the vortex, forcefully severing the golden starlight that had soared past. With a cold smirk, the two-headed wolf's voice echoed ominously. "Isn't it a tad late to discover this? I have already unleashed it. You have no chance left." Just as the silver-haired woman's words faded, a massive cluster of starlight coalesced several dozen feet behind the black vortex, followed by a figure flickering within, gradually materializing into form. Suddenly, a figure emerged gracefully from the starlight. However, the expression on his face belied his composed demeanor, revealing a look of bewilderment as he scanned his surroundings with an air of suspicion. Lin Mo, who had already fled to the edge of space, turned back upon hearing the words of the silver-haired woman, only to find the humanoid figure emerging from the starlight, and he was taken aback. Could it be him? How did this person come to be here? Lin Mo felt a sense of confusion. Had he overlooked some crucial information? The individual in question was none other than Xiang Zhili, who had been exiled to the illusory celestial realm. Xiang Zhili, an elderly man, always bore a shrewd expression. Yet, upon entering Kunwa Mountain, he had been banished by the new soul forged from the fusion of the demon soul and the Ling dream. At that time, the newly formed spirit, crafted through the soul melding technique, was bolstered by the body of a silver wolf. Alongside a mastery of various arcane arts from both the ancient demonic realm and the spirit world, his prowess far exceeded that of the current demon soul and Ling dream, reaching levels several times greater than during their prime, and he was nearing the terrifying cultivation of the early void refinement stage. This explained why, despite being sealed within the illusory celestial realm, Xiang Zhili could transmit spiritual energy across the spatial barrier. It was merely a temporary seal. The illusory celestial realm was an ancient secret technique long lost to the human world, essentially a method of sealing an individual within a spatial rift formed by immense divine power. However, such rifts cannot endure for long, and the practitioner cannot enter them themselves. Due to the nature of the spatial rift, it has been referred to by various names, such as the immortal trapping dream nightmare pavilion, among others. Thus, it was unexpected for Ling Long to employ such a technique. Yet, the effectiveness of this method against the two-headed black wolf remained uncertain. As Lin Mo was witnessing the use of this technique in battle for the first time, it was anticipated that a lower-tier cultivator trapped by a higher-tier cultivator in such a manner would have little hope of escape. Their only recourse would be to await the rift's natural dissolution or to possess another spiritual treasure capable of forcibly breaking through the spatial barrier. However, such situations are rare. Higher-tier cultivators have no need to confine lower-tier cultivators within a spatial rift, as they can easily dispatch them. Moreover, the use of such a technique requires a significant expenditure of magical energy and mental focus, rendering it an excessive measure with no necessity. Conversely, for a lower-tier cultivator to employ a spatial rift against a higher-tier cultivator, they must first possess sufficient magical energy and mental strength. If they do, the higher-tier cultivator could simply utilize their own advanced magical energy to shatter the barrier of the rift and escape effortlessly. Thus, this method is only viable among cultivators of the same tier. However, for such a technique to be effective, a multitude of conditions must be met, including the right timing, location, and circumstances. If the situation proves unfavorable, it becomes exceedingly difficult to ensnare an opponent within the spatial rift, necessitating that the practitioner be at least in the middle stage of the transformation god realm to initiate it. The reason Ling Long was able to initiate this technique was not due to her own magical prowess or divine consciousness, but rather through the reluctant harnessing of the power of the reverse star plate. Xiang Zhili had been patiently waiting while trapped within the spatial rift. For in the ethereal celestial phenomena, one could easily slip into an illusion, blurring the lines between fantasy and reality for cultivators. Thus, Xiang Zhili remained vigilant, and in a moment of distraction, he suddenly found himself here, leading to the initial scene where he surveyed his surroundings to ascertain the current situation. As Xiang Zhili glanced around, the dual-headed black wolf's eyes gleamed with ferocity, its jaws agape, unleashing two dark beams of light that surged into the black wind banner. Infused with the essence of true demonic energy, the banner trembled, and in a flash, black light erupted forth without hesitation, sweeping outward from the heart of the colossal vortex. The once significantly diminished black whirlwind paused momentarily, then formed a void of approximately an inch in diameter at its center. Chapter 244. The rending of space at the core of this aperture, darkness as profound as ink manifested, the opening fluctuating erratically in size, incessantly devouring everything within the ninth layer of space. The dual-headed black wolf had already distorted this layer of space while manipulating the black vortex. Otherwise, Lin Mo would not have discerned the traces of the spatial rift forming here. Now, the already severely distorted space exhibited even more signs of being torn apart. Upon witnessing such a bizarre phenomenon, Lin Mo's ominous premonition intensified, as though this place was not merely facing the threat of spatial rending. The dread within him grew palpable. He observed the black vortex controlled by the armored woman wielding the black wind banner, and could not help but think that the black wind banner truly was a treasure of celestial significance. Only a spiritual treasure imbued with spatial abilities, such as the black wind banner, could wield the power to distort and tear the fabric of space in such an extraordinary manner. Xiang Zhili, drawn by the allure of the black void summoned from the ethereal celestial phenomena, was struck by the gravity of the situation, his face paling as he exclaimed in alarm. He hastily formed a hand seal, and with a swift motion, a triangular scarlet command token shot forth from his body. The crimson token shimmered with golden flames, and as it ignited, it transformed into a golden fire beast that darted away in a flash. This golden fire beast, clad in armor and adorned with twin horns, was enveloped in layers of golden flames, resembling neither bull nor tiger in its form. Before the golden fire beast even touched the ground, it leapt into the air, becoming a streak of golden light that raced toward the black void. Simultaneously, the robe worn by Xiang Zhili radiated with spiritual brilliance, manifesting a misty purple shield that enveloped him from head to toe. Lin Mo observed the purple light surrounding Xiang Zhili, realizing with surprise that this seemingly unremarkable robe was also a spiritual treasure. Xiang Zhili, his face etched with anxiety, focused intently on the path of the golden fire beast, which was on the verge of plunging into the black void. However, the dual-headed black wolf would not acquiesce to Xiang Zhili's intentions. Just as the golden fire beast was about to leap into the void, the two wolf heads erupted in a cacophony of maniacal laughter. As Lin Mo observed the laughter of the two-headed black wolf, he noticed that the black void beneath suddenly sank down and eerily shifted to a position just above the altar. The space above the altar began to pulsate, expanding and contracting until a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, the black void atop the altar erupted, revealing countless fissures of ebony. Some were as thick as several yards, while others were as fine as mere inches, rendering it impossible to discern which were more numerous. All the black spatial cracks surfaced from afar, rising and falling in a haunting dance. Soon, a cacophonous sound akin to the simultaneous cries of 1,000 birds pierced the silence, rapidly extending like lightning in all directions. Lin Mo winced, his eardrums throbbing painfully from the abrupt noise. It is known that cultivators possess resilient bodies, yet when faced with such overwhelming magical energy, even the most impenetrable defenses could crumble like ash at the slightest breeze. With a swift gesture, Lin Mo conjured a faint golden glow surrounding him, mitigating the piercing sound that assaulted his ears. From a distance, the space appeared as though a colossal mirror had shattered under the weight of gravity, leaving all cultivators in a state of sheer terror, their hearts racing in fear. Lin Mo could not help but curse internally, pondering whether his fortune was remarkably good or woefully poor. In a mere brief span, he had already endured 3 instances of spatial collapse. If one were to argue that his luck was unfortunate, it would be noted that he had miraculously survived each instance of spatial distortion thus far. However, his complexion paled as he sensed the impending threat of yet another rift. It is crucial to note that their previous encounter with spatial collapse on the 8th level was merely the consequence of ancient seals set by ancient cultivators, leaving them shaken but unscathed. Had it not been for the traps laid by the ancient corpse bear at the fissures, casualties would have been minimal. Yet, the 9th space presented a stark contrast. This latest collapse was unleashed by the high-energy ancient demons utilizing peerless celestial treasures, erupting in a chaotic manner, with fissures of varying sizes and forms. Lin Mo occasionally glimpsed flickering black lights within the spatial rifts, their movements utterly erratic, embodying an unsettling unpredictability. The peril of these rifts was daunting. One could easily meet their demise if ensnared, with little chance of even the nascent soul escaping, likely to be crushed by the very fabric of the void itself. Of course, not every rift spelled certain death, but the likelihood was infinitesimally small. Unless one were fortunate enough for a rift to lead to a stable, smaller realm, survival was all but impossible. Lin Mo gazed at the unpredictable rifts within the 9th space, his thoughts drifting to the ill-fated Kimyozenrin, ensnared by the 3-headed monstrosities beside the altar. He bore witness as the practitioner was mercilessly severed by several cracks, each merely inches wide, before he could utter a sound. His body and 7 spiritual treasures were reduced to mere fragments. In that moment of violent disintegration, just as his nascent soul forcefully leaped from his corporeal form, it was tragically engulfed by an even larger fissure before he could comprehend the unfolding horror. Moments ago, the space of the 7 wonders had been vibrant, yet now it lay desolate, devoid of even a single drop of blood, vanishing silently into the void. At this juncture, Lin Mo found himself at the periphery of the 9th dimension, where the rending of space unfolded with astonishing rapidity. In an instant, a multitude of spatial rifts of varying sizes loomed before him, eliciting a deep sense of despair within his heart. These rifts seemed to converge from all directions, ensnaring him in their midst, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, unmistakably the voice of Gui Ling. However, Lin Mo was far too preoccupied with his own plight to investigate the source of the commotion. In a moment of desperation, he charged toward a rift that was scarcely a few inches wide, while the ethereal Tian Ding hovering before him unexpectedly surged forward to confront the rift directly. With his options dwindling, Lin Mo felt like a trapped beast, uncertain of how to survive amidst the perilous rifts. He could only adopt a gambler's mindset, pondering whether the Tian Ding possessed the ability to withstand the spatial fissures, given its esteemed status among celestial treasures. Fortune smiled upon him, as the gamble proved fortuitous. When the narrow rift collided with the Tian Ding, a flash of azure radiance flickered, and the artifact transformed in size with a resounding thud. To his astonishment, the once formidable rift came to an abrupt halt. Swiftly, Lin Mo maneuvered past the rift, casting a glance over his shoulder, only to discover that the spot he had occupied moments ago had been cleaved by several intersecting rifts, now shrouded in darkness. A chill coursed down his spine at the sight of that abyss, as he could hardly fathom the catastrophic consequences had he lingered a moment longer. However, before Lin Mo could contemplate his next move, he felt the ominous rift tremble violently. Suddenly, a surge of black radiance erupted from within, expanding rapidly, and his momentary relief was eclipsed by a fresh wave of dread. His countenance darkened in response to this new threat. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, greater terrors lay ahead. After a brief interval, the black radiance flickered, and, like an echo of its former emergence, the black rifts began to shrink and recede, as if time itself were being unwound. In the blink of an eye, the rifts that had once surrounded Lin Mo vanished entirely, as though the preceding chaos had been merely a figment of his imagination. As the last of the black rifts dissipated, a weight lifted from his chest. Yet, recalling the earlier scream, he turned toward the direction where Gui Ling had last been seen. A shiver coursed through him as he realized that Gui Ling, who had stood there moments ago, had wholly vanished, leaving no trace behind, as if she had never existed in that place at all. Lin Mo hastily probed with his spiritual senses, but found nothing. The connection that had once tethered them had evaporated into thin air. With a heavy sigh, he had no time for lamentation. His gaze swept across the entirety of the ninth dimension, eager to discern what transformations had unfolded in this enigmatic realm. As Lin Mo beheld the celestial maiden and the ancient corpse bearer, he was struck by the sight of the two, unscathed and remarkably composed, unlike himself, who found himself at the precipice of the spatial rift. The ancient corpse bearer was enveloped in a blinding crimson glow, maintaining an aura of calmness. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, astonished by the formidable power of the demon dragon blade, which had the capacity to withstand the force of the black fissure. In stark contrast, the celestial maiden appeared pallid and disheveled. Her gown bore several gashes, faint traces of dried blood visible upon closer inspection. It seemed that the rift had barely grazed her. Her survival was a stroke of extraordinary luck, perhaps aided by the purported divine abilities of the celestial sacred beast, which may have clandestinely shielded her. However, Hanli merely cast a fleeting glance at the two, his attention diverted to the distant figure, which bore a look of unease. It was evident that the twin-headed black wolf had ignited the black wind banner, clearly aiming at the seal. Above the altar, a shroud of darkness enveloped the space, obscuring the circumstances within, while the surroundings lay in ruins, ravaged by the recent turbulence. Only a small remnant of the pillars stood, solitary and forlorn, indicating the total destruction of the four columns. As Lin Mo gazed at the fragment of the stone pillar, he suddenly perceived a flicker of black light in the distance, which vanished inexplicably. Witnessing this, his expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting in surprise. The altar, once towering 100 feet high, had now diminished to a mere 50 or 60 feet, as though severed. Lin Mo squinted, discerning two floating entities nearby. One figure, shrouded in violet spiritual light, was none other than the summoned Xiang Ji Li, who appeared on the verge of collapse, his complexion increasingly ashen, as if he might be swept away by the wind at any moment. It seemed that the earlier turmoil had taken a toll on him. Had it not been for his remarkable magical prowess, he too might have vanished into thin air. Suspended in midair was a disc, measuring about a foot in diameter. radiating a golden glow as it spun incessantly. This was the inverse star disk previously controlled by the silver-haired maiden, though she was now conspicuously absent. Hovering directly above the altar was a shadowy object, a small fragment of the black wind banner manipulated by the twin-headed black wolf, which had inexplicably shrunk in size. The twin-headed black wolf, much like the silver-haired maiden, had also vanished without a trace. Lin Mo could not help but admire the transcendent treasures. For even amidst the spatial distortion and countless rifts, the inverse star disk and the black wind banner had not been utterly destroyed. Although damaged, they remained intact. As Lin Mo pondered these thoughts, he suddenly observed the inverse star disk spinning rapidly, emitting a burst of golden light from its center. From within this radiance emerged a graceful figure, a woman whose cold gaze was fixed upon the black wind banner. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo recognized her as Ling Long. Above the altar, a half-flag of black wind underwent a transformation, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that coalesced into a formidable, multi-headed black wolf. However, the wolf's fur lacked the luster it once boasted. Now, it appeared dull and lifeless, its dual eyes seemingly devoid of vitality, as if it had just awakened from a deep slumber. The emergence of the two-headed black wolf caused a frown to mar Xiangji's countenance. He drew in several deep breaths, and his previously pale visage suddenly regained its radiance. Without uttering a word, he raised a hand and began to chant an incantation, pointing two fingers at the beast. With a resounding pop, two beams of light, one golden, the other crimson, shot forth from his fingertips. As they hurtled toward the black wolf, they transformed into colossal swords, reminiscent of celestial dragons, intertwining as they aimed for a decisive strike. Though Xiangji was momentarily perplexed, he was not dull-witted. Despite his uncertainty regarding the unfolding events, the dark aura enveloping the two-headed wolf was unmistakably the essence of a genuine demon, a creature of the Tower of Demon Suppression. Recognizing it as an invader, he dismissed any notions of chivalry, opting instead to seize the advantage while the beast appeared weakened. However, the two-headed wolf was not one to submit easily. As it sensed Xiangji's impending assault, its anger became palpable, and both heads unleashed beams of black light that clashed against the incoming golden and crimson swords. Unfortunately for the wolf, the activation of the black wind flag had already depleted its dark energy, and upon impact with the colossal swords, it was forced back several steps. Lin Mo, observing the two-headed wolf's calm demeanor, felt an ominous chill as the creature directed its malice toward the altar below, unleashing a piercing howl that seemed to penetrate stone and metal alike. Upon hearing this chilling cry, Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically as an unexpected spectacle unfolded before him. Chapter 245. Escape from the ninth layer of space. The altar, towering dozens of feet, began to tremble violently, resembling a colossal mixer into which it had been tossed, shattering instantaneously. The fragments of the altar, akin to sand upon a beach, dissolved into nothingness amidst the howling winds. Lin Mo, witnessing the emptiness left in the altar's wake, found himself momentarily paralyzed, unable to react. Concurrently, as the altar disintegrated, a plume of black mist erupted from the very spot where the altar had stood. This dark mist, as glossy as ink, appeared liquid, yet was astonishingly insubstantial, swiftly dispersing in all directions as if animated by a life of its own. It was an extraordinarily pure essence of true demon energy. As Lin Mo beheld the true demon energy threatening to envelop the entirety of the ninth space, two words echoed in his mind: "It's over." Just as he grappled with the unfolding crisis, the ancient corpse-bearer's voice, tinged with dread, rang out, warning that the seal had been broken. The surviving cultivators and beasts, who had barely endured the rifts in space, turned pale at this revelation. Meanwhile, Ling Long, observing this scene, was overtaken by a grim expression. Although Xiangji Li's complexion had just begun to improve, he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, including those leading up to his summoning. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming surge of true demonic energy emanating from beneath the altar, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation, and his recently restored visage once again contorted into an expression of distress. At that moment, Lin Mo hovered in midair, observing the abundant demonic aura spilling forth from the ninth space, his lips twitching slightly. He cast his gaze downward, then lifted it once more, determination flashing in his eyes. Without uttering a word, He gestured towards the colossal golden sword suspended above him with a flick of his sleeve. His lips moved silently as he chanted an incantation, while his other hand formed a seal. Suddenly, a tremendous humming resonated, and the previously suspended golden sword transformed into a radiant golden arc, slicing toward the barrier in the distance. A thunderous crash echoed, startling the other cultivators, who turned in unison to witness the source of the unexpected commotion. Blinding golden light erupted from the barrier, followed by a relentless barrage of crimson arrows, unleashed by the humanoid puppet wielding thunderfire, filling the air with fiery projectiles. In an instant, the entire ninth-layer barrier trembled slightly, yet, despite such formidable assaults, it remained far from being shattered. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he regarded the barrier that had just bin assaulted, seemingly unaffected. His brow furrowed slightly, and with a single-hand movement, the three flames fan materialized in his grasp. Before he could unfurl it, he caught a glimpse of a blood-red streak piercing the very spot where he had struck the barrier. Alongside the crimson light, two crescent-shaped flying knives embedded themselves into the barrier as well, revealing the presence of the Saintess Lin Yingping from Tianlan. A peculiar sensation stirred within Lin Mo, and his eyes narrowed in confusion as he scanned the area, only to find the ancient corpse bear and the Saintess had swiftly approached the barrier, their faces etched with anxiety as they prepared to strike again. Lin Mo set aside his bewilderment. The urgency of the situation was clear to all. If they did not breach the barrier swiftly and escape, they would succumb to the encroaching true demonic energy. The ancient corpse bear sought to leverage the power of the Silver Moon Princess to ascend, while other cultivators coveted the Eighth Spirit Ruler and the Black Wind Banner. Yet, above all, the priority remained survival. Without further delay, Lin Mo infused spiritual energy into the Three Flames fan, which erupted with brilliance. A tricolored firebird soared from its surface, launching itself toward the barrier. In the next moment, a tricolored halo emerged, and the runes upon the fan flickered to life, causing the symbols on the barrier to shift and pulsate, accompanied by a deafening roar as the barrier began to warp and contort. Seeing Lin Mo and the ancient corpse bear's coordinated assault, the other cultivators hastened to activate their spiritual treasures, joining the offensive against the barrier. Under the weight of such a multitude of attacks, the barrier twisted to its limits yet still held firm, refusing to shatter. Lin Mo's expression grew increasingly grim as he observed the relentless onslaught against the barrier, his demeanor as tense as if he might burst. While he continued to wield the Three Flames fan, his other hand formed a seal, conjuring a white jade vial into existence. Lin Mo poured a drop of spirit liquid from the jade vial, and after consuming it, his previously depleted spiritual energy was instantly restored. His mind raced, contemplating what methods could resolve the current predicament. At that moment, a fleeting beam of yellow light shot forth, coalescing into a yellow talisman that adhered precisely to the barrier shielding the cultivator from the beast's assault. The talisman then emanated a radiant yellow glow that swiftly enveloped the entire barrier. Before Lin Mo could react, the luminous energy began to gather, forming a glowing sphere. From within this sphere, a small beast emerged, enveloped in layers of golden light. Its golden eyes sparkled, and before any of the cultivators could respond, it darted towards the barrier with remarkable speed. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the ninth space, accompanied by violent tremors, followed by a resounding shattering sound. Astonishingly, the barrier was breached. Lin Mo instantly perceived several strands of white light streaming through the newly created void. Overjoyed, he hastily propelled himself towards the opening, while the rebellious puppet that had been by his side vanished in an instant. Upon exiting, Lin Mo was greeted by a familiar hall, illuminated brightly before him. Subsequently, several beams of light followed closely behind him, spiraling in the air before revealing their forms. Among those who emerged were the ancient corpse bear and the Saintess of Tianlan. Lin Mo noticed a peculiar change in the atmosphere between the two, a subtle yet undeniable shift. Following them was Xiangji Li, summoned by Ling Long, and another figure who plopped down onto the ground, Han Li, who had seemingly been hiding away until now. Lin Mo felt a twinge of discomfort at Han Li's disheveled appearance. Seeing Lin Mo, Han Li appeared slightly embarrassed, producing a small green vial from his possession and gesturing towards him. Lin Mo cast a glance at the ancient corpse bear and the Saintess of Tianlan, then gently shook his head at Han Li. He understood that, while he was no saint, he had no intention of claiming the spiritual treasure that Han Li had acquired. Yet he could not speak for the ancient corpse bear. He could not forget the events that had unfolded upon their exit from the 8th layer. Observing Lin Mo's signal, Han Li quietly returned the small green vial to his storage bag, acutely aware of the ancient corpse bear's scrutinizing glance in their direction. At this moment, Lin Mo was not preoccupied with the thoughts of others. His sole desire was to vacate this place as swiftly as possible. After surveying his surroundings, he finally comprehended why this location felt so familiar. It was the 7th layer of the demon suppression tower. What puzzled Lin Mo was why Xiang Zhili had accompanied them. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Xiang Zhili turned and flashed a grin. Just as he began to speak, a golden beam of light erupted from the barrier, converging into a massive orb of light. Enveloped within this radiant sphere was a graceful figure, her silver hair cascading down as she wielded an astral compass. It was none other than Ling Long, the Grand Princess of the Silver Moon clan. As Xiang Zhili beheld Ling Long, he opened his mouth to speak, only to abruptly close it, swallowing the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue. At that moment, the opening in the barrier behind him swiftly diminished, vanishing entirely in the blink of an eye. The few individuals gathered in the grand hall of the 7th layer fell into a profound silence, exchanging wary glances and momentarily staring at one another in bewilderment. Lin Mo felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling that they had initially arrived in several groups, yet now only these few remained. Ling Long let out a cold snort, stating, "If you linger here any longer, the demonic creature will absorb enough of the true demonic energy, and we shall have no choice but to venture forth." After speaking, her icy gaze swept over Lin Mo and Xiang Zhili, alternating between the two with scrutiny. Upon hearing Ling Meng's words, Xiang Zhili looked uncertainly at the silver-haired woman, tentatively inquiring, "Are you Senior Ling Meng?" His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that it was Ling Meng, fused with the demon soul, who had imprisoned him within the illusory celestial phenomenon, thus leaving him with a different impression of Ling Long. Upon hearing Xiang Zhili's question, cast a frigid glance and coldly asked, "You seem to know quite a bit. Did the 2 elders from Kunwu leave you with any messages?" Her words were unceremonious. Xiang Zhili felt a sense of familiarity that was both intriguing and puzzling. His eyes reflecting a dazed expression as he gazed at Ling Long continued, "What you are familiar with is Ling Meng. She is merely a part of me." After hearing Ling Long's statement, Xiang Zhili was even more bewildered. The complexity of their relationship left him feeling mentally overwhelmed. Ling Long furrowed her delicate brows, evidently unwilling for others to grasp certain details, and thus discreetly communicated with Xiang Zhili through subtle lip movements. Although it was but a few phrases, the astonishment registered on Xiang Zhili's face upon receiving Ling Long's message was unmistakable, followed by a dawning realization. Lin Mo observed as Xiang Zhili scrutinized Ling Long from head to toe after hearing her transmission. Subsequently, Xiang Zhili extended his consciousness to probe the silver-haired woman before confirming that she had not been tainted by the true demonic energy, allowing his demeanor to soften. He then clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, stating, "Congratulations, Princess Ling Long, on your escape today." Regarding matters of the princess, the 2 elders indeed imparted some guidance to us younger generations. The ancient corpse bear and the saintess of Tianlan exchanged glances, remaining still in their actions as Lin Mo listened to Xiang Zhili's respectful discourse. Ling Long let out another cold snort, signaling for Xiang Zhili to continue. He then spoke, "As for the events of that year, the 2 elders were compelled by circumstances. After all, at that time, Fairy Ling Meng's primordial spirit had indeed fused with the demon soul, and they dared not let her depart so easily." Upon hearing this, Ling Long emitted yet another cold snort, remarking, "Let us discuss this further upon my return to the spirit realm. For now, is it not more pressing to figure out how to control the demonic energy? If my body is soaked in true demonic energy for more than 3 days, it will irrevocably solidify into a demonic form. By that time, once Yuansha Saint regains his former powers, coupled with the boundless true demonic energy from beneath the altar, do not forget that the true demonic energy there is the most genuine and pure. Should the ancient demon depart from here, it would not be impossible for her to reforge a demonic army. If that were to occur, the human realm would once again descend into the chaos reminiscent of the ancient war," Ling Long stated coldly. Lin Mo furrowed his brow upon hearing Ling Long's words. Although he had not experienced the chaos of the ancient war, it was not difficult to imagine that it must have been a hell on earth. How could Xiang Zhili be unaware of the situation Ling Long described? He could only smile wryly and say, "No need for the princess to mention it. As a junior, I am somewhat aware of it. Not to mention the terrifying essence of true demons. If this demon were to regain its astonishing cultivation, it is likely that no one in our realm could contend with it." Xiang Zhili did not elaborate further, yet Lin Mo understood what he implied. The ninth layer of space was already filled with the essence of true demons. Even if they wished to pursue and eliminate the opponent now, they would probably lack the capability to do so. One must recognize that the altar below continuously emanated true demonic essence. Xiang Zhili spread his hands and remarked, "We intentionally dodged, and thus the two of us had no choice but to retreat once again. Moreover, the broken boundary talismans I procured from Tai Sect now amount to only two." An indescribable sense of frustration arose within him. The silver-haired woman listened to Xiang Zhili's words without comment, for Ling Long knew that what he said was indeed true, and she fell into contemplation, unable to restrain herself. The Saintess of Tianlan interjected, "If that is the case, is there truly no other method to seal the true demonic essence once more?" Ling Long could not be bothered to even cast a glance at Lin Yinping, deeming her words naively simplistic. If it were truly that easy, they would not have to exert such effort to tear through space. Xiang Zhili sighed and shook his head. If only it were that simple. The original sealing array has been destroyed, and only the dragon transformation seal can control the prohibitions of Kunwa Mountain. However, he paused, and the millennia-old corpse bear, feeling anxious, inquired, "But what?" His brow instinctively furrowed. Xiang Zhili continued, "When I departed from the ninth layer, the ancestral Saint Yuansha had already shattered the dragon transformation seal with a single palm strike. If we could seize the dragon transformation seal, we could activate a backup array to suppress the demonic essence, but now, it is too late." After speaking, Xiang Zhili shook his head with a sense of regret. Upon hearing Xiang Zhili's words, the previously hopeful saintess of Tianlan fell silent, and the hall was once again enveloped in silence. Lin Mo, observing that everyone had ceased speaking, voiced his inner doubts. If there is a backup array, is it truly only the dragon transformation seal that can control it? Setting aside other matters, one would think that the ancient cultivators, with their might and wisdom, would not leave only this single path. After posing his question, he turned to the silver-haired woman and Xiang Zhili, hoping to glean a response from the two. Xiang Zhili appeared perplexed, while Ling Long merely raised an eyebrow at Lin Mo. Chapter 246. The transmission fragrance upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Xiang Zhili was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly and shook his head. "What you say is indeed correct. Since there is a backup array, there must be another spiritual treasure capable of activating it. In ancient times, cultivators prepared an additional artifact to control the prohibitions of Kunwa Mountain. However, this artifact is different from the dragon transformation seal. Since the establishment of the prohibitions of Kunwa Mountain, no cultivator has laid eyes upon that treasure." Lin Mo furrowed his brow, formulating his own thoughts. If no one had seen that artifact from the very beginning, it implied that either the owner had protected it exceptionally well, or the words of Xiang Zhili confirmed Lin Mo's second thought. Xiang Zhili stated that the spiritual treasure had been lost since ancient times, rumored to be concealed in an unexpected location within Kunwa Mountain. But do any cultivators know how to find that place? Tianlan Saintess could not help but inquire. Xiang Zhili cast a glance at her, uncertain whether to continue. Lin Mo observed the Saintess, sensing her unusual vigor since the distortion of space began, and chose not to expose her, for he too was eager to uncover the means to locate that site. Xiang Zhili pondered briefly before adding that it was said the descendants of the three elders of Kunwu might possess this knowledge. Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeper. This information was scarcely more enlightening than silence itself. He had never heard of these descendants, and although he was not particularly familiar with the area, the way Xiang Zhili spoke suggested uncertainty about their identities. Otherwise, he could have simply named them. Xiang Zhili continued, explaining that this lineage had concealed themselves and vanished since acquiring the spiritual treasure. Thus his assertion that no other methods were available was not unfounded. Ling Long, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold snort upon hearing Xiang Zhili's words. Another branch of descendants? Those three individuals from Kunwa Mountain are indeed cautious. In dealing with Ling Long, it seems unlikely anyone could comprehend the intentions of the three elders. The ancient corpse bear, confused by Ling Long's cryptic remarks, displayed an increasing concern upon hearing Xiang Zhili's statements. The Saint Ancestor, too, felt a surge of anxiety at the seemingly inconsequential response. Lin Mo lowered his head in contemplation before asking, "What about the other magical artifact? Is there perhaps another dragon sealing seal?" "Not at all. How could a spiritual treasure be replicated? The other artifact is known as the Heavenly Crystal Tablet, a stone tablet. If we can locate this Heavenly Crystal Tablet, it can summon a backup array," Xiang Zhili replied casually. Upon hearing the term Heavenly Crystal Tablet, Lin Mo's expression remained neutral, yet his heart tightened unexpectedly. Wasn't the Heavenly Crystal Tablet the very object encountered at the mountain gate upon entering Kunwa Mountain? Just as Lin Mo began to realize something, he sensed a gaze that was indescribable in its essence, and upon identifying its source, he confirmed Ling Long's meaningful glance. He recalled the similar object he had seen at the mountain gate. When Lin Mo turned to look at Ling Long, she had already averted her gaze. But that fleeting glance had sent a jolt through him. No one, save for Ling Long, had noticed the brief flash of insight in Lin Mo's eyes. "We have no better options at present. I believe it is best for us to leave this place," Xiang Zhili declared, casting a glance at Ling Long. The ancient corpse bearer and Saint Ancestor exchanged a knowing look before bowing their heads. Seeing no one speak, Xiang Zhili continued, "Although the ancient demon is formidable, it is but a single entity. Even with its true demonic aura, it cannot breach the 9th layer of space in a short time. Once we exit, we can summon more cultivators to set up some arrays. While we may not be able to seal Kunwa Mountain indefinitely, we can certainly do so temporarily." At this juncture, Lin Mo mused that it indeed appeared there were no better alternatives. As the time to temporarily seal Kunwa Mountain approaches, I can extend an invitation to the entire sect of the Great Gene to gather here. After all, the ancient demon is but a solitary entity, whereas the realm of mortals is teeming with cultivators. Surely we can vanquish that ancient fiend. Xiang Zhili is quite optimistic. Lin Mo is uncertain whether Xiang Zhili's simplistic reasoning stems from the prolonged duration of his prior confinement or something else. Even if we were to eradicate the ancient demon, how would we contend with the residual essence of true demons? Xiang Zhili gazes at Lin Mo, seemingly aware of his thoughts, and remarks that although the essence of true demons is formidable, it is ultimately lifeless. We can simply establish a perimeter of 4 to 5 miles around this location and seal it off. In due course, we shall devise a means to address it. Lin Mo refrains from expressing any views regarding Xiang Zhili's assessment. Meanwhile, the ancient corpse bearer, upon hearing Xiang Zhili's words, heaves a sigh of relief and declares that they shall proceed as per Xiang's suggestion. Upon returning to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, I will also report this matter to the Valley Master. This issue can be regarded solely as a concern for human cultivators. Our demon clan shall also extend our utmost assistance to lend you a helping hand." Xiang Zhili's countenance brightens, affirming that if the Valley of 10,000 Beasts intervenes, our chances of success would significantly increase, particularly with the esteemed Valley's prowess. Since my cultivation began, I have long admired the Valley Master's esteemed reputation, yet fate has kept us apart. Subsequently, when I was sealed within the spatial confines, it seemed the Valley Master was also engrossed in seclusion. Upon hearing Xiang Zhili's words and observing the ancient corpse bearer's awkward laughter, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and lowered his gaze, not missing the glimmer in the ancient corpse bearer's eyes. The bear then turned to Ling Long with reverence, stating, "Princess Ling Long, our Valley Master is also someone you once knew." As he spoke, the ancient corpse bearer's voice faded, and his lips moved subtly, conveying a message to Ling Long. Ling Long was momentarily taken aback by the ancient corpse bearer's transmission and, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Is it truly him? No wonder you were aware of my confinement beneath the demon suppression tower." Her previously indifferent expression was supplanted by a sense of solitude, as she seemed to reminisce about a bygone event. The ancient corpse bearer observed Ling Long's melancholic demeanor, his eyes shimmering with resolve as he earnestly suggested, "Princess Ling Long, since you are already aware of our Valley Master's identity, why not accompany me back to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts to deliberate further?" Lin Mo felt a pang of anxiety at the ancient corpse bearer's invitation to Ling Long, yet he could not intervene, for the reasons remained unspoken. After all, besides the vengeful Yuansha Saint, Ling Long's remaining target was none other than himself. However, just as Lin Mo contemplated ways to dissuade Ling Long from accepting, he heard her assert, "I have no interest in visiting the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, nor do I intend to leave Kunwa Mountain." The ancient corpse bear appeared somewhat anxious, exclaiming, "Princess, our valley of 10,000 beasts boasts a myriad of spiritual birds and extraordinary beasts, countless in number. Surely you can find a more suitable vessel." Lin Mo felt a surge of joy and surprise at the silver-haired woman's rejection. Linglong had indeed chosen to decline. Linglong did not engage with the ancient corpse bear's offer, stating, "In a moment, I must return to the previous space." This declaration astonished not only Lin Mo, but also left Xiang Zhili perplexed by Linglong's intentions. Upon hearing Linglong's words, the ancient corpse bear could hardly contain his disbelief as he questioned, "Does the princess truly intend to return?" The actions of Linglong left everyone perplexed. Linglong then affirmed, "Yes, I wish to return, but not alone." As she spoke, Lin Mo felt all eyes gravitating towards him. Upon glancing up, he encountered their unwavering stares, while the others, noticing Linglong's gesture, also turned their attention to Lin Mo confused. Lin Mo gazed at Linglong, who clarified, "The divine lightning that wards off evil is of great significance to me. Thus, he shall accompany me." She pointed at Lin Mo as she spoke. In his heart, Lin Mo thought, "Who agreed to accompany you? What does it have to do with me?" However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. His expression shifted slightly, but he quickly adopted a mask of indifference. The remaining onlookers fell into silence. Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, Xiang Zhili urged, "Linglong, must you proceed in such a manner?" He felt an urgency, questioning why this silver-haired woman, fully aware of her inability to contend with the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, would return to peril, putting herself at risk, especially considering the ancient demon's supply of demonic energy. As Xiang Zhili inquired, he cast a glance at Lin Mo, filled with uncertainty. "I wish to return to the spirit realm," Linglong stated calmly. Yet, the others failed to grasp the meaning behind her words. Even if one could ascend a second time to the spirit realm, why must she return to the 9th level to do so? Linglong elucidated, "I am unlike the rest of you. I originally descended from the spirit realm in my true form. Even if my cultivation were to reach the late stage of transformation, I cannot ascend a second time by my own means." Lin Mo listened to Linglong's explanation, still feeling somewhat bewildered. "To return to the spirit realm, the only path is to reclaim my true body and traverse the reverse spirit passage directly," Linglong declared with unwavering determination. Lin Mo finally comprehended why Linglong was so insistent on returning to the 9th spatial layer. Her true form was still occupied by the avatar of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, nurtured by the essence of true demons. Should Linglong's earlier assertion hold true, prolonged nurturing beyond 3 days would lead to her becoming fully demonized. At that point, how could she return to the spirit realm without her true form? The ancient corpse bear hesitated, imploring, "Princess, perhaps you should reconsider." He recognized that this was an opportunity for Linglong, as well as for himself, yet danger was inescapable, considering they had only just liberated themselves from that place. Linglong shook her head, asserting, "I will first prepare the innate divine abilities of our Silver Moon clan. I am confident I can reclaim my body with a 50% chance by approaching the ancient demon." Xiang Zhili's anxious expression was unmistakable as he urged, "Linglong, you must deliberate further." The silver-haired woman's demeanor shifted slightly as she glanced at Xiang Zhili and the ancient corpse bear, sneering, "Your concern for me is merely a facade. You wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the reverse spirit passage, fearing I might perish within and shatter your fanciful hopes of reaching the spirit realm." Upon hearing Linglong's words, Xiang Zhili hastily waved his hands, saying, "Linglong, you've misunderstood, truly." The ancient corpse bear exhibited a brief moment of awkwardness, remaining silent and deliberately averting Linglong's gaze, evidently struck by the truth in her words. Linglong remained indifferent to the thoughts of others, continuing to articulate that regardless of their opinions, although many cultivators and demonic beasts had traversed this passage to the human realm, the number of those truly privy to the details was likely minimal. Upon hearing Linglong mention the reverse spirit passage, both the 10,000-year corpse bear and Xiang Zhili gazed at her with rapt attention. Even the holy maiden of Tianlan was drawn in. Linglong elaborated that the reverse spirit passage existed within the spirit realm, inaccessible to ordinary practitioners. This passage was not a genuine existence, lacking a precise route. The airy remark from the silver-haired woman left Xiang Zhili and the corpse bear momentarily stunned. The holy maiden of Tianlan felt as if she were listening to arcane scriptures, perplexed by the notion of a non-existent passage. Lin Mo, having absorbed Linglong's words, shifted his gaze, his mind racing as he had been investigating matters of the spirit realm, surprised by Linglong's nonchalant disclosure. He attentively listened to the dialogue unfolding before him, his consciousness subtly infiltrating his storage bag to examine the celestial crystal monument. Meanwhile, the holy maiden of Tianlan furrowed her brow, eager to uncover more secrets regarding the reverse spirit passage, her focus unwavering. Xiang Ji Li, with a serious expression, posed the question that had been troubling the holy maiden. What does it mean that it does not truly exist? Quite simply, Linglong replied coldly. The reverse spirit passage is a temporary conduit opened by the spirit realm utilizing the might of the heavens. Once the ancient cultivators and demonic beasts transported us to the human realm, that passage subsequently vanished. The 10,000-year corpse bear seemed unable to accept Linglong's assertion and anxiously inquired, does that mean there is no reverse spirit passage to the human realm? How was it opened back then? Do you recall how the ancient cultivators of the human realm sought aid from the spirit realm during the invasion of the ancient demon realm? Linglong asked, her expression unyielding as she regarded the corpse bear. Before the corpse bear could respond, Xiang Zhili interjected, his voice filled with disbelief or perhaps profound disappointment. The transmission incense. Many are indeed aware of it. Correct. The retreat was prearranged with the transmission incense to notify the spirit realm, reopening the passage for a brief moment. Linglong concluded. As soon as she finished speaking, the 10,000-year corpse bear was about to inquire about the transmission incense. Anticipating his question, Linglong directly stated, do not even consider whether you possess transmission incense. Even if you do you truly believe the spirit realm would open that passage for you? How can we know unless we try? The 10,000-year corpse bear retorted, refusing to concede. Linglong scoffed, you certainly overestimate your importance. Do you comprehend the cost of opening a reverse spirit passage? Upon hearing the term cost, the corpse bear froze. Indeed. How could a conduit between realms come without a price? Cultivation inherently hinges on cause and effect. If opening the reverse spirit passage is the cause, then one must inevitably bear the resultant effects. What is the cost? The 10,000-year corpse bear inquired, still unwilling to relent. The quantity of top-tier spirit stones would be staggering. Even the alliance of the human and spirit realms would find it burdensome. Linglong's words nearly shattered the corpse bear's last glimmer of hope. Lin Mo concurred with Linglong's assessment, though not entirely. It was then that the previously silent Xiang Zhili posed the question, my lady. How do you intend to return to the spirit realm after reclaiming your corporeal form? Chapter 247, The Weak Spatial Node. The Weak Spatial Node. After the inquiry, he fixed his gaze intently on Linglong. Without the reverse spirit passage, how could the silver-haired woman return to the spirit realm? Upon hearing Xiang Zhili's inquiry, Linglong cast a cold glance his way and replied, as the consort of the heavenly Kuei Wolf King and the Grand Princess of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, I am inherently distinct from other cultivators and demon tribes of the lower realms. Xiang Zhili's expression shifted slightly, although the silver-haired woman spoke the truth. Articulating it made others uncomfortable. Linglong, unfazed by his changing demeanor, continued, my true form and divine consciousness bear the mark of the reverse star disk. Only by returning to my original body can I harness its power. The elders of the Silver Moon clan have specifically established a formation that can activate the true strength of the reverse star disk to forcibly open a miniature reverse spirit passage, allowing me to return directly. The Millennium Corpse Bear's eyes brightened at this revelation, but just as the exhilaration began to fade from his expression, Linglong added, however, this miniature reverse spirit passage can accommodate only myself. Anyone else attempting to pass through would face consequences due to incompatible marks. Neither Xiang Zhili nor the Millennium Corpse Bear inquired about the nature of these consequences, since only those with the appropriate marks could traverse. It was evident that the repercussions would be insurmountable for those who attempted to force their way through. Lin Mo, without needing to ask, was already aware. He had heard that if a cultivator whose level had not reached the transformation spirit stage attempted to breach the spirit realm through the reverse spirit passage, they would be torn asunder by its force. It was likely that the miniature reverse spirit passage operated under similar principles. At this juncture, Linglong's tone turned somewhat exasperated as she recounted, had it not been for the sudden assault from the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, which invaded my body and forced my main soul out, do you think I would still be stranded here? I would have returned to the spirit realm long ago. The Millennium Corpse Bear could hardly maintain his smile. Disappointment etched across his face as he lamented. So there is indeed a mark? Given that your reverse star disk is not in its original form, it is understandable why its rumored power is less formidable than anticipated. Xiang Ji Li's expression darkened. He had hoped that the one capable of summoning him could assist in reaching the spirit realm. After yearning for this opportunity for nearly a century, the sudden realization that everything was but an illusion submerged in water was a bitter pill to swallow. Upon hearing Ling Long's words, Lin Mo's internal alarm bells rang, prompting him to discreetly retreat several steps. While he was unfamiliar with Xiang Ji Li, he had observed the Millennium Corpse Bear's fervent efforts to return to the spirit realm. This was also why the Millennium Corpse Bear had traversed from the Myriad Demon Valley to the Demon Suppression Tower to rescue Long Meng. Now, revealing that all of this had been in vain could provoke unpredictable reactions from them. Caution was indeed prudent. The Millennium Corpse Bear's eyes turned a deep crimson as he hopefully inquired of the silver-haired woman. Is there truly no other method to ascend to the spirit realm besides advancing to the transformation spirit late stage? Ling Long raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the changes in the corpse bear's countenance. The Millennium Corpse Bear continued, given the current state of spiritual energy in the human realm, Your Highness must certainly sense that the prospect of cultivating to the late transformation spirit stage is nearly non-existent. As far as I know, there exists a method for mortals to access the spirit realm. However, this approach is fraught with peril, and throughout history, very few have succeeded in it. Would you like to know more? Ling Long gazed alluringly at Wanyan Shixiang and Xiang Ji Li. Xiang Ji Li and Wanyan Shixiang were momentarily taken aback by the subtle charm in the silver-haired woman's smile, unable to respond immediately. Ling Long inquired once more, her eager gaze inviting them to listen. Lin Mo, too, noticed Ling Long's enchanting demeanor, and his throat ran dry. He promptly activated the Dian technique to stabilize his mind. Yet, this stabilization left Lin Mo in a state of shock, while Xiang Ji Li and Wanyan Shixiang appeared oblivious. Xiang Ji Li hastily expressed his desire to hear more. Recognizing it as a potential solution, albeit dangerous, it was preferable to remaining idle in the mortal realm. Wanyan Shixiang nodded in agreement with Xiang Ji Li's sentiments. Meanwhile, Lin Mo contemplated alternative paths, realizing the situation was not as straightforward as they believed. If they wished to know, a trade could be arranged. A glint of mischief flickered in Ling Long's eyes. Xiang Ji Li and Wanyan Shixiang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they asked, "What is it you seek?" Before they could finish, Ling Long interjected, "I wish to borrow something from each of you to assist in reclaiming my true form. Every endeavor comes at a cost. Surely, you understand this." The expression on Wanyan Shixiang's face could almost be described as pained, and Xiang Ji Li's countenance was hardly any better. Although they were unsure of what the silver-haired woman intended to borrow, they understood that it must be something significant for a princess of the Silver Wolf clan to request it. "I wish to borrow your replica of the blood blade forged from the dragon's essence, and the 2 remaining boundary-breaking talismans from you, my friend Xiang," Ling Long declared with a charming smile. Upon hearing that Ling Long intended to borrow the boundary-breaking talismans, Xiang Ji Li immediately acquiesced without hesitation, surprising Ling Long momentarily. She nodded in acknowledgement before turning her gaze to Wanyan Shixiang. Wanyan Shixiang appeared hesitant, regarding Ling Long's enchanting smile. Though he harbored doubts, the allure of the path to the spirit realm was greater, and after a moment's deliberation, he too consented. With this understanding, Xiang Ji Li and Wanyan Shixiang promptly surrendered the 2 boundary-breaking talismans and the blood blade to the silver-haired woman. Ling Long meticulously examined these items, and upon receiving the blood blade, she playfully brandished it for a moment before retracting it. Observing her collect the treasures, Xiang Ji Li, anxious, inquired about the alternative method. Having acquired what she sought, Ling Long was candid, explaining that aside from the reverse spirit passage leading to the spirit realm, there existed several spatial nodes within the mortal realm. Xiang Ji Li murmured the term spatial nodes, struggling to grasp its full meaning, and respectfully requested, "Might I ask you to elaborate, esteemed Ling Long?" In simpler terms, Ling Long elucidated. In the mortal realm, there are certain areas of inherent frailty, significantly weaker than their surroundings, akin to junctions between 2 spatial rifts. They can be likened to barriers in space. When you attempt to breach such a barrier, you must identify its weakest point and exert force against it. Only after penetrating this vulnerable point can you escape through the resulting aperture. The ancient corpse bear paused momentarily, then raised its head to inquire of Lin Mo. Does the princess imply that with sufficient external force, one could locate the fragile spatial node between the two realms and thereby open the path to the spirit world? Lin Mo nodded and continued. Indeed, when the ancient demon realm invaded the human realm, it was through the discovery of such a spatial node that they were able to breach our world. Otherwise, even the sovereign of the ancient demon realm would find it exceedingly difficult to traverse into the human domain. I have mentioned that everything possesses a cause and effect. As Lin Mo began to articulate an alternative approach, Xiang Zhili fell silent, murmuring softly about the spatial node, his expression betraying a deep contemplation. Upon hearing the silver-haired woman articulate this method so readily, Lin Mo felt a stir within, realizing that such simplicity must surely conceal limitations beyond merely external forces. While it may be said that there exists a method, it first requires the identification of the so-called fragile spatial node, being situated within the human realm. How could one possibly discover the spatial rift that connects the human world to the spirit realm, this elusive spatial node? Lin Mo's thoughts were mirrored by Xiang Zhili and the ancient corpse bear, who soon posed the question, might you enlighten us on the means to locate this fragile spatial node, princess? Lin Mo shook her head and replied, the world is not so straightforward. This node is not easily found. Ancient practitioners are scattered throughout the land, yet only a handful have managed to locate a mere dozen of such nodes. Furthermore, the spatial node is not fixed, it constantly shifts and transforms. These nodes are highly unstable, and one can never predict when they might collapse or when new ones might emerge. This is why I speak of a perilous endeavor, for there is no discernible pattern to follow. Xiang Zhili and the ancient corpse bear nodded in understanding as Lin Mo continued. However, the danger I refer to is not merely in the search. Within the spatial node, unpredictable spatial storms may arise at any moment. Spatial storms? Questioned not only Xiang Zhili and the ancient corpse bear, but also Han Li, who had quietly approached, his curiosity piqued. Is there a way to counter such storms? The celestial Yuansha Saint Ancestor asked urgently. The silver-haired woman shook her head, stating, once caught in a spatial storm, even the mightiest abilities would be rendered futile. This assertion effectively quelled the eager aspirations of the group. I believe your foremost concern should be to ascertain the precise location of this spatial node. While I recall a few places, they have likely vanished after being sealed for so many years. As for new spatial nodes, that responsibility lies solely with you. Lin Mo remarked casually. The ancient corpse bear, with utmost sincerity, urged, we kindly request the princess to share the locations of the previously known spatial nodes. Of course, I shall provide you both with the means of discovery and their specific characteristics, Lin Mo replied, raising an eyebrow at Lin Mo. Then we are indebted to the princess. The corpse bear and Xiang Zhili exclaimed with joy. The celestial Yuansha Saint Ancestor also yearned for this information. But upon witnessing the ancient corpse bear and Xiang Zhili each produce a blank jade tube to present to the silver-haired woman, she realized that the remaining details would not be shared with her. While Han Li harbored a similar desire, he was not as fervent as the celestial Yuansha Saint Ancestor. Lin Mo transmitted a copy of the information to both individuals before returning the jade tubes to them. The holy maiden of Tianlan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, watching with fervor but daring not to approach recklessly to demand what was hers. Enough. The items have been delivered to you. With your experience, it should not be difficult for you to discern their authenticity. I shall now return to the 9th layer of space. If you wish to avoid being swept away, it would be wise to depart promptly. I cannot guarantee that the ancient demon will not seize the opportunity to burst forth from the realm, Lin Mo threatened. Xiang Zhi and the corpse bear, upon hearing that Lin Mo intended to return to the 9th space, contemplated persuading her, but seeing her resolute demeanor, they chose silence and swiftly took to their escape. The holy maiden of Tianlan observed the ancient corpse bear depart and hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Lin Mo before similarly transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. Han Li, hesitating, glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook his head and, lowering his gaze, subtly transmitted a message to Han Li. Upon receiving the message, Han Li paused briefly before also fleeing the scene. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Mo and the silver-haired woman remained on the 7th layer of the demon suppression tower. Lin Mo fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the silver-haired woman, his expression cold and indifferent. Meanwhile, Linglong's attention was fixed on the exit of the hall, her eyes flickering with anticipation. After a brief moment, the silver-haired woman exhaled a breath of relief. These two fellows have shown enough sense not to probe with their spiritual consciousness. It is now time to retrieve the Tianjing steel, she said, turning to Lin Mo. Are you so certain that I possess the Tianjing steel? Lin Mo replied with a faint sigh, his tone nonchalant. Part of my primordial spirit served as your artifact spirit and has witnessed the ancient inscriptions on the steel. If you can assist me in reclaiming my body, I shall forego any claim to the Shutian small ding in your possession, and I shall also relinquish that 8th spirit ruler. Lin Mo chuckled at Linglong's words. Senior, you jest. I have neither the time nor the inclination to jest with you. Though the Tongtian spirit treasure is precious, it is not regarded as a top-tier treasure within the spirit realm. Furthermore, I have a vague recollection that you possess another, even more significant spiritual treasure. Yet, I cannot quite recall what it is. Does this imply that you have tampered with my spirit? Linglong's expression grew increasingly grim as she spoke. From your seniority, it is evident that you are merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Do you truly believe a mid-stage nascent soul can manipulate anything? Lin Mo asserted, though internally he was alarmed. Cease your pretense of ignorance. Your artifact spirit pact remains unbroken, and I have a memory linked to you that is evidently sealed. It seems to be significantly related to another treasure you possess. Linglong sneered. And what of it? Lin Mo's countenance darkened, revealing his resolve to neither provoke trouble nor shy away from it. It appears I have guessed correctly. This treasure holds greater importance to you than the Shutian ding. The silver-haired woman inquired with a malicious glint in her eyes as she appraised Lin Mo. Lin Mo fell silent, and at that moment, the humanoid puppet beside him suddenly shifted, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, its form shimmering with a faint silver light. Lin Mo had made a decision in his heart. Should Linglong pursue the matter of that spiritual treasure relentlessly and urge the artifact spirit to have Silver Moon investigate? It was likely that without awakening, Silver Moon would fall into Linglong's hands. After all, he was currently incapable of withstanding the divine abilities of a transformation stage cultivator. The opponent was swiftly subdued, even while restrained and reluctant to inflict harm. The silver-haired woman, upon hearing Lin Mo converse with the humanoid puppet, felt an intensifying chill, her elegant brows gradually furrowing into a frown, revealing a hint of malevolence in her demeanor. Chapter 248. The awakened Silver Moon. Lin Mo regarded the silver-haired woman with a displeased expression, his gaze brimming with palpable vigilance. One hand clutched the three-flame fan, while the other discreetly formed an incantation. Simultaneously, the humanoid puppet subtly conjured a small bow. Linglong, perceptive to Lin Mo's movements, let out a soft, melodic laugh. The silver-haired woman's beauty blossomed, only to reveal a voice that was eerily familiar to Han Li. Lin Mo, taken aback, hesitantly inquired. Silver Moon, is that you? Silver Moon's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she replied, Master, you are indeed cunning. Lin Mo, for once, displayed a rare sense of embarrassment and asked, What on earth is happening? When did you awaken? Silver Moon's smile broadened as she responded, Did you not already know, Master? You temporarily sealed that memory of the spiritual treasure before my fusion with Linglong. Lin Mo, feeling a surge of joy, retorted, That is not the question I intended to ask. Silver Moon, fully aware of Lin Mo's curiosity, regained her composure and explained. Linglong suffered significant mental damage during the explosion on the 9th level. After our fusion, Linglong has remained as the primary consciousness. Following her injuries, she could not control her body, and her mind fell into slumber. I managed to reclaim the dominance of this mental vessel and subsequently unsealed that memory you had concealed. In her final words, Silver Moon could not resist a playful tone. Lin Mo, hearing her explanation, responded with exasperation, You agreed to the memory seal at the time, did you not? How else could it have been so easily accomplished? While conversing with Silver Moon, Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the silver-haired woman before him, confirming that Linglong's essence was indeed under Silver Moon's control. His heart soared with joy, and he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, his taut nerves and body finally at ease. However, Silver Moon, despite her happiness at Lin Mo's relief, understood the necessity of planning ahead, her expression growing serious. Master, she cautioned, although I have regained control, my dominion over the mental power is far inferior to Linglong's. Should she rest briefly, or if this mental vessel suffers further damage, she could easily wrest control back. Lin Mo's expression shifted at her words, yet he comprehended the implications. The memory seal had been executed before Linglong's awareness could intervene, otherwise her formidable power would have effortlessly dismantled it. Silver Moon continued, "If you truly wish to safeguard that spiritual treasure from exposure, you must employ the sealing technique with me. This particular seal, in conjunction with my assistance, will only restrict that minuscule matter, ensuring absolute security. Unless one of us were to fall or you formally relinquish my identity as the spirit of the artifact, it shall remain undisclosed." Lin Mo pondered momentarily. Realizing he had no better alternatives, and with a resigned tone, conceded that this was the only course of action. Suddenly, Lin Mo recalled what Linglong had previously mentioned about returning to the spirit realm and inquired if it was true that returning to one's original form would allow access to that realm. The expression on Lin Mo's face had lost the excitement of discovering Silver Moon. Silver Moon's eyes flickered as she stated that a mere beast like Longmeng could not summon the reverse spirit passage. Furthermore, Longmeng, I, and Linglong share a symbiotic relationship. If one suffers, all suffer. Lin Mo felt a twinge of confusion but did not dwell on it, choosing instead to listen as Silver Moon continued, explaining that the identity of the artifact spirit could only be revealed after ascension to the spirit realm, at which point she would have the opportunity to employ secret techniques to truly liberate herself. Lin Mo failed to discern any peculiarity in Silver Moon's words. Even if he had, he likely would not have reacted significantly, and thus did not pursue the matter further. "Master, you should first cast a spell to seal your memories. Otherwise, we may run out of time," Silver Moon advised gently. Noticing Lin Mo's continued silence, she went on, "Once you finish sealing, I will use a dispelling talisman to break this barrier, ensnaring the primordial ancestral sovereign with the dragon blade. You can then infiltrate, activating the celestial crystal tablet. As long as we suppress the true demonic aura, I will employ my soul-devouring powers to forcefully reclaim my original body and subsequently consume the primordial ancestral sovereign's avatar. Everything will fall into place. Devouring the avatar of the primordial ancestral sovereign? That seems rather challenging," Lin Mo remarked, considering Silver Moon's words. Silver Moon nodded, acknowledging the difficulty given that it was indeed the avatar of the primordial ancestral sovereign. "Therefore, we must first set up a temporary formation to guard against the return of the Millennia Corpse Bear and Xiang Zhili," Lin Mo acquiesced, flipping his palm to reveal a stack of magical flags. Chanting the incantation, he watched as the flags shot forth one by one, vanishing into the surroundings. A portion of the hall then radiated a layer of azure brilliance, enveloping it within. Observing this, Silver Moon remained silent, seated on the ground, her gaze fixed upon Lin Mo. Once Lin Mo completed his tasks, he sat across from Silver Moon, contemplating her and Linglong's visage, and remarked, "I shall commence the spell now. You must exercise caution." Upon seeing Silver Moon nod, Lin Mo formed hand seals and recited the incantation, causing azure light to envelop him. Gradually, the area covered by the azure glow expanded, eventually encasing Silver Moon as well, creating the appearance of a blue sphere from the outside, while the interior remained obscured. After a duration equivalent to 3 incense sticks, the ancient and cryptic incantation ceased, followed by a delicate cry as the azure sphere slowly dissipated. Lin Mo gazed at Silver Moon, who sat across from him, her face still etched with pain. He observed her clutching her head, brows furrowed deeply. When Silver Moon lifted her gaze and caught sight of Lin Mo's lingering concern, she softly reassured him, "Master, it is all right." Lin Mo opened his mouth, hesitating before inquiring. Then, Silver Moon slightly nodded, stating, "Do not worry, Master. Even if Longmeng were to dominate the consciousness, she would be unable to unravel this seal." The secret technique was highly successful. Just as Lin Mo was about to say more, Silver Moon urged, "Master, time is of the essence. We should not delay. We ought to proceed quickly into the 9th layer of space. We do not know when Longmeng will awaken again." With that, Silver Moon offered Lin Mo a radiant smile, a stark contrast to her previously icy demeanor since merging with Longmeng and Linglong's awakening. Should a genuine smile emerge, it may well be accompanied by ulterior motives. Thus, as Silver Moon, now commanding the divine consciousness, donned her exquisite visage, her delicate and radiant smile momentarily left Lin Mo somewhat taken aback. He gazed intently at Silver Moon for a considerable while, ensuring there were no hidden issues. before finally nodding in acknowledgement. Without further delay, the two rose to their feet. The silver-haired woman casually lifted her sleeve, and with a flick, a yellow talisman shot forth into the void. In the high heavens, a flash of golden mist erupted, materializing an ethereal barrier out of thin air. Subsequently, a surge of crimson light struck the barrier, prompting Lin Mo to deftly wield the three-flame fan, unleashing a torrent of tricolored flames alongside a colossal sword aura. The humanoid puppet at Lin Mo's side unleashed a thunderfire bow, and soon the skies were ablaze with sparks, coinciding with Lin Mo's assault. The spatial barrier contorted under the external force, ultimately succumbing and shattering, revealing a vast gaping hole, through which the true demonic essence of the ninth space surged forth. Silver Moon's expression turned frosty, and with a sharp exclamation, she soared forth, enveloped in a luminous white glow. Lin Mo activated the wind thunder wings, joining Silver Moon in their foray into the ninth layer of space. Upon his arrival, Lin Mo was met with a tumultuous wave of true demonic essence. His brow furrowed slightly. With his other hand, he formed a seal to summon the Yuan Gang shield, which soared from his sleeve and swiftly expanded, encasing him within a silver barrier. The concentration of true demonic essence was vastly greater than when they had departed, and upon contact, the Yuan Gang shield emitted a sizzling sound as the true demonic essence began to corrode the shield, rendering its silver luminescence increasingly translucent. It became apparent to Lin Mo that managing the true demonic essence would prove challenging, yet he had not anticipated that even the Yuan Gang shield would succumb to corrosion. A recollection surfaced of his prior descent into the boundless abyss, where he had encountered demonic energy. However, the demonic essence there paled in comparison to the intensity of the true demonic essence now surrounding him. He was aware that the true demonic essence beneath the altar was formidable, yet he had not fathomed its terrifying magnitude. Observing the diminishing silver glow of the Yuan Gang shield, he understood that it would not hold for long, lest it be entirely consumed by the true demonic essence. Reaching into his storage bag with his divine consciousness, Lin Mo noted that the exorcising divine thunder had been nearly depleted during his previous encounter with the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. It seemed that a swift resolution was imperative. He turned to Silver Moon, who was enveloped in the sanguine radiance emanating from the 10,000-year corpse bear's spirit treasure, the dragon blade, which appeared to repel the true demonic essence, causing it to swirl restlessly at the periphery. Observing this, Lin Mo finally grasped why Ling Long had insisted on utilizing the dragon blade. It served a purpose of such significance. Silver Moon's lips moved as she conveyed a message to Lin Mo, and then shot directly towards the center of the space. Receiving her signal, Lin Mo wasted no time in following suit, while the silver luminescence of the Yuan Gang shield gradually faded, concealing their presence. Just as Lin Mo secured his concealment, he heard the icy voice of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor resound, questioning his audacity to return. However, it seemed fortuitous, as this would provide the perfect opportunity to turn him into a demon. A series of delicate laughter echoed, swiftly followed by the haunting howls of wolves. Before Lin Mo could fully comprehend the situation, he was startled by a series of violent explosions. In a moment of confusion, he soared silently towards the altar. Soon, he found himself amidst the thick clouds, which provided ample cover, preventing his detection. With a frigid gaze, he observed the scene below, retracting his eyes just in time to avoid the attention of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. At times, an overly piercing gaze can evoke a tangible sensation in others. Employing the clarity of his dual eyes, which possessed the ethereal vision of the Lin Mo, he discerned the particulars below, undeterred by the true demonic energy that surrounded him. Unlike when they had departed, the altar was now reduced to mere ruins, and above this desolation loomed an enormous black skeleton, its vicinity continuously exuding waves of true demonic energy. Lin Mo noted that the energy emanating from the black skeleton was darker than that previously released by the altar, appearing as if it were coated in a viscous oil, possessing a strangely adhesive quality. It seemed that the altar's prior emissions of demonic energy were indeed the result of this black skeleton. Could it be that the seal beneath the altar contained this very skeleton? Lin Mo pondered, yet no one was present to answer his inquiries. The space surrounding the black skeleton erupted with violent explosions, revealing a fierce struggle between a mass of blood light and a swirl of dark radiance. Their conflict stirring the surrounding demonic energy and generating an almost unbearable spiritual pressure. The silver moon and the avatar of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor were locked in a titanic struggle, neither gaining the upper hand. Akin to two ferocious dragons engaged in a relentless battle. Seeing that the silver moon did not currently require his assistance, Lin Mo felt a measure of relief and shifted his focus towards another direction. The prior spatial ruptures had utterly obliterated the altar. However, the two tombstones, crafted from soft jade, remained resilient due to the unique properties of their material. One tombstone, which housed the dragon transformation seal, had been destroyed by the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, while the other was designated for activating the heavenly crystal monument. With ease, Lin Mo utilized his penetrating vision to locate the two stones amidst the debris. Upon finding the second tombstone, he glanced back at the fierce confrontation between the Yuansha Saint Ancestor and the silver moon. He immediately activated a technique to conceal his presence, silently approaching the location of the tombstone. Once Lin Mo landed steadily on a pile of rubble, he deftly produced a jade talisman from his hand. Reciting an ancient incantation, he gently tapped the talisman, causing a faint yellow glow to emanate from its surface. Upon closer inspection, intricate golden Sanskrit characters whirled continuously upon the talisman's surface. Balancing the jade talisman in one hand, he seized the chosen tombstone with the other, closed his eyes to channel his spiritual awareness, and summoned a blue, flowing light from his storage bag at his waist. Indeed, it was the heavenly crystal monument. Gazing at the ethereal crystalline steel, approximately half a foot in length, Lin Mo exerted a forceful throw, sending the jade scepter aloft above his head. Subsequently, with a seemingly casual grasp of one hand in the void, he drew this object towards himself. With the other hand, he infused the steel with spiritual energy, causing it to tremble slightly at first, then with increasing intensity, radiating a flickering luminescence that culminated in a brilliant beam of light. At this moment, Lin Mo's mind was devoid of distractions as he pressed the azure crystalline steel firmly against the larger stone tablet. It appeared as though the steel was being weathered away, silently engulfed by the larger stone, as if it had never existed. However, before Lin Mo could fully relax, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The stone tablet emitted a blue glow, and with a weight that felt insurmountable, it descended, breaking free from Lin Mo's grasp and plunging downward. Half of the steel sank into the ground until it stood upright, the exposed portion resonating with a tremendous hum. The rapidity of these events left Lin Mo momentarily at a loss for action. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated, jolting Lin Mo into alertness as he instinctively directed energy to the Yuan Gang shield, causing the protective barrier to swell exponentially. Chapter 249. The Resealing Simultaneously. A black beam of light shot forth in an instant. This was soon followed by a cataclysmic explosion, accompanied by a massive burst of light. Lin Mo had not anticipated that he would draw the attention of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. As the luminous orb erupted, a vast expanse of darkness swiftly engulfed the area, extending over dozens of feet. Lin Mo sensed a peculiar distortion in the space, likely due to the prior forceful tearing of the barrier. Following the explosion, the region engulfed by the black mist exhibited minor distortions. Although the movement was subtle, Lin Mo acutely felt the tremors. The chaotic rocks seemed to vanish into the black light as if swallowed by the sea. The Yuan Gang shield, still emitting a faint silver glow, was now enveloped in darkness. Lin Mo found himself in considerable discomfort. The spatial distortion was followed by an unrelenting, erratic trembling that felt impossible to quell. Internally, he cursed his misfortune. Externally, one could clearly observe the interplay of silver and black light entwining in a fierce dance. Within the silver glow, Lin Mo noted the shifting countenance of the black light outside, as fingers danced in rapid succession, casting numerous incantations upon the protective barrier. Instantly, the surface of the shield became remarkably smooth, and much of the encroaching darkness was repelled with a swift motion. The Yuan Gang shield stabilized. At this juncture, the Yuansha Saint Ancestor's avatar managed only a single attack before being ensnared by the silver moon. Relieved, Lin Mo exhaled deeply. Another assault from the ancient demon would have been intolerable. The Yuansha Saint Ancestor, observing Lin Mo's comparatively eased state, seethed with rage. The two-headed black wolf, with eyes gleaming crimson, exhibited an extraordinary fury. Engaging in combat with the silver moon, it adopted a defensive stance, neutralizing the silver moon's strikes while continuously exhaling dark, malevolent energy. The silver moon bit fiercely with its silver fangs, wrestling against the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, the howls of the two-headed black wolf echoing in a frenzied crescendo. The true demonic energy in the vicinity surged and roiled violently, reaching heights surpassing a dozen zhang compared to before. Silver Moon, having sustained considerable mental injuries, was further weakened by the ruthless demeanor of the primordial demon ancestor, leading to another significant depletion of vitality. Yet, despite the primordial demon ancestor's formidable prowess, he too suffered considerable damage under Silver Moon's assault. After all, with a mindset of mutually assured destruction, he neglected to fortify his defenses, a mistake he realized a tad too late. Suddenly, the ground trembled with astonishing intensity, and in every corner of this space, dozens of luminous pillars erupted from the earth. Following these pillars was a resounding roar, accompanied by an uncountable number of colossal stone columns. Each stone column shimmered with a myriad of colors, adorned with massive spiritual rings that spun rapidly. However, the subsequent scene left Lin Mo utterly astonished, a prickling sensation coursing through his scalp. It was as if the true demonic energy of the ninth space, upon encountering the spiritual rings of those columns, was akin to moths drawn to a flame, disintegrating into black ash and cascading downwards. The stone columns ascended infinitely, revealing countless fibrous threads in the high sky, intertwining densely like a spider's web. As the fibrous network fully formed, the moment they interconnected seemed to trigger some switch, causing a brilliant luminescence to ignite. The radiance coalesced into a colossal sphere of light, enveloping the entirety of the space, resembling a protective hill. Initially, upon witnessing the spiderweb-like shield, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief, finally comprehending that the backup formation had been activated. Without hesitation, Lin Mo infused his spiritual energy into the steel, which then manifested massive spiritual rings that floated up and down. As the rings oscillated, the swirling true demonic energy surrounding them was drawn in. Lin Mo observed the absorption rate of the rings accelerating. Within mere breaths, the true demonic energy within the protective barrier was almost entirely consumed by the rings. Although some remained, it was merely a thin layer of faint black. The newly formed dozens of spiritual rings continued to float, drawing in the remaining true demonic energy upon contact with the stone columns. The primordial demon ancestor, reliant on true demonic energy to contend with Silver Moon, would transform the true demonic energy beneath the altar into his own demonic energy for attack when his reserves dwindled. However, now, the true demonic energy within the space was thoroughly devoured by the rings activated by the steel and those on the columns, placing the primordial demon ancestor at a distinct disadvantage. Silver Moon and the two-headed black wolf were locked in a fierce struggle, their howls resonating through the air, while Silver Moon, protected by the dragon blade, relentlessly forced the primordial demon ancestor into retreat. Enveloped in crimson light, the black mist exhaled by the two-headed wolf grew increasingly faint. Lin Mo, witnessing the clash of black and red energies, breathed a sigh of relief, forming hand seals and silently reciting incantations, directing a sequence of spells towards the steel. The massive steel emitted a low, resonant hum, and the spiderweb-like white spiritual masses above the altar seemed to receive a command, beginning to descend rapidly. Accompanying the descent of the white spiritual masses was an overwhelming spiritual pressure that startled the two-headed black wolf still engaged in battle, even before nearing the black vortex. Lin Mo observed the panicked demeanor of the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, witnessing for the first time an intense fear reflected on the faces of the twin-headed wolf. A fear so profound that it seemed to emanate through the very fur of the black wolf. The Yuansha Holy Ancestor, realizing the gravity of the situation, could no longer afford to remain entangled with Silver Moon and silently chanted an ancient incantation, preparing to flee. Silver Moon, however, emitted a cold snort, unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. In an instant, Silver Moon vanished, leaving the battleground eerily vacant. A milky white light descended from above, swiftly enveloping the entire cave entrance, and as the spiritual light retracted, the once visible black hole was obscured and soon vanished from sight. With the disappearance of the black hole, an exceptionally crystalline barrier gradually formed, sealing the true demonic aura back in its original altar position. The twin-headed black wolf stood frozen, sensing the impending disaster. Its gaze darkened as it noticed the blue glowing steel nearby, which bore the heavenly crystal tablet. The Yuansha Holy Ancestor had never anticipated that Silver Moon would locate the heavenly crystal tablet so swiftly. Had they known to eliminate it when they breached the ninth spatial barrier, they could have eradicated it entirely. Yet, now was not the time for such reflections. It was imperative to leave this place. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Having previously wielded the dragon transformation seal, the Yuansha Holy Ancestor understood the significance of the blue-glowing heavenly crystal tablet, the intricacies of which required no further elaboration. However, the twin-headed wolf's expression darkened with ferocity, and it let out a simultaneous low growl. Being a mere avatar of the Yuansha Holy Ancestor, it was not easily vanquished. Lin Mo observed the nearly enraged twin-headed wolf tremble violently as it growled, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Even with clear sight, the details remained obscured. But in less than a breath, the black mist surrounding the twin-headed wolf transformed into three identical wolf apparitions, which charged towards Lin Mo and his companions. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Mo as he raised the Yuan Gang shield around himself, preparing to summon the three-flame fan with a single hand gesture. When suddenly a burst of blood light erupted beside him, conjuring a vast sea of blood that surged in all directions, rolling in massive waves. As the black mist collided with the blood waves, Lin Mo distinctly heard a hissing sound before it dissipated into thin air. This sea of blood was not unfamiliar to Lin Mo. It was the very trap set by the scattered true beings at the barrier's mouth when they breached the 8th layer. To encounter the blood sea once more in the 9th layer was ironic, especially as it now served to protect him. The blood sea emitted a pungent scent, and the three wolf apparitions, caught off guard, were engulfed and trapped within its depths. The Bloodblade, inherently resistant to true demonic aura, overwhelmed the three wolf forms, which struggled to cope. Meanwhile, a burst of silver light flickered above the blood sea, followed by a piercing cry. As a myriad of fiery sparks erupted from the silver light, striking the three wolf apparitions with a force reminiscent of a mighty river, overwhelming them with a torrential downpour of brilliance. The three wolf shadows, transformed from the essence of true demonic energy, were taken aback, each raising their paws and tilting their necks to expel a cascade of black radiance, forming a luminous barrier that shielded them from the silver fireworks cascading down. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, and without further delay, he deftly flipped his hand, summoning the three flames fan into his grasp. Chanting an incantation, he forcefully waved it towards the three wolf shadows, which emitted a mournful howl, seemingly unable to withstand the tricolored flames. With another flourish of the three flames fan, three diminutive firebirds, each roughly the size of a thumb, burst forth, hurtling towards the three black wolves. These firebirds blazed with flames of three distinct colors, their scorching heat causing the very fabric of space to subtly warp before they even reached the wolves. The intense heat vaporized the blood sea, creating a dense blood mist as if it were evaporating. The flames struck with the ferocity of true fire, and one of the black wolves, upon witnessing this, displayed a mixture of panic and fear, while the other two remained eerily still, fixated on the approaching firebirds. To the black wolves, the minuscule firebirds seemed insignificant. Yet their potency was undeniable. Otherwise, why would the three flames fan be deemed a celestial treasure? The prospect of forging a seven flames fan was tantalizing. But now was not the time for such musings. Then, Silver Moon's voice rang out, crisp and clear, exclaiming, "Excellent." The current situation had exceeded all expectations, and this opportunity could not be squandered. Silver Moon raised both hands, forming a seal, and with a graceful spin in midair, transformed into a beam of silver light, conjuring a colossal wave. This gigantic wolf, towering nearly 10 feet high and shimmering with a silver aura, lunged towards the recently startled black wolf. As the towering wave surged toward the black wolf, it morphed into a silver wolf the size of a small mountain, launching itself directly at the black wolf. The panicking black wolf, a mere avatar of the primordial ancestral demon, felt a surge of anger as it recognized Silver Moon's transformation, its fury escalating further. Yet the expression of panic on its face did not escape Silver Moon's keen gaze. In a fit of rage, the black wolf bellowed, "You intend to use soul devouring? Huh, don't even think about it." Subsequently, it seemed to exhaust all the true demonic energy within its being, violently coughing forth not black mist, but a crimson fog. Before the blood mist could touch the ground, it ignited into crimson flames, encasing the black wolf in a protective sphere. As the blood sea encountered the red flames, it melted away like winter snow under the summer sun, granting the previously ensnared black wolf instant freedom. With a swift inhalation, it surged forth, surrounded by flickering black light, shooting upwards. However, before it could ascend more than 10 feet, a cacophony of crackling explosions erupted overhead, followed by the sudden appearance of a silver beam. The black wolf's speed was commendable, but before it could urgently alter its course, silver threads, imbued with a faint silver glow, shot forth from the light. The ethereal luminescence flickered, and the black wolf found itself ensnared, with no avenue for resistance, tightly bound by the silken strands, regardless of its frantic struggles. As the silver threads tightened with the relentless struggles of the black wolf, one could discern faint traces of dark viscous fluid ensnared within. Startled, the black wolf ceased its thrashing, reciting incantations, only to witness the blood mist coalesce into flames, enveloping the silver threads. Yet, to its astonishment, the flames proved ineffectual against the silver strands. A sense of dread enveloped the prime ancestor as, at that moment when the black wolf lay immobilized, the silver wolf descended from the heavens with remarkable speed, swiftly entering the black wolf's form, vanishing from sight. In an instant, the black wolf emitted a thunderous howl, which surprisingly resonated in 2 distinct tones. Just moments before, the black wolf possessed a singular head, but Lin Mo observed as a second silver-haired wolf head sprouted from the side of its neck. Initially, the silver wolf's eyes were tightly shut, and as the black wolf lunged to bite, the silver wolf forcefully swung its head, striking the black wolf's head aside, causing a brief lapse in the latter's awareness. In the blink of an eye, its eyes regained focus, but before it could react further, the silver wolf opened its eyes and, without hesitation, sank its teeth into the black wolf's neck. The body of the black wolf convulsed violently, alternating between silver and black hues. And as the silver wolf clamped down on its neck, the black wolf's fur transformed into a shimmering silver. Unwilling to surrender despite the bite, the black wolf opened its jaws wide, revealing silver fangs as sharp as daggers, aimed at the silver wolf's neck. In that moment, it was impossible to discern which side held the advantage, as the 2 heads engaged in a fierce struggle. Lin Mo, observing the 2 heads tearing at each other, grasped the void sky cauldron in his hands, his concern for the silver wolf betraying itself in his expression. With a gentle push, he levitated the cauldron into the air, chanting an incantation and directing a point towards it. The cauldron emitted a crisp sound, and with a flash of spiritual light, it gradually expanded, enveloping the 2-headed giant wolf within its glow, causing them to cease their savage biting. Chapter 250. The awakening of Linglong. The silver wolf had appeared to have gained the upper hand, yet the black and silver hues of the wolf's body continued to fluctuate, making Lin Mo acutely aware that the silver moon had not entirely seized control of the silver wolf's form. As the chaos subsided, both the black wolf head and the giant wolf's body shimmered with a faint aura of true demonic energy, which did not dissipate even in the presence of the silver form. The black wolf head, having sensed this shift, displayed a glimmer of agility amidst its fury, yet more prominently, a resolute determination that only fueled its ferocity in battle. Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened, and without delay, he recited another incantation, pointing once more at the void sky cauldron, infusing it with greater spiritual energy, which resonated with an intensified hum. The black wolf head, in response, struggled with all its might, yet remained utterly immobilized. With his other hand, Lin Mo formed a seal, summoning a beam of golden light from his sleeve, which soared skyward, expanding infinitely. Suddenly, it halted in the heavens. Lin Mo pinched his thumb and middle finger together, snapping them, and the golden light, as if responding to a command, plummeted rapidly, descending upon the true demonic energy shield floating above the black wolf head. The shield of true demonic energy on one side of the twin-headed giant wolf shuddered under the assault of golden light, manifesting countless golden threads as if it could not withstand the force of the blow. The black wolf head howled in agony, its anguished roar resonating through the air, while Lin Mo noticed that the true demonic energy just released by the black wolf head had significantly diminished. The silver wolf head, quick-witted as ever, took advantage of the black wolf's struggle. It raised its head and summoned an identical silver wolf shadow that appeared beside the black wolf head. Before the black wolf head could react, the silver wolf shadow voraciously devoured it. The previously howling black wolf fell silent as the silver wolf shadow consumed it, then forcefully tugged, revealing a dark silhouette that emerged amidst their struggle, morphing in various forms as it clashed with the silver wolf shadow. Surprisingly, the black wolf head offered no resistance to being engulfed. With a cold chuckle, the silver wolf head observed the dark silhouette, which then expanded several-fold, swallowing the black shadow whole. Subsequently, the silver shadow contracted back to its original form, while the black silhouette vanished within it. Witnessing this, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief wash over him. He raised one hand and pointed towards the void sky cauldron, incanting a spell. The cauldron suddenly shrank, floating above the twin-headed giant wolf, and soon after, it released a cascade of azure light, enveloping the colossal creature entirely. Lin Mo scanned the entire night space, his expression shifting as he abruptly shot towards the vicinity of the seal. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above a pile of altar remnants, casually striking downwards, causing several crimson fire orbs to shoot forth. The ensuing series of explosions echoed, and as the sounds faded, a vast pit emerged where the blasts had occurred. Lin Mo gazed solemnly into the depths of the pit, where flickers of black fluorescence danced ominously. As he discerned the dark glow within the pit, the humanoid puppet sprang into action, grasping the black fluorescence within its grasp. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the remnants of a small section of the Black Wind banner. Though the banner had been largely destroyed, it still emanated a remarkable spiritual energy, its sentience undiminished. Lin Mo's gaze shifted as he regarded the remnants of the Black Wind banner in the puppet's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he unceremoniously collected the remnants into his storage bag. While unsure of how to restore such a transcendent spiritual treasure, acquiring materials for its refinement was certainly feasible. Moreover, even in a hypothetical scenario, the ability to forge a treasure like the Black Wind banner would surely not rely on inferior materials. They would undoubtedly prove useful, possessing significant value. The worth of the remnants of the Black Wind banner was incalculable. After securing the remnants of the Black Wind banner, Lin Mo did not return to the twin-headed giant wolf. Instead, he soared towards a corner of the ninth space, ascending higher and higher until he vanished into the clouds. In the high altitude, Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he observed a pale green orb of light hovering nearby. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a jade-green wooden ruler suspended within the orb, slowly rotating in the ethereal glow. It was indeed another celestial treasure, the Eight Spirit Ruler. Although the Eight Spirit Ruler was intact, it was a sacred artifact of the Buddhist realm, possessing a formidable power against demonic entities. Consequently, no matter the circumstances, the avatar of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor could never corrupt this heavenly treasure for its own use. The primary reason for this inability to metamorphose it lay in the fact that this two-headed giant wolf was merely an avatar and had suffered significant injuries. Had it been the true body of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, the outcome might have been vastly different. Lin Mo gazed at the Eight Spirit Ruler suspended in midair, refraining from directly stowing it away in his storage pouch like he had with the Black Wind banner. Each celestial treasure possesses its own unique temperament. He could never forget the near-fatal encounter when reclaiming the Void Heaven Cauldron, almost falling victim to the Qianlan ice flame. Thus, he was uncertain of the Eight Spirit Ruler's disposition. It was imperative to understand any potential taboos beforehand. After scrutinizing the Eight Spirit Ruler once more, Lin Mo summoned his consciousness, causing a humanoid puppet to swiftly approach him. Within moments, the humanoid puppet darted toward the Eight Spirit Ruler with unwavering determination. Seizing it without any hesitation or anomaly, Lin Mo observed intently as the puppet grasped the Eight Spirit Ruler, and upon witnessing the absence of any adverse reaction, his heart swelled with joy. He took the Eight Spirit Ruler from the puppet's grasp, lightly handling it, noting its exceptionally smooth surface, which felt somewhat cold, yet not piercingly so. As he tilted the Eight Spirit Ruler, he beheld a flickering green light within, glimmering captivatingly. Channeling his spiritual energy into the Eight Spirit Ruler, he discovered that the treasure exhibited no changes whatsoever. Just as Lin Mo lingered in confusion, a muffled sound erupted from the distant light enveloping the giant wolf, followed by a sudden explosion. Startled by the resounding blast, Lin Mo hurriedly stowed the Eight Spirit Ruler into his storage pouch, then formed a hand seal, unfurling his wind and thunder wings in a swift motion toward the Void Heaven Cauldron. With his lips moving in silent incantation, he quickly tapped the cauldron twice. At that moment, Lin Mo's expression tightened with apprehension as the void heaven cauldron promptly appeared in his grasp, the azure light surrounding it not yet fully receded, reflecting his urgency in summoning it back. Once the cauldron was retrieved, Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the area where the green light had been. As the green light scattered and vanished, he beheld an elegant figure rising gracefully. It was the giant wolf. However, it was no longer two-headed. Instead, it had transformed into a singular head, radiating a brilliant silver hue. The silver wolf gazed upward at Lin Mo suspended in the air. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo's heart leaped with delight, and he immediately soared toward the silver wolf. Yet, halfway through his ascent, he caught sight of the wolf's icy eyes. The smile on his face froze in place, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. In an instant, the silver wolf's form shimmered, morphing into a graceful woman. As Lin Mo beheld the woman's exquisite visage, he confirmed her identity. It was Ling Long. At that moment, Ling Long regarded Lin Mo with an expressionless demeanor. Feeling the chill emanating from her piercing gaze, Lin Mo's scalp prickled, and his countenance shifted. He then heard the enchanting woman emit a cold laugh. Lin Mo inhaled sharply, halting his descent, and retreated slightly, declaring, "You are Long Meng." It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. "Hee, your keen perception is commendable. You can recognize me as Long Meng even beneath Ling Long's visage. Therefore, it is not incorrect to refer to me as Long Meng, for I am indeed currently guided by Long Meng's spirit." Ling Long lifted her delicate hands, glancing at her fingers, and addressed Lin Mo. Although she appeared outwardly calm, only Ling Long herself knew that her gaze, obscured by lowered lashes, sparkled with excitement, a sentiment unmasked. Lin Mo's expression turned grave as he pondered, eventually inquiring about Yin Yu's condition. A peculiar smile graced Ling Long's face as she regarded Lin Mo, her eyes glimmering with immense interest. "She is unharmed, merely having exhausted too much spiritual essence while performing the soul-devouring technique, and has fallen into slumber. You seem quite concerned for her, do you not?" Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words, but hearing that Yin Yu was merely asleep eased his worries somewhat. Then, he heard Ling Long utter a rather infuriating remark. "Otherwise, I would not have been able to emerge so easily. What do you intend to do now?" Lin Mo could not comprehend the calmness with which she posed the question. Upon hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, Ling Long raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. I shall return to the spirit realm with you. What other course of action could there be? Or do you wish to keep Shuling by your side?" Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by Ling Long's intention to bring Yin Yu back, but as she openly articulated his thoughts, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face, which gradually flushed, though the redness was fleeting. "You are well aware that Yin Yu intended to return to the spirit realm all along. I will not obstruct her, nor have I ever intended to," Lin Mo stated matter-of-factly. Ling Long smiled at Lin Mo's response, saying, "It is best that you are so wise. Originally, I intended to confiscate all the spiritual treasures from your domain, but having witnessed your assistance while I devoured the Yuansha Saint Ancestor's soul, I will temporarily spare you." Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he gazed at Ling Long, sensing that more was to come. He then heard her solemnly declare, "Since Shuling has promised you, I, as the Grand Princess of the Yin Yu clan, am not ungrateful. I shall not reclaim the Shutian small cauldron and the 8th spirit ruler. They shall remain with you. However, one condition must be met. From this day forth, you and Shuling must sever all ties and never meet again." Before Lin Mo could respond, Ling Long's countenance darkened as she warned, "If you do not comply, even if you ascend to the spirit realm in the future, should you appear before me, I will not hesitate to strike you down." Ling Long fixed her gaze upon Lin Mo, a hint of menace flickering in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo's expression momentarily darkened, but he quickly regained his composure, lowering his gaze without offering any response, nor did he voice any refusal. The enchanting woman did not miss the shadow that crossed Lin Mo's face and was unconcerned whether he agreed or not. She merely wished to convey her intentions to him. Without waiting for Lin Mo to react, the enchanting woman cast 2 streaks of dark light towards him. Lin Mo was initially taken aback by Ling Long's sudden assault, but upon discerning the nature of the incoming dark rays, he felt at ease. With a swift motion, he grasped the air and captured the 2 dark streaks in his hand. These were none other than the flying daggers that had been seized by the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. He had not anticipated that the silver-haired woman would return them to him. Since the daggers were now in his possession, Lin Mo felt no need for hesitation. He turned and handed them to the humanoid puppet behind him. After completing this task, the silver-haired woman no longer paid attention to Lin Mo. Instead, she moved to the center of the space to inspect the sealing condition. After a moment of satisfaction upon observing the seal, her expression suddenly shifted, and she turned to glare at the humanoid puppet behind Lin Mo, flying directly towards it. Her demeanor grew ominously cold as she extended her hand towards the puppet. A rare flicker of confusion appeared on the puppet's face. Noticing the silver-haired woman's expression, Lin Mo's sense of vigilance surged. He then heard the silver-haired woman demand, "The 10,000-year spiritual liquid that boy left for you. Hand it over." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by Linglong's words, but he concealed his surprise. As he sought to evade the issue, Linglong asserted, "I need that item to open the reverse spiritual passage." Her tone was undeniably authoritative. Seeing the unwavering expression on the silver-haired woman's face, Lin Mo's lips twitched as he reached for his waist and gently patted it. Soon, several white jade vials emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed them towards the silver-haired woman. She graciously accepted, sweeping her long sleeves, and the vials silently vanished into her sleeve pouch. Her movements exquisitely graceful. With the spiritual liquid secured, the silver-haired woman disregarded Lin Mo, scanning the ninth space until she identified a vacant area. She promptly approached, seated herself on the ground, crossed her legs, and formed hand seals. Lin Mo could hear her reciting an ancient and complex incantation, which, though difficult to comprehend, had an enchanting resonance. Before long, the captivating woman's silver hair began to float as if caught in an unseen breeze. Her body gradually ascended, enveloped in radiant silver light that intensified, becoming increasingly blinding. This dazzling brilliance encased Linglong in a protective sphere, resembling a luminous moon suspended in midair. Suddenly, Linglong opened her eyes wide, formed hand seals, and summoned the spiritual treasure. With a slight parting of her lips, the reverse star disk flew forth, expanding several-fold. From a distance, Lin Mo observed Linglong's actions, his brow furrowing deeper. Upon first sighting the reverse star disk, he had sensed a potential oversight. However, no matter how he scrutinized it now, he found nothing amiss. It did not appear as though it had been formed from gathered marks. Yet, the aura emanating from the disk was dense, certainly not the pinnacle of spiritual treasures, but undeniably substantial. As Lin Mo remained in a state of perplexity, the reverse star disk suddenly soared upwards, hovering above the silver-haired woman, spinning gracefully. Below, within the silver light, the silver-haired woman flicked her index finger at the reverse star disk repeatedly. As various colorful spiritual seals struck the inverted star disk above, they were completely absorbed within it. In just a moment, a remarkable transformation ensued. The inverted star disk radiated with brilliant starlight, its luminosity escalating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a radiant wheel spanning a yard in diameter, adorned with shimmering golden points. Countless starbeams converged at its center. Lin Mo observed the operation of the inverted star disk when, all of a sudden, it trembled violently. A golden beam, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from its center, swiftly ascending into the layers of yellow clouds above. This was followed by a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens. As the yellow clouds near the beam rolled tumultuously, Lin Mo could feel the entire ninth space quaking in response to the resounding crash. Where the golden beam penetrated, the sky brightened dramatically, accompanied by the sound of barriers shattering, unveiling pitch-black rifts that appeared in the luminous expanse. Soon, these black fissures multiplied, becoming densely packed. Following this, an enchanting celestial melody resonated, revealing a colossal passage before Lin Mo's eyes. Astonished, Lin Mo pondered whether this was the fabled reverse spirit passage. Surrounding the immense corridor were numerous orbs of light, each the size of a fist, radiating in vibrant colors. The disk, measuring about a foot across, glided along the golden beam, pausing momentarily at the entrance, its brilliant light flickering incessantly before settling at the threshold. Lin Mo noted that this disk bore an uncanny resemblance to the inverted star disk. Indeed, they were identical in every detail. Lin Mo had been gazing towards the silver-haired woman when the sudden appearance of the passage and disk left him expressionless, though turmoil churned within him. The silver aura enveloping the woman gradually receded into her being, revealing Linglong once more. At this moment, Linglong slightly raised her head, gazing towards the immense passage in the sky. Yet, Her expression bore no joy at the prospect of returning to the spirit realm. Rather, it was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Lin Mo could not fathom the source of this sorrow on the silver-haired woman's face before he could discern its meaning. She abruptly stood, her form shimmering as she rose. The radiant wheel hovered above her head as she began to glide towards the vast passage. Stepping onto the luminous wheel, it seemed the colossal corridor sensed her presence, with glowing orbs flickering and emitting harmonious chimes, though it was unclear whether the sounds originated from the orbs or the grand passage itself. Meanwhile, the inverted star disk, having settled into a gentle tremor, commenced its intricate rotations. The true inverted star disk appeared remarkably animated and exuberant as it sensed the proximity of the luminous wheel, exhibiting an almost sentient vitality. Witnessing this display, the silver-haired woman finally allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, a genuine expression of joy despite its subtlety. She then cast a lingering glance down at Lin Mo before gracefully raising her hand. A beam of intertwined red, yellow, and white spiritual light shot forth, reaching Lin Mo in an instant. Lin Mo, who had been attentively observing the silver-haired woman, was momentarily taken aback. The glimmering eyes of Ling Long bore no malice. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve towards the colossal passage, Lin Mo bowed respectfully, then gathered the tricolored spiritual light of red, yellow, and white into his hand. Upon opening his palm, he discovered a white jade slip, a blood blade forged from the essence of a millennia-old corpse bear, and the final boundary-breaking talisman gifted by Xiangji. A tumult of emotions surged within Lin Mo, yet he refrained from posing any inquiries. He then heard the silver-haired woman sigh softly, indicating that this was the information previously shared with the millennia-old corpse bear and Xiangji regarding the reverse passage and spatial nodes. The information here was more extensive than what those two possessed. Perhaps it would prove useful to him in the future. Gazing at the red and yellow light in Lin Mo's hand, the silver-haired woman remarked that the boundary-breaking talisman and the blood blade of the magic dragon were of no use in the spirit realm, and thus, she would bestow them upon him. She added that carrying spiritual treasures away from this mountain would likely be a daunting task, and she intended to assist him one final time. Lin Mo, puzzled by the silver-haired woman's words and the intent behind her assistance, remained silent. Without delay, the silver-haired woman delicately tapped the reverse star disk situated within the colossal passage. A melodious sound resonated from the disk, which then began to rotate, aligning its center directly with Lin Mo. A golden beam of light erupted from the core, casting forth a radiant glow that enveloped Lin Mo and the humanoid puppet beside him. Before either Lin Mo or the puppet could react, they were shrouded in starlight and vanished without a trace. Could it be that the reverse star disk possessed a teleportation function? That would certainly eliminate the need for a teleportation array or talisman. However, the destination of this unexpected journey remained a mystery. After successfully transporting Lin Mo and the humanoid puppet, Ling Long stepped into the colossal passage without hesitation. Upon entering, she beheld a myriad of colorful spiritual mists that surged forth, instantly enveloping her and the reverse star disk. This was followed by a series of thunderous roars that echoed powerfully throughout the passage, shaking its very foundation and producing a cacophony of sounds. As the clamorous noises subsided, the silver-haired woman, who had just been engulfed by the colorful mists, disappeared completely. With her vanishing, the entrance of the colossal passage began to fracture, and as the light faded, the passage itself crumbled and dissipated into nothingness. As the colossal passage vanished, the ninth layer of space reverted to its original state, devoid of any presence. The entire space was enveloped in silence, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, outside the demon suppression tower, Xiangji, the millennia-old corpse bear, and the saintess of Tianlan stood at the edge of a great chasm. When Lin Mo disappeared from the ninth space, Xiangji gazed skyward, his expression one of surprise. "What is the matter?" inquired the millennia-old corpse bear, noticing Xiangji's reaction. "Have you discovered something?" "I certainly have not." With that, the millennia-old corpse bear also turned his gaze to the heavens, yet saw nothing amiss. Although his cultivation was inferior to that of Xiangji, he was a formidable beast that had survived the ancient cataclysm, and therefore harbored no fear of him. Xiangji extended a thread of divine sense to sweep the area, uncertain if he had merely misperceived something moments earlier. There was no concealment, merely a dismissal of the matter as insignificant. Perhaps it was a misperception. It felt as though the seal beyond Kunlun Mountain trembled slightly. However, a scan with divine consciousness revealed nothing unusual, truly a peculiar occurrence. Xiang Zhilei stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The ancient corpse bear, chuckling, responded, "My friend, you jest. That was likely just a momentary fluctuation as the seal weakened. Otherwise, how could such a formidable seal be shaken by mere mortals?" Xiang Zhilei found this reasoning plausible and nodded in agreement. "By the way, earlier you both mentioned that this incident was instigated by the Yi family. Have all the cultivators of the Yi family perished? Even Elder Yi, a practitioner of the nascent soul stage, should possess considerable abilities. Where is he now?" As night fell, Xiang Zhilei gazed solemnly at the ancient corpse bear and the saintess of Tianlan. Upon hearing Xiang Zhilei's inquiry, the ancient corpse bear awkwardly replied, "The other members of the Yi family have been entirely slaughtered by the avatar of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor. As for Elder Yi, he was not seen upon entering the 9th layer of space. He likely fell victim to the Yuansha Saint Ancestor's rampage in the 8th layer." After finishing, the ancient corpse bear let out a dry chuckle. The saintess of Tianlan merely cast a glance at him, offering no further comment. Xiang Zhilei exchanged a meaningful look with the ancient corpse bear before coldly remarking, "It matters not whether he still draws breath. Given the catastrophe the Yi family has wrought, their existence is now rendered unnecessary." The ancient corpse bear and the saintess exchanged glances, taken aback by Xiang Zhilei's assertion, especially considering he had not emerged for many years. Yet, they refrained from voicing any objections. Observing their silence, Xiang Zhilei continued, "Upon our return, the foremost family of the Great Gene should undergo a change. Do you of the Myriad Demons Valley have any objections?" His eyes glinted with a frosty light. Though framed as a question, his tone betrayed certainty, indicating he was not genuinely inquiring. Among the cultivators present, Xiang Zhilei stood as the most formidable. Thus his demeanor exuded an air of superiority. In this moment, the polished veneer of his persona dissipated, revealing the true essence of a transformation stage cultivator. While the ancient corpse bear held no fear of Xiang Zhilei, he was reluctant to establish an adversarial relationship between the Myriad Demons Valley and a transformation stage cultivator over the affairs of human families. Troubled yet resolute, he replied, "That is only natural. Although the Yi family shares some history with our valley, their recent misstep nearly ignited an ancient demonic war, transforming the human realm into a hellish nightmare. They can no longer be allowed to persist. Regardless of past ties, such a grave error warrants their eradication. It is indeed time to appoint new overseers for the mundane human world." Xiang Zhilei merely cast a sidelong glance at the ancient corpse bear, nodding in acknowledgement. "It is best that you think so, my friend." The ancient corpse bear's expression shifted, yet, recognizing his inferior cultivation, he refrained from further complaint. After all, these were human affairs. The three fell into silence for a considerable time before Xiang Zhilei spoke again. And once the saintess emerges from the mountains, you should promptly return to the Tianlan grasslands. The saintess has spent many months in the Great Gene, yet this place is not her homeland. In the future, it would be prudent for your esteemed palace to send fewer individuals to the Great Gene." Xiang Zhilei turned to the silent Tianlan saintess and spoke. Though his tone suggested a negotiation, it was, in fact, a dismissal. Lin Yinping's expression shifted slightly, but she held her tongue, compelled to respond. "What Senior Xiang says is true. After this outing, I will promptly return to the Tianlan grassland." Her promise was delivered with an almost expressionless demeanor. A chill coursed through her. This excursion had turned disastrous. Not only had the beast goddess avatar failed to return, but Master Su also met his demise. And even the Lingxi peacock from the spirit realm had been captured. She was left utterly alone. Furthermore, she was bound by Lin Mo's restrictions, regardless of whether he could survive in that night space. This thought led her to conclude that it was perhaps best not to encounter Lin Mo, who knew what demands he might impose. Moreover, she considered that since there were restrictions, there must also be methods to break them. Upon her return to the Tianlan sanctuary, the elders would surely possess a solution. After all, Lin Mo was merely in the mid-stage of the Yuanying realm, while the sanctuary housed many in the later stages who could surely resolve this limitation. Seeing the Tianlan saintess acquiesce respectfully, Xiang Zhilei felt some of his cold demeanor thaw. Just as he intended to take advantage of this moment to admonish her further, a flash of white light suddenly streaked through the sky from an infinite distance, arriving directly above the trio in the blink of an eye. The 10,000-year corpse bear trembled at the sight of the white light, and with a flicker of its spirit, it attempted to intercept the attack. But the surrounding atmosphere became so dense that it felt as if it were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Just as it sought to struggle further, Xiang Zhili spoke calmly. Do not panic. This is a message from the heavenly demon sect conveyed through a flying sword. After speaking, he waved his sleeve. Without forming any seals, he casually cast the white light, and suddenly, a white sphere appeared in his palm. Encased within the sphere was a delicate white sword. As Xiang Zhili accepted the sphere, the heavy pressure that had enveloped the 10,000-year corpse bear dissipated entirely. Although the bear maintained a stoic facade, internally, it recognized the cold sweat trickling down its back. That sensation of being controlled was most unpleasant, akin to being at the mercy of a force far beyond its own. Upon receiving the sphere, Xiang Zhili brought his hands together, causing the white sphere to vanish and the white sword to materialize between his palms. He remained bowed, while the 10,000-year corpse bear and the Tianlan Saintis remained unaware of the message from the heavenly demon sect. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Zhili began reciting a spell and tossed the small sword into the air, where it transformed into a streak of white light and vanished in an instant at an astounding speed. The 10,000-year corpse bear wanted to inquire further, but hesitated at the grave expression that had settled upon Xiang Zhili's face after he received the sword. Xiang Zhili gazed at the spot where the sword had disappeared, adjusting his tone to one of near indifference as he declared, "Let us proceed. The old demon has also entered Kunwa Mountain. We must first meet with him and then summon the various sects from the southern wilderness to reseal Kunwa Mountain." Upon hearing Xiang Zhili's words, the 10,000-year corpse bear and the Tianlan Saintis exchanged glances before promptly parting ways, both instinctively aware that they had no dissenting opinions. Even if they did, Xiang Zhili would likely dismiss them. Meanwhile, none of the three mentioned Ling Long or Lin Mo again, as though these individuals had never existed at all. At this moment, upon a picturesque peak in the southern frontier, several Qi refinement cultivators were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the matter of sealing. Chapter 252, Frost County. The atmosphere among the cultivators was laden with concern. This was a significant affair for the southern lands. All practitioners were aware of the formidable being sealed atop Kunwa Mountain. Yet none knew whether the seal contained a person or an object. While a middle-aged man in a white robe speculated eloquently, a flash of golden light erupted above the pavilion, followed by a tremendous sound. A beam of light descended from the heavens, obliterating much of the stone structure above. The cultivators were momentarily stunned, and apart from the gentle rustle of the breeze against their garments, silence enveloped them. They gazed wide-eyed at the sudden manifestation of a figure cloaked in azure and another in white. Strangely, the white figure vanished before their eyes like a shadow. The young cultivator appeared indifferent to the astonished expressions of the lower-tier practitioners and casually inquired about their location. After scanning the surroundings, his gaze landed on a few individuals who were observing him intently. Among them was Lin Mo, who had just been transported once more by the reverse star disk. After a considerable pause, the lower-tier cultivators regained their composure. When they attempted to probe Lin Mo's cultivation with their spiritual sense, they were met with shock. They could glean nothing of his prowess. This could only imply one thing. He had undoubtedly surpassed the foundation establishment stage, and it was highly likely he had even reached the core formation stage or beyond. It was the same middle-aged man in white who responded, "This is Jinta Mountain. May I inquire about your esteemed title?" Although Lin Mo appeared younger than the man, cultivators of higher realms could maintain their youthful appearance at a fixed stage, leaving the middle-aged man uncertain of Lin Mo's age. "Jinta Mountain? I have not heard of it. Is this still within the southern frontier?" Lin Mo refrained from revealing his name. "This is the central Lu prefecture of the southern frontier," a shorter cultivator quickly interjected with keen insight. "Ah, the central Lu prefecture." Lin Mo nodded, realizing he had been transported to a location adjacent to Puyun prefecture, closer than he had anticipated. The expressions of the Qi refinement cultivators shifted as they regarded Lin Mo, sensing an unfathomable depth. How could they dare question someone whose cultivation was beyond their comprehension? In this realm, strength commanded respect. These practitioners were either from minor families or solitary cultivators, none so foolish as to provoke someone of such evident power. Each one held their breath, awaiting the next command from the formidable figure before them. It was evident that even among them, The highest cultivation level could not discern Lin Mo's abilities, illustrating the extent of his terrifying prowess. It was assumed that he was naturally above the core formation stage. Such elevated cultivators would hardly regard chi refinement practitioners as worthy of attention. This was not the first time they had been disregarded by those of higher realms. Yet the proximity to such a powerful figure was a rare opportunity to bask in his celestial aura. Typically, one could only observe such formidable cultivators from afar. Now, being able to converse closely, they felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. Despite their efforts to suppress it, Lin Mo could still perceive their excitement, albeit with a hint of confusion. Primarily, Lin Mo had not traversed this stage. During the chi refinement period, for Lin Mo, cultivation was as natural as drinking water or sleeping. One might wonder where he would find difficulty. Upon hearing the location relayed by the low-ranking cultivator, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief wash over him, his expression softening slightly. Just as the other cultivators were still processing the information, Lin Mo unleashed several beams of azure light towards the cultivator who had just spoken to him, penetrating the low-ranking cultivator's body without affording him a chance to react. The low-ranking cultivator collapsed, unable to even muster a defiant glance. Without uttering a word, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, raised his hand, and effortlessly drew one of them closer. Seizing the other cultivator by the head, the azure light flickered vigorously, and within moments, the glow dissipated, causing the individual to slip from his grasp, sinking back into unconsciousness. Lin Mo deftly caught the fainted cultivator, intending to apprehend another, repeating this action several times. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all the standing cultivators had been rendered unconscious by Lin Mo's methodical assault. The last cultivator, with eyes wide in terror, fixated on Lin Mo, momentarily forgetting to call for help or take any further action. Of course, Lin Mo did not abandon this individual. As the final cultivator fell to the ground, it seemed he uttered something before his memory faded. Lin Mo sighed to himself, contemplating that he had not been ruthless enough. If he had truly desired to be merciless, he would have swiftly eliminated these cultivators instead of merely erasing their memories. After surveying the surroundings for any remaining threats, Lin Mo glanced in a particular direction, and with a flash of azure light, departed from the location. Approximately an hour later, the chi refinement cultivators at the small pavilion began to awaken, bewildered to find their peers slumbering as they had. They could not recall why they had fallen asleep so suddenly. The events preceding their slumber were a complete enigma. Not a single one remembered the azure cultivator's presence. The low-ranking cultivators, lacking any desire to discuss the sealed object further, concluded their gathering and departed. At this moment, Lin Mo had already appeared several thousand miles away, slowing his pace. He divided a fragment of his consciousness to delve into the white jade slip given by Ling Long, seeking to comprehend its contents. After examining the slip, Lin Mo let out a gentle sigh, stowing it away, remaining silent and lost in thought. The information within the jade slip detailed two methods pertaining to the reverse spirit passage. One of these methods was referred to as the linked spirit passage, which was the type of passage utilized when the spirit realm opened to the human realm. Activating the linked spirit passage required an immense formation, one of extraordinary complexity. Another notable aspect was its exorbitant cost. In every conceivable sense, it demanded a substantial amount of high-grade spirit stones, the sheer quantity of which caused Lin Mo to wince. Moreover, if such a vast number of high-grade spirit stones were available, it would not be impossible to create a simpler formation in the human realm to resolve the passage issue through diligent research. The feasibility of this was indeed plausible. The other piece of information pertained to the spatial node previously mentioned by Ling Long and Xiang Ji Li in their conversation with the ancient corpse bear. In addition to providing a detailed account of the characteristics of spatial nodes, as well as the regions, environments, and potential time frames where they might manifest, the text meticulously enumerates the numerous spatial nodes that have previously appeared in the human realm. Lin Mo recalls that at the time, Ling Long and Xiang Ji Li had only mentioned a few instances, suggesting that the jade slip he obtained offers a more comprehensive overview than what the two of them received. While contemplating the information contained within the jade slip, Lin Mo did not cease his hurried pace. As he soared through the air, a subtle smile graced his lips as he finally grasped an essential truth. Regardless of the significance of the jade slip's knowledge for future endeavors, the paramount task at hand was to advance his cultivation to the late stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, The jade slip indicated that if the information it contained were indeed accurate, entering the spirit realm through a spatial node would necessitate at least a cultivation level of the god transformation stage. The peril involved is not to be taken lightly. Additionally, it is the very nature of god transformation cultivators that enables them to condense their essence into a solid form. Only by reaching this level can one withstand the immense pressure within the rift between realms. Failing to achieve this would not only expose one to various dangers, but the force of the boundary itself could utterly obliterate one's body, nascent soul, and consciousness. Having procured the infant cultivation pill and the method to dispel the soul-binding curse, Lin Mo should ideally set forth for Tiannan. However, the dispelling process requires the concoction of an auxiliary pill to serve as a catalyst. Without it, his efforts may very well be in vain. Numerous types of auxiliary pills exist, and while ordinary varieties would pose no challenge for Lin Mo, he specifically requires a cold attribute pill akin to the snow spirit pill, necessitating the rare xianbing flower as its primary ingredient. The xianbing flower is an exceptionally rare ice bloom. While it may pose significant challenges for others, for Lin Mo, although precious, it is not an insurmountable rarity. The sole complication lies in the fact that the xianbing flower only flourishes atop the ancient ice of millennia. Once harvested, it must remain in proximity to this ancient ice, or it will swiftly dissolve into mere water, losing all medicinal efficacy. To date, no effective preservation method has been discovered, which elucidates why the xianbing flower is elusive yet exceedingly valuable. Due to the challenges of preservation, the sects that possess xianbing flowers are exceedingly few, primarily located in regions of perpetual frost where ancient ice is abundant. Furthermore, due to the impossibility of preservation, auction houses seldom feature the xianbing flower. Its incorporation into pills or medicines is exceedingly rare, and Lin Mo's fortuitous encounter necessitates the flower for crafting the xianbing pill to dispel the soul-binding curse, rendering the flower's practicality somewhat limited. Even the notorious Qian demon did not carry such a pill. Nonetheless, there exist a few vials of this pill within the Luo sect. However, Lin Mo has no intention of breaching the stronghold of the Dark Path sects to obtain them. Such an endeavor is not yet warranted. The formidable defensive array established by the demonic cultivators within the Luo sect cannot be traversed at will, especially by Lin Mo in his current state. As for the future, should he reach the god transformation stage, circumstances may indeed change. Indeed, there exists a profound distinction between a formation guided by a host and one that is manipulated by unseen forces. In truth, the recipe for the xianbing dan does not explicitly mandate the use of xianbing flowers. Other cold-spirited herbs may serve as substitutes, albeit they cannot replicate the original potency. Utilizing alternative cold attribute herbs will yield a xianbing dan that possesses only half or less of the power of one crafted from xianbing flowers. Thus, it is prudent to employ xianbing flowers as the primary ingredient for the xianbing dan. For the sake of caution, Lin Mo resolved to journey to the extreme cold region. During his expedition to Kunwa Mountain, he had already determined the location for his quest, the Ziyajigong on the Baiming Ice Island. He had previously mentioned this to Bai Yaoi when entering Kunwa Mountain. The Ziyajigong is renowned on Baiming Ice Island as a site of extreme cold. While he could not ascertain the presence of xianbing flowers, the existence of millennia-old ice was assured. Lin Mo surmised that if millennia-old ice could be found, it would not be difficult to discover xianbing flowers as well. Another reason for Lin Mo's choice to venture to Baiming Ice Island was his desire to seek information regarding the sun essence fire and a rare herb known as Han Sui. After all, the Ziyajigong had preserved Han Sui for many years. Even if they had not obtained the sun essence fire, they ought to possess some clues in that regard. However, now was not the opportune moment for Lin Mo to head to Baiming Ice Island, as the recent events at Kunwa Mountain had sent shockwaves through the realm. He needed to wait until the uproar subsided before taking action. After much contemplation, Lin Mo ultimately decided to retreat into seclusion for a few years, as he had various other matters to attend to. Resolving himself, he took flight northward, traversing over a dozen states and counties until he arrived at a place called Shuangjuan. Shuangjuan is one of the larger counties in the northern region of the Great Jin, and while it may not be the most northern, it is perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. It experiences 3 significant snowfalls annually, with one lasting for 3 months. Thus, when Lin Mo reached Shuangjuan, it was blanketed in white, with fluffy snowflakes cascading from the heavens. Due to the perennial cold, the population here is sparse. particularly among ordinary folk who cannot endure such frigid conditions. Consequently, the land is vast yet sparsely populated, with precious spiritual mountains and veins being exceedingly rare, and their quality inferior to those found in other regions. Consequently, few major sects or noble families established themselves in Xuanjuan. It is primarily home to small clans and scattered practitioners. Upon reflection, Lin Mo discerned the rationale behind this. Xuanjuan is exceedingly expansive, ranking among the top 5 counties in the Great Jin in terms of land area, and it produces a wealth of cold attribute herbs and materials. It is an excellent location for cultivating the powers of ice and cold. Lin Mo, hailing from Tiannan and having previously visited the chaotic Star Sea, was unaccustomed to such extreme cold locales. As he himself cultivated the ice spirit root, this environment would greatly benefit his practice. On the 5th day after arriving in Xuanjuan, Lin Mo finally reached the desolate mountain range. His heart swelled with joy as he soared into the air, sensing the density of spiritual energy within the desolate mountains. He then formed a decisive gesture, unleashing a formidable aura that surged into the sky, enveloping the entire desolate mountain range. Amidst the flora and fauna of the mountains, even the smallest creatures sensed the overwhelming spiritual pressure, trembling uncontrollably. Birds plummeted from the sky, collapsing to the ground, quivering and succumbing to unconsciousness. Within the desolate mountain range, more than just avians and beasts dwelled. There were also solitary cultivators honing their skills, all of whom were thrown into disarray by this formidable spiritual force. Earth-level practitioners fell to their knees, while those of higher ranks barely managed to remain upright, their breaths quickening, and had it not been for the oppressive pressure, one could surely feel the cold sweat forming like ice upon their brows. Swift cultivators directed their spiritual energy toward the source of the pressure, and upon sensing an approaching presence, Lin Mo raised his head and waved his hand, transforming his visage into that of an elderly man adorned with a white beard. In an instant, 3 cultivators stood before him, 2 clad in black robes and 1 in gray. Chapter 253, Snow Lotus Mountain. The man in gray appeared the youngest of the trio, yet his cultivation level surpassed that of the others, reaching the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his spiritual sense probing, confirming the gray-robed man's prowess, while the 2 black-robed elders trailed behind. Both at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, Lin Mo regarded the gray-robed man without uttering a word, merely observing the 3. It was entirely expected for someone to come seeking him after such a commotion, and he felt no surprise. Moreover, the 3 cultivators' techniques bore striking similarities, hinting at a shared lineage. Before Lin Mo could speak, the gray-robed man, filled with ire, swept his spiritual sense toward Lin Mo, only for his expression to shift dramatically as he became engulfed in fear. He forced a smile, introducing himself as Li Zhongtian, the head of the Li family residing in Snow Lotus Peak, inquiring about the elder's intentions with great deference. Despite his outward show of respect, the trepidation etched on his face was palpable, betraying his inner turmoil. Lin Mo, observing the gray-robed man's anxious demeanor, bellowed with a menacing tone. "I care not for your Li family or any other. Vacate this place at once. I have my sights set on the mountaintop." His voice, transformed into a raspy and fierce growl, resonated with an icy chill that surpassed even the biting winds and snow. The gray-robed man felt a weight in his heart, but dared not provoke the formidable elder before him. He forced a smile, saying, "Esteemed elder, our Li family has settled here at Snow Lotus Peak with the explicit consent of Elder Long. Should you wish to take action, might I first inform Elder Long?" "Humph. Who is this Elder Long? Do you think to use him to intimidate me? Regardless of whether he can exert any influence over me, should you find my presence intolerable, let him come and confront me. However, if this mountain is still occupied after half a day, do not blame me for being merciless." Lin Mo threatened ominously, his face a mask of ferocity. With that, he turned away from the gray-robed man's expression, which shifted as dramatically as a face in a Sichuan opera, and with a flick of his sleeve, he transformed into a streak of azure light, accompanied by a fierce gust that swept through the snowstorm, hurtling toward the 3 cultivators. The man in the gray robe was caught off guard by the fierce wind and hastily summoned his spiritual energy to shield himself. However, the 2 elderly figures in black robes were far less fortunate. Their lower cultivation levels rendered their spiritual power ineffective, forcing them to call upon their spiritual treasures for protection. Yet, These efforts proved futile as an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended upon them like a mountain, stifling any words the gray-robed man intended to utter in defense. The two black-robed elders, unable to withstand such a force, were nearly brought to their knees, scarcely daring to breathe. In a state of terror, they attempted to invoke spells for their own protection, but the harsh blizzard combined with the immense spiritual pressure felt as though they were ensnared, rendering them powerless. Just as the two black-robed elders resigned themselves to their impending doom, the tempest ceased, and the oppressive force evaporated as if it had never existed. Had the three cultivators not witnessed each other's disheveled states, they might have doubted the reality of the event. The black-robed elders rose, pallid and shaken, gazing at the space where the azure elder had just stood, now devoid of any presence. When Lin Mo departed, only the gray-robed elder had noticed the fleeting azure light. The other two remained oblivious. The three cultivators stood in stunned silence, as the snow continued to fall around them. The gray-robed man stared in the direction of the vanished azure glow, while the two black-robed elders, trembling, managed to stand. One, in a state of utter disarray, fearfully inquired of the gray-robed elder about the cultivator. Before he could finish, he saw the gray-robed man's face turn ashen. Taking a deep breath, the gray-robed man, his expression grim, interrupted the black-robed elder's question with a command for all within their clan to gather their belongings and vacate Snow Lotus Peak within 2 hours. After issuing the order, he bowed his head, his cultivation feeling like a sin weighing heavily upon him. Although the gray-robed man had witnessed Lin Mo transform into a streak of azure light, he could not ascertain when it had vanished. Upon hearing the elder's command, the other black-robed elder's countenance shifted dramatically, his voice trembling as he asked, "Elder, must we truly leave Snow Lotus Mountain? We, the Li clan, fought valiantly to conquer the Seven of Snow Lotus. This sacred ground was not easily claimed. Are we to relinquish it so readily?" His protest echoed the sentiments of reluctance, as they had held dominion over Snow Lotus Peak for less than a century and were loath to abandon it on mere words. The gray-robed man shared his discontent. Yet he recognized the formidable might of the azure elder they had just encountered. Unable to discern the elder's cultivation level, how could they hope to contend with such power? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and weakness was indeed a grave sin. The protesting black-robed elder, seeing the gray-robed man's silence, exclaimed, "Elder, though this individual surpasses us in cultivation, such tyrannical behavior cannot go unchallenged by Elder Long." The other black-robed elder, though silent, wore a conflicted expression, yet still felt a flicker of hope ignited by the previous elder's words. After all, their hard-won legacy was not something they could so easily forsake. The man clad in gray could hardly be oblivious to the thoughts of the two individuals before him. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "You two are quite foolish. How could we possibly gauge the depth of his cultivation? It is unfathomable. Since he dares to act in such a manner, he must possess considerable backing. Did you not sense his spiritual pressure moments ago? That individual's cultivation likely reaches the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Do you truly believe that Elder Long could surpass him?" Upon hearing the gray-clad man's words, the two black-robed cultivators attempted to argue further, but he raised a hand to silence them. "While Elder Long indeed has certain ties with our Li clan, do you think he would risk the danger of having his cultivation shattered just to defend a mere trifling family like ours? Do you truly believe that our meager connection would compel him to take a stand? How can you be certain he would not choose to feign ignorance? Moreover, even if he did intervene with that man's formidable cultivation, how can you guarantee he wouldn't annihilate the entire Li clan and shatter Elder Long's cultivation in the process?" Sighing, the gray-clad man continued, "That elder in blue has finally granted us the opportunity to depart, has he not? If our entire clan were to be wiped out, who would come to our aid?" His expression darkened considerably after he spoke. The two black-robed elders remained silent, their expressions revealing that they understood the gravity of their current predicament, as articulated by their ancestor. "Do you not recall how we came to occupy Snow Lotus Mountain? Was it not due to our superior abilities compared to the Seven of Snow Lotus? Have you all forgotten the ruthless law of survival in the cultivation world? Weakness is the original sin." The gray-clad man spoke softly, though he felt a pang of discontent. The gray-clad man recognized the harsh truth. If they could seize another mountain in the past, then it was only natural for others to seize theirs in turn. Given their current situation, leading their clan to claim another spiritual mountain would be far preferable to sacrificing their kin in a feudal confrontation with a nascent soul cultivator. With a grim countenance, he addressed the two black-robed elders, contemplating that if they failed to grasp the implications of his words, their lack of understanding might explain their inability to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The black-robed elders were, in fact, juniors in relation to the gray-clad man. Yet their stagnant cultivation made them appear considerably older. The elder in blue had clearly altered his appearance, evidently wishing to conceal his true visage from the other cultivators. Only after the gray-clad man's remarks did the two black-robed elders seem to awaken from their stupor, nodding vigorously. Without further delay, they recognized the urgency of leading their clansmen to heed the words of the formidable cultivator and to vacate Snow Lotus Mountain, lest they face the calamity of extermination. Thus, the three of them took flight downward, vanishing into the mountains with remarkable speed. Unbeknownst to them, the gray-clad man's words had resonated with their kin. Within a short span, the base of Snow Lotus Mountain erupted into chaos, figures darting in and out, whether by swift flight or riding swords. Traversing the myriad pavilions and pathways, panic graced the faces of all, yet amidst the turmoil, they managed to leave the Snow Lotus Mountain estate in an orderly, yet hurried fashion. At that moment, there was no sign of panic. By the time everything was arranged, it had already been over an hour. The man in the gray robes signaled to his clan members, who then split into two groups to depart. An impressive assembly of 200 to 300 individuals, mostly comprised of chi refining stage cultivators, with only about 20 capable of flight, including their families. The total number approached over 1,000. Though not a major family, in the sparsely populated and frigid region, this was still a considerable number. They indeed took Lin Mo's instructions to heart, successfully evacuating from Snow Lotus Mountain within 2 hours and heading away from the mountain. The sudden migration of the Li clan created quite a stir, given the sheer number of people involved. For the sparsely populated Frost County, it was a significant event. Moreover, Frost County was home to more than just the Li family. Other nearby clans soon began inquiring about the Li family's abrupt departure. The Li clan members, unreserved and candid, disclosed the truth. When the inquiring cultivators learned that a nascent soul cultivator had unexpectedly arrived at Snow Lotus Mountain, and that this individual had promptly expelled the entire Li clan, it sent shockwaves through the other families, igniting a flurry of discussion and strategizing. The sudden arrival of such a profound cultivator at Snow Lotus Mountain left the local Earth stage cultivators uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. The act of seizing control of Snow Lotus Mountain suggested that the odds leaned toward misfortune, prompting heightened anxiety among the nearby cultivators. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had silently ascended to a massive rock atop Snow Lotus Mountain, sending a strand of his consciousness to investigate whether any hidden cultivators remained within the mountain. He remained indifferent to the turmoil his actions had instigated among the other families. After completing his inspection, Lin Mo reopened his eyes, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Pleasantly surprised by the Li clan's swift actions, confirming that he was the only cultivator within Snow Lotus Mountain, he waved his hand, summoning a stack of formation flags. With a slight movement of his lips to chant an incantation, he transformed into a streak of azure light, circling Snow Lotus Mountain. Upon returning to the summit, the formation flags and array plates vanished without a trace. Soon, a thick mist began to rise around Snow Lotus Mountain, and within the span of a few moments, the entire mountain was enveloped in a white haze. Observing this, Lin Mo nodded in approval, recognizing that his formation had taken effect. With the activation of the formation, its accompanying restrictions had also manifested. He owed thanks to the old demon Qian, as this formation originated from the old demon's storage bag, consisting of a rather advanced set of array tools. While ineffective against a nascent soul cultivator, it would pose considerable challenges for any golden core cultivator who inadvertently wandered into it. Though he had yet to encounter any cultivator of higher cultivation than himself, Lin Mo, ever cautious, retrieved the spirit beast pouch from his waist and casually tossed it into the air. With a hand gesture, he pointed at the pouch, which then opened, releasing an icy chill that emanated forth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 10 snow-white centipedes and 12 six-winged frost centipedes emerging from the pouch. Upon the emergence of the spirit insect, it emitted a series of soft, tinkling sounds, circling around Lin Mo's head with palpable excitement. Observing this, Lin Mo's face lit up with delight as he summoned his divine consciousness. 12 six-winged frost insects promptly vanished into the surrounding mist, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The formation and traps that Lin Mo had established were impenetrable for anyone at the early stage of the nascent soul or below, even if they managed to breach them. A talisman would notify him before they drew near. Once all preparations were complete, and everything that needed to be activated was set in motion without further delay, Lin Mo employed his spiritual sight to locate the most concentrated area of spiritual energy within the mountain's depths. Utilizing earth escape techniques, he burrowed into the area, creating a sufficient space. Upon entering the heavenly mechanism mansion, he settled the spirit insect and spirit beast, allowing them to close their eyes and meditate for cultivation. When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, a full day and night had elapsed. He appeared serene, his mind tranquil. He retrieved a vermilion gourd from his waist and poured out a pill, the aroma wafting through the air. Indeed, it was the nurturing infant pill. As instructed by the esteemed elder of the Nine Nether Sect, the cultivation of this pill required 6 months for complete refinement, which would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Thus, the sooner it was refined, the better. Lin Mo placed the thumb-sized pill into his mouth and swallowed it, immediately feeling a cool sensation followed by a gradual warmth spreading throughout him. It appeared that the nurturing infant pill was taking effect. Not daring to be negligent for fear of side effects, he put away the gourd and once again formed seals to enter meditation. If Lin Mo were to probe his nascent soul with his divine sense at that moment, he would be astonished to discover that it had opened its eyes. Chapter 254. Completion of the Nurturing Infant Pill Refinement. Upon the completion of the Nurturing Infant Pill Refinement, the nascent soul was capable of emitting azure infant flames from its mouth. At this moment, the 2-inch-tall nascent soul was utilizing the azure flames to refine the green ammunition Lin Mo had just ingested. Lin Mo continued his meditative practice, and nearly half a year passed in silence within the secret chamber, resembling a desolate void. Outside the Snow Lotus Mountain, however, turmoil reigned. Countless cultivators flocked to the mountain every hour, yet all returned empty-handed. The whispers of Snow Lotus Mountain spread far and wide. Whether from the esteemed families within Frost County or those drawn by rumors, all sought to delve deeper into the enigma. Yet, upon entering the misty veil, they vanished without a trace. Among these visitors was an elder in a silver robe, the highest ranked among them, who had reached the initial stage of the nascent soul. However, he too failed to uncover any secrets within Snow Lotus Mountain. Initially, the silver-robed elder considered the guardians of Snow Lotus Mountain to be arrogant and, in defiance of danger, ventured into the white mist. Yet, he was abruptly expelled by a cacophony of insect sounds. Intruders were not easily pardoned. What transpired within the white mist of Snow Lotus Mountain remained a mystery to all cultivators. Those who witnessed the events knew only that the silver-robed elder was forced out in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Upon his exit, he bore an appearance of utter disarray, with one of his arms transformed into a crystalline state, seemingly encased in ice. The appearance may be daunting, yet there is no significant harm. It is merely a mild warning from the secluded cultivators of the mountain. Those who have attained such cultivation levels are acutely aware of the inherent dangers within the natural order, and they no longer dare to recklessly breach the mountain's prohibitions, departing with a heavy heart. Henceforth, the cultivators from noble families and the solitary practitioners below the mountain became cognizant that the Snow Lotus Mountain not only harbored formidable formations, but also perilous spirit insects. They understood that these spirit insects would not hesitate to retaliate against those who encroached upon their territory, and no one wished to test the consequences of such folly. Even practitioners in the early stages of the nascent soul realm found the prohibitions insurmountable. Thus, those in the foundation establishment or core formation stages were even more reluctant to approach. The elderly man clad in silver was acutely aware that the ability to command such powerful spirit insects indicated a cultivation level surpassing his own, far exceeding that of the mid-nascent soul stage, making it unwise to provoke someone of greater power. Consequently, shortly after Lin Mo sealed off the mountain, cultivators from noble families and solitary practitioners within 100,000 miles of Snow Lotus Mountain learned of a remarkable elder, a figure of great prowess whose reputation had dominated for centuries, and even the esteemed elder long dared not provoke him. Thus, the vicinity of Snow Lotus Peak transformed into a forbidden zone, with all passing cultivators opting to circumvent the area. fearful of disturbing this exalted figure's tranquil cultivation and inviting dire misfortunes upon themselves. Initially, the surrounding practitioners observed the elder's intentions with curiosity, but upon realizing that he showed no inclination to interfere in local matters, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, particularly the families of cultivators who felt a significant sense of reassurance. Having been immersed in cultivation within the secret chamber, Lin Mo finally refined the essence nurturing pill. Upon opening his eyes, a soft luminescence adorned his face, indicating substantial progress in his cultivation. Rising slowly, Lin Mo turned his palm over, and a sphere of azure light materialized, subsequently transforming into a luminous orb the size of an egg, shimmering as if it were a tangible entity. Lin Mo murmured softly, recognizing the pure spiritual energy within, which would undoubtedly enhance the growth of his nascent soul and augment his magical power. As he grasped with his hand, the orb vanished from sight. Following this, he gently tapped the crown of his head, and a surge of azure energy shot forth, manifesting as an infant that bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mo himself. Remarkably, the 2-inch-tall nascent soul had grown half an inch over the course of 6 months, its form becoming increasingly defined. Perched atop Lin Mo's head, the small nascent soul cradled a diminutive azure cauldron, while a verdant talisman spiraled above it, accompanied by several flying swords resembling delicate embroidery needles, all swirling and dancing in the air. Typically, a nascent soul would not venture outside the body unless absolutely necessary. However, Lin Mo's nascent soul, upon emerging, displayed an unusual exuberance, frolicking within the secret chamber for nearly half an hour before appearing somewhat fatigued and eventually returning to its corporeal vessel. Once back within the divine realm, Lin Mo felt a sense of satisfaction cross his face. Generally, if a nascent soul engages in external activities for half an hour, its essence would suffer considerable depletion. It is said that only those in the later stages of the transformation stage can solidify and freely move outside their bodies. Perhaps this is why ascending to the spirit realm necessitates reaching the transformation stage, the ultimate assurance for breaking into the spirit realm. At this moment, Lin Mo, having undergone 6 months of rigorous cultivation supplemented by the aid of the cultivation pill, had made considerable progress in his magical prowess. However, he was still far from reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage nascent soul. Nevertheless, Lin Mo had finally begun to appreciate the benefits of the cultivation pill. After refining it, he realized that through diligent meditation, his magical energy would naturally ascend without encountering further bottlenecks, a fortunate occurrence that all cultivators yearn for but seldom attain. Suppressing his inner queries, Lin Mo adjusted his nascent soul back into place and regulated the spiritual energy within his body. Chanting an incantation, he summoned forth 2 beams of golden light from his sleeves, which momentarily spiraled in the air before dimming to a somber hue. The corrupted Qingzhu Fengyun sword, seized and demonized by the ancient demon. If activated during a sword formation, the demonized Qingzhu Fengyun sword could indeed pose a threat, necessitating a dedicated period for re-refinement. Otherwise, it would be impossible to restore its original might. Contemplating this, Lin Mo summoned his mental energy, causing the 2 flying swords to hover before him. He recited a spell, forming hand seals, and exhaled a swirl of azure flames that enveloped the swords. Observing the burning azure flames before him, Lin Mo waved his robe, revealing dozens of small jade vials arranged in front of him. With another hand seal, he watched as the vibrant powders within the vials merged into the azure flames. Subsequently, various spiritual lights shot forth, gradually coalescing onto the 2 flying swords. Lin Mo remained fixated on the swords enveloped in azure flames, meticulously controlling the refining process. The refinement of the flying swords lasted 3 days and nights. After 3 continuous days of concentration, Lin Mo's complexion turned pale, and he could no longer endure, spewing forth a mouthful of bright crimson blood, his heart's essence. This blood split into 2, seeping into the swords, gradually concluding the refining process. The once dim-hued Qingzhu Fengyun swords, summoned 3 days prior, now gleamed with a resplendent golden light, the traces of the demonic energy having been completely purged. A surge of joy filled Lin Mo's heart. Silently reciting a spell, he drew the 2 shimmering golden Qingzhu Fengyun swords back into his body. Now, having expended considerable spiritual energy, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming fatigue and promptly sat down to rest. After nearly a day's respite, his body and magical energy were restored. Upon probing the spiritual energy within him and discovering it was abundant, he reached for his storage bag at his waist, from which a 1-foot-long green light emerged, revealing a verdant wooden ruler, the 8-spirit ruler. Gently tracing the ancient patterns on the surface of the 8-spirit ruler with his fingers, Lin Mo now took the time to examine it carefully. The patterns appeared exceptionally archaic, instilling within him a sense of reverence and contemplation. Previously, during his time in the Demon Suppression Tower, Lin Mo had found the 8-spirit ruler to be profoundly intricate. Ordinary spiritual energy held no efficacy against it. At that time, the circumstances had not afforded him the opportunity to study it thoroughly, and he had not given this matter the serious consideration it deserved. Now, channeling his spiritual energy, he allowed the azure light to flow through his fingers as he gradually infused it into the 8-spirit ruler. Consistent with his earlier thoughts, he observed the flow of spiritual energy within the ruler, noting that there was no discernible change. The flickering green light emanating from the 8-spirit ruler signified the intrinsic spiritual brilliance of the artifact itself. Lin Mo refrained from infusing spiritual power into the 8-spirit ruler any further. Instead, he employed his other hand to channel his energy. At the tips of his fingers, a kaleidoscope of colors shimmered, manifesting the indomitable Vajra shield from within. The shield radiated a divine light, merging seamlessly with the 8-spirit ruler. Initially unresponsive, the ruler began to shimmer after the infusion of the vibrant hues, followed by a wave of azure light that made contact with an ethereal green script. It turned out to be a set of incantations. Lin Mo gazed intently, finally affirming his previous thoughts. Indeed, as a treasure of the Buddhist sect, it could only be activated through the Buddha's light, rendering ordinary spiritual energy ineffective. Thus, it appeared that the 8-spirit ruler was indeed a treasure of the Buddhist path. In the realm of cultivation, practices predominantly stem from Taoist methodologies or certain esoteric techniques of the demonic sect, with Buddhist practices being rather scarce. Fortunately, Lin Mo had cultivated the King of Light technique, which, alongside the Vajra technique, belonged to the Buddhist canon. However, the King of Light technique primarily focused on physical refinement, a laborious endeavor fraught with excruciating pain that few could endure. Lin Mo had ascended to the 7th level of the King of Light technique. Typically, at his current stage of late nascent soul, one would only reach the 4th level. Yet, due to his simultaneous practice of the 9 transformations of reincarnation, it was likely that he would still be stuck at the 3rd level had it not been for this concurrent study. With the King of Light technique cultivated to the 7th level, Lin Mo could now generate Buddha light. As he channeled the technique, wisps of pale golden light began to flicker from his fingers, gradually infusing into the 8-spirit ruler. The ruler's body glimmered with emerald radiance interspersed with golden light, and the previously dormant treasure once again revealed its presence. Lin Mo observed the treasure's revelation, silently committing it to memory, knowing he could soon embark on mastering the first layer of the 8-spirit ruler's technique, even if he could only harness a fraction of its power. The inherent might of this heavenly treasure was formidable. The treasures of the Buddhist sect differ significantly from those of the Taoist or demonic sects. However, Lin Mo found the cultivation process not overly arduous. Achieving the first layer successfully was merely a matter of time, perhaps a few years at most. Contemplating the technique, he completed a small circuit of energy flow, and when he felt it was sufficient, he waved his sleeve, returning the 8-spirit ruler to his storage pouch. Once the ruler was stowed away, he summoned forth the remaining fragment of the Black Wind banner. The banner was in a state of disrepair, the pole almost entirely diminished, with only a tattered portion of the flag remaining, scarcely more intact than a scrap of cloth. It was merely a distance of 80 to 100 steps from complete destruction. Lin Mo retrieved the tattered banner because, despite its damaged state, the flickering shadows of black light indicated that it had not entirely lost its spiritual essence, revealing the profound potency it possessed when whole. Holding the Black Wind banner in his hand, he observed the dancing black light, not with any particular intention, but out of curiosity, eager to discover if it might yield something else. Up to this point, Lin Mo had not forgotten the spatial power of the Black Wind banner. It was a force that could not be unlocked by hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, and given the rarity of spatial treasures in the cultivation world, let alone one of such celestial caliber, Lin Mo would have remained unaware of such an extraordinary artifact had it not been for his recent expedition to Kunlun Mountain. Regrettably, Given Lin Mo's current exposure, he is unable to truly appreciate the essence of the celestial treasures. After all, he has yet to earn the qualifications to enter the spirit realm, so his inability to comprehend it is hardly shameful. However, Lin Mo is not one to shy away from curiosity. He is a master who does not release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Despite his relentless attempts to investigate the remnants of the Black Wind banner, he has yet to uncover any substantial insights. After several days of fruitless research, Lin Mo resolved to cease wasting his time on the remnants of the Black Wind banner, reluctantly reclaiming the treasure into his storage pouch. Subsequently, he summoned the flame giant cauldron obtained from the Spirit Transformation Palace, intent on studying this artifact instead. The flame giant cauldron possessed a certain spirit of its own, a rare and extraordinary ancient treasure, capable of simultaneously conjuring over 1,000 young fire crows, thus wielding formidable power. Alongside the cauldron was a piece of transparent material, the nature of which remained a mystery, as well as several fiery pillars. Additionally, he had acquired 3 black crystal stones of varying sizes from the Inyang cave, all considered scarce and precious materials, though now was not the time to attend to them. Currently, Lin Mo found himself with a scroll obtained from the Kunwu Palace and a yellowish demon-slaying staff from the storage pouch of the old demon Qian. These were renowned treasures of the 3 elders of Kunwu Mountain, possessing immense power. With a little refinement, Lin Mo could wield them to great effect. After placing these 2 artifacts back into his storage pouch, he retrieved the imitation demon dragon blade, a blood blade crafted from the remains of the 10,000-year-old corpse bear. This blood blade was among the treasures Lin Mo had eagerly anticipated, second only to the 8th spirit ruler and the Black Wind banner. Yet, upon completing his examination, he could only describe it as a profound disappointment. The blood blade had been forged from black marrow, utilizing only a single piece of this material, likely one that had circulated in the underground auction market. The power it once possessed, derived from the countless cultivators' blood and flesh it had consumed, had now completely dissipated, leaving it as an exceedingly ordinary item, no longer worthy of being called a spiritual treasure. It appeared that the imitation crafted by the 10,000-year-old corpse bear had merely skimmed the surface of the true demon dragon blade's essence, lacking its core. This imitation was less than 1/10 as effective as the genuine artifact, despite the potential for the imitation demon dragon blade to enhance its power through consumption. It could not maintain that strength indefinitely. Without a steady supply of blood from cultivators or beasts, the power previously generated would gradually fade away. This was the source of Lin Mo's disappointment. The imitation had failed to capture the essence, and in the modern context, it could hardly be considered a true replica, more akin to a low-quality knockoff. He perceived the blood blade as a mere trinket, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Unable to devise a solution for its fate, he ultimately returned the blood blade to his storage pouch. Lin Mo pondered briefly before tapping the back of his head, releasing a golden sphere of light that enclosed a Vajra shield crafted from the indestructible relic. Initially, there was only one golden sphere, but now several radiant spheres had emerged. Lin Mo felt a sense of bewilderment, certain that he could not have been mistaken. Observing the golden spheres he had conjured, his expression grew grave. He gently prodded the golden sphere with his fingertip, channeling his spiritual energy, and watched as the sphere trembled violently before expanding wildly. Inside, 5 golden orbs emitted a thunderous roar, culminating in a deafening explosion, unleashing countless slender arcs of electricity that flickered ominously. Subsequently, these metallic forms transformed into 5 humanoid skeletons adorned with talismans, each possessing a dark skull within its ribcage, similarly enveloped in various talismans. These were the 5 embodiments of the heart of the 5 sons, cultivated by the esteemed elder of the Luo sect, the Elder Qian. Each of these embodiments possessed the cultivation of an early-stage nascent soul and had been refined through demonic arts. United in purpose, they excelled in various forms of cooperative demonic techniques, and even against late-stage nascent soul practitioners, they would not easily find themselves at a disadvantage. Lin Mo regarded the 5 metallic figures with a gentle murmur. He contemplated the immense advantage that would come from harnessing the power of the 5 sons' heart for himself. However, uncertainty lingered. After all, they were products of demonic cultivation, and if their ferocity proved difficult to tame, it could result in a perilous situation for him. The potential backlash was an additional concern, one that could thrust him into danger unnecessarily. With a sigh, Lin Mo turned his attention away from the five suns and tapped his storage pouch at his waist, summoning a dark azure jade slip into his hand. He extended a thread of consciousness to investigate the jade slip, pondering other matters. The protective divine thunder of the five embodiments had dissipated, yet they had remained shrouded by the Vajra shield, a Buddhist treasure that naturally emanated a divine light, having been enveloped in this light for an extended period. Combined with an abundance of restraining talismans affixed to their forms, the embodiments appeared to have been rendered harmless, their once ferocious flames seemingly extinguished and unable to reignite. Time passed, and eventually, Lin Mo withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, casting a meaningful glance at the five embodiments before him. Despite their limitations, they seemed to tremble slightly, as if sensing his presence. The black jade slip, which had been retrieved from Elder Qian's storage pouch, contained a tome of demonic scriptures, unnamed for now, and appeared to have been damaged, with certain passages deliberately destroyed, resulting in an incomplete text. Nevertheless, Lin Mo discovered valuable insights within its pages, including several secret techniques of demonic arts. Upon reflection, he recognized their potential, particularly the method for cultivating the five suns' heart. According to the records within the unnamed tome, to successfully cultivate the five suns' heart, one must first locate the corpses of 5 recently deceased practitioners at the nascent soul stage, whose essences had dissipated, leaving only lingering resentment entwined around their remains. As he absorbed this knowledge, Lin Mo felt a surge of inspiration within. The 5 corpses can be refined using various rare materials and then buried deep in a place suffused with eerie energy. Each month, a practitioner must be slain, their blood, flesh, and essence nourishing the 5 corpses. This process may take a century for the 5 demons to awaken and gain sentience. However, the ritual does not conclude here. It necessitates the use of special secret techniques to simultaneously refine the 5 bodies. After several decades, the 5 demons may achieve initial cultivation. Yet, upon reaching the stage of further advancement becomes exceedingly arduous, akin to ascending to the heavens. This metaphorical sky does not imply that one can sprout wings and soar. It is a challenge akin to an practitioner attempting to traverse the spiritual realm through a reverse spiritual passage. Once one reaches the advanced stages of, further progress becomes nearly impossible. It is no wonder that Lin Mo admires the old demon Qian. He is truly a prodigy. One wonders how Qian managed to refine the 5 demons to such an extent that they advance to the of. There is a saying that every gain comes at a cost, and all actions bear consequences. Perhaps it was precisely because Qian refined the 5 demons to the stage that he ultimately lost control, leading to his tragic demise. Had he remained at the level, with his formidable powers, he would likely have subdued the 5 demons long ago. According to the method of refining the 5 demons, Lin Mo would find it impossible to manipulate them. He refrained from using his demonic powers during their initial weakness. However, the records of the suggest that there exists another technique capable of controlling the 5 demons. Learning this technique could resolve Lin Mo's desire to dominate the 5 demons. Lin Mo possesses numerous ancient prohibitions, like the one he previously imposed on the holy maiden Tianlan and his companion Su. Naturally, there are not merely those restrictions. Lin Mo contemplates forcibly instilling prohibitions among the 5 demons, utilizing his own heart's blood for sustenance, supplemented by a unique, which could enable him to control the 5 demons. However, he is reluctant to use his heart's blood. His essence would suffice, albeit with slightly diminished effects. He never imagined that his approach could rival the old demon Qian's ability to command the 5 demons as if they were extensions of his own will. The 5 demons are inherently uncontrollable. How could he trust himself to summon his and place it within the 5 demons? Such an act would be akin to binding his life force to another. Thus, Lin Mo struggles to understand why the old demon Qian would so readily allow the 5 demons to manipulate his. In truth, rather than allowing the 5 demons to control Qian's, it would be more accurate to say that Qian intended to use his to dominate the 5 demons. A relationship of mutual dependence. The method of ritual cultivation employed by Lin Mo is not necessarily superior to that of the old demon Qian. In fact, should he encounter backlash, it could prove to be far more severe than the repercussions associated with Qian. The very essence of his cultivation incites the 5 demons to a state of agitation. A mere diminishment in his prowess could render him incapable of suppressing the 5 heart demons or providing the necessary vital blood for their sustenance. Consequently, The 5 heart demons would retaliate without mercy, leaving Lin Mo with nothing but remnants. This is precisely why Lin Mo refrains from using his heart's blood for nurturing purposes. The solitary advantage of this method lies in the fact that, during a backlash, as his primordial spirit and the main soul of the 5 heart demons are ritualistically intertwined, he is spared from the malevolent grasp of the 5 demons. The benefits of acquiring the 5 heart demons come with both advantages and disadvantages, making it difficult to ascertain which outweighs the other. Nonetheless, the advantages gained from reclaiming the 5 heart demons are irresistible to Lin Mo. He recalls that the original owner also harbored similar thoughts when Han Li acquired the 5 heart demons. Despite the perils involved, the allure was undeniable. Now, Lin Mo comprehends Han Li's sentiments. With this realization, he hesitates no longer. He raises his left hand, drawing his thumbnail across the fingertip of an unnamed individual, causing a radiant drop of golden essence to materialize, imbued with a hint of Buddhist light. After a brief pause, he employs the other hand to form seals, casting the essence into the air. As he performs several incantations, the essence vanishes in an instant, transforming into 5 separate droplets, each encased in a luminous golden sheen. At this moment, Lin Mo's complexion turns a shade of ashen, as though the essence expended were not mere vital blood, but rather his very heart's blood, evoking an extraordinary sensation. Yet, he does not rush to recuperate. Instead, he gestures with his sleeve towards the airborne droplets. The 5 golden droplets, enveloped in light, soar towards the 5 skeletal frames of the 5 heart demons. Lin Mo's lips move as he recites the ancient and complex incantations from the nameless demonic scripture. The previously swift movement of the droplets suddenly slows, approaching the skeletal frames as if in a leisurely fashion. Upon entering the skeletal structures, the once lethargic black skull of the main soul of the 5 heart demons suddenly exhibits a fervor akin to that induced by a stimulant. Turning to gaze at the imminent arrival of the blood droplet, the dark voids of its eyes seem to flicker with a glimmer of green luminescence. Then, as if spurred by a surge of energy, the black skull begins to thrash wildly within the skeletal frame, a chaotic dance mirrored by the other 4 skulls. Such is the essence of the 5 heart demons. Even their erratic movements bear striking resemblance. However, these skeletal frames are adorned with a myriad of intricate talismans, and when the black skulls collide with these symbols, they recoil as if scalded, rapidly dispersing. Following this dispersal, the agitation within the black skull intensifies, prompting it to strike forcefully against the ribcage, producing sounds that echo within, pulsating rather than crisp, akin to the thud against a leaky drum skin, leaving an unpleasant auditory impression. Lin Mo observed the increasingly agitated black skull, feeling that it was rather lacking in intellect. However, its incomplete mental faculties made it easier to control. Otherwise, it would be beyond Lin Mo's capability. Gazing at the skull's menacing fangs, which grew louder with its rising frenzy, he imagined that anyone with a heart condition would surely suffer a crisis upon hearing that ominous grinding sound. As the 5 heart-tied demons became ever more restless, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He muttered an incantation, and suddenly, 5 golden small swords flew from his sleeve, momentarily pausing in midair before darting towards the 5 black skulls, pinning them firmly in the void without hesitation. The black skulls struggled desperately, yet their thrashing gradually diminished until they were completely immobilized. Although the black skulls could no longer flail about, their fangs continued to emit an even louder clamor, echoing ominously. With the volume escalating, the faint glimmer of black fluorescence in their eyes transformed into a bright, bell-like shine, blinking erratically in a bizarre manner. Lin Mo remained expressionless, observing the 5 heart-tied demons in the air without making any immediate response. After a brief moment, he confirmed that the skulls could not settle down on their own. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Mo formed a hand gesture, followed by a resounding crack of thunder. The residual divine thunder on the 5 golden swords erupted in unison, releasing slender streams of golden light. The skulls, taken by surprise by the sudden explosion, trembled, their previously fierce roars morphing into a whimper. As the eerie sounds and green luminescence vanished, significantly quelling their ferocity. Seeing the 5 black skulls finally quiet down, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, gracing his face with a smirk. At that moment, 5 droplets of blood essence were thoroughly absorbed by the skulls. after consuming the blood droplets. The previously dim green light in their hollow eyes swelled again, yet without the previous frenzy. It appeared as though they had regained their vitality. With his eyes tightly shut, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, forming hand gestures and silently reciting an ancient, esoteric incantation. He sent a strand of his consciousness to communicate with the 5 heart-tied demons, knowing that nurturing them with his essence would provide a means of connection. To his surprise, the 5 demons became surprisingly docile, the remnants of their earlier brutality dissipating entirely. If one had not witnessed their earlier madness, it would be hard to believe they belonged to the same species as the now gentle beings. Nevertheless, Lin Mo felt no excessive concern for this transformed state of the 5 heart-tied demons. He merely exhaled a breath of relief and lightly tapped his storage bag at his waist, producing 5 gleaming silver artifacts. Without opening his eyes, he raised his hand, and the 5 silver needles plunged into the space between the brows of the black skulls, vanishing upon entry. He then subtly moved his lips, reciting a spell, and with another wave of his hand, 5 azure balloons materialized before him. Chapter 257. A decade later. The azure orbs of light burst forth like bubbles, shattering the surrounding luminous barrier with a resounding pop. Subsequently, 5 wisps of azure mist emerged. Lin Mo seemed oblivious to the commotion, his eyes closed, muttering incantations as he formed intricate hand seals, his fingertips aglow with a faint golden spiritual energy. The ethereal light from his fingertips gradually surged into the 5 azure mists, which then morphed into various shapes, coalescing into 5 indistinct humanoid figures. Yet, Lin Mo was aware that they had indeed taken form. These 5 figures possessed limbs, though their facial features remained undefined, merely appearing as swirling azure mist. At this moment, the figures resembled marionettes, moving only when their strings were pulled, appearing utterly devoid of life, as if their souls had been siphoned away. Lin Mo then opened his eyes to behold the azure figures fully formed in the void. As he ceased his incantation, he uttered a sharp command and reached out into the emptiness. While the chamber remained unchanged, 5 strands of pale yellow spiritual energy suddenly emerged from the stone floor. Lin Mo beckoned to these 5 strands, which joyfully darted into his palm. With a gentle touch, he directed the strands, which swiftly transformed into ethereal serpents, slithering into the bodies of the 5 azure figures. Observing the energy's infusion, Lin Mo formed hand seals once more and uttered a swift incantation directed at the 5 figures, causing them to sway momentarily before racing towards the heart of the 5 Sun's Heart demon, vanishing from sight. At this juncture, Lin Mo sensed that a final step awaited his execution. He patted the storage pouch at his waist, palm facing upwards, and a radiant silver light swirled forth, revealing a stack of silver rings in his palm. These rings, crafted through a secret technique recorded in the nameless demonic scripture during his journey here, served as a binding artifact. While the materials might be challenging for other practitioners to procure, they were fortuitously available to Lin Mo, forged from remnants of refined silver. Exceptionally sturdy. Gazing at the glimmering rings in his palm, Lin Mo cast them into the void, where they clinked melodiously, though upon closer inspection, one would find that the rings did not collide with one another. Channeling his spiritual energy, he infused the silver rings with power, and they promptly vanished from sight. Moments later, the silver rings reappeared on the 5 skeletal frames, each adorned with 5 rings, encircling their necks and limbs. Once encircled, the silver light flickered briefly before fading silently, leaving the skeletal figures seemingly unaffected. Relieved by their lack of struggle, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Contemplating how perilous the situation had been, he then lightly tapped the golden orb of light in the void twice, and to his astonishment, the golden sphere, as if responding to a command, swiftly diminished in size, seemingly guided by Lin Mo's intent, and automatically returned to his hand. The 5 skeletal figures and black skulls, suspended in midair, oddly remained in place, unwithdrawn. Lin Mo, with a decisive gesture of his hand and the silent recitation of an unnamed magical incantation, observed as the 5 skeletons and skulls shimmered with a mystical light, leading to a bizarre spectacle. Among the various talismans affixed to the skeletons, one suddenly ignited with an ethereal blue flame. Though modest in size, the fire burned methodically, consuming the talisman without igniting its neighbors. As one talisman was reduced to ash, another ignited immediately thereafter, creating a chain reaction of combustion that devoured the talismans in the ghostly blue flames. As the talismans turned to ash, 5 golden blades, previously lodged in the skulls, shot forth and returned to Lin Mo's grasp. With the return of the 5 swords, the skulls regained their freedom, shedding their previous violent demeanor, and transformed into 5 wisps of grayish-white mist that seamlessly merged with the skeletons, vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo silently chanted the controlling incantation recorded in the unnamed magical scripture. With a mere thought, the 5 skeletal figures wobbled and stood upright, gliding silently toward Lin Mo, settling beside him as if they were mere phantoms. Lin Mo recited the incantation once more, causing the skeletal figures to sway their skulls, their eye sockets flickering with a strange green light, radiating an alluring glow, yet appearing hesitant to draw near. In an instant, Lin Mo's expression darkened ominously. Suddenly, as he uttered the incantation, 5 silver rings manifested around the necks of the skeletal forms, each encircled by swirling azure flames that burned fiercely. The skeletons seemed to endure a torturous fate. Though their expressions remained inscrutable, the green glow in their eye sockets flickered incessantly. A burnt odor soon filled the air, accompanied by the rattling of bones, echoing a disconcerting sound. The 5 figures emitted a cacophony of distressed cries, their bodies exuding an aura of profound terror. Just as the 5 heart-bound demons teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Mo ceased his incantation, and the azure flames extinguished instantly. However, the 5 demons, having just endured the torments of a hellish trial, dared not approach even a fraction closer, remaining frozen in place, devoid of their earlier hesitance. Seeing the 5 heart-bound demons recoil, Lin Mo nodded inwardly. He had never anticipated he could command them with such ease, considering he had not raised or trained them from the outset. Thus his skepticism was not unwarranted. Now, witnessing his control achieve satisfactory results, he felt content. It mattered little whether they were entirely obedient, as long as they followed commands. His primary goal was to employ the 5 demons to withstand adversaries, and his expectations were not overly ambitious. Lin Mo retrieved a jet-black jade bottle from his storage pouch, removed the stopper, and performed a hand gesture, directing the bottle to hover in the void above the 5 heart-bound demons, watching them closely without haste. The 5 demons yearned to struggle once more. Yet after a moment of resistance, they ultimately transformed into 5 wisps of grayish-white energy that seeped into the black jade bottle. Once assured that the entirety had entered, Lin Mo formed a seal with his hands, summoning a talisman. With closed eyes, he intoned the incantation as golden spiritual light gradually coalesced at his fingertips, sealing the bottle's mouth. He then placed his luminous finger upon the bottle's opening, whereupon the talisman adhered tightly like adhesive tape. The golden spiritual light swirled around the bottle's neck, dispersing entirely before vanishing without a trace. Upon completing this task, Lin Mo's complexion had paled slightly, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, upon gazing at the black jade bottle, he could not help but smile. Carefully stowing it away in his storage pouch, separating it from other spiritual treasures and artifacts to prevent accidental activation and subsequent backlash, a perilous outcome he wished to avoid. This was Lin Mo's inaugural experience in nurturing the 5 heart demons, which had, for the first time, absorbed his blood essence. Moving forward, he would need to feed them his blood periodically to ensure their safety and stability. This method of nurturing was rather depleting to his vital energy. Had it not been for his possession of elixirs capable of replenishing his essence and various ancient treasures, he would not have dared to undertake such a course of action. In the realm of cultivation, aside from himself, only Han Li could achieve this feat, primarily due to his possession of the small green bottle, which could indeed be termed a panacea. Lin Mo, on the other hand, had the Yin-Yang 2 instruments bottle and the demon refining pot, both of which aided in elevating his cultivation while simultaneously rectifying the depletion of his vitality. Rapid advancement in cultivation, while tempting, was generally inadvisable. It was akin to a person growing too quickly and subsequently suffering from calcium deficiency and osteoporosis. Should one measure bone density, it would undoubtedly reveal fragility. Thus, even the most profound cultivators would hesitate to plan for prolonged bloodletting to nourish demons, as human blood essence is the very foundation of vital energy and cannot withstand prolonged loss. The ancient demon path ancestor who devised this method was also a master alchemist. capable of replenishing his essence with elixirs, ensuring that his blood would not suffer depletion. Should it have, success would have eluded him. With the 5 heart demons now subdued, resting within the black jade bottle and nourished by his blood, Lin Mo felt an immense joy as he finally unraveled a matter that had lingered in his mind. Yet, another, more significant task awaited him, the acquisition of true fire. To obtain this coveted flame, he could only extract it from a fire attribute cauldron, and only after refinement could it serve as a defense against external threats. Lin Mo harbored a bold notion to merge true fire with Ziluo heavenly fire. However, as the saying goes, while aspirations are bountiful, reality often proves stark. This endeavor would not be accomplished overnight. It was, once again, a matter requiring careful consideration and long-term planning. 10 years had swiftly passed, during which countless cultivators had ventured to Snow Lotus Mountain to test their mettle. The Snow Lotus Mountain has long been shrouded in an endless veil of white mist. It is well known that within its confines resides a powerful practitioner who diligently pursues enlightenment. Initially, some reckless cultivators ventured into the fog, but only those of considerable skill emerged in a state of disarray, while those of lesser ability often perished within, leaving no trace behind. Over time, fear of the mountain's mysteries deterred all from causing any disturbances in the vicinity, allowing the region to remain tranquil and untouched. Reminiscent of when Lin Mo first arrived. At first, the noble cultivators of Frost County were apprehensive that this formidable practitioner might interfere in their affairs. However, as time passed, they realized he had no such intentions, merely advising his disciples to avoid entering Snow Lotus Mountain, while they continued their affairs as usual. On an otherwise unremarkable day, with clear skies, a sudden blizzard descended upon the area surrounding Snow Lotus Mountain. Enormous snowflakes, reminiscent of dandelion seeds, cascaded from the stormy heavens, enveloping the entire mountain range in a blanket of white. In an instant, the landscape transformed into a monochromatic expanse, devoid of any other color. Within moments, the thick snow on the ground had accumulated to nearly a foot. Although Frost County is situated in the frigid north and experiences cold year-round, such a heavy snowfall and fierce winds had never been witnessed before, rendering the scene surreal. Ordinary cultivators, witnessing such weather, hesitated to venture outside. Yet, unbeknownst to them, atop Snow Lotus Mountain, a fleeting azure light flickered and vanished without leaving a trace, as if it had never existed. After about half an hour, the azure glow that had briefly appeared at the mountain's peak manifested thousands of miles away. Though the new location lacked any notable features, it was desolate, and a dark-skinned figure with an azure hue emerged in the sky above this barren land. It was none other than Lin Mo himself. After 10 years of seclusion and rigorous cultivation, he had successfully absorbed the true fire into his being and had begun the refinement of the previously acquired celestial treasures. Lin Mo felt prepared and self-assured, confident that he could safeguard himself against any formidable Yuaning practitioners or equivalent beasts, provided he did not face overwhelming numbers. Of course, should he encounter a being akin to the avatar of the Yuansha Saint Ancestor, circumstances would differ, as such practitioners, though rare, do exist in the mortal realm, with most striving to ascend to the spirit realm. During these 10 years, he had nearly completed the ritualistic refinement of the 5 children of the heart demon and, supported by a humanoid puppet, faced almost no threats to his life. In terms of both cultivation and abilities, he had significantly improved compared to his earlier foray into Kunwa Mountain, and even when confronted by multiple Yuaning practitioners, he felt no fear. At least, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. Having spent many years in seclusion, it was time for his return from Kunwa Mountain, which had also settled into tranquility. With his rituals and studies completed, he seized the opportunity presented by the unusual weather to venture forth from the mountain, intending to make his way to northern Underworld Island without alarming anyone. At that moment, the cultivators near the Snow Lotus Mountain were oblivious to the fact that the esteemed figure atop the mountain had quietly departed. It was not until a fortnight later that they stumbled upon the revelation that the white mist surrounding the Snow Lotus Mountain had dissipated, revealing an empty expanse. Some daring cultivators ventured into the mountain, only to discover that all previous prohibitions had vanished. The formations and spiritual insects were nowhere to be found, as if the Snow Lotus Mountain had been abandoned. In their astonishment, these cultivators seized the opportunity presented by the suddenly vacant reservoir of spiritual energy. igniting a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. Meanwhile, Lin Mo found himself on the Beaming Ice Island, separated from the Frost County by a mere state. The Beaming Ice Island, adjacent to the heartland of the Great Jin Empire, is encircled by the sea on 3 sides, with its frigid temperatures causing the ocean to remain frozen year-round. Truly a land of extreme cold, while one side leads directly inland. Chapter 258. The prohibitions of the land of extreme cold. This realm is inherently a land of extreme cold, where ordinary mortals dare not dwell, and even lower-tier cultivators would not dare to traverse its expanses clad in mere garments. However, for a cultivator of Lin Mo's caliber, the harshness of the weather holds no sway over him. The icy climate of Beaming Ice Island, bordered by vast glacial seas, presents a panorama of endless white, with not a hint of other colors to be seen. No one can ascertain the true extent of this land, only feeling its vastness and boundlessness. In reality, Beaming Island spans merely 1,000,000 miles, crowned at its northernmost point by a colossal ice city known as the North Night Small Extreme Palace, reputed as the foremost sect of the northern lands. The North Night Small Extreme Palace is considered quite powerful within the Great Jin, ranking within the top 10. Yet the Beaming Island is deemed outside the realm of Great Jin's cultivation world, with its existence unacknowledged. The so-called orthodox and demonic sects regard Beaming Island as a wild frontier, categorizing it as an overseas sect of cultivators, thus perpetually ostracized. In the sparsely populated northern states of the Great Jin, the North Night Small Extreme Palace boasts a more illustrious reputation than even the Tai sect and the Heavenly Demon sect, earning the title of the foremost sect in the Northern Territories, often referred to as the Northern Immortal Palace. Despite being excluded from the top 10 orthodox and demonic sects of the Great Jin in the northern states, scattered cultivators and low-tier practitioners vie eagerly to affiliate themselves with this esteemed palace, which has welcomed countless disciples through its gates. The North Night Small Extreme Palace recruits disciples, distinguishing between inner and outer disciples, in accordance with the practices of other sects within the Great Jin. Inner disciples are selected from several prominent cultivation families on Beaming Island, while outer disciples are chosen from smaller families and wandering cultivators outside the island. There are exceptions, such as extraordinary outer disciples who may ascend to inner disciple status, as well as those who have achieved significant merit. The North Night Small Extreme Palace employs its own set of criteria for disciple selection. Even if a cultivator from a prominent family on Beaming Island possesses mediocre aptitude and desires to join, they must traverse the 10,000 miles of the extreme cold surrounding the palace on foot, passing rigorous assessments to gain entry. The Small Extreme Palace also enforces prohibitions within the realm of extreme cold to thwart any attempts at deceitful entry, such as flying on swords. In the frigid lands, practitioners of lower cultivation levels are unable to fly using their artifacts. Therefore, the only way for these low-ranking cultivators to join a sect is to traverse the extreme cold on their own merit, entering the North Night Small Extreme Palace to be accepted as outer disciples. This method, though seemingly cumbersome, proves to be the most effective, serving as an indirect test to ascertain the perseverance and capability of prospective disciples. While stringent, many low-level cultivators flock to participate in this test each year during the recruitment period at the North Night Small Extreme Palace. The challenge is indeed harsh, akin to a 1 in 100 chance of success, and numerous cultivators have perished from the freezing conditions along the way. Yet, for the sake of cultivation, many still recklessly pursue this perilous path. At this moment, more than a dozen cultivators, clad in various ornate cloaks, are trudging through the howling snowstorm over the expanse of tens of thousands of miles towards the North Night Small Extreme Palace. A closer inspection reveals flickering spiritual lights emanating from their bodies. These cultivators have been journeying through the frigid terrain for over half a month, and among them, several with insufficient cultivation levels are pallid and unsteady on their feet. However, not a single one dares to rest, perhaps fearing the loss of time or that sitting down might lead to an inability to rise again. At this juncture, they rely on the meager reserves of spiritual stones and dwindling magical energy within them to persevere. Finally, one of the accompanying cultivators, overwhelmed and gasping for breath, pulls out a white porcelain vial. After a moment's hesitation, he pours out a red elixir and consumes it. His previously ashen face soon flushes with color. Yet a grimace of concern crosses his features as he gazes at the porcelain vial. In the span of a breath, frost coats the exterior of the vial, indicating that even though they have yet to reach the extreme cold, the temperature is already quite severe, compounded by the biting winds and snow. At this moment, another cultivator, draped in a yellow cloak, inquires of his companion, "Friend Gu, how many fire sun pills do you have left? If you continue to consume them so frequently, it will be impossible to reach the small extreme palace. The hail zone ahead is several times more treacherous." The cultivator who took the elixir, surnamed Gu, appears to be in his 20s. Upon hearing the question from the yellow-cloaked cultivator, he forces a smile and replies, "Brother Gu, do not worry. I have another vial in reserve. It is enough to see us through the extreme cold." The one who inquired, known as Brother Gu, is the most powerful among them, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, resembling a middle-aged man. Hearing Gu's reassurance, he nods and says, "That is good to hear. I would not wish for a cultivator with no hope of making it to accompany us." Gu, understanding the wisdom in the middle-aged man's words, does not take offense and strides forward alongside him, undeterred by the blinding snowstorm. The other cultivators remain silent, their energy nearly depleted by the extreme cold, closely trailing behind the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged cultivator had not taken more than a few steps when he paused, gazing up at the sky with a hint of astonishment, followed by a question. The cultivators trailing behind him also looked up into the snowy expanse, where, amidst the swirling white flurries, they beheld a figure of faint azure suspended in midair, unnoticed by any of them until that moment. What struck them as most extraordinary was that this azure figure was surrounded by an area of 30 to 40 zhang devoid of any sign of wind or snow, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. The dozen or so cultivators below were utterly taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. For although this place was not yet an extreme cold zone, it was already under prohibitions, and yet this cultivator could disregard such restrictions and soar through the air. It was known that among them were cultivators at the core formation stage who were unable to fly, leading them to wonder whether this individual was indeed the fabled nascent soul cultivator or perhaps a high-ranking practitioner from the Northern Knights' minor extreme palace. Yet, the garments he wore did not resemble those of the palace. The minds of all the cultivators began to swirl with uncertainty regarding the identity of this enigmatic figure. Before any of the cultivators could react, a flash of azure light materialized, and the youth who had been hovering in the air now stood before them. The azure cultivator inquired, "Are you here to seek entrance into the minor extreme palace as loose cultivators?" The middle-aged cultivator, referred to as Brother Gu, upon hearing the question, immediately performed a deep bow and introduced himself. "I am Gu Tianqi, a participant in the trial. May I inquire what instructions the esteemed elder has?" Although the middle-aged cultivator felt a twinge of anxiety, he was not unfamiliar with the ways of the world and maintained his composure, responding with utmost respect. The youth nodded, acknowledging the decorum, yet remarked, "This place is rather peculiar, leaving me somewhat disoriented. You seem resolutely determined to proceed. Do you possess any artifact to guide you?" The azure cultivator asked with a tone of neutrality. Hearing this, Gu Tianqi felt a measure of relief and replied, "It appears that the elder is visiting Biming Island for the first time and may not be aware that this area is enshrined within the minor extreme palace's forbidden grand formation. This formation utilizes mirage stones as its focal point, capable of leading cultivators' consciousness astray." The azure cultivator, upon hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, remained silent, sensing that he had more to convey. With a glance, he encouraged Gu Tianqi to continue. The middle-aged cultivator elaborated. If one were to rely solely on their consciousness to navigate, they would be unable to locate the minor extreme palace. We, the participants, previously acquired a guiding artifact at the entrance of Biming Island, which indicates the correct path, ensuring we do not lose our way. Guiding artifact. The azure cultivator paused momentarily, murmuring to himself. The middle-aged cultivator nodded affirmatively. Indeed, such an item, though not exceptionally rare, requires one to possess a clean background and have a guarantor to purchase it from the minor extreme palace's shop. The youth had not anticipated such a stipulation and contemplated acquiring one for convenience. However, before he could finish his thoughts, he heard the middle-aged cultivator add, "The guiding artifact is limited to 30 pieces sold each year, and its validity lasts only 1 year. After that, the artifact will automatically become ineffective." The young monk lifted his gaze and glanced at the middle-aged monk, who suddenly shook his sleeves and retrieved a pale yellow disc from his sleeve pocket. He then raised it high with both hands and addressed the azure-robed monk, saying, "I have procured 2 of these to prevent exposure of one's outer garments. I would like to offer one to you, esteemed elder. The azure-robed monk, momentarily taken aback, swiftly reached out into the void below. With a flash of yellow light, the tincture token appeared in his hand. The azure-robed monk was none other than Lin Mo, who had been journeying northward to the North Ming Island since his departure from the Snow Lotus Mountain. Lin Mo had already spent some time at the periphery of this frigid realm, yet he had not anticipated that, with his current cultivation, he would languish for several days in this forbidden territory. Initially, he believed he would swiftly locate the whereabouts of the Ziyajigong, but his attempts to probe with his spiritual consciousness had repeatedly led him astray, failing to reveal its location. In truth, Lin Mo could have forcibly dismantled the restrictions set by the North Knight Ziyajigong, but given that he was on a quest to find someone, it would be unwise to leave a poor impression without achieving his goal. Just as he felt at a loss, he encountered the group of monks below and descended to inquire. Lin Mo stowed the tincture token and, with a calm demeanor, glanced at the middle-aged monk, asking, "Are these individuals your companions?" After posing the question, he casually assessed the other monks nearby. The middle-aged monk was taken aback by Lin Mo's query and, feeling a twinge of unease, replied, "These are fellow practitioners I recently befriended, all aspiring to join the Ziyajigong. Hence we travel together. Is there a problem?" Lin Mo scrutinized one of the female practitioners among the group and stated, "One among them is indeed problematic." He then regarded the female practitioner with a cold smirk. The middle-aged monk, startled, asked, "Could you elucidate further, esteemed elder?" Lin Mo sneered and continued to stare at the female practitioner, declaring, "A monster has infiltrated your midst. Do you not find this troubling?" The middle-aged monk was taken aback by Lin Mo's words, exclaiming, "A monster?" He turned his gaze toward the female practitioner, while the other monks gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating a step to distance themselves from her. The female practitioner, taken aback by the elder's sudden accusation, quickly bowed deeply and said, "Esteemed elder, you jest. I am a disciple of the Ning family from Frost County. How could I possibly be a monster?" She hurriedly stammered her defense. The other monks remained silent, but the previously influenced Gu Daoyu quickly interjected, "Elder, surely there has been a misunderstanding? Ning Daoyu indeed hails from the Ning family, and I have encountered her multiple times. I would not mistake her." Seeing the young female practitioner's face turn pale, Gu Daoyu could not help but defend her, and the other companions displayed signs of hesitation upon hearing his words. Lin Mo paid no heed to Gu Daoyu's remarks and instead directed his attention to the female practitioner, saying, "Even a doppelganger dares to masquerade before me. Reveal yourself." With that, he lightly flicked his sleeve towards her direction. A spectral blue hand materialized above the female practitioner's head. Without any hesitation, it pressed down upon her. The once delicate and seemingly innocent female practitioner suddenly contorted into a ghastly visage, trembling before vanishing in a streak of light, only to reappear 20 yards away as a shadowy figure. At that moment, the figure's face was grim, her eyes glinting with a venomous ferocity. The expression of the recently silenced female cultivator's companion darkened, as if he had just swallowed a fly. He had always believed that she was merely at the chi refining stage, yet it became painfully evident that she possessed the prowess of the core formation stage. For the cultivators present, her speed was nothing short of astonishing. The other cultivators were equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events, rendered utterly speechless and uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, forming a hand seal, and a brilliant yellow light materialized in his palm. He directed this light towards the female demon, and in an instant, it hovered above her head, leaving the other cultivators bewildered as to its nature. Once it settled above her, they discerned that it was a wand, measuring about a foot in length. With a simple snap of his fingers, Lin Mo caused the wand to quiver slightly before it rapidly expanded into a massive ethereal form, which then descended with force. Upon seeing this, the female demon was struck with panic. There was no time to evade. She opened her mouth to unleash a torrent of dark demonic energy in a futile attempt to fend it off. With a resounding crash, the wand's ethereal form glimmered with yellow light, and the dark energy was completely dispersed upon contact, crashing directly onto the demon's crown. A deafening scream erupted from her as she collapsed into the swirling snow, simultaneously revealing a shadow that drifted away from her and burrowed into the ground. Yet, before the shadow could fully submerge, a storm of lightning erupted overhead, and a bolt of golden lightning struck it down, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Chapter 259. Entering the little extreme palace, the shadow had not even had the chance to emit a cry before it vanished from sight. The cultivators who had witnessed this scene were wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to fathom that amidst their ranks lurked a beast of the demonic variety. A chilling realization dawned upon them. If this beast had been among them unawares, or had accompanied them to the Northern Knight's little extreme palace. The middle-aged cultivator felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Though they were all scattered cultivators, none were truly alone. Each had families or belonged to small clans of cultivators. Offending the Northern Knight's little extreme palace was akin to a scattered cultivator from the Great Gene offending the Tai Sect or the Heavenly Demon Sect, potentially endangering their entire family or kin. Observing the stunned expressions of his fellow cultivators, Lin Mo refrained from uttering further alarming words. Instead, he raised his hand, causing the magic wand to tremble gently and shrink back to its original size, swiftly returning to the folds of his robe. The other cultivators noticed no other movements from Lin Mo. He merely tossed a light blue vial to the middle-aged cultivator, who caught it instinctively. Albeit with a puzzled glance at Lin Mo spoke calmly, suggesting that the elixir within the vial might assist him in successfully navigating this place, and that he would exchange it for the device of certainty. Before the middle-aged cultivator could respond, Lin Mo emanated a brilliant azure light, transforming into a streak of blue radiance and vanishing into the swirling white tempest of snow. The middle-aged cultivator was left without any knowledge of which direction the elder had taken. As he raised his gaze, no figure remained in sight. Were it not for the young female cultivator lying on the ground, the monks present might have doubted whether an elder had truly visited, as no trace was left behind. After a considerable interval, the middle-aged man came to a realization, gripping the small vial in his hand tightly, a look of astonishment illuminating his face. Before the joy could fully dissipate, a gasp arose from a nearby cultivator, revealing that the young female practitioner was gradually awakening. What astonished the cultivators even more was that the recent attack had left her body unscathed. At this moment, Lin Mo, guided by the positioning talisman in his hand, hastened towards the little extreme palace of the North Knight. Yet, during his flight, he couldn't help but recall the earlier events, a faint smile gracing his lips. The young female cultivator harbored within her a fragment of a high-level demon beast, at least of the 8th rank. It was unclear what sorcery or secret technique had allowed the beast's consciousness to reside within her. One could say the demon beast was quite clever, otherwise, how could the female cultivator and her fellow practitioners remain oblivious to its presence? Lin Mo had no desire to meddle in such affairs, yet their destination coincided with that of the little extreme palace of North Knight. If he allowed them to enter together and the palace's cultivators remained unaware of the demon beast, it could jeopardize his own endeavors, resulting in a significant loss. Since he had encountered them, it was a simple task to prevent the demon spirit from causing havoc within the palace. Eradicating it would be the most prudent course of action. However, he was uncertain of the beast's intentions. Could it be seeking the cold essence? There were too many cultivators present at the time to inquire, and given the cunning nature of demon beasts, the veracity of any information they provided was dubious at best. If it were indeed after the cold essence, it would imply that the little extreme palace of North Knight had chosen to suppress the news of its loss rather than disseminate it. The reasons behind this suppression remained unclear to Lin Mo. The fact of the cold essence's loss was likely known, yet its concealment was equally evident. Lin Mo was perplexed. Before he could deduce anything further, he had already entered the Great Hail Zone. This area resembled another barrier, shrouded in a misty white hue, with hailstones the size of fists descending from above, some frosted white, while others remained transparent. This zone was exceedingly strange. Without cultivators approaching, it remained inactive. However, when within a yard's distance, hail began to fall, as if to warn those nearing. The descending hailstones did not damage the thick ice below, appearing to be absorbed as they directly penetrated the ice. For Earth-level cultivators, the hail mixed with wind and snow could pose considerable resistance, yet for Lin Mo, it was trivial. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers into the void, causing a pale blue protective shield to expand outward approximately 30 yards from his center. The fist-sized hailstone struck Lin Mo's shield, producing a series of muffled thuds, yet he remained uninterested, flying past without even casting a glance. After approximately half an hour of flight, the once hazy weather dissipated, and the hail and snowstorms vanished, allowing Lin Mo to soar beyond that region. At his present location, He could discern distant architectural structures. The city appeared as a dazzling spectacle, shimmering under the sunlight, refracting a myriad of colors, while a delicate veil of white mist encircled its periphery. This enchanting sight rendered the ice city akin to a celestial paradise, its ethereal beauty seemingly transcending earthly architecture. Lin Mo's visage reflected awe, though it was not the ice city that captivated him the most, but rather the magnificent scene upon the towering mountain behind it. Had it not been for the sporadic patches of greenery visible atop what could barely be referred to as a mountain, Lin Mo might have mistaken it for an immense boulder standing resolutely. The mountain was indeed colossal, soaring to an estimated height of 10,000 feet. Though it could not rival the grandeur of Kunwa Mountain, nevertheless, its imposing stature was remarkable, but what made it truly extraordinary was its appearance, as if it had sprung directly from the icy ground, resembling a narrow celestial passage. The surface of the mountain sparkled brilliantly, cloaked in a thick layer of ice. Occasionally, verdant foliage emerged from the icy facade, leading one to believe it was merely a massive shard of frost. Despite the clarity of his gaze, Lin Mo found it challenging to discern the entirety of the mountain's features from such a distance. Yet, he could faintly perceive a cluster of buildings atop the icy peak, which, bathed in sunlight, appeared resplendent and translucent. Presumably, this was the Northern Night Small Extreme Palace. As Lin Mo gazed toward the distant palace, he initially contemplated soaring directly towards it, but the presence of concealed, intangible restrictions gave him pause. He recalled the previous stormy area, which had been laden with magical arrays. How much more so would the main palace be? At that moment, Lin Mo steadied his mind and began to scrutinize the glacial expanse between his location and the ice city, soon uncovering the intricate magical formations present in the area. Were it not for Lin Mo's profound understanding of formations, he might have recklessly ventured in, triggering a chain reaction that would unleash even more formidable arrays and restrictions. In truth, as Lin Mo departed the earlier region, several beams of light had already shot forth from the distant ice city, racing toward his position. As if anticipating his arrival, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the incoming streaks of light, glancing down at the yuan-determining token in his hand, momentarily taken aback before a look of realization dawned upon him. It turned out that the token not only served as a guide, but also allowed the cultivators of the Northern Night Small Extreme Palace to track the movements of its bearer. Soon, several beams of light descended before him, revealing 3 white-clad cultivators, 1 man and 2 women. The male cultivator appeared to be in his 30s, with a handsome countenance. Upon merely glancing at Lin Mo, he immediately performed a deep bow, a hint of astonishment gracing his features as he introduced himself as Yun, a steward from the outer palace of the Small Extreme Palace. Not only is it an honor to receive the presence of a senior, but I must apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly. It is no wonder that the cultivators from the north wish to join the Xiaoji Palace, despite being at the core formation stage. This cultivator has discerned my essence infusion stage cultivation, which is indeed impressive. However, I have no doubt that the cultivator named Yun has recognized my mid-essence infusion level. Yun did not rise, but instead bowed and inquired, "May I ask for the esteemed senior's name and what brings you to our palace?" Although Yun was a cultivator of Xiaoji Palace, he did not dare offend the blue-robed figure before him. He had witnessed Lin Mo soaring through the snowstorm and sensed his mid-essence infusion aura, which left him feeling somewhat anxious and unsettled. Given that this was an unfamiliar cultivator he had never encountered before, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied, "There is no need to mention my name. I am here to visit a friend. An elder from your esteemed palace has some acquaintance with me." Upon hearing this, Yun felt a sense of relief and asked eagerly, "Might I inquire which elder you wish to meet? I would be happy to convey your message. I have had several encounters with Elder Bai Yao Yi in the past. May I ask if she is currently within the Xiaoji Palace?" Lin Mo inquired, gazing at Yun with a casual demeanor. Upon hearing the name of Elder Bai Yao Yi, Yun's expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed Elder Bai? She is currently in the palace and has not gone out, but it seems she is in seclusion at the moment." Lin Mo had not anticipated that Bai Yao Yi would be in seclusion and was contemplating how to proceed when Yun quickly said, "I will immediately send a message to my master to inform her. Please wait a moment, esteemed senior." With that, he activated a communication talisman in Lin Mo's presence. Lin Mo observed the distant scene as if he were intent on scrutinizing every detail, remaining utterly still, his gaze fixed ahead. Yun, noticing Lin Mo's unwavering focus, blinked in confusion and was about to say something when a blinding scarlet light shot forth from the very area Lin Mo had arrived from, merely 100 paces away. In an instant, the crimson glow that had just been 100 paces away surged towards Lin Mo and the others, followed by a cheerful voice asking, "Which friend seeks to visit the Xiaoji Palace? May I know your esteemed name, and might we be acquainted?" Laughter echoed, and as the light dimmed, a youthful figure with pale skin and flowing gray-white hair appeared before Lin Mo, moving gracefully as if carried by the wind. However, the depths of his eyes revealed a glimmer of profound experience. Lin Mo nodded inwardly, sensing that this cultivator had his own intriguing story. Narrowing his eyes, he extended a thread of consciousness to probe the newcomer, discovering that he was indeed a mid-essence infusion cultivator, which surprised Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo could speak, Yun stepped forward, his face alight with joy. He bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Disciple Yun pays his respects to Uncle Bai. I hope your journey has been smooth." At this moment, Lin Mo clasped his hands in greeting to the gray-haired cultivator and introduced himself. "I am Lin, and I have come to visit because of a prior engagement with Fairy Bai." Lin Mo spoke with a calm demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. Ren Daoyu pondered for a moment, as if recalling something, and suddenly exclaimed, "So it is Brother Lin, the Fairy Bai you mentioned. Could it be Sister Bai Yaoyi?" Lin Mo nodded subtly, affirming, "Indeed, it is Daoyu Bai." While responding, Lin Mo observed Ren Daoyu quietly. Upon hearing this, Ren Daoyu expressed a keen interest, saying, "How fortuitous. I too am seeking Sister Bai, so allow me to guide you, Brother Lin." Lin Mo noted the fleeting glimmer in Ren Daoyu's eyes, sensing an underlying issue despite his outward composure. Just as he contemplated a response, a crimson light shot forth from a distance, zipping past Yun. Yun swiftly grasped the incoming sound transmission talisman and explained, "It is a message from Uncle Bai." With that, he became engrossed in the message, then respectfully addressed Lin Mo, "Senior Lin, Uncle Bai is delighted to hear of your arrival at the Xiaoji Palace. He has concluded his seclusion and requests your presence at Baining Pavilion." Upon hearing Lin Mo was to go to Baining Pavilion, Ren Daoyu immediately interjected, "Baining Pavilion? I understand. Yun, you attend to your matters. I too must seek Sister Bai there. Let us accompany Brother Lin." Although Yun felt a hint of confusion at Ren Daoyu's assertiveness, he dared not oppose Uncle Bai's wishes and bowed deeply to both Ren Daoyu and Lin Mo before departing. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, but felt it was unwise to refuse, so he nodded, expressing his gratitude to Ren Daoyu. Ren Daoyu chuckled lightly, saying, "You are too courteous, Brother Lin. Sister Bai and I are like siblings. Since you are a friend of hers, you are also a friend of mine." He then transformed into a streak of crimson light and sped ahead, with Lin Mo following closely behind. Chapter 260. The Hall of Void Spirits. "Is this your first visit to our Xiaoji Palace, Brother Lin?" Ren Xiushi inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mo during their flight. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, thinking that the anticipated moment had finally arrived, though not particularly skilled. The inquiry held some merit. He then smiled and replied, "Indeed, this is my first visit to Baiming Island. The Xiaoji Palace truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect in the north. Its grandeur is indeed extraordinary." Ren Daoyu felt a swell of pride at Lin Mo's praise of the Xiaoji Palace, inadvertently revealing a hint of arrogance as he responded, "You flatter me, Brother Lin. Yet your words ring true. Were it not for our remote location, I believe the 10 great sects of both the righteous and demonic paths would certainly acknowledge our Xiaoji Palace. Although the remarks made by friend Ren may appear presumptuous, they undeniably reflect an indisputable truth, not to mention other aspects. The evaluation conducted for disciples at the outer palace of the North Knight Little Extreme Palace stands unparalleled among the top 10 sects of both righteous and demonic paths. With only the Tai sect and the Tianma sect being comparable, the rest truly pale in comparison. Upon noticing Lin Mo conceding to his assertions, friend Ren's eyes glinted as he inquired about Sister Bai, who had been in seclusion for a decade and had recently emerged after 10 years. It was likely that this was the encounter with Sister Bai he referenced. Lin Mo was well aware that friend Ren had been inquiring about his background, harboring doubts about him, thus opted for silence and merely nodded. Observing Lin Mo's reluctance to divulge, friend Ren continued with a cheerful demeanor, stating that he had been visiting various sects in recent years and had become acquainted with many influential families. He expressed curiosity regarding Lin Mo's esteemed origins. Given his profound cultivation, Lin Mo's expression shifted, the smile he had worn dissipating, as he coldly replied that he was not a cultivator of the great gene, a fact that should not be surprising to friend Ren, though Sister Bai was aware of some aspects of his background. Realizing that Lin Mo's demeanor had grown frosty, friend Ren understood that he would not extract further information, thus offered a perfunctory explanation, acknowledging the misunderstanding and apologizing for his presumptuousness with a dismissive bow. Though he had not gleaned additional insights, friend Ren was not disheartened, instead laughing awkwardly and falling silent. At that moment, the two had flown to the entrance of the Ice City, where brilliant rays of light cascaded down. The sky above the Ice City shimmered with a gentle glow, enveloping the entire area, save for the towering mountains, in a formidable restriction. Standing beneath the Ice City, Lin Mo found it even more resplendent than he had initially perceived from afar. The towering ice walls adjacent to it, kissed by sunlight, refracted a spectrum of colors. However, what astonished Lin Mo was not merely the beauty of these ice walls, but the fact that they were seamlessly integrated, devoid of any visible joints, resembling an immaculate mirror that could mesmerize those who gazed upon it for too long. After a prolonged observation, Lin Mo felt a buzz in his consciousness, awakening him to the realization that a magical array had been inscribed upon the ice walls, capable of ensnaring one's mind with the slightest lapse in attention. These translucent ice walls appeared to have been sculpted from a single colossal block of ice, with the city gate not far ahead. Standing at the gate were over a dozen cultivators dressed in white ceremonial attire, evidently the stewards of the North Night Little Extreme Palace. Lin Mo discerned that all these cultivators were at the foundation establishment stage, accompanied by several snow-white spirit beasts resembling monkeys. This was likely the legendary snow monkey, a spirit beast known to inhabit frigid terrains. Although the individual snow monkeys might not possess high ranks, they were exceptionally intelligent and easily trainable. Consequently, in the northern regions, particularly on Baiming Island, snow monkeys were commonly raised by cultivators. While Lin Mo had never encountered a snow monkey firsthand, he had read about such spirit beasts in the records, noting that they appeared somewhat distinct from the ordinary ones. The snow monkeys in the Northern Night's Little Extreme Palace appeared to be far more imposing than what one would gather from their descriptions. Furthermore, these snow monkeys exhibit cultivation levels around the 4th to 5th rank, akin to foundational period cultivators. It seems that the Little Extreme Palace, being the foremost sect in the northern lands, employs unique secret techniques in the rearing of these snow monkeys, distinguishing them from those nurtured by other cultivators. This peculiarity caught Lin Mo's attention. As Lin Mo approached the city gates, the cultivators present immediately parted, standing with hands clasped behind their backs and bowing deeply to their revered uncle. Ren, seemingly oblivious to their reverence, continued on without acknowledgement. The white-robed cultivators appeared accustomed to this behavior, glancing at Lin Mo. Though they had never encountered this cultivator before, he had returned alongside their esteemed uncle, and thus they refrained from asking further questions. Lin Mo had no intention of greeting them either, following Ren as they made their way through the city gates. At that moment, a few nearby snow monkeys suddenly began to screech in alarm, retreating in a state of panic. The Little Extreme Palace's cultivators were startled by this, their backs slick with cold sweat, fearing they might inadvertently offend a guest brought by their respected uncle. They hastily attempted to chastise the snow monkeys using beast language, but it seemed to have lost its efficacy. The snow monkeys huddled together, avoiding Lin Mo's gaze, their eyes betraying a palpable sense of awe. Perplexed by the snow monkey's fear and reverence, Lin Mo, encountering these spirit beasts for the first time, was taken aback. Ren, with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, inquired whether Lin Mo possessed any high-ranking primate spirit beasts. Though the snow monkeys were not particularly formidable, they were highly sensitive to their own kind, and it was evident that Lin Mo's spirit beast commanded an extraordinary level of respect. Upon hearing Ren's probing tone regarding high-ranking primate spirit beasts, Lin Mo did not conceal the fact that he indeed had one, but mentioned it was not particularly fierce and rarely stirred. The mention of a high-ranking primate spirit beast brought to Lin Mo's mind the spirit beast within his pouch, the soul howler, and he finally comprehended why the snow monkeys exhibited such fear. He merely uttered a statement without any intention of showcasing it. Ren smiled knowingly, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and they proceeded into the city. Lin Mo followed closely behind as they entered the Ice City. True to its name, the Ice City boasted wide streets, each paved with a thick layer of ice. The crowd was sparse, with most individuals donned in yellow or white garments, likely the attire of Earth-level cultivators. The buildings lining the streets were uniform and orderly, while Lin Mo marveled at the sights within the Ice City, Ren, displaying a lack of decorum, transformed into a streak of light, making his way directly toward the towering mountain. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Mo did not delay in following suit, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at an icy platform halfway up the mountain. Ren, noticing Lin Mo's swift approach, turned and smiled, saying, "From here, we shall ascend the mountain on foot, for this area marks the boundaries of the inner palace of the Little Extreme Palace. Even as an elder, I must lead by example and adhere to the palace's regulations, wouldn't you agree?" His smile, however, did not reach his eyes. Lin Mo observed the feigned smile of his companion, Ren, and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two fell into silence as they ascended the icy steps that lined the edge of the platform. Everything here appeared to be crafted from ice. Even the staircase seemed to be made of the same material, devoid of any other substance, yet it was remarkably solid, seemingly impervious to destruction. Within the inner sanctum of the Little Extreme Palace, there were even fewer cultivators than in the outer palace. Along their journey, they encountered only a handful of these practitioners. Yet each greeted Ren with the utmost respect. Remarkably, Ren exhibited a transformation, warmly acknowledging every cultivator he had previously encountered, a stark contrast to his demeanor when they met the outer palace cultivators at the city gate. As Lin Mo continued his ascent, he noted that the practitioners within the inner palace possessed superior cultivation and talent. While walking, he also observed that there were multiple formations and prohibitions set up in the inner palace. Given Lin Mo's proficiency in formations, he found several prohibitions that even he could not immediately decipher, indicating that the North Night Little Extreme Palace likely housed a master-level formation grandmaster. With each step, Lin Mo's intrigue regarding the North Night Little Extreme Palace deepened, and he pondered the possibility of exchanging insights with this esteemed grandmaster should the opportunity arise. Ren guided Lin Mo through a series of twists and turns until they arrived before a towering ice wall, several hundred feet high. Ren then raised his hand, producing a gleaming silver token. A beam of silver light shot forth, striking the token, causing the ice wall to part slowly, revealing a path 2 zhong wide. Ren turned to Lin Mo, explaining that the structures atop the mountain were residences for the inner palace's lower-tier disciples, while the higher-tier disciples of the Little Extreme Palace resided within the secret realm behind the ice wall. Entering this passageway signified a true entrance into the North Night Little Extreme Palace. Lin Mo remained silent, waiting for Ren to elaborate further. He then heard Ren remark that if he were not aware that Lin Mo was a friend of Junior Sister Bai, he would never dare to lead anyone into this secret realm. Lin Mo found this claim somewhat dubious, if it were truly so enigmatic. How could Bai Yaoi so readily permit him to seek her out here? It seemed that even Ren himself might not fully believe his own words. Lin Mo maintained a degree of wariness towards Ren, having just met this cultivator for the first time. However, Ren's overt enthusiasm compelled Lin Mo to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was unperturbed by any potential tricks Ren might employ in the Great Gene. There were few who could challenge him unless they hailed from the ancient spirit realm or were formidable beasts. Thus, he did not hesitate to enter the secret realm alongside Ren. Yet, after traversing several hundred feet within the secret realm, Lin Mo was suddenly confronted with a stunning transformation of scenery that momentarily left him disoriented. Upon entering Biming Island, he had been greeted by a sea of white, punctuated only by a few faint spiritual lights. Now, however, he found himself amidst a verdant springtime landscape replete with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Enclosed within a lush valley, the surroundings were alive with vibrant flora, creating an illusion of an entirely separate realm, seemingly disconnected from the outside world, where the gentle sound of flowing streams could be heard alongside the distant echoes of elegant pavilions. In the heart of the valley, 3 palatial edifices, constructed of pristine white jade, stood majestically. Lin Mo gazed in astonishment at the trio of palaces before him, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to a palace he had previously encountered, so much so that they seemed indistinguishable. He murmured the name Shutian Palace absent-mindedly. Apart from their varying sizes, the appearance and structure of these 3 palaces were identical to the Shutian Palace he had seen in the chaotic Star Sea. They were all fashioned from white jade, exquisitely crafted, and the soft luminescence emanating from them mirrored that of the Shutian Palace in the chaotic Star Sea. If one were to pinpoint a difference, it would be the area. The Shutian Palace here was merely half the size of its counterpart in the chaotic Star Sea. Lin Mo, still in disbelief, swept his gaze around once more to reaffirm what he beheld. With such a striking resemblance to the Shutian Palace, what connection might there be between the two? He turned to his companion, Run, and inquired whether this was indeed the inner palace of the Ziyajigong. However, he noted the absence of any plaques adorning the three grand halls. They appeared to have endured the passage of time, yet their history remained a mystery. Ren, observing the three magnificent palaces, replied, "You must be referring to the Zuling Palace, Lin Dao. These three halls have existed since the establishment of the Ziyajigong by the Northern Knight Sect. It is said that the founding ancestor of Ziyajigong, alongside a few friends, employed immense magical power to construct them, with wonders hidden within." A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes as he silently repeated the name Zuling Palace. Ren continued to watch Lin Mo's reaction and, with a knowing smile, asked, "Are you interested in these three palaces, Lin Dao?" However, they have always remained sealed. Only elders of the Ziyajigong, those who have served for over half their tenure, can unlock the Zuling Palace. The reasons for this are a closely guarded secret of the sect. Lin Mo simply smiled, refraining from further inquiries. To pry deeper would be to tread upon the sacred boundaries of sect secrets, a grave taboo. Though the names Shutian Palace and Zuling Palace were alike, and their architectural styles mirrored one another, any connection between them bore no consequence for Lin Mo, particularly since the most significant treasure, the Shutian Ding, resided within his storage pouch. Noting Lin Mo's disinterest in further questioning, Ren gestured, "Come this way, Lin Dao. The Binding Pavilion is over there." It seemed that Bai Shimi held Lin Mo in high regard. It was well known among the inner disciples of the Northern Knight Ziyajigong that the Bai Ning Pavilion was a place where Bai Shimi entertained her close friends, a venue of exquisite elegance and tranquility. Lin Mo lowered his gaze, listening to Ren's words, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Ren appeared well informed about Bai Yaoi, and his interest seemed piqued. Lin Mo began to sense the underlying reason for Ren's guidance to the Bai Ning Pavilion, though he was uncertain whether his intuition was accurate. Nevertheless, it mattered little, it bore no impact on him. The two exchanged no further words as Ren soared towards a nearby cliff face, with Lin Mo following closely behind. Halting before the final pavilion, it was a three-story structure, approximately 30 zhang in height, constructed entirely from verdant timber. Its most distinctive feature was its peculiar positioning, seemingly jutting from the mountainside. Above the grand entrance of the three-story pavilion, three silver-white characters, robust and elegant, spelled out Bai Ning Pavilion. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo discerned that they were crafted from ice crystals. Lin Mo and Ren Daoyu had yet to enter when a woman clad in white emerged to greet them. Upon seeing Ren Bai and Lin Mo, she respectfully bowed, addressing them as "Greetings, Master Ren. This must be Senior Lin." Lin Mo returned the gesture with poise, responding, "Indeed. That is me. Is Fairy Bai inside?" The woman in white stepped aside, bending slightly in a gesture of invitation, and replied, "My master has just exited seclusion and is currently stabilizing her powers within the pavilion. I was sent to escort Senior Lin. Please do not take offense." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, puzzled as to why the woman in white did not also invite Ren Daoyu, which stirred a hint of curiosity within him. Just then, he heard Ren Bai interject, "Cousin Yin, why may I not enter? I wish to meet your master and have matters to discuss with Sister Bai." With that, he attempted to follow Lin Mo inside. The woman in white subtly impeded Ren Daoyu's advance, stating, "Master Ren, you must not make things difficult for my cousin. As you know, my master has long instructed that without her command, I cannot permit you to enter." Although Ren Daoyu maintained a cheerful demeanor, the helplessness and sorrow in his eyes were unmistakable. The woman in white continued, "Do you recall the last time when you were allowed in by Sister Gong to see my master?" She faced severe reprimand afterward. Her face bore a lingering expression of helplessness, yet her stance remained unwavering. Lin Mo, like a curious creature in a field of melons, had not anticipated the presence of such intrigue. Choosing to remain an observer, he stood silently to the side. Ren Daoyu, lowering his head in contemplation, raised it again with a slight flush on his cheeks, though the earlier sorrow was masked. He glanced around and remarked, "This time is different. I am accompanying Brother Lin. Surely your master wishes to meet him as well." He leaned slightly closer, playfully patting Lin Mo on the shoulder in camaraderie. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected mention of himself, yet the familiarity with which Renbai referred to him as Brother Lin surprised him further. However, he refrained from expressing any opinion, understanding that he had no knowledge of why Bai Yao he would not meet Renbai, and thus felt no obligation to impose moral judgments on others. The woman in white cast a conflicted glance toward Ren Daoyu, aware of the delicate situation. Just as she pondered how to navigate this impasse, a melodious voice resonated from within the Bai Ning pavilion. "Yinner, allow Master Ren to enter. I wish to see him once more." Recognizing the voice of Bai Yaoi, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon hearing her command, the woman in white relaxed, stepping back to allow Ren Daoyu passage, and gestured invitingly to Renbai. The moment Renbai learned that Sister Bai had finally consented to see him, a broad smile illuminated his face, reaching his eyes. As he prepared to relay this news via sound transmission, Bai Yao interjected, "Renbai, let us converse in the pavilion. We have been quite discourteous at the Ziyajigong." Renbai, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled and replied, "It was my oversight. Let us proceed inside." Lin Mo, observing the exchange, smiled silently, choosing not to take sides as he followed the woman in white into the pavilion. As Lin Mo walked alongside Renbai, he pondered the evident camaraderie between Renbai and Bai Yaoi. He now understood why Renbai had been so warm upon their first meeting. With this realization, his sense of vigilance diminished significantly. Following the white-clad woman, Lin Mo and Renbai entered the Bai Ning pavilion, discovering that the first floor was quite modest in size, merely 20 zhang in length and width, forming a square base. It was furnished with a simple set of bamboo tables and chairs, surrounded by unknown spiritual flowers. Their hues understated and their fragrance subtle, adding a decorative touch to the space. Lin Mo had never encountered these unfamiliar spiritual flowers before, prompting him to gaze at them with intrigue. At that moment, Bai Yaoi had yet to descend. The white-clad woman invited Lin Mo and Renbai to take a seat, and soon they heard Bai Yaoyi's voice. "Lin brother, please wait a moment. My cultivation method is unique, and I shall soon complete my practice and join you. In the meantime, do enjoy our ice spirit fruit from the North Night Minor Extreme Palace." As Bai Yao's words concluded, two young women in white garments emerged, each carrying a crimson wooden tray. The trays held a cluster of thumb-sized berries, resembling grapes, though instead of the typical purple or green, they were white. The young women placed the trays beside the bamboo chairs and bowed before departing. Renbai picked up one of the ice spirit fruits with her thumb and forefinger, saying, "This ice spirit fruit is unique to our North Extreme Minor Palace and quite rare. Even the elders within the palace receive only a few clusters each year." Lin Mo had not anticipated the rarity of the ice spirit fruit and listened as Renbai continued. "The ice spirit fruit is delectably sweet, and most importantly, it contains exceptionally pure ice-cold spiritual energy. For practitioners of ice attribute cultivation, regular consumption greatly benefits their cultivation." With that, she placed the fruit in her mouth and began to chew. Lin Mo merely nodded in response, reflecting on how it aligned with his own ice spiritual root. However, he also possessed the true yin's extreme cold flames, which tempered his enthusiasm for the ice spirit fruit. Moreover, given that Baiming Island was the northernmost land, the presence of cold spiritual fruits was hardly extraordinary. After Renbai had eaten the ice spirit fruit, she observed Lin Mo's expression, noting that he had shown little reaction. Her demeanor shifted slightly. While the ice spirit fruit was said to contain pure ice-cold spiritual energy, it also offered significant benefits to practitioners of other attributes. Albeit with a caveat, those with different roots would need to convert the ice-cold energy upon consumption to avoid potential harm to their kidneys. Seemingly oblivious to Renbai's scrutiny, Lin Mo took an ice spirit fruit from the tray and began to eat. Renbai was further astonished, though she was unsure of Lin Mo's spiritual root. He had exuded wood attribute energy since their introduction. Yet, he consumed the ice spirit fruit without hesitation, devouring several in succession. Renbai felt compelled to caution him. "Lin brother, while the ice spirit fruit is beneficial for cultivation, if one does not possess both ice and fire attributes, it may harm your body. Extremes can lead to reversals." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and glanced at Renbai, replying nonchalantly, "It's of no concern." Lin Mo's reaction left Renbai even more astonished. It is worth noting that even practitioners of fire attributes would not dare to consume multiple ice spirit fruits at once. Before Renbai could fathom the implications, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a woman in white appeared before them. Her brows resembled distant mountains. Darkened without makeup, her lips akin to red cherries, naturally rosy, with skin so fair it seemed almost fragile. She was none other than Bai Yaoyi, the person Lin Mo had come to meet. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised at how much more beautiful Bai Yaoyi had become after a decade. He immediately stood up and laughed heartily. Fairy Bai, it has been 10 years. How have you been? Rin Bai had already risen upon hearing the footsteps, and his smile broadened as he exclaimed, Junior Sister Bai, you have finally consented to meet me. Bai Yaoyi smiled warmly at Lin Mo and remarked, since our parting, I have always known that Lin Xiong would not summon me without reason. Several years ago, I awaited your visit at the Shaoji Palace. However, I did not expect that you would only come to see me after a decade, which truly took me by surprise. She then turned to Rin Bai, her expression turning solemn and her voice cold as she said, as for senior brother Rin, if it were not for Lin Xiong, I truly would not wish to see you again. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyi's words, Rin Bai's face showed a hint of anxiety as he replied, Junior sister, I have found a solution this time. I will not let you down. Bai Yaoyi, expressionless, responded, if it is merely a solution you have found, let us discuss that later. Lin Xiong has traveled from afar. Let us set this matter aside for now. Rin Bai was about to explain, but upon seeing Lin Mo, he seemed to comprehend and said, this is also acceptable. Bai Yaoyi chose to ignore Rin Bai and invited Lin Mo to sit before taking the main seat herself. Lin Mo then inquired, Fairy Bai, your cultivation has evidently progressed significantly compared to a decade ago. Bai Yaoyi smiled knowingly and replied, if you are jesting, Lin Xiong, then even with two of me, I would not match you. She vividly recalled Lin Mo's prowess during their encounter on Kunlun Mountain, and thus was wary of any complacency. Rin Bai's expression changed upon hearing Bai Yaoyi's words. He had not anticipated her deep respect for Lin Mo, which surprised him greatly. He discreetly scrutinized Lin Mo anew. 10 years ago, Lin Xiong mentioned he would visit the Shaoji Palace. Surely those words were not made lightly? Bai Meng Yao inquired seriously. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. If it pleases Fairy Bai, I indeed have matters to discuss with you regarding the Shaoji Palace. Please, do not hesitate to speak, Bai Yaoyi said earnestly. I have never forgotten the kindness you showed me that day. I will certainly assist you as long as it is within my capabilities. In truth, even if Lin Mo had not rescued her from her icy prison, Bai Yaoyi would have been eager to offer her assistance, for not only did she wish to forge a bond with someone of his remarkable cultivation, but she also held him in high regard. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment before stating, I have heard that Baiming Island is abundant in xianbing flowers, a spiritual herb I require as the primary ingredient for a specific elixir. Therefore, this journey is necessary. Bai Yaoyi had not anticipated that Lin Mo was merely seeking the xianbing flower. She remarked that such ethereal flora was currently quite rare, having been extensively harvested over the years. Lin Mo was taken aback to learn that it had nearly been completely picked. However, Bai Yaoyi continued, mentioning that she could inquire with her disciples to see if any had recently discovered some ancient xianbing. Only with new ice could such flowers be found, which was not an insurmountable challenge. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him and expressed his gratitude, stating that it was truly wonderful of Fairy Bai to offer her assistance, as it alleviated a significant concern of his. He acknowledged that searching for it alone would have proven to be quite troublesome. Bai Yaoyi then added that this matter could not be rushed, suggesting that Lin Mo take residence at the Shaoji Palace for the time being, where they could engage in scholarly exchange. She believed that with Lin Mo's remarkable abilities, she would undoubtedly gain immense benefit from their discussions. Having contemplated staying at the palace, Lin Mo gladly accepted the offer, expressing his eagerness to learn about the palace's renowned ice attribute techniques, which were famed as the finest in the Great Jin. This would surely be mutually beneficial. Although Lin Mo had tested positive for the ice spirit root upon joining the Yuancha Sect, he had not divulged this information since then and had no intention of revealing it now. Thus, Lin Mo and Bai Yaoyi engaged in a lively exchange, both being in the Yuan-ing stage of cultivation. Their conversation naturally transitioned into discussions of their respective practices, with Rin Bai, who had also reached the mid-Yuan-ing stage, occasionally interjecting with her insights, leading to a vibrant dialogue among the three. After spending a considerable amount of time in the loft, Lin Mo felt it prudent to take his leave, considering Bai Yaoyi had just emerged from seclusion and ought to rest. He advised her to take care and suggested they reconvene at a later date. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Bai Yaoi felt a warmth in her heart and made no effort to retain him. Instead, she instructed the white-clad woman who had escorted them to take Lin Mo to the guest building. She turned to Lin Mo and said, "Please settle in there for now. I will inform you immediately should news of new ancient Xianbing arise." Grateful for Bai Yaoyi's assurance, Lin Mo clasped his fists in thanks, stating that he would abide by her suggestion and follow the guide to his temporary abode. He then departed with the white-clad woman, leaving Bai Yaoyi's loft. Rinbai, seeing Lin Mo follow the disciple, had no intention of leaving just yet and wished to converse further with Bai Yaoi. However, before Lin Mo departed, he glanced at the two women and noticed Bai Yaoi's expression was impassive, seemingly uninterested in engaging with Rinbai. Not wishing to linger, he continued on, oblivious to the nature of the conversation that transpired between them. Under the guidance of the white-clad woman, they proceeded swiftly towards another cluster of buildings nestled against the mountainside. Lin Mo surmised that this must be the guest building of which they had spoken, as he observed from a distance. The white-clad woman led him toward one of the exquisitely designed pavilions. The woman in the white robe could discern the significance that the master placed upon Lin Mo. Thus she treated him with utmost respect throughout their journey, regardless of the inquiries Lin Mo posed. As long as they did not pertain to the secrets of the Xiaoji Palace, the woman answered with candor and thoroughness. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before a pavilion. Just as they were about to enter, a round-faced young woman, clad in maid's attire and possessing a petite and charming visage, emerged from within. "Greetings, Master Yan," the maid exclaimed, hastily approaching the woman in the white robe to pay her respects. Chapter 262. Salutations to the Grand Elder of Xiaoji Palace. The round-faced female cultivator promptly bowed to the woman in white, who then addressed her, saying, "Disciple Hua, this esteemed Lin Senior is a distinguished guest. We must not treat him with any semblance of neglect. He shall reside here temporarily, and it is imperative that you extend a warm welcome. Otherwise, we shall incur the ire of our ancestral master, a burden neither you nor I can bear." Upon hearing Master Yan's words, the maid's heart raced, for she understood that while Xiaoji Palace received countless visitors annually, it had been nearly a century since anyone had garnered such attention from the ancestral master as Lin Mo had. She could not help but glance at Lin Mo, but quickly averted her gaze, not daring to show any sign of indifference. "Yes, I shall serve with utmost diligence," she responded promptly. After imparting her instructions to the round-faced maid, the woman in white turned to Lin Mo and said, "Senior Lin, should you find any dissatisfaction with Disciple Hua, you may request a different attendant at any time." "No need. She is quite sufficient," Lin Mo replied, and without further ado, he strode into the pavilion. The pavilion was quite elegant, consisting of 2 stories. Upon ascending to the second floor, Lin Mo discovered a rudimentary barrier in place, presumably to prevent prying eyes from other cultivators. After settling in, the woman in white departed to report back at Baining Pavilion. The round-faced maid, respecting the absence of orders, refrained from intruding on the second floor. To be candid, after emerging from seclusion on Snow Lotus Mountain, Lin Mo had been in constant motion. While he did not feel fatigued, he recognized the necessity of resting to restore his vitality. Thus, he spent 2 days in the guest pavilion, remaining within its confines. Aware that he was an outsider, he understood that the Xiaoji Palace, being a place of significant stature, would undoubtedly have many high-ranking cultivators observing his every action. Lin Mo's intention for his visit was solely to resolve his issues swiftly, without inciting unnecessary complications. In the realm of Dejin, while there were indeed a fair number of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, they were not overly abundant. Moreover, being in another's territory warranted a more discreet approach to avoid drawing attention. If a mid-stage nascent soul stranger were to arrive in his own domain, he too would take precautions, as is the nature of humanity. At present, the singular priority occupying Lin Mo's mind was to unravel Nangong Wan's soul-binding spell. On the 3rd day of his waiting in the guest pavilion, while Lin Mo was deep in contemplation with closed eyes, he suddenly opened them, a flash of displeasure igniting within. Following the probing sensation of divine consciousness directed at him, he recited a spell that rebounded directly. Then, he heard a series of explosive sounds emanating from the surroundings of the pavilion where he resided. The round-faced maid did not ascend, leading Lin Mo to deduce that the sounds were solely perceptible to him. Lin Mo had been sitting cross-legged on the mat, lost in thought until he realized he had stood up, aware that the matter was far from over. Suddenly, a faint voice reached his ears. "Are you Lin Daoyu? I am Han Li, an elder of the North Night Minor Extreme Palace, and I have come to request an audience with you." Startled, Lin Mo recognized that this individual possessed cultivation equal to his own, managing to bypass the restrictions of this place to send a message directly. Upon learning that the speaker was Han Li, Lin Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Han Li was the Grand Elder of the North Night Minor Extreme Palace. This person was notoriously enigmatic, well known among the northern cultivators, yet no one had witnessed the extent of his powers. It was said that he had ascended to the position of Grand Elder overnight, and for nearly a century, he had maintained a low profile, remaining unseen by anyone. Lin Mo pondered the purpose of an audience with such a high-ranking elder, sensing that refusal was not an option. Since Elder Han extends such a warm invitation, how could Lin Mo decline? "I shall pay a visit," he conveyed through his spiritual sense. Moments later, he heard Han Li chuckle softly. "My spirit beast awaits outside. Lin Daoyu, please follow it to join me." With that, a flash of white light appeared, and the spiritual presence that had communicated with him dissipated as if it had never existed. At that moment, a round-faced female cultivator sat in a bamboo chair on the first floor of the guest pavilion, engrossed in a white jade slip. Not long after, she heard footsteps and saw Lin Mo descending after 3 days of seclusion. "Senior Lin, what commands do you have?" she asked, rising hurriedly and bowing respectfully. Lin Mo merely glanced at her and replied, "Continue your reading," before striding out of the guest pavilion. It took the round-faced cultivator a moment to process his departure before she hurriedly followed, anxious not to neglect Senior Lin. Upon exiting the pavilion, Lin Mo beheld a small golden beast perched on a tree outside, resembling a cat in size, with round, golden eyes emitting a soft golden glow as it gazed at him. Could it be a golden-winged fox? "I thought such rare creatures were always found in pairs, one male and one female, and were adept at concealment. Why is there only one?" Lin Mo recalled the descriptions he had encountered in ancient texts. As he contemplated this, he turned his gaze toward the tree where the golden-winged fox was situated, hoping to spot its counterpart. The golden-winged fox, seemingly verifying Lin Mo's identity, emitted a soft chirp, and then another smaller golden-winged fox, measuring only half a foot in length, darted out from beside the tree, appearing much smaller than the first. Yet, Lin Mo's heart was unsettled. He had extended a fragment of his spiritual sense upon encountering the golden-winged fox, but had failed to detect the presence of the smaller one. A significant oversight in his practice. The two golden-winged foxes touched their heads together and, after a brief moment of affection, dashed off in a particular direction. Without a second thought, Lin Mo's surroundings glimmered with azure light as he pursued the two golden-winged foxes. As the round-faced female monk emerged, she witnessed Lin Mo transform into a streak of azure light, trailing a golden glow before vanishing from sight. With a hint of grievance and frustration, she stamped her foot and tapped her head, then retreated to the loft. Meanwhile, Lin Mo maintained a distance of 10 zhang from the golden-winged lynx, which moved at a leisurely pace, allowing Lin Mo to follow with ease. However, just moments ago, 2 golden-winged lynxes had been present, and suddenly, one disappeared without a trace, leaving Lin Mo bewildered, having not even glimpsed the direction of its departure. Gasping in surprise, Lin Mo hastily invoked a spell, extending his consciousness to methodically scan his surroundings, yet he could not detect the other lynx's presence. He then infused his eyes with spiritual energy, transforming his pupils from amber to a deep azure that glimmered with ethereal light as he scanned the vicinity. As he passed by the visible golden-winged lynx, a flickering golden silhouette emerged, bringing him a sense of relief. He exhaled a breath of anxiety. As long as he could trace the lynx's essence, he felt reassured. The thought of a creature capable of eluding his senses was too unsettling, presenting an overwhelming danger. On his journey towards the Grand Elder of the small extreme palace, Lin Mo encountered numerous inner palace cultivators. Upon seeing his unfamiliar visage, they paused in surprise but quickly stepped aside when they recognized the golden-winged lynx leading him, clearly aware of the creature's significance. A few higher-ranking cultivators regarded Lin Mo with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, but dared not impede his progress. Following the lynx, Lin Mo soon arrived at a mountain wall where a loft stood. Surrounding the loft was a faintly glowing yellow aura, resembling a transparent glass dome, with delicate golden runes flowing upon its surface, indicative of a protective barrier. Within, he could glimpse a building, yet the interior remained obscured, sound unable to penetrate the barrier. It was evident that formidable restrictions were in place. Lin Mo halted, refraining from entering directly, while the golden wind links vanished into the protective barrier with a flash of golden light. Lin Mo chose not to follow, instead hearing a thunderous sound emanate from within as the building's doors swung open. Before him, the protective barrier manifested a crack, connected to a passageway whose walls and floor were composed of glacial ice, as if carved from the earth itself. The golden wind lynx awaited at the entrance of the passage, its round, twinkling eyes fixed adorably on Lin Mo. From within the passage, a voice resonated, "Lin, my friend, please enter. I am unable to rise and greet you due to certain inconveniences." Lin Mo, choosing not to indulge in further conversation, followed the golden wind lynx into the passage. As he stepped inside, the crack in the protective barrier sealed seamlessly behind him, as if it had never existed. The scene within was drastically different from what he had observed outside. It became apparent that the exterior was not merely a protective shield, but an illusion as well. The golden wind fox led the way, guiding Lin Mo through a series of twists and turns. After traversing approximately 4 or 5 bends, the passage suddenly inclined downward, and the chill within grew increasingly intense. It took nearly the duration of a tea break to reach the end. At this point, the temperature had plummeted to the lowest point within the confines of the lesser extreme palace, to the extent that the warmth of one's breath could almost crystallize into frost. Then, the golden wind fox passed through a nearly transparent ice wall beside them. Without hesitation, Lin Mo followed suit. Astonishingly, the wall, though appearing immensely solid, was composed of soft ice, akin to liquid, yet capable of maintaining its form. Upon emerging from the soft ice wall, they entered an expansive hall, entirely constructed of jade. Upon closer inspection, one could discern wisps of white cold air perpetually emanating from the structure, revealing it to be ancient ice, thousands of years old. Even Lin Mo found it challenging to withstand the frigid air without channeling his internal cold flame. Immediately, he activated his purple flame, alleviating the oppressive cold. A voice of astonishment resonated from the center of the hall. Following its source, Lin Mo was taken aback, exclaiming the name Qianlan Ice Flame. He then realized that at each of the 4 cardinal points of the hall stood an extraordinarily robust crystal pillar, with a colossal blue cauldron in the center, from which tendrils of chilling blue flames emerged, the Qianlan Ice Flame. Lin Mo had not anticipated the immense spiritual pressure emanating from such flames. The Qianlan Ice Flame was all too familiar to Lin Mo, as he had refined it for his own use, unbeknownst to outsiders. At that moment, a gnome, standing 3 feet tall, emerged from behind the blue cauldron and remarked, "You, my friend Lin, are indeed aware of the Qianlan Ice Flame? This revelation astonishes me." The speaker was none other than Han Li Shangren, the Grand Elder of the Lesser Extreme Palace. Lin Mo was taken aback to discover that Han Li Shangren suffered from dwarfism. The elder's face was lined with deep wrinkles, and he had a long white beard. Dressed in a blue robe. Upon hearing Lin Mo mention the Qianlan Ice Flame, the astonishment on his face was palpable. Lin Mo offered a brief glance before respectfully inquiring, "Are you indeed Han Li Shangren?" The Grand Elder's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo as he returned the greeting, affirming, "Indeed, I am Han Li." However, the title Han Li Shangren is a respectful designation bestowed upon the Grand Elders of the Lesser Extreme Palace. My birth name is sure, and few are aware of it. Upon finishing his words, the Grand Elder gestured towards one of the crystal pillars with his sleeve. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, and several white cushions materialized from thin air. "Do not take offense, dear Lin. It is rare for me to receive guests, hence I have not prepared tables and chairs," the Grand Elder explained. Upon entering the hall, Lin Mo had indeed noticed the lack of furnishings aside from the central blue cauldron and the 4 surrounding crystal pillars. With a hearty laugh, Lin Mo replied, "My esteemed elder, you are too courteous. As practitioners of the Tao, we need not concern ourselves with such trifles. A casual setting suffices." With that, he approached one of the cushions and sat down directly. The Grand Elder observed Lin Mo, a look of profound joy illuminating his face as he remarked, "Though we have yet to engage in detailed conversation, I sense that you, Lin, are indeed the person I have been seeking." At this moment, Lin Mo was intently gazing at the enormous cauldron in the center of the hall, increasingly feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon further contemplation, he realized that it bore a striking resemblance to his own void heaven cauldron. Suddenly, He recalled the 3 ethereal palaces he had encountered upon entering the minor extreme palace. Why did both the ethereal palaces and the colossal cauldron share such uncanny similarities with that palace in the chaotic star sea? What could be the inevitable connection between them? Before he could deduce any answers, he heard the elder speak. Lin Mo, perplexed, turned to the elder and inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, your words leave me somewhat bewildered. Might you elaborate further?" The venerable Han Li then remarked, "I have heard that a few days prior, you, Lin Taoist, were able to consume multiple ice spirit fruits without any adverse effects. This piqued my curiosity to meet you." This revelation only deepened Lin Mo's confusion, leaving him uncertain of the elder's intentions. The elder chuckled heartily and said, "There is no need for concern, my friend. Upon meeting you today and observing your cultivation of the extreme cold flame, I am further convinced that you are the practitioner I have long sought." Lin Mo furrowed his brows slightly, disliking ambiguous conversation and detesting circumlocution. Chapter 263. The method of breaking the mirror. The elder did not directly respond to Lin Mo's inquiry, but instead asked, "Might you divulge the name of the blue flame you possess?" Lin Mo felt a flicker of recognition at the sight of that blue flame, but had never encountered an ice attribute like it before. He hoped Lin Mo would generously enlighten him. The elder was being overly courteous. The cold flame he cultivated was haphazardly refined and lacked an official name. For convenience, he referred to it as the Tai Chi blue flame. Although it bore similarities to the Qian blue ice flame, it was not truly comparable. Though its power was still considerable, Lin Mo would never disclose that this was the Qian blue ice flame devoured by the true fire of the Taiyin. The elder had summoned him without prior explanation, expecting him to answer questions without revealing the true potency of the cold flame. The elder seemed unfazed by Lin Mo's evasiveness, wearing a delighted expression as he said, "What you say is indeed true. I observe that the blue flame appears to be a few strands of cold flames merging, yet there seems to be a gap, indicating it has not fully integrated. It seems it has not undergone the refinement of specialized ice-cold techniques. Otherwise, its power would be significantly enhanced." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised by the elder's assessment. "You mean it could be further enhanced? This cold flame is one I have specifically refined. Why would it require further refinement?" The elder laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he replied, "It seems you have limited knowledge of the extreme cold flame, my dear Lin. Although such flames are rare, each can be refined and purified through special secret techniques, thereby enhancing their might. For instance," he gestured towards the giant cauldron, "refining the Qian blue ice flame could amplify its power several times. Of course, the extent of enhancement depends on both your refinement skills and the flame's inherent potency." Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Mo extended his palm, summoning the blue cold flame within him, which manifested as a vibrant blue fire in his hand. He then glanced at the blue flame atop the colossal cauldron. The grand elder gazed at the icy flame in Lin Mo's hand, remarking that although Lin Dao's cold flame had been refined, it seemed not to have reached complete purity. He noted that full refinement would amplify its potency several-fold. Reflecting on the grand elder's insights regarding the refinement of the cold flame, Lin Mo observed that the elder did not rush him, but instead regarded the young man before him with a warm smile. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo clasped his fists and bowed deeply to the grand elder, expressing his gratitude for the guidance and inquiring about the purpose of his summons. The grand elder did not provide a direct response, but continued with an inquiry, stating that, to his knowledge, very few were aware of the Qianlan ice flame. He asked Lin Daoyu if he had encountered this flame before elsewhere. The elder's keen gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo, eager to discern the source of his knowledge and unwilling to let the matter be brushed aside. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a tremor within, but maintained a calm exterior, replying that he had seen a description of this flame in an ancient tome, which he had retained in his memory due to its peculiar nature. This revelation further solidified Lin Mo's belief that the North Night Little Extreme Palace was closely tied to the Void Heaven Palace in the chaotic Star Sea. Moreover, with the Void Heaven Cauldron still in his possession and the Qianlan ice flame harvested nearby, he was reluctant to divulge any details that might invite catastrophe upon himself. At this moment, Lin Mo was solely focused on obtaining the ice spirit flower to facilitate his alchemical endeavors. The Grand Elder cast a meaningful glance at Lin Mo, acknowledging his forthright response without further comment, leaving his true thoughts inscrutable. He then spoke, alluding to the Qianlan ice flame as a unique treasure of the North Night Little Extreme Palace, akin to the ice spirit fruit. yet lamented its rarity in other locales as a sign of his own overthinking. Uncertain of the true intent behind the Grand Elder's summons, Lin Mo had ceased to refer to the Elder as his mentor, indicating his reluctance to entertain further digressions. The Elder's countenance shifted to one of gravity as he stated that he required Lin Dao's cold flame to assist him. He then posed a question regarding Lin Mo's perception of his cultivation level, asking if he could discern any differences compared to other late-stage nascent soul practitioners. Taken aback by the Grand Elder's inquiry, Lin Mo paused before responding with a question of his own. Differences? He then extended his spiritual sense to probe the Elder's aura, feeling uncertain if it was a matter of his own perception. Ultimately, he concluded that the Elder's essence and cultivation were indeed superior to those of other late-stage nascent soul practitioners, albeit with some distinctions. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, revealing that he was at the pinnacle of the late-stage nascent soul but had reached a bottleneck, being just shy of entering the transformation stage. He lamented that he had remained at this level for over 300 years, despite consuming various elixirs and employing myriad secret techniques to break through the barrier. Regrettably, a miscalculation with a potion had led to his current predicament. Lin Mo had not anticipated that the Grand Elder was on the verge of transcending to the transformation stage. However, the Elder's prolonged stagnation of over 3 centuries was indeed a considerable duration, particularly when many could not even reach the nascent soul realm. The fact that he had inadvertently stunted his own advancement through alchemical means was a source of genuine sorrow. Thus, having transformed into this state, I, an old man, am even less inclined to meet others, dedicating myself entirely to profound cultivation, seeking to transcend to the God transformation stage. However, no matter the method employed, I have been unable to break through. Over the years, I have scoured nearly all the texts in the human realm, and with my own insights, I have finally discovered a method that involves placing oneself in a dire situation to achieve rebirth. As the Elder spoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement, revealing his fervor. The Elder gazed at Lin Mo with hopeful eyes, stating that if one were to follow this method, there would be at least a 30% chance of aiding him in overcoming the bottleneck and entering the God transformation stage. However, it requires the presence of a person with cold flame. Lin Mo, maintaining his composure, inquired about the cold flame, noting that the small extreme palace boasts the most practitioners of the ice attribute within the Great Gene, and thus, it should not be difficult for the esteemed Elder to find one. Why seek me? The Elder explained that this method necessitates the gathering of 5 practitioners, each wielding a different type of cold flame, and they must be at the nascent soul stage. The stimulation from the extreme cold flame is essential for the old man to advance to the God transformation stage. While many practitioners of the ice attribute exist within the small extreme palace, few have reached the nascent soul stage, and the requirement for 2 distinct types limits the available candidates. Thus far, he has only identified 2 within the palace, even with Lin Mo included. That accounts for only 3, leaving 2 more needed. Lin Mo need not worry, the Elder reassured, as there are many sects allied with the small extreme palace, and he has already identified 2 others among the external sections. The Elder lamented that he had sought the 5th practitioner for an entire decade. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo understood the challenges involved. Finding 5 practitioners of distinct cold flames at the nascent soul stage is a task only the small extreme palace could manage, far beyond the capabilities of the Tai Sect or the Heavenly Demon Sect. Since Lin Mo's assistance is required, he suggested discussing what compensation the Elder is prepared to offer. Although he is unaware of the steps to break the mirror, he is certain that this assistance will significantly deplete his vitality, and it is prudent to clarify any potential dangers involved. Lin Mo is not a newcomer to this world, and he prefers to address such matters up front. The Elder, upon hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, was rather pleased. The opportunity for negotiation indicated a significant prospect. With a hearty laugh, he expressed his fondness for straightforwardness, declaring that they should clarify the terms, which is an excellent proposition, as long as Lin Mo is willing to assist. The Elder promised to agree to any conditions he puts forth. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Lin Mo chuckled lightly, stating that he would not be coy about this matter. For this method of breaking the mirror, he requires a detailed incantation from the Elder, should the level of danger be beyond Lin Mo's acceptance. Even the greatest benefits would not compel him to take risks. Conversely, if the conditions are acceptable, he would certainly exert his utmost effort in assistance. The Coldly Master assured him that there would be no life-threatening dangers involved, though some depletion of vitality is inevitable. Lin Mo responded that the loss of vitality is not a concern for him. Additionally, the master must be aware of Lin Mo's purpose in visiting the small extreme palace. Although he has already entrusted Fairy Bai with assistance, the involvement of the esteemed elder would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. Lin sought the ice spirit flower to concoct a potion. Lin Mo spoke without reservation. I understand. It is a trivial matter, and I shall ensure that all within the palace contribute their efforts to assist you, Brother Lin, in swiftly locating the ice spirit flower. The Grand Elder readily agreed. To enhance the Tyene Frost Flame, Lin required a copy of the secret techniques and incantations for refining the cold flame. No problem, Lin Mo remarked, observing the unhesitating affirmation from Master Han Li. He then added, having long heard of the Ziyajigong as an ancient sect, I wish to visit your library. Upon hearing Lin Mo's desire to enter the library, Master Han Li hesitated, for access was restricted. Not all within the palace could enter. But considering the matter of the broken mirror, he nodded in consent, albeit reluctantly. The Grand Elder's expression shifted from the earlier joy to one of slight doubt. But he ultimately acquiesced. Since you have so graciously agreed, I shall certainly exert my utmost effort, Lin Mo expressed with delight. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly and stated, first, let me provide you with the secret techniques and incantations for refining the cold flame. He then produced a white jade slip from his waist, copied the information, and handed it to Lin Mo. After receiving it, the Grand Elder presented another jade slip, saying, this slip contains the method for the broken mirror. But I must caution you that it can only be utilized in the late stage of the nascent soul. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. The Grand Elder then tossed over a jade pendant, to which Lin Mo caught with a puzzled glance at the Grand Elder. The Elder explained, this pendant will grant you access to the Ziyajigong's library, but do heed my words. While the library contains countless tomes, there are special restrictions in place. You may not copy them, only memorize and peruse them yourself. Furthermore, you may only use it for 10 days. At last, Lin Mo comprehended the Grand Elder's earlier reluctance. He had been set a time limit. With a wry smile directed at the Grand Elder, he heard the Elder continue. You may read as much as you can within those 10 days, after which I shall reclaim the pendant. I trust you have no objections? 10 days it shall be. I have already gained much, Lin Mo replied, feigning deep sorrow. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Once you have received the items, there can be no turning back. You may proceed to the library now. Lin Mo rose, clasped his fists in salute, and said, I shall heed your guidance and visit the library. I take my leave. Forgive me for not escorting you further. Should you have any queries, you may seek Sister Bai. The Grand Elder returned the gesture. Lin Mo said little more, transforming into a streak of green light and soaring away. Once the green light vanished, two cultivators emerged from behind the crystal pillar in the hall. One male and one female. The male donned a blue scholar's robe, his appearance unremarkable, while the female wore a white robe, bearing a resemblance to Bai Yaoi. However, her complexion was exceptionally pale, almost translucent, lending her an eerie quality. Master Han Li, how can you be certain it is he without having tested the blue flame on him? The blue-robed cultivator expressed his skepticism. The cold-hearted sage let out a sigh and remarked that the individual in question bore not just a single strand of icy flame, but rather several strands coalesced together. However, the elder could discern that one of these was the rare Qian blue ice flame. Though faint, its presence was undeniable. Time was of the essence, and he could no longer afford to wait. Was his senior's lifespan truly beyond extension? In recent years, the Valley of 10,000 Demons had stirred frequently, and they had recently recruited several batches of disciples. Numerous traces of low-level demonic beasts had already been discovered on the periphery of Baiming Island. If the mirror were to shatter at this juncture, trouble might ensue. The azure-clad cultivator wished to counsel further, noting the tranquility that had persisted for nearly a millennium. It was hardly surprising that the Valley of 10,000 Demons sought to instigate conflict. It would be prudent not to alarm the adversary, but to deliberate carefully. A fleeting expression of calculation crossed the elder's face. Might it not be wiser to wait until the Valley of 10,000 Demons was repelled before shattering the mirror? The azure-clad cultivator ventured cautiously. Suddenly, the elder turned to him, questioning, repel? How many years must I wait? The Valley of 10,000 Demons had besieged the little extreme palace with demonic formations for over a decade. Did he truly believe the elder could endure until that time? Did he possess another decade to spare? The cold-hearted sage, nearly trembling as he spoke, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath to compose himself before continuing. Moreover, should we break the tranquility now, both Taoist Ma and Taoist Li will also arrive at the Little Extreme Palace, alongside Taoist Lin at home. By then, our Little Extreme Palace would have 3 additional Yuanying stage cultivators. How could they possibly stand idly by while the palace was besieged? The cold marrow of the Little Extreme Palace has already been stolen by that traitor. Why can't we make this matter public? Otherwise, the Valley of 10,000 Demons would never dare assault the Little Extreme Palace, the white-clad maiden stated coldly, her voice betraying none of the usual softness associated with a young woman. Upon hearing the words of his junior sister, the cold-hearted sage sighed once more and slowly replied, "Your thoughts are overly simplistic, junior sister. If we were to disclose this now, the reputation of the Little Extreme Palace would be tarnished, diminishing the prestige of our northern region's foremost sect. Even if we announced the theft of the cold marrow, do you think the Valley of 10,000 Demons would truly believe us? It would not resolve our issues, but rather exacerbate them." The pallor of the white-clad maiden's face deepened in response to the elder's words. He continued, "The millennia-long period is nearing its end, and the ice jade cave of the Void Spirit Palace is soon to open. We should be able to gather some cold marrow there. The outside world believes that the Little Extreme Palace possesses only a single vial of cold marrow, but who knows that we have long since utilized it in our cultivation. Otherwise, how could our 3 great icy flames continue to thrive across generations? It is fortunate that the lost cold marrow occurred before the opening of the ice jade cave. Otherwise, it would have spelled disaster for the Little Extreme Palace." The elder was uncertain whether to feel grateful or regretful. "When we procure the cold marrow, you too should take a few drops as well. Your black water ice flame and wind departure ice flame have stagnated for far too long. The greater the power of the icy flame, the greater our hope of shattering the mirror," the elder concluded. Upon hearing this, the azure-clad cultivator's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, thanking the cold-hearted sage profusely. Meanwhile, the white-clad maiden maintained her icy demeanor, but the glimmer of delight in her eyes was unmistakable. "There is still one more matter that requires your attention, junior sister. We must investigate the background of this Lin Mo. He was involved in the sealing incident at Kunwa Mountain a decade ago. The numerous fallen nascent soul cultivators were countless. Yet this individual emerged unscathed, signifying extraordinary powers. Since he is a distinguished guest of Sister Yao Yi, it would be prudent for you to visit the Bai Ning Pavilion and inquire further," instructed Master Han Li to the white-clad female cultivator. "Yes, I will consult my cousin," the female cultivator replied coldly. Once the Grand Elder had imparted all necessary instructions, he addressed the two. "You may depart now." After bowing respectfully, they transformed into 2 streaks of light and vanished. The Grand Elder gazed at the immense cauldron in the center of the hall, murmuring, "Void Heaven Cauldron." Had Lin Mo been present in the hall at that moment, he would undoubtedly have caught the significance of those 3 words. However, Lin Mo was currently ensconced in a vast secret chamber, staring blankly at a series of stone platforms towering nearly 10 feet high. At the opposite end of the chamber stood a staircase ascending upwards, yet at the entrance to the stairs lay a thick barrier, boldly inscribed with the 3 characters Library Pavilion. As Lin Mo approached the staircase, he gazed at the inscription and murmured, "So this is the Library Pavilion of the Little Extreme Palace." He pondered that had it not been for the jade token bestowed by the Grand Elder, he would have been utterly oblivious to how he had arrived here. Who would have imagined that the Library Pavilion was situated at the end of a secret chamber? The moment Lin Mo appeared at the staircase, an elderly man with a white beard materialized beside him. The elder slightly bowed, greeting Lin Mo, "Esteemed senior. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I hope for your understanding." Clearly, the elder had received a message from the Grand Elder prior to Lin Mo's arrival. Subsequently, the elder began to elucidate the Library Pavilion structure, explaining that it comprises 7 levels, each housing a different category of texts, with no correlation between higher levels and the rarity of their contents. Each level is protected by a barrier to prevent the jade slips from being mixed up by the disciples. Should you wish to ascend to the next level, please feel free to command me at any time, the elder stated, devoid of any discernible emotion. Observing the spiritual pressure emanating from the elder, Lin Mo recognized him as a mid-stage core formation cultivator. Was it possible that the disciples of the Little Extreme Palace were so exceptionally gifted that even the steward of the Library Pavilion possessed such cultivation? However, now was not the time for such musings, as he was acutely aware that the jade token had a mere 10-day validity. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming desire to enter the library pavilion and absorb its tomes. I understand. You may step outside now. Although tumultuous thoughts swirled within him, Lin Mo maintained a composed demeanor, his expression remaining placid. After the elder bowed and retreated, Lin Mo, holding the jade token provided by the Grand Elder, touched the barrier before him. The barrier rippled like the surface of water and, with a resounding crack, shattered, allowing Lin Mo to enter the library pavilion. Inside, rows of stone platforms enveloped in luminous shields housed countless colorful jade slips. Lin Mo reached into the light shield, extracting a jade slip and immersing himself in its contents. Meanwhile, within the Baining pavilion, Bai Yao sat before two white-clad female cultivators, one of whom was the cold-faced woman who had appeared in the Grand Elder's hall. Although both donned white garments, their demeanors were markedly different. Bai Yao exuded warmth and gentleness, while the white-clad female cultivator radiated a chilling sharpness. Though Bai Yao's expression did not betray impatience, her words were laced with a restrained effort. Sister, I have already informed you that I have only met Lin Daoist once, a decade ago. Although Lin Daoyu, a solitary cultivator, does not belong to the Great Gene, both the Yin Luo sect and the cultivators of the Tianlan Prairie regard him as a practitioner from the southern regions. His cultivation appears to be at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, yet his prowess undoubtedly surpasses that level, possibly extending into the late nascent soul and beyond. Bai Yao rose and approached the window, gazing at the verdant plants outside, and remarked, "Oh, such extraordinary abilities exist?" The cold-faced female cultivator seemed skeptical of Bai Yao's words, perceiving them as overly exaggerated. With a mere sidelong glance at the cold-faced cultivator, Bai Yao stated, "In the Yin-Yang cave, Lin cultivator faced the silver-winged night fiend without losing ground. If you wish to inquire how he extricated himself from Kunwa Mountain, I must confess my ignorance. By the time he entered the demon suppression tower, I had already returned to the Bei Yi Shaoji Palace, and I have not seen him since, until he sought me out again after a decade." Bai Yao truly wished to cease her explanations, having repeated herself numerous times. Yet her second sister continued to inquire insistently. The cold-faced female cultivator, noticing the change in Bai Yao's expression, clarified, "Seventh sister, do not take offense. It is indeed astonishing that such a remarkable cultivator could emerge from the remote southern regions." Her voice remained as icy as ever. Bai Yao, feeling displeased by the relentless questioning regarding Lin Mo, furrowed her brows and replied, "I have had little interaction with Lin cultivator. Our first encounter was indeed a decade ago, and we have not communicated since then. There is truly nothing more for me to say." She then inquired, "Why has the Grand Elder suddenly developed such an interest in Lin cultivator?" The Lin Daoyu is the individual that senior brother Hanli seeks. He possesses an extraordinary cold flame, which you should have known about long ago, yet it seems you have never mentioned it to me. The cold-faced female cultivator scrutinized Bai Yao. 10 years ago, regarding the events at Kunwa Mountain, you should be aware as well. Of course, when he was transmitted to the demon suppression tower, I never expected he would escape from Kunwa Mountain. How could I possibly raise such uncertain matters with Hanli? A decade later, Lin cultivator needed the ice spirit flower to find the Shaoji Palace. Initially, I intended to mention this after acquiring the ice spirit flower, but I did not anticipate that senior brother Ren would bring it up with senior brother Hanli first. Bai Yao remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the cold-faced woman stood up and said, "In that case, I shall refrain from further questioning. Since Lin Daoyu possesses such remarkable abilities, he should be cultivated well. Additionally, I must ask you, seventh sister, to ascertain the true power of Lin Daoyu's blue cold flame. I will seek to clarify this when the opportunity arises." Bai Yao replied, her nod almost perfunctory, her brow furrowing slightly. "Then I shall not trouble you further, seventh sister. There have been numerous demonic creatures invading the vicinity of Baiming Island. Be cautious," she concluded, and before Bai Yao could respond, the cold-faced cultivator and a companion in white robes transformed into two beams of white light, vanishing from the Baining pavilion. 7 or 8 days have passed, during which Lin Mo has been immersed in the collection of books within the library, reaping substantial benefits. However, the sheer volume of text stored in the library is overwhelming. Despite his continuous reading, he has only managed to reach the 3rd level. Reflecting on this, he feels a tinge of regret, as even if he were to dedicate the next 3 or 4 days, he could scarcely reach the 4th level. At this moment, Lin Mo was engrossed in a rare ancient tome regarding spiritual herbs from bygone eras when a flicker of fire suddenly breached the library's defenses and entered unimpeded. Gazing at the floating fireball before him, Lin Mo discerned it to be a sound-transmitting talisman. He lightly tapped it, and upon receiving the message, he placed the jade slip back on the stone pedestal. He then transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring downstairs, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the Bai Ning Pavilion, a place he had previously visited. At that moment, Bai Yaoyi stood at the doorway, a gentle smile gracing her face as she regarded Lin Mo anxiously. Lin Mo inquired, "Fairy Bai, have you already learned of the ice spirit flower? Is it true?" "Indeed, it is true," Bai Yaoyi replied with a charming smile. "I initially believed it would take a month, but to my surprise, Taoist Lin persuaded the Grand Elder and mobilized all the cultivators of the Little Extreme Palace to assist in the search for the ice spirit flower. They fulfilled their promise and found it far sooner than anticipated." "That's splendid. Fairy Bai, are you available to accompany me now?" Lin Mo could hardly contain his elation as he eagerly asked. "Certainly," Bai Yaoyi responded. "I had intended to take Brother Lin with me. However, the location of the eternal ice was unexpectedly discovered on Baiming Island, and the journey there and back will take several days. That matters not. The opportunity to find the ice spirit flower is worth any amount of time, even a year. It is of utmost importance to me," Lin Mo exclaimed, his joy increasingly evident, his voice rising with excitement, which would bring happiness to anyone who heard him. Without further delay, the two departed Ice City, soaring northward. And along the way, Bai Yaoyi began to recount the conditions of the eternal ice. The eternal ice lay within the lair of a pack of snow-howled beasts. Although these magical beasts were only ranked 5 or 6, the disciple who discovered the eternal ice was chased over 100 miles by the snow-howled beasts and was nearly killed in the ensuing attack. Bai Yaoyi spoke softly, a slight furrow in her brow, as if worried for the disciple involved. 5 or 6 ranks should not pose a problem, Lin Mo remarked with some confusion. They are hardly of any value for capture. Bai Yaoyi chuckled lightly. Indeed, for you, Brother Lin, they are inconsequential and would not capture your attention. However, venturing to Baiming Island means entering the Ice Sea, a realm teeming with magical beasts of all kinds. The farther one strays from the island, the more formidable the beasts become. Yet, in recent days, one should not encounter beasts ranked above 8, so there is no need for excessive concern. But Lin Mo's playful demeanor lingered, still basking in the joy of discovering the ice spirit flower. Bai Yaoyi's expression, however, was far more serious. Her voice turned grave as she cautioned, "Yet, deep within the ice sea lurk many fearsome creatures. There are indeed 10th-ranked beasts, and even the Grand Elders of the Little Extreme Palace from 2 generations past have encountered a 10th-ranked ancient ice phoenix, an authentic beast of ancient lineage. A creature of such caliber could withstand the majority of our cultivators." Lin Mo, upon witnessing Bai Yaoyi's solemn demeanor and hearing of the 10th-ranked beast, was taken aback. A 10th-ranked ice phoenix. However, there is no need for concern. The founder of the Northern Night Little Extreme Palace once struck a pact with the most formidable beast of the Ice Sea, establishing mutual agreements. The practitioners of the Little Extreme Palace are prohibited from recklessly engaging the high-tier beasts of the Ice Sea, while these high-tier beasts must not venture within 100,000 miles of Baiming Island. Otherwise, they may be dealt with at the discretion of the Little Extreme Palace. Bai Yaoyi stated, "Given this, our journey should pose no substantial risk." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Yet, there is a caveat. Lin Mo felt that being anxious was futile. Regardless, he was determined to acquire the ice spirit flower. Brother Lin need not be apprehensive. Nonetheless, this restriction does not apply to the earth-tier beasts. They are not bound by such limitations. The beasts that frequently besiege the Little Extreme Palace hail from other regions of the Great Gene that have traversed to the northern territories. Should the Ice Sea intervene, even 10 Little Extreme Palaces would be insufficient to withstand a rampaging beast, and this is precisely why the Little Extreme Palace remains unyielding, Bai Yaoyi remarked, displaying a rare moment of liveliness. Let us exercise utmost caution. After all, it is merely an agreement. If a high-tier beast were to be incensed, disregarding the pact and intruding, it is not inconceivable that one might meet a tragic end at the hands of the beasts. Bai Yaoyi seemed to ponder something, letting out a faint sigh as she spoke thoughtfully. "Let us proceed swiftly and return without delay. It would be too fortuitous for us to encounter anything," Lin Mo said. Gazing at the glaciers below, He inwardly hoped for a smooth and safe expedition, as there were many matters yet to be addressed. With this thought, Lin Mo increased his speed of flight, while Bai Yao's eyes sparkled with determination, her form illuminated by an icy radiance, matching his pace instantaneously. The journey was unnaturally silent. They encountered not a single beast, high tier or low tier alike. Bai Yao felt a flicker of doubt, but chose not to voice it to Lin Mo, sensing that they might have overlooked something significant. How could the ice sea be devoid of any beasts? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. They would confront whatever challenges lay ahead. After 3 days and nights of uninterrupted flight, the two finally arrived above a vast crevice of ice. Chapter 265. Ice savage beast Lin Mo gazed at the crevice before him, where piercing winds swept through, accompanied by the eerie howls emanating from within. Is this the lair of the snow roar beast? He inquired, turning to Bai Yao. Indeed. This is the very location mentioned by the disciples of the Little Extreme Palace. Bai Yao confirmed, floating beside Lin Mo as she surveyed the surroundings. Lin Mo formed a hand gesture, summoning azure spiritual energy that enveloped him. With deliberate movements, he conjured sparks at his fingertips and whispered to Bai Yao, "Let us draw them all out." As he spoke, the small flame he had conjured swelled to the size of a fist, emitting a faint hissing sound that seemed oddly surreal amidst the biting winds. Go! Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, and a dozen fireballs materialized, surging forth into the crevice. Defying the winds, the flames danced chaotically, yet the fireballs themselves steadily advanced into the depths of the fissure, soon vanishing from sight. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the icy crevice, not daring to blink. After a considerable amount of time passed, the crevice remained utterly unresponsive, and the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. The once fierce cold wind seemed to have vanished without a trace. Could it be that the fireballs were absorbed by the snow-roaring beast? Bai Yao, uncertain, glanced at Lin Mo, who wore a similarly puzzled expression. Impossible, Lin Mo asserted, shaking his head. A snow-roaring beast of level 5 or 6 could not possibly absorb those fireballs without a sound. There is only one possibility. He rubbed his chin, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. There must be a more powerful beast. Lin Mo and Bai Yao exclaimed in unison. After uttering those words, Bai Yao paused, momentarily taken aback, yet she felt a nagging doubt. Nevertheless, her expression grew more serious as she remarked. The disciples of the Little Extreme Palace did not delve deeply into the crevice. They only caught sight of the 10,000-year-old profound ice and the ice spirit flower before being detected by the snow-roaring beast. Let us put it to the test. We shall wait and see, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, a faint smile gracing his face. With a casual gesture, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Suddenly, 12 rays of white light burst forth from the pouch, swirling in the air before transforming into snow centipedes that darted out. Bai Yao observed the snow-white centipedes, each about a foot long, their backs adorned with translucent wings, their expressions decidedly fierce. These are 6-winged frost centipedes. Are they not ancient spirit insects? She gasped, noting that Lin Mo possessed 12 of them. Lin Mo pointed towards the 6-winged frost centipedes in midair, and upon receiving his command, they flew out with swagger. Their slender forms glinting with an icy sheen, exuding an air of arrogance. With 12 6-winged frost centipedes acting in concert, they could easily evade any beast they encountered, even those of level 8. However, should they happen upon a level 10 ice phoenix, the scenario would differ dramatically. It was not difficult. If there was still no movement, they could simply retreat. Yet fate did not grant Lin Mo the opportunity to flee. Shortly thereafter, a rumbling sound emanated from beneath the icy crevice, akin to the growl of a giant beast, and it grew louder, as if something were about to burst forth. Upon hearing the noise, Bai Yao's expression relaxed. She watched as Lin Mo formed hand seals, releasing a dozen golden beams of spiritual light from his sleeves. These beams transformed into flying daggers, hovering above the crevice, their faint golden glow particularly dazzling. Witnessing Lin Mo's actions eased Bai Yao's worries, she felt no need to mobilize her own spiritual energy, trusting that Lin Mo could handle the situation. Indeed, it was but a short while before a beast resembling a lion erupted from the icy crevice, accompanied by gusts of wind that swept snowflakes outward. Initially, there was only one, but soon 6 or 7 more followed, their white fur bristling in terror, as though something dreadful pursued them from behind. Without hesitation, Lin Mo seized the moment. Upon seeing the snow-roaring beasts emerge, he chanted an incantation, urging the flying swords hovering above the crevice into action. The swords shot forth like beams of light, elongating from mere inches to several feet in length, radiating golden brilliance. Their speed akin to lightning, seemingly capable of tearing through the very fabric of space as they encircled the snow-roaring beasts. The snow howler beast was completely unprepared, as the circling flying sword whirled around it like a crescent moon blade, perhaps due to its overwhelming speed. The snow howler beast had not yet reacted to flee when it heard several earth-shattering roars, followed by the sight of the beast being severed in half, its dismembered remains cascading from the sky. Lin Mo furrowed his brow upon witnessing this, as it deviated from his expectations. He noticed that the fallen remains plunged back into the ice crevice. As if to confirm Lin Mo's thoughts, a thunderous roar resonated from below, and a massive whirlwind, as thick as a man's arm, spiraled out from the depths of the ice fissure, soaring towards the heavens. Lin Mo squinted at the ascending whirlwind, whereupon he beheld a monstrous creature, several zhang in size, crouching at its apex. The beast's eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury. This was not the snow howler beast. That was Lin Mo's immediate impression upon recognizing the creature. Although it bore a resemblance to the snow howler, its fur was distinctly different, whereas the snow howler was snow white. This high-level beast shimmered with silver and was twice its size. Upon clearly identifying the creature, Bai Yaoi's face turned as pale as snow, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "That is not the snow howler. It is the ice ferocity beast. Why would such a high-level monster appear here?" Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he noticed several streams of white mist shooting from the ice crevice. His 12 six-winged frost centipedes had just emerged. The frost centipedes unleashed a frigid breath and charged towards the ice ferocity beast, leading to a fierce melee. Despite the ice ferocity beast being a 7th-level monster, the 12 frost centipedes showed no fear, engaging in a ferocious battle that seemed evenly matched. Lin Mo observed the struggle with raised eyebrows, showing no intention to intervene. He merely snorted softly and snapped his fingers, causing a faint azure glow to flicker at his fingertips. Just as he was about to command the flying sword hovering above the ice crevice, Bai Yaoi suddenly interjected, "Wait, what is it?" Lin Mo inquired, pausing his actions upon meeting her gaze. Bai Yaoi, a bit embarrassed, replied, "Brother Lin, the ice ferocity beast is an exceedingly rare ice wind attribute monster. Please allow me to capture it. It will be of great use later." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. "If that is the case, do you require my assistance in subduing it, my lady? There is no need for you to act further." Without waiting for Bai Yaoi's response, he moved his lips slightly, raised his palm, and revealed a sphere of blue cold flame in his hand. With a crisp sound, the blue flame transformed into a magnificent blue bird, which took flight directly towards the top of the whirlwind. The 12 six-winged frost centipedes trembled at the sight of the blue bird, scattering in a panic, while only the ice ferocity beast remained behind. Though not the most intelligent of creatures, the ice ferocity beast possessed an acute sensitivity to danger. Realizing that the frost centipedes, which had been fiercely engaged with it moments ago, were now fleeing, it understood that the blue bird was far more formidable than the mere insects. Immediately, a tempest enveloped its body as it attempted to ride the whirlwind to escape. Lin Mo merely glanced up, his eyes shimmering with a glint of brilliance. In an instant, the ice ferocious beast felt an excruciating pain as if needles were piercing its skull. With a low growl, it collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Bai Yaoi, bewildered by Lin Mo's swift action, witnessed the beast's fall after a mere glance at him. A mixture of fear and joy surged within her. She was terrified at Lin Mo's formidable prowess, yet relieved to have not been his adversary, for facing such a foe would indeed be terrifying. In truth, Lin Mo had merely stimulated the ice ferocious beast with his formidable spiritual sense. The beast, consumed by thoughts of escape, unwittingly afforded him the opportunity. Although Lin Mo was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, his actual strength surpassed that of the late stage. Meanwhile, the azure bird hovering above seized the moment to swoop down upon the ice ferocious beast. A resounding crack echoed as a burst of azure mist enveloped the creature. Moments later, it vanished, retreating into Lin Mo's essence. As the azure mist dissipated, a towering purple ice block emerged, encasing the ice ferocious beast within. The tempest that had raged moments before gradually subsided, and the purple ice block plummeted downwards. Bai Yaoi observed Lin Mo's actions intently, especially during the invocation of the tiny blue flame, her eyes wide with astonishment, unable to recover from the spectacle. She then gestured into the void, summoning a massive white hand that materialized above the ice block, which she subsequently retracted. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your assistance. I shall not be polite," she expressed gratefully. With a flick of her delicate fingers, a dim black spirit beast pouch appeared in her hand. Tossing it into the air, the enormous ice block was drawn back into the pouch. Lin Mo noted the unmasked joy on Bai Yaoyi's face and offered a faint smile. He directed a point towards the 12 six-winged frost centipedes hovering above, prompting a chorus of cries as they emitted waves of chilling energy before vanishing from sight. Bai Yaoi was momentarily taken aback, wishing to inquire but feeling shy. "When refining pills with the ice spirit flower, I prefer to avoid disturbances from earth-grade demon beasts. These spirit insects can provide protection in the vicinity," Lin Mo explained candidly. Bai Yaoi nodded in realization, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Suddenly, Lin Mo transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the immense ice fissure, with Bai Yaoi swiftly following in a flash of silver. Inside the fissure, the ambience was devoid of light, reminiscent of the Inyan cave they had traversed earlier, save for the biting cold winds. The depth was not considerable, and soon they reached the bottom, where faint glows on either side indicated the presence of materials for crafting ice attribute artifacts. Xianbing. Lin Mo, however, paid them no mind. Though Xianbing was decent, it was merely ordinary and not particularly rare. Only the 10,000-year Xianbing would serve as an exceptional material for crafting. Beneath their feet lay a crystalline vein exuding a milky white glow. Though only a fragment was visible, Lin Mo recognized it as the source of 10,000-year Xianbing. In comparison, the ordinary Xianbing lining the fissure's sides was akin to the vast chasm separating the mundane from the extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Mo's gaze was fixed upon the 3 small white flowers adorning the crystalline wall. Each flower, the size of a fist, was rooted in the ancient ice that had endured for millennia, surrounded by delicate wisps of cold mist. It was evident that these were the fabled ice spirit flowers. Although this was the first time he had encountered the genuine ice spirit flowers, he had previously come across their descriptions in ancient texts. Lin Mo mused to himself. 3 ice spirit flowers should suffice. Meanwhile, Bai Yaoi was thoroughly delighted as she surveyed the vast deposits of ancient ice beneath her feet, exclaiming, "The reserves of this ancient ice are substantial. It seems that this disciple of the minor extreme palace has made quite a contribution. Upon our return, they must be generously rewarded." Lin Mo, unfazed by Bai Yaoyi's excitement, turned to her and remarked, "Once these ice spirit flowers are harvested, they must be promptly refined into elixirs. I have already prepared the other materials. I wonder, Fairy Bai, do you intend to return right away, or?" He left the question hanging, prompting Bai Yaoi to inquire. Bai Yaoi, somewhat perplexed by Lin Mo's intentions, whether he wished for her to remain or to depart, looked at him and asked, "Brother Lin, how long will it take to refine the elixirs? Perhaps I should take a stroll nearby?" The proximity to Baiming Island raises concerns, especially with the recent emergence of ice beasts. It would be prudent to investigate. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and replied, "That sounds reasonable. Fairy Bai, please exercise caution." He did not deter her. Bai Yaoi nodded, convinced that the 7th-level demon beast had likely wandered in by chance. With that thought, she transformed into a streak of silver light and swiftly departed. Once assured that Bai Yaoi had left, Lin Mo turned his attention back to the 3 ice spirit flowers. He tapped his waist pouch, unleashing a flurry of radiant lights that darted into the crystalline wall, enveloping the area in a soft blue mist. Then, a buzzing sound resonated as golden insects surged forth from Lin Mo, disappearing into the azure haze. With all preparations complete, he felt no fear of interruptions from either humans or demon beasts, confident that he could handle any threats that were not overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Mo raised his hand, summoning a cauldron the size of a fist that shimmered with silver light, floating before him. One by one, small wooden boxes emerged from his pouch, aligning themselves neatly on the ground. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent the ice spirit flowers spiraling around the ancient ice, and in an instant, both the ancient ice and the flowers fell together. He then tapped a jade box on the ground, causing it to appear mysteriously beneath the crystalline wall, and the 3 ice spirit flowers landed perfectly within it. Lin Mo formed seals with his hands and directed several incantations at the surrounding mist. The vapor began to churn, filling the entire space in an instant. At that moment, the icy crevice was filled with the howling wind, the only sound amidst the silence. Chapter 266. Two high-level demon beasts. Lin Mo had been refining elixirs beneath the icy crevice for 3 days, unaware of the passage of time. The blue mist above had thickened, showing no signs of dispersing, as if it were destined to remain forever. On this particular day, the atmosphere was tranquil, reminiscent of the previous days, until suddenly, a silver light streaked across the horizon, swiftly followed by a red and a green luminescence. Racing towards the icy crevice at astonishing speed, nearly arriving in an instant. The silver luminescence flickered, casting an ethereal glow that seemed to signal the distress of its bearer, as if the essence within had been gravely wounded, rendering the spiritual energy unstable. Following closely were 2 figures, one red and one black, their demeanor suggestive of an aggressive pursuit of the silver light. Within the silver radiance stood a slender woman clad in white, who paused near a crevice of ice, gazing at the swirling azure mist emanating from within, visibly relieved. This white-clad lady was none other than Bai Yao Yi, who had departed from this place just 3 days prior. At that moment, Bai Yao Yi's complexion was ashen, her visage obscured by a faint green mist, rendering her appearance somewhat indistinct. However, the deterioration in her condition compared to 3 days ago was starkly apparent, suggesting she was afflicted by a peculiar poison. As a cultivator in the mid-stage of the nascent soul, it was evident that the poison she bore was exceptionally formidable, one that even a practitioner of her level could scarcely suppress. The crimson and emerald lights swiftly approached, closing the distance to Bai Yao Yi to a mere 100 yards. Observing her halt near the ice crevice, the 2 figures momentarily hesitated but swiftly resumed their pursuit. As they neared the ground, one of them called out to Bai Yao Yi, taunting her with words laced with malice, questioning her suffering and mocking her inability to flee. The voice, belonging to the man of the green light, dripped with disdain as he insinuated that surrendering might spare her life, albeit temporarily. Bai Yao Yi, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Casting a glance at the approaching figures, she resolved not to delay further. With a cold snort, she transformed into a streak of silver light, plunging fearlessly into the ice crevice, where she was instantaneously enveloped by the azure mist, rendering her undetectable to her pursuers. As the red and green lights reached the edge of the crevice, Bai Yao Yi had vanished from sight, leaving only the swirling blue mist in her wake. The 2 figures hesitated, contemplating the prospect of following her into the depths, yet the memory of her sudden plunge into the unknown instilled a sense of trepidation. It is worth noting that these 2 were transformed beast spirits with intellect comparable to that of humans. While they lingered at the mouth of the crevice, poised to send a wisp of their consciousness to probe the depths, a sudden surge of white mist erupted around them, escalating in intensity. From within emerged 12 6-winged frost centipedes, each one grotesque in appearance, sporting translucent wings. The beast of red light morphed into a woman of slender and elongated physique, whose features were striking yet marred by several crimson scales adorning her cheeks. Clad in a flowing crimson gown, she spoke, revealing a flickering serpent tongue, indicative of her transformation into an unnamed serpent beast of the 7th rank. At that moment, her voice was laced with palpable excitement. Trembling slightly as if stifled by her own exhilaration, she softly exclaimed, 6-winged frost centipedes. Here, among us, there are 6-winged frost centipedes. The green-lighted man, upon hearing the words of the red-lighted woman, was struck with disbelief, his eyes gleaming with wonder. The 6-winged frost centipedes. Are these truly the 6-winged frost centipedes? He exclaimed. Surrounding him was a verdant aura, his disheveled green hair cascading around his head. His square jaw was adorned with 2 tiny, bead-like eyes that appeared disproportionately small against his face, exacerbated by their yellowish hue, reminiscent of someone who had burned the midnight oil. His broad, flat nose displayed visible pores, and below it lay a mouth that, when contorted with surprise, seemed to dominate his entire visage. Were Lin Mo present, he would surely be repulsed by the minuscule, sharp teeth that were uneven and difficult to discern, leaving one to ponder what sort of beast had undergone such transformation. It seemed that the green-lighted creature possessed limited power. A creature of a certain rank could fully assume a human form, unless it chose otherwise, thus avoiding exposure. At that moment, Both individuals gazed with rapt attention at the sudden appearance of 12 six-winged frost centipedes. The woman, her excitement palpable as she flicked her serpent-like tongue, exclaimed, "Indeed. These are the six-winged frost centipedes. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. If I consume these spiritual insects, my cultivation will exponentially increase under the convergence of yin and yang." Her voice, growing increasingly strident and unpleasant, echoed as she flicked her wrist, unleashing a dozen fiery serpents that soared forth from her sleeves, confronting the 12 pristine centipedes, which charged toward her with fervor. The snow-white centipedes, each measuring nearly a foot in length, flapped their wings rapidly, emitting a low, menacing hum that underscored their aggressive demeanor. In an instant, flames and chill intertwined, giving rise to a cacophony of sharp, piercing shrieks and explosive sounds, creating an atmosphere of eerie tension. The red-lighted woman, her emerald eyes fixed intently on the approaching centipedes, exhibited a ravenous greed. She reached out toward the 12 six-winged frost centipedes, seemingly unperturbed by the risk of her palm being corroded. Yet, these 12 centipedes were not so easily captured. A buzzing sound enveloped her from all directions, initially obscured, revealing only flickering golden points of light before a vast expanse of gold erupted from the mist, coalescing into a large golden cloud. Without hesitation, this substantial golden cloud descended upon the heads of the red and green beasts. The green-lighted man, observing the sudden gathering of the golden cloud, instinctively swung his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of emerald energy that enveloped the golden cloud entirely. "Humph, did you think yourself formidable?" he began, but before he could utter another word, the buzzing sound persisted, and the golden cloud, far from dissipating, began to penetrate through the green mist, which was, in turn, being consumed by the golden cloud. The disdain etched on the face of the green glow man had yet to dissipate, as he awaited the moment when the golden cloud would be transformed into foul water by his emerald mist. Witnessing this, a look of alarm crossed his features. Without a moment's hesitation, the green light surrounding him detached and coalesced into a towering wall of flames, which surged forth towards the golden cloud. The green glow man was unwavering in his commitment to the color green, as evidenced by the verdant flames that danced before him, indicating that these flames were indeed toxic. Wherever the green fire passed, it nearly incinerated all in its path. A momentary lull silenced the buzzing emanating from within the golden cloud, only to be followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds as golden light, accompanied by green flames, fell in a disheveled manner. The once compact golden cloud now appeared tattered, resembling a rag. At this juncture, the green glow man discerned the true nature of the golden light. It was, in fact, the golden devouring worms. With this realization, he observed the golden lights struggling to escape the green flames, barely managing to break free. The sheer number of golden devouring worms present was astonishing. The green glow man nearly cried out in disbelief, his expression growing increasingly peculiar with panic. As his voice trembled with fear, the descending golden devouring worms emitted their buzzing once more and took flight, while the green flames enveloping them shrank at a visible rate, being consumed by the worms themselves. His complexion darkened further, shifting from a vibrant green to a deep, foreboding hue. Before the green glow man could devise an effective strategy, a flash of red light appeared, enveloping the golden devouring worms. It was the woman transformed from a 7th-level serpent demon, who expelled a burst of emerald energy from her mouth, which swiftly morphed into a large azure wooden bowl. The bowl expanded rapidly, transforming into a vast protective dome that ensnared all the golden devouring worms, trapping those that had recently escaped the green flames within its confines. Despite their frantic attempts to break free, the worms found themselves firmly imprisoned by the immense dome. Had the golden devouring worms possessed sentience, they would surely roll their eyes collectively at the woman bathed in red light, as if to say, "Do you think we are without a master, to be treated so disdainfully?" The woman, now radiating confidence, sashayed over to the green glow man and remarked, "What are you afraid of? Do you genuinely believe these little creatures are akin to the mature golden devouring worms of ancient times? Huh. As long as they have not reached true maturity, there are ample ways to exterminate them." With a dismissive smile, she extended a finger towards the enormous dome and flicked it lightly. A piercing sound sliced through the air, as a crimson light darted forth and vanished into the azure dome. It was no mere coincidence. The red light grazed one of the golden devouring worms, which immediately split into two without a sound, cleaved effortlessly by the red radiance. The crimson glow revealed its true form, an inch-long fragment of a scarlet serpent scale, its edges sharp and formidable. As the woman enveloped in crimson light beheld the scene, a scornful smile graced her lips, while the man cloaked in emerald light, witnessing the unfolding drama, breathed a sigh of relief. The crimson-clad woman then formed intricate hand seals, her fingers crossing before her chest. With her blood-red nails radiating a luminous glow, she directed this energy towards the protective barrier, which, upon penetration, transformed into a multitude of serpent scales. Meanwhile, the 12 six-winged frost centipedes were still entangled in combat with numerous fiery serpents. The crimson woman, undeterred by the pristine white centipede, aimed to eradicate the voracious gold-devouring insects in one fell swoop. Just then, a chilling sound emanated from the mist below, a cold snort that seemed to pierce to the very marrow, sending an icy shiver through the air. It was akin to the roar of thunder, and abruptly, a figure emerged 20 yards ahead, shimmering with silver light. The crimson woman, quick to react, swiftly formed her hand seals once more, chanting incantations to summon forth an even greater number of serpent scales, which she launched unhesitatingly at the figure, producing a sharp, piercing sound as they flew. She offered no opportunity for the figure to retaliate, as if she intended to pierce it through. The figure, however, merely scoffed, leisurely tapping a storage pouch at its waist. From within, a small silver shield materialized in its palm, which it tossed casually before it. In an instant, the shield transformed into a gleaming barrier just as the serpent scales approached, repelling them all without a single one penetrating the silvery defense. Although the rebound was not as swift as the initial launch, the crimson woman found herself paralyzed with terror, unable to react. Observing this, the emerald-clad man's expression darkened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a torrent of verdant toxic mist, flecked with glimmers of green light, aimed at the figure. As a millennium-old beast adept in poison, he had nearly perfected the art of manifesting his toxic vapors, capable of solidifying them into lethal projectiles, such as poison needles. Even a cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul would face grave danger if struck by such needles. In this instance, the green light within the toxic mist represented those very needles, and should they find their mark on the figure, absent an antidote, the cultivator would be reduced to a mere puddle of toxic sludge by dawn. The man behind the silver barrier, however, waved his sleeve, summoning a small crimson cauldron into his hand, which he tossed into the air. The cauldron, upon reaching a certain height, transformed into a massive vessel, its lid automatically lifting, from which countless crimson fireballs erupted with a resounding chime. Before the emerald-clad man could fully register the spectacle, the fireballs morphed into fist-sized crimson fire crows, charging directly at the encroaching toxic mist, croaking loudly in a raucous cacophony. As the green needles embedded in the mist collided with the fire crows, they dissipated into wisps of blue smoke. This crimson cauldron was none other than the spirit-calling fire cauldron wielded by Lin Mo on Kunwa Mountain, capable of commanding thousands of young fire crows, perfectly countering malevolent entities. Chapter 267. The little extreme palace faces great trouble. A spark of brilliance flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he formed a hand seal, summoning a tricolor orb of light into existence. Suddenly, his thunderous wings unfurled behind him, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished before the eyes of the demonic beast and by Yaoi. At that moment, the fire raven had yet to launch its attack. The green demonic beast, witnessing its toxic mist dissipate, felt an intense heat rising from its emerald mane. Enraged, it panicked upon seeing the recently manifested cultivator vanish into thin air. It was acutely aware that it was an 8th-level high-tier beast. In a flurry, it released its spiritual sense and, with both hands forming a seal, unleashed a green net from its body, shimmering with dark green fluorescence, indicating that it too had been infused with poison. Terror gripped the heart of the green beast as it enveloped a radius of several dozen yards around itself with the net, seeking to shield itself in this manner. Yet, its fear remained unabated. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed, and a figure appeared less than 10 yards behind the green beast, none other than Lin Mo reacting swiftly. The green beast formed another hand seal and chanted an incantation, causing the green net to surge toward Lin Mo as if it were alive. Lin Mo smirked, his lips curling disdainfully, muttering, overconfident. Without any visible movement from Lin Mo, a golden net materialized around him, instantaneously enveloping his entire form. With a resounding boom, the golden net began to constrict around the green net. The moment the two nets collided, the green net disintegrated like ash, vanishing into thin air. The green demonic beast, now stricken with fear, glimmered with spiritual light, attempting to flee. Yet, the tricolor orb Lin Mo had been toying with shot forth towards the green beast with unerring precision. In a desperate bid for survival, the green beast summoned a protective aura, its body glowing with an intensified green light in an attempt to withstand the assault from the tricolor orb. However, the orb seemed impervious to any hindrance, engulfing the beast entirely. Then, the orb began to contract and expand, producing a series of ominous creaks, followed by the harrowing cries of the green beast, which soon fell silent. Bai Yao Yi, observing closely, witnessed the demonic beast ensconced within the orb of tricolor flames, which subsequently transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. Her pupils dilated and contracted in disbelief. Bai Yao Yi understood that Lin Mo's capabilities far exceeded his apparent cultivation level. Yet she could hardly fathom that she, with a cultivation half a tier above his, had been on the verge of being reduced to a foul puddle by the very beast that Lin Mo had effortlessly dispatched. Lin Mo watched as the beast dissipated under the influence of the tricolor flames, contemplating the formidable power of the three flames fan. Even the silver-winged knight demon dared not confront it directly, let alone a mere 8th-level beast. Equally astonished was the red-clad demonic beast, which had not anticipated the immense power of the cultivator hidden within the icy crevice. It had not even had the chance to intervene before the beast was obliterated, leaving the red-clad serpent demon feeling a chill run through its entire being. The serpent demon, inherently a cold-blooded creature, had never regarded the chill as particularly fearsome. Yet now, the red-clad serpent demon felt an icy sensation enveloping her from the base of her tail to the crown of her head. Even her scales seemed to be shrouded in a layer of frost. Though her cultivation was superior to that of the recently encountered green beast, she could not hope to compete with a practitioner capable of slaying an 8th-tier beast in a single breath, regardless of her own prowess. As the red-clad demon's eyes darted about in search of an escape, Lin Mo remained motionless, akin to a satiated cat observing a mouse that had inadvertently stumbled into its domain, choosing to delay the kill until it had sufficiently toyed with its prey. Suddenly, the red-hued demon burst forth in a radiant glow, followed by a resounding explosion as she self-destructed, transforming into over a dozen crimson fire serpents that fled in all directions. Attempting to veil her escape, Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. Although he had not anticipated the demon's self-detonation, it made little difference to him. He infused his spiritual energy into his eyes, which transformed into a deep azure hue, radiating a brilliant blue light as he scanned the scattering fire serpents, eventually fixating on one in particular. With a subtle flutter of his thunder wing, the air erupted with the sound of thunder, and in a flash of silver light, Lin Mo found himself hovering above the targeted fire serpent. The red-clad demon, now transformed into a fire serpent, sensed the piercing gaze of icy eyes upon her from above. Instinctively, she glanced upwards, terror etched across her features, and reflexively expelled a burst of red light, which coalesced into a thumb-sized orb. This orb, her fiery demon core, shot towards Lin Mo with alarming speed. To Lin Mo's astonishment, the serpent demon had resorted to attacking him with her core. He chuckled softly and reached out toward the demon core. A crackling sound echoed as a blue fire hand materialized, gently grasping the orb. The blue fire hand emitted a series of sharp noises, and within its fingers, red and blue energies intertwined, but soon fell silent. The fire serpent, witnessing this, trembled in fear. The once vibrant flames surrounding its form now flickered dimly. The demon's terror escalated as she sought to escape once more. However, before she could chant her incantation, the blue fire hand suddenly expanded several-fold, reaching towards her true form. Caught unawares, the serpent demon felt an icy grip envelop her, as if bound by an unseen force. Struggling proved futile. She soon realized that the blue cold energy had ensnared her entirely before the hand even made contact. Overwhelmed by dread, she expelled a mixed blood fireball in desperation, yet the blue fire hand, seemingly oblivious, descended directly upon her vital point. With a slight exertion, the area was encased in a layer of blue crystalline ice, and the once fervently burning body of the serpent demon was extinguished, transforming into a block of ice that shimmered with a blue crystalline glow. Upon the completion of these actions, the azure flames seemed to dissipate into the wind, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, and a dozen beams of golden light surged forth, encircling the blue ice block. The golden rays flickered, transforming the colossal azure ice into several fragments. Then, a green light shot out, and Lin Mo, having anticipated this, snapped his fingers. The concealed flying swords around him simultaneously surged forth, ensnaring the green light beneath the golden radiance like a net. Lin Mo patted the storage pouch at his waist, and a black jade vial materialized in his hand. With a gentle tap on the vial, a cascade of light erupted from its mouth, enveloping the golden sphere containing the green light, which was then drawn into the black jade vial. Lin Mo, maintaining a stoic expression, stowed the vial away. Amidst the icy crevice, blue mist swirled, and soon a flicker of silver spiritual light appeared. Bai Yao Yi, her complexion pale, shot upward from below, witnessing the scene before her. Although she had already been astonished moments prior, the sight of Lin Mo effortlessly slaying another high-tier beast left her utterly astounded. She had not expected the Crimson Serpent Demon to be so easily collected by Lin Mo, especially considering that the serpent was a tier above the green beast. Bai Yao Yi had just retreated to the icy crevice and emerged again within a mere quarter of an hour. An 8th-tier beast possessed cultivation akin to that of a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, and the fact that it was instantaneously vanquished by Lin Mo was almost beyond her comprehension. Particularly since these two beasts had previously engaged her, she was acutely aware of their formidable strength, making her astonishment all the more profound. At that moment, Bai Yao Yi found herself at a loss for words to articulate her feelings, rendered momentarily speechless. Lin Mo, choosing not to disturb her reverie, retrieved the pristine centipedes and the golden devouring insects into his spirit beast pouch before gracefully descending beside her. Bai Yao Yi remained entranced, and Lin Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating the intriguing nature of this seemingly composed female cultivator who was struggling to cope with the situation. Observing her ashen complexion, he remarked, "It appears you are gravely affected by poison, by Xianzi." Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, Bai Yao Yi returned to her senses and nodded. "I did not anticipate the toxicity of that beast's miasma to be so overwhelming. I had activated my protective barrier, yet I did not foresee it being eroded. However, I have consumed 100 herb pill. With a brief period of meditation, I shall expel the toxins. Thank you for your concern, Lin Daoyu." She concluded with a gentle smile directed at Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied, "I too have just finished alchemical preparations. Had you arrived a moment earlier, I cannot ascertain whether I would have managed to extricate myself. It seems I am fortunate. My life was not meant to end here. Thank you, Lin Daoyu, for your timely rescue." Bai Yao Yi responded with a charming smile. Not wishing to dwell on this, Lin Mo surveyed their surroundings and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "But how did you encounter these two transformed beasts? Was it not said that high-tier beasts are rarely found near Baiming Island?" Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Bai Yao Yi's expression shifted dramatically as she suddenly recalled something, urgency creeping into her voice. "This place is not safe. The tale is lengthy. We must leave at once, and I shall explain in detail on our way." Upon hearing Bai Yao Yi's words, Lin Mo felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, "Are there other creatures?" His eyes sparkled with intrigue. Bai Yao Yi, with a bitter smile, replied, "It is not merely a handful. This time, the situation at the Northern Night Small Extreme Palace has grown dire." Lin Mo's heart sank, though his countenance remained composed as he nodded and said, "Since you, Fairy Bai, have expressed such concern, let us return to the Small Extreme Palace. However, given that you are currently afflicted by a potent toxin, traveling far may prove challenging. Allow me to assist you." Bai Yao Yi's expression brightened with gratitude as she exclaimed, "I am truly thankful for your help, kind sir." The two then made their way back to the vicinity of the ice crevice, which was enveloped in an eerie silence. After 2 hours, two beams of ethereal light, one azure and the other white, suddenly surged forth from the crevice, soaring into the heavens before vanishing without a trace. No sooner had the two luminous trails disappeared for half an hour than a dense, dark cloud began to roll in from the opposite direction, enveloping the area within several kilometers of the ice crevice. A voice filled with fury and astonishment echoed from the cloud, which churned ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Suddenly, A murky, malevolent wind swept through, and then the ominous cloud dissipated. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Bai Yaoyi, without any delays, returned to the small extreme palace in a significantly shorter time than their initial journey. Upon their return, they swiftly entered the grand hall constructed of ancient ice, where Master Hanli awaited. His countenance was notably grim, his brows knitted tightly. "Junior sister, they have truly collaborated? Are you certain you did not misinterpret?" Master Han Li's expression had transformed from one of joviality to one of cold seriousness, his voice laced with an unmistakable tension. "If the azure-backed wolf could not perceive them clearly, then your training has indeed been in vain. Remember, this creature is akin to the vice guild leader of the 10,000 Demon Valley, rivaling the ancient corpse bear of the same vale. Even if you are mistaken, what of the two 8th-tier beasts that hunted you? They are clearly not of the icy origin, are they?" Bai Yaoyi's expression turned grave as she resolutely replied. "There is no doubt." Master Han Li's face grew even more somber, his voice tinged with disbelief and anger as he remarked. "So the 10,000 Demon Valley has truly allied with the icy beasts? It appears they are resolute in their intentions." After speaking, Master Han Li turned to Lin Mo and expressed, "Brother Lin, I am grateful for your timely assistance in rescuing Junior Sister Bai and aiding her in this perilous moment. You must be weary. Please, retire to the guest quarters for a well-deserved rest." His expression softened slightly as he addressed Lin Mo, uninterested in further discourse, rose without hesitation and turned to leave. Observing Lin Mo's departing figure, Master Han Li remarked, "Brother Lin, in a few days, I shall introduce you to a couple of esteemed fellow cultivators. They are renowned free practitioners from our great gene, and I believe a profound friendship shall blossom between you." Lin Mo paused, turned to raise an eyebrow at Master Han Li, and nodded, acknowledging, "Understood. I appreciate your efforts." With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished down the corridor. The venerable Master Han Li gazed intently at Lin Mo's figure as it transformed into a streak of azure light and disappeared. He then turned solemnly to Bai Yaoyi, saying, "Junior sister, summon the elders within the palace. We must deliberate on a strategy. Additionally, we need to double the patrol personnel." Bai Yaoyi understood the gravity of the situation, her expression betraying a readiness for battle as she performed a respectful gesture towards Master Han Li and produced a stack of communication talismans with a flick of her hand. Lin Mo returned to the guest building from the Grand Elder's palace. At that moment, the round-faced female cultivator had received a communication and was waiting at the entrance for Lin Mo's return, anticipating his orders. "Senior Lin, you have returned?" The round-faced female cultivator noticed Lin Mo's previously tense demeanor, although her words seemed to convey a degree of clarity. "Yes," Lin Mo simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Please do not feel obligated to entertain me. Should there be matters at hand, I will call for you," Lin Mo stated, not waiting for the round-faced cultivator's response before ascending to the second floor of the pavilion, the very same place he had resided before. Once inside, he settled cross-legged, closing his eyes to reflect upon the information Bai Yaoyi had conveyed to him during their previous encounter. Bai Yaoyi had discovered a gathering of high-level metamorphic beasts while patrolling a location on Baiming Island. Initially, there seemed to be no cause for concern. However, the dire situation arose from the fact that among these creatures were both inhabitants of the icy seas and those from the inland. This was not the most alarming aspect, though. The leaders of these formidable beasts were the Vice Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Valley, the azure-backed wolf, and the notorious dual-headed frost serpent from the icy seas. These high-level beasts had established a protective barrier, allowing Bai Yaoyi to observe their gathering, but rendering her unable to discern their conversations. Moreover, the barrier permitted the beasts within to exit, while Bai Yaoyi could not approach without risking detection. It was uncertain whether Bai Yaoyi had been overly careless or if the high-level beasts were simply too vigilant before she could draw near. They had already sensed her presence. Faced with such a multitude of powerful creatures, Bai Yaoyi wisely opted to flee rather than confront them directly. Fortunately, the high-level beasts did not dispatch numerous pursuers after her. Otherwise, even if Lin Mo had completed his alchemical preparations, rescuing Bai Yaoyi might have proven impossible. It was conceivable that these beasts had other tasks to attend to, and both high-level beasts were of the 8th rank, more than sufficient to deal with Bai Yaoyi. Thus, during her escape, Bai Yaoyi engaged in a fierce battle with the two beasts. Ultimately, she found herself gravely poisoned, with no choice but to retreat to the ice crevices near Lin Mo. At that moment, She was uncertain whether Lin Mo had finished his alchemical work, but she reasoned that 2 cultivators would be better than 1, especially since she was well aware of Lin Mo's exceptional capabilities. Little did the 2 beasts anticipate that they would be crushed as if they were mere ants beneath Lin Mo's might. Lin Mo remained in deep contemplation, but suddenly found himself uncertain. Surprisingly, in the following days, aside from the increased patrols and watchful disciples, the Ziyajigong did not experience the anticipated turmoil. It appeared that Bai Yao had departed from the sect for pressing matters. For Lin Mo, it was merely a spectacle. As long as the cultivator was not at the transformation stage or in a dire situation, no practitioner in the human realm could threaten his name. Had it been in the past, Lin Mo would have undoubtedly departed without a second thought. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, weakness is an original sin, while strength begets dominion. Moreover, Lin Mo had another reason for staying: the secret technique for breaking through bottlenecks. Otherwise, with Lin Mo's disposition, having acquired the ice spirit flower and refined the elixir, he would have left without concern for others. However, the master Han Li was as cunning as a fox. Providing Lin Mo with only the portion of the technique that required the application of energy, to glimpse the complete secret, one must participate directly. This was a primary reason why Lin Mo did not abandon his pursuit halfway. The other significant reason was the news of the Sun Essence Fire. These 2 matters were what Lin Mo needed to resolve, indicating that it was not yet the time for him to depart. With time on his hands, Lin Mo visited the library again. With 10 days gone, only 2 remained, which he intended to use to seek information regarding the Sun Essence Fire. However, 2 days swiftly passed, and Lin Mo did not uncover the clues he sought. Disappointment did not truly set in. If he could easily find what he sought in the library, that would indeed be peculiar. After 10 days, Lin Mo could no longer enter the library and had to meditate and cultivate in his private chamber at the VIP building, remaining indoors as if this small extreme palace were his own abode. Another month passed, and while the northern night extreme palace appeared tranquil, anyone could sense the impending storm brewing in the air. Suddenly one day, Lin Mo's cultivation was interrupted by a female cultivator who bore a slight resemblance to Bai Yao. Upon probing, Lin Mo discovered that this woman was also at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, yet it seemed she had reached its pinnacle, slightly surpassing Bai Yao. Lin Mo, observing the woman before him, inquired with some astonishment, "Are you the cousin of Fairy Bai?" "Indeed, I am Bai Meng Xian, an inner palace elder of the Extreme Palace, and one of the practitioners of the Extreme Cold Flame," she replied. Bai Meng Xian's complexion was strikingly pale. Although she resembled Bai Yao, the 2 possessed entirely contrasting dispositions. Lin Mo nodded and remarked, "Previously, Taoist Han Li mentioned that aside from him, there are 2 other practitioners of the Extreme Cold Flame in the Extreme Palace. It appears you are one of them. I wonder what brings you here." As he spoke, Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Despite Bai Meng Xian appearing to be at the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage, coupled with her cultivation of the Extreme Cold Flame, Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart. This was surely related to her cultivation method, and her power could not be underestimated. Bai Meng Xian maintained a cold demeanor, her voice devoid of fluctuation. Casting a glance at Lin Mo, she stated, "It is nothing much. I heard from senior brother Han Li that junior sister Bai was saved by you, possessing abilities comparable to those of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, I have heard that your cultivation of the Taiyin Cold Flame is remarkably profound. I thought it might be beneficial for us to spar using the frost fire of fear." Without waiting for Lin Mo's consent, Bai Meng Xian flipped her hand, and a glimmer of cold light flashed at her fair fingertips, igniting a wisp of white ice flame. Lin Mo gazed at the white icy flames curling delicately from Bai Mengxian's fingertips, seemingly lacking in power. However, as a practitioner of ice flames and possessing the innate ice spirit root, he quickly discerned the formidable nature of this white icy flame, causing his expression to grow solemn. Initially, Lin Mo felt quite displeased that Bai Mengxian had initiated a spar without a word, yet upon observing her eagerness to engage, he offered her a faint smile, indicating his acquiescence. He had long admired the 3 great cold flames of the little extreme palace, and he was eager to experience them firsthand once more. After speaking, he surveyed their surroundings and inquired if this was an appropriate place for their exchange. Bai Mengxian, maintaining her indifferent demeanor, coldly replied that there was no issue with testing a fellow cultivator's extreme cold flame. It was not a battle of life and death. With that, she gently blew on the visible white icy flame, causing it to swell several times in size. Suddenly, the icy flame transformed into a small white serpent. Darting directly toward Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sweeping his sleeve to unleash various array flags that vanished into the void. However, Bai Mingxi noticed a faint crimson barrier materializing around them, effectively sealing their surroundings. She then formed a hand seal, gathering a sphere of blue flames in her palm, which morphed into a small blue bird that flew directly toward the white serpent. As Bai Mingxi and Lin Mo observed the intertwining clashes of the white icy flame and the blue firebird in the air, ethereal light flickered, accompanied by the occasional crackling thunder. With a single breath, the blue bird suddenly expanded, causing the white serpent to react as if it had encountered a natural enemy, gradually being overwhelmed and completely extinguished. Once the white icy flame dissipated, the blue bird traced a spiral in the air before landing on Lin Mo's shoulder, its crystalline eyes fixed intently on Bai Mingxi. At that moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Bai Mingxi's face. Lin Mo, regarding the little bird upon his shoulder, extended his hand, and the bird gracefully leaped into his palm, transforming into a wisp of blue flame that vanished into his sleeve. Your tiny blue flame is truly extraordinary. With such assurance, I feel at ease, Bai Mingxi remarked. Please, Lin brother, follow me. The other two cultivators have already arrived at the little extreme palace and await your presence in the Grand Elder's Hall. Only then did Bai Mingxi reveal her purpose. Though Lin Mo's countenance remained unchanged, a hint of doubt flickered in his mind. The little creature had vanished before he could grasp it, suggesting that Bai Xianzi was concerned about his capabilities. Bai Mingxi, however, nodded graciously, not perceiving any impropriety in her test of Lin Mo. She then formed another hand seal and transformed into a white light, soaring out of the window. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how not all female cultivators at the little extreme palace mirrored Bai Yaoi's demeanor. He recalled that Bai Mingxi had similarly entered the guest house through the window, implying that the round-faced female cultivator on the first floor was utterly unaware that someone had already visited the second floor. As Bai Mingxi's white silhouette began to fade, Lin Mo hesitated no longer and leaped out of the second-floor window as well. Once more, he found himself in the Hall of 10,000-Year Profound Ice, the abode of the coldly master, marking his third entry into the little extreme palace. The hall appeared largely unchanged. The massive cauldron at its center still held the azure ice flames, while 4 individuals sat cross-legged around it. The Grand Elder sat alongside a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe, while a white-haired old woman and a long-browed monk in gray occupied a position slightly farther away. Upon entering the hall, Lin Mo and Bai Mingxi immediately attracted the attention of the 4 individuals. However, Lin Mo distinctly sensed that the old woman and the monk diverted their gaze from Bai Mingxi to himself after a mere glance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and discreetly extended his spiritual awareness towards the two. Their cultivation levels were formidable, with the old woman being on par with his own realm, while the monk was indeed at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul, akin to Bai Mingxi. He stepped forward slowly, offering a slight bow to the group before unobtrusively settling onto another cushion, maintaining a balanced distance from the others. The Master Han introduced the old woman as Lady Long and the monk as Master Mo, stating, "This is my friend Lin, the 5th practitioner of the extreme cold flame that I have sought out. I am deeply grateful for your assistance." After this, Master Han Li's expression brightened. Yet Lin Mo could not overlook the gleam of excitement in the Grand Elder's eyes. The old woman, presumably Lady Long, remained expressionless, her cold gaze fixing upon Lin Mo with a hint of disdain, though she refrained from speaking. The monk, Master Mo, with a benevolent demeanor, smiled at Lin Mo and inquired, "I have heard from Master Han that you, Brother Lin, and I do not cultivate ice attribute techniques. Yet you possess the extreme cold flame. Is that true?" Very few knew that Lin Mo was actually of the ice spiritual root. Most assumed he possessed a wood spiritual root, with only a handful being aware of the truth since his time in Tiannan. At this moment, Lin Mo preferred not to reveal his secret, simply attributing his possession of the flame to coincidence. "I've heard, esteemed Taoist Lin, that your extreme cold flame is of your own creation? The new cold flame is a matter from a millennium ago. Might I have the privilege of witnessing it?" Lady Long remarked with a tone that, while unkind, was surprisingly melodious, akin to the voice of a young maiden. The Grand Elder, observing Lin Mo's astonished expression, clarified, "There is no need for surprise, Taoist Lin. Lady Long is the Grand Elder of the Luchuan Sect, and her cultivation technique is rather unique, allowing her voice to retain its youthful quality. Lin Mo pondered the nature of this peculiar technique, intrigued by the notion of preserving one's voice. He had encountered many beauty-retaining techniques, but had never come across one for voice preservation. Seeing Lin Mo's astonishment, Lady Long's expression darkened further, and she coldly huffed. "Do you have insights into the Luchuan Sect's techniques?" Indeed, Lady Long's temperament was akin to kindling, easily ignited. Lin Mo chose not to take offense, merely harboring curiosity. He understood that his unrefined cold flame could not be compared to the extreme cold flames possessed by his esteemed companions. He responded with a light-hearted jest to navigate the conversation. Lady Long, however, did not adopt an aggressive stance. At this juncture, Bai Mengxin conveyed a message to Master Han Li, and upon hearing it, her expression brightened even more. Not wishing for Lady Long to offend Taoist Lin, she interjected. "Lady Long and Master Mo Jiao are longtime friends of mine. Taoist Lin is a cherished associate of the esteemed elder of the small extreme palace. I once again extend my gratitude for your willingness to assist us." After the esteemed Master Han Li paid his respects to the gathered individuals, he continued, "Although the success rate of the broken mirror secret technique is merely 30%, I find myself unable to delay any further. I beseech your assistance." With that, he bowed once more. Lady Long and Master Mo Jiao were somewhat taken aback by Master Han Li's gesture, while Lin Mo remained unperturbed. Master Mo Jiao then spoke. "Fellow Taoist, given your advanced age, I must advise caution. Upon our arrival, we observed numerous high-tier demonic beasts congregating near Baiming Island. Employing this secret technique now poses significant risks to the Shaoji Palace." The implication of his words was a plea from Master Han Li to wait until this perilous phase had passed before attempting the technique. Master Han Li, exuding confidence, reassured him, "Do not worry, Master Mo Jiao. While the success of the broken mirror would indeed be optimal, should we encounter failure, I have arranged for contingencies. My demise will not jeopardize the Shaoji Palace." The gray-robed monk and Lady Long exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Lady Long then stated, "I have no objections. I have long desired to witness the mysteries of this technique." Upon hearing this, Master Han Li turned to Lin Mo, who calmly inquired, "When shall we commence?" "I have awaited this moment for quite some time." "Very well, since all three of you have no objections, let us proceed," Master Han Li replied joyfully, rising to lead the way. Following closely behind him was the middle-aged scholar in a blue robe, who had just been seated nearby. Chapter 269. Opening the Xianyu Cave. Lin Mo accompanied Master Han Li to the giant cauldron, where the Grand Elder was reciting incantations. With a swift movement of his sleeve, he formed a hand seal, directing a beam of blue light towards the cauldron. The cauldron emitted a resonant hum, and the blue light intensified, causing it to rapidly shrink into a small vessel, which then hovered in midair, spinning gracefully. Beneath the original location of the giant cauldron, a dark opening suddenly appeared, revealing a crystalline ice staircase extending downward. The specifics of what lay below remained unknown for the moment. Master Han Li gestured towards the small cauldron, which floated before him. He then withdrew his sleeve and nodded to the others following behind before descending into the opening. Bai Mengxin and the middle-aged scholar in blue followed closely, while Lady Long and Master Mo Jiao exchanged a glance and descended together after Bai Mengxin. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the entrance, a faint smile gracing his lips before he too followed suit. The initial segment of the passage was shrouded in darkness. Yet this did not hinder their progress. After a short while, however, the corridor began to brighten. The walls were constructed from profound ice, and at regular intervals within the icy walls, moonlight stones illuminated the passageway. The light from the moonlight stones refracted off the icy walls, creating an ambience reminiscent of a crystal palace. The group continued their descent for nearly 100 zhang, at which point the passage began to curve in a new direction. Although this was their first experience traversing this corridor, the extensive knowledge and backgrounds of the cultivators ensured that none exhibited signs of surprise. Each maintained their composure. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they finally emerged from the icy passage into a grand hall. The hall stands in stark contrast to the corridor, constructed from jadeite that bears the marks of antiquity, exuding an air of ancient simplicity. At the rear of the hall, a colossal milky white stone door rises to a height of 2 to 3 dozen zhang. adorned with a multitude of runes and magical arrays that shimmer with various ethereal lights. However, what truly astonishes Lin Mo is the presence of a group of 16 or 17 cultivators stationed at the massive doorway, each one a nascent soul practitioner. Most of them are in the early stages of their cultivation, yet the sheer number of nascent soul cultivators is indeed remarkable. It becomes evident why the Zhejiang of Bei is hailed as the foremost sect in the northern region. Among these nascent soul practitioners stands a familiar figure, Bai Yaoi, accompanied by an elderly man with gray hair. They position themselves at the forefront of the assembly. Lin Mo casts a glance at Bai Mengxin and Master Emojio. Bai Mengxin's expression remains as impassive as ever, while Master Emojio furrows his brow slightly and glances at Lady Long, who shares a similar frown, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. It seems that neither Master Emojio nor Lady Long was aware of the presence of so many nascent soul cultivators in the Zhejiang. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Master Emojio inquires of Taoist Han Li about the assembly, though he leaves his question unfinished. Taoist Han Li smiles faintly and responds, "These are the elders of our sect. There is no need for surprise, Master. Accessing the Zuling Hall's Xuanyu Cave requires the assistance of the Zhejiang's elders. Furthermore, harnessing the frigid energy within the Xuanyu Cave can enhance my chances of breaking through the mirror by 10%. Upon hearing the term Zuling Hall, both Lady Long and Master Emojio are further astonished, unable to suppress their exclamations. Lady Long's eyes gleam with undisguised brilliance, while Lin Mo, despite his outward composure, feels a surge of astonishment within. The previously silent middle-aged cultivator in a blue robe now speaks with great pride, stating, "Though the three Zuling Halls encountered in the secret realm bear the same name, their profound meanings differ. This Xuanyu Cave is one of them, and the true entrance to the Zuling Hall is not through the Grand Hall's door, but rather through a series of secret passages that lead underground." Lin Mo had previously taken note of this blue-robed middle-aged cultivator, though Taoist Han Li seemed disinclined to introduce him. Still, Lin Mo is aware that he is another practitioner of the extreme cold flame from the Zhejiang. The man possesses an unremarkable appearance, yet his gaze is somber, which has kept Lin Mo's attention. At this moment, Bai Yaoi and the group of cultivators approach Lin Mo and his companions, whereupon the gray-haired elder, with a defiant expression, questions, "Elder, do you truly intend to activate the Zuling Hall?" This seems to contravene established protocols. The Zhejiang is currently undisturbed, and there is no situation of being unable to repel an enemy. He then casts a glance at Lin Mo, Lady Long, and Master Emojio, continuing, "Moreover, the elder plans to bring 3 outsiders into the Xuanyu Cave, which is unprecedented and against the rules." The gray-haired elder bears a prominent bruise on his face and regards Lin Mo and the others with a hint of disdain. Lin Mo, perplexed, glances at the elder. He had previously detected that this gray-haired individual is also a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, while the elder stands at the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage, nearly on the cusp of the transformation stage. The identity of this gray-haired elder remains a mystery, as he dares to question the esteemed Master Han Li. Sharing the same sentiments, Lady Long and Master Emojio gaze at the elder with astonishment. Master Han Li respectfully addresses the elder, stating, "Elder Yi, there is no need for concern. Although the Void Spirit Hall can only be unsealed in times of crisis, our ancestors did not impose a rule against its regular activation. It is reasonable to open the hall sooner, especially considering the gathering of beast hordes near Biming Island. As the Grand Elder, I believe I possess the authority to make such a decision." The Grand Elder seems to have anticipated Elder Ye's objections, having already devised a strategy to counter them. He speaks calmly, yet with a hint of authority. Elder Yi, however, is not easily swayed. His displeasure is evident as he glances at Lin Mo and the others before asserting, "The Void Spirit Hall is a sacred ground of the Zhejiang. Allowing these 3 outsiders to enter is highly inappropriate. As the supervisory elder, I cannot condone this." Lin Mo furrows his brow at the resolute Elder Yi, while Lady Long emits a cold snort, her dissatisfaction glaringly apparent. The Grand Elder, maintaining his composure, responds, "Indeed, Brother Yi oversees the supervisory spirit treasure and is entitled to oppose my decision. However, should I secure the agreement of more than 2/3 of the Elder Council of Bei Zhejiang, your dissent will be rendered ineffective." Upon mentioning the supervisory spirit treasure, Master Han Li's brow twitches slightly, revealing a flicker of apprehension. Lin Mo had not anticipated that Elder Yi held such a prestigious role. He wonders which spirit treasure is under his jurisdiction. Could it be the legendary Tongtian spirit treasure, or a replica? If that were the case, it would explain how a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could contend with one in the late stage. Lin Mo realizes that a sect may be divided into various factions, yet he had not expected to encounter such internal strife. Observing the exchange between the two parties, he comes to understand that Elder Yi and Master Han Li represent opposing factions. When Elder Yi hears Master Han Li's words, his expression shifts, and he abruptly turns to his fellow cultivators, noticing some avoiding eye contact, clearly reluctant to confront him. The gray-haired elder's gaze darkens, his demeanor growing increasingly ominous as he remarks, "So this is the reason for Junior Brother Jin's reassignment. Master Han Li, you are indeed cunning. Thus, I have no desire to play the villain. I hope that Grand Elder Han Li can truly break through his current limitations. I shall take my leave to oversee matters above and prevent the beast from exploiting any weaknesses." With that, he turns and departs, not waiting for Master Han Li's response. Lin Mo observes Elder Yi's agitation. Though he appears composed, Lin Mo notices the elder's clenched fists trembling slightly within his sleeves. The other cultivators in the hall watch as the gray-haired elder strides out. At this moment, Master Han Li shows no inclination to confront Elder Yi. His gaze icy as he watches the elder vanish at the entrance. "Brothers and sisters, prepare to unseal the barrier," he commands. The middle-aged man in the blue robe addressed the dozen or so cultivators behind by Yaoi. The recent interruption had garnered little attention, as the members of the Little Extreme Palace retrieved identical jade pendants from their attire. All began to murmur incantations, their lips moving in unison, while their hands formed intricate seals. The pendants floated gracefully in midair. Although their designs were uniform, the spiritual light they emitted varied, flickering in a mesmerizing array of colors. Some bright, others dim. Lin Mo was initially taken aback by the sight of the jade pendants, but soon regained his composure, as if the momentary surprise had not originated from him. The pendants were not unfamiliar to him. They were similar to the one given by the esteemed Master Han Li, which allowed him access to the library. However, that particular pendant had been reclaimed by the Grand Elder after Lin Mo had explored the library for 10 days. It was noteworthy that Master Han Li did not utilize the same pendant he had previously bestowed upon Lin Mo. The dozen or so nascent soul cultivators from the Little Extreme Palace collectively channeled their spiritual energy, reciting their incantations in a low hum, which resonated in the air, creating a vibrant spectacle as their combined powers illuminated the surroundings. The blue-robed man, as the leader, commanded the proceedings. After a considerable time, he let out a thunderous shout, and the jade pendants burst forth with radiant spiritual light, transforming into variously sized spheres of luminescence. Under the spell's influence, these spheres converged towards the apex of the hall. As the spheres gathered, they began to morph, coalescing into the ethereal silhouette of a woman, her form shimmering with a kaleidoscope of spiritual colors. Lin Mo gazed at the figure suspended in midair, her elongated form obscured. Yet her bright eyes sparkled like the vast cosmos, leaving an indelible impression upon him. Before Lin Mo could fully comprehend the scene, all the cultivators of the Little Extreme Palace, including Bai Yao Yi and Master Han Li, bowed deeply to the five-colored woman in the void, their faces reflecting reverence and sincerity. Observing their deep respect for this spectral figure, Lin Mo surmised that she must be the ancestral founder of the Little Extreme Palace, an ancient cultivator of great significance. What surprised Lin Mo was the revelation that the founder was a female cultivator. He pondered the connection between this ancient woman and the Hall of Void Heaven in the chaotic Star Sea. The similarities between the Hall of Void Spirit and the Hall of Void Heaven were striking, especially given the presence of the Qianlan Ice Flame in both halls. Could such coincidences truly exist? As Lin Mo contemplated the relationship between the two, the five-colored woman, empowered by the cultivator's spiritual energy, soared towards the colossal gate. Upon her contact with the gate, a resounding explosion echoed, scattering myriad streams of colorful spiritual light, all of which vanished into the confines of the sect. The runes and formations that had previously danced upon the giant door began to fade until they disappeared entirely, leaving the grand door dull and devoid of any spiritual essence. Lin Mo observed a series of actions, followed by a cacophony of sounds, as the jade pendants of the floating cultivators plummeted to the ground. The once abundant spiritual energy had seemingly vanished, as if it had been entirely siphoned away. The nascent soul cultivators promptly waved their sleeves, drawing the jade pendants back into their possession. Witnessing this, Master Han Li's smile grew broader as he stepped forward to the stone door. With a flourish of his sleeve, a torrent of azure mist surged forth, striking the colossal door with a tangible force. It appeared as though an unseen hand was pulling at the giant door, which silently creaked open. However, just as the Grand Elder took a step inside, he retreated, his expression shifting from joy to grave concern. Before any cultivators could comprehend the situation, Master Han Li cautioned, "Be vigilant, my fellow disciples." Lin Mo, having watched Master Han Li and the others, could not discern what transpired within the door and harbored a sense of confusion. Just as he attempted to glimpse through, a thunderous roar erupted from within the stone door, shaking the entire hall. Immediately, a frigid white wind billowed forth, coating everything in its path with a layer of frost. Lin Mo observed as the ice columns within the hall accumulated an additional layer of crystalline frost, accompanied by the ominous sounds of thunder. The cultivators, taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle, wore expressions of sheer terror. Some of the less experienced practitioners faltered and staggered back 3 steps, while those with slightly higher cultivation activated protective shields or summoned their defensive treasures to withstand the chilling onslaught. The white wind swept through the entire hall with a formidable force. As this icy gale surged, a layer of azure flames enveloped Lin Mo. And when the white wind collided with the blue flames, it amalgamated with them, vanishing without a trace. The few cultivators practicing the extreme cold flame, connected to Lin Mo, remained unaffected as well. Only Bai Mengxin unleashed her white ice flames, while a small cauldron floated before Master Han Li, spinning gracefully and emitting a stream of azure ice flames to shield her within.